Establishing the connection. Connection achieved successfully. Congratulations! You have successfully activated the Enjoy Life system. By partaking in endeavors that enhance the delight of existence, you shall be bestowed with spontaneous rewards from the system. Parallel universe. Coastal metropolis. I repose in a state of disarray upon the sofa of my humble rented abode. With my eyes firmly closed, I strive to soothe the fatigue residing within my spirit. This morning, I have bid farewell to the advertising agency where I devoted 2 years of my existence. At the age of 24, I made the pivotal shift from a quaint town to pursue my studies at a modest second-tier university in Haicheng. Upon my graduation, I adeptly obtained a position at a local, unassuming advertising agency. This prolonged anticipation has endured for a complete span of 2 years. Throughout this period, I have embraced an innumerable array of additional shifts. The once vivacious and handsome young man, brimming with vitality and radiance, has now metamorphosed into a lifeless corporate automaton with hollow eyes. Each day adheres to a monotonous cadence. Life is imbued with ceaseless repetition. In reality, I never harbored the intention to relinquish my position. In light of the prevailing adverse circumstances, combined with my own abilities not being particularly remarkable, pursuing a similar position anew appears to be an insuperable challenge. Nevertheless, a month of unyielding overtime has completely inundated me, especially during the time I was entrusted with the inauguration of the model unit for the real estate endeavor. I toil assiduously from 9 in the morning until the early hours of 3 or 4. Even during the weekends, respite remains elusive. After persevering through this demanding period, I had anticipated the opportunity to finally pause and rejuvenate. Nevertheless, my superior conveyed to me that the project was on the verge of being unveiled. In that instant, I did not waver for even a moment, resigning on the spur of the moment. The model room is already teeming with activity. How exhausting it shall be when the sales commencement takes place. With both wealth and existence hanging in the balance, I steadfastly opted for the latter. At the tender age of merely 24, there exists no compelling reason to endanger my life for a monthly remuneration of 6,000 yuan. Upon resigning from the company and returning home, I commenced a fervent pursuit to submit my resume. I have just accomplished the exhilarating endeavor of applying to numerous positions in a single sweep, which has left me utterly fatigued. Reclining upon the sofa, I gently closed my eyes in pursuit of rejuvenation. As I narrowed my gaze, I retrieved a cigarette and rested it between my lips. Just as I endeavored to clear my mind, an abrupt mechanical voice intruded upon my consciousness. The mechanism for selecting appropriate candidates for the experience of life has initiated its binding process. The living candidates for the experience of life system have commenced their binding. As I was on the verge of grasping the lighter, my hand unexpectedly quivered. Instinctively, I turned over and sat upright. What was that sound? System binding in progress, binding successful. Host, Suyang. Age, 24 years. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Average individual, 60-70. Physique, 65. Figure, 70. Charm, 70. Skills, none. Bound object, none. Balance, 65-66 yuan. This system is characterized by its simplicity, eschewing unnecessary complexities, and is fundamentally dedicated to the appreciation of life. The guidelines for engaging with this system are straightforward. One merely needs to immerse oneself more fully in the joys of existence. The system is adept at dispensing arbitrary rewards. It possesses essential information scanning capabilities, enabling it to scrutinize any individual. Upon the conclusion of the scan, one is afforded the opportunity to peruse the information of the other. Fundamental information and affection rating. Please note, the affection rating is exclusively relevant for women whose allure surpasses a score of 85. The host possesses the unilateral authority to bind women whose allure surpasses a score of 85. Upon binding, for each increment of 20 points in the counterpart's affinity towards the host shall be granted supplementary rewards. The host is permitted to engage in daily check-ins. Each check-in bestows a reward of 50,000 yuan. The inaugural check-in offers a substantial first-time bonus. The introduction to the system has come to a close. Upon absorbing this extensive discourse, I found myself completely astounded. As an experienced lover of literature, since my high school days, I have been enchanted by the realm of online novels. I possess a profound understanding of the intricacies of these systems. In the past, I merely reveled in the fantasies woven within these narratives, never daring to envision that such a phenomenon could materialize in my own existence. Initially, I was convinced that I was encountering auditory hallucinations. Nevertheless, the voice of the system endured for a complete minute, causing my expression to transform from initial bewilderment, gradually metamorphosing into astonishment, then swiftly transitioning to euphoric delight. I cautiously summoned forth a thought in my mind. I am utterly astonished. This is no mere jest. I genuinely possess a system at this moment. I instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, rising to my feet in a wave of exhilaration. For an ephemeral moment, I found myself momentarily disoriented, fervently attempting to quell the surging joy that enveloped me. The inception of the system continues to echo in my consciousness. To verify the veracity of the system, I urgently summoned it within my mind. System, is it permissible to check in at this moment? One is allowed to check in once per day. Then I shall proceed with my check-in. Congratulations to the host on the triumphant completion of the inaugural signing. Reward, a monetary prize amounting to 10 million yuan. A Porsche 911 Turbo 1 exquisite automobile. Attainment of expertise. Master of body management. Funds are exclusively transferred to the host's designated bank card. The source of these funds is secure, legal, and compliant. The host can utilize the vehicle with absolute assurance. The vehicle is conveniently stationed beneath the host's abode. All requisite documentation and credentials for the vehicle are meticulously arranged. It is secure for driving. Introduction to the mastery of bodily management. This discipline is exclusively dedicated to the art of sculpting the physique, empowering the individual to achieve an exalted state of corporeal perfection. Nevertheless, it does not augment the functional capacities of the body's organs. As the voice of the system gradually diminished, I had not yet discovered the moment to celebrate when, unexpectedly, a disorienting wave swept over me, nearly destabilizing my equilibrium. I extended my hand to steady myself against the neighboring table. After a brief interval of 5 or 6 seconds, the feeling of vertigo gradually diminished. With lingering apprehension, I spoke in hushed tones. What transpires? I felt as though I teetered on the precipice of mortality. As I spoke, I instinctively bowed my head. It was only at that moment that I became acutely aware of the metamorphosis of my hands. With urgency, I lifted them to examine their visage, noticeably more robust than they had been previously. The attire I donned had similarly tightened against my figure. An unexpected urge welled up within me, urging me to rush into the bathroom. As I stood before the mirror, I was completely captivated. The mirror's reflection unveils a countenance adorned with accentuated contours, features that resonate with vivid three-dimensionality and depth, and skin that is exquisitely smooth and polished. The imperfections and blackheads that once disfigure my visage have entirely disappeared. I, who was never genuinely unappealing, now radiate an even more compelling allure, as though I had experienced the artistry of a professional retouch. However, what astonishes me most is my physique. I behold in astonishment the sculpted form mirrored before me. With a swift motion, he removed his t-shirt, rendering me utterly speechless at the sight that unfolded before me. His physique was nothing less than that of a premier athlete, characterized by impeccably defined pectoral muscles, impeccably sculpted six-pack abdominal muscles, sleek and distinctly delineated muscular contours adorning the arms, a harmonious symmetry that graces the entire physique, free from the exaggerated hypertrophy frequently observed in bodybuilders. Is this not the fabled ideal form that reveals its sumptuous curves when unveiled and appears graceful when elegantly attired? It is I. I beheld my reflection in the mirror, enveloped in a sense of astonishment and uncertainty. He extended his hand to caress the sinewy muscles adorning his physique, whispering to himself, "Remarkable, is it not? Even the most accomplished athletes pale in comparison. Such a physique would undoubtedly enchant the exquisite ladies at the swimming pool. Oh, system, may I refer to you as my progenitor?" I gazed at my reflection in the mirror for a full 2 minutes, captivated by my own image. Reluctantly re-entering the living room, The profound metamorphosis of my physique rendered me entirely convinced of the system's reality. The moment I stepped into the parlor, a black Porsche car key, which had inexplicably materialized upon the table, seized my attention. I struck my forehead as a surge of understanding enveloped me mere moments prior. The system had conferred a reward upon me. 10 million and a 911 Turbo, culminating in a final price of 3 million. It is noteworthy that the 911 Turbo has long been the automobile of my aspirations. Dreamlike chariot, showcasing a horizontally opposed six-cylinder engine, boasting an impressive 650 horsepower, 800 newton meters. In a fleeting 2.7 seconds, it propels itself to 100, navigating this automobile upon the thoroughfare. It can effortlessly surpass 99 of all vehicles. It is regarded as one of the swiftest internal combustion engine models in the nation, priced beneath 10 million excluding electric and hybrid variants. With my shirt discarded, I clutched the car keys, studying them with keen attention. Oh my goodness, a genuine key. This is not a mere lighter. The prize for this draw is indeed quite extravagant. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, there exists an abundance of wealth, 10 million, to be exact. How remarkable. My mobile device. Where's my phone? In a whirlwind of activity, I successfully discover my phone resting upon the sofa. Upon unlocking it, I observed an unread message awaiting my attention. Intrigued, I gently tapped the screen to unveil its contents. A company known as Haofeng Assets has deposited 10 million yuan into my Huagua bank account, the number of which concludes with 6686, and the account balance is now reflected accordingly. 10,656,000 yuan. In terms of numerical place value, 10,000. Countless. I direct my attention towards the luminous display of my mobile device. I assiduously recounted on numerous occasions, and with each iteration, the expression upon my visage became ever more pronounced. 10 million. In days gone by, with a mere monthly stipend of 6,000, even if I were to forego all nourishment, it would require me well over a century to accumulate such a wealth. For the overwhelming majority of commonplace individuals, this amount epitomizes an astronomical figure, entirely unattainable. Were it not for this system, I would have never ventured to conceive such a reality within my lifetime. I still find it rather difficult to accept. I shall proceed to open the bank card application for verification. The balance reflected in the software is, in fact, 10,006,566 yuan. At this juncture, I find myself on the brink of madness, overwhelmed with exhilaration. I yearn to exclaim in sheer joy, to liberate the elation that swells within my soul. However, mindful of the deplorable sound insulation of this venerable edifice, I am compelled to suppress my exuberance. My hand, grasping the phone, quivers uncontrollably. My visage blushed a deep crimson. As the moments unfolded, I slowly regained my composure. I resolutely clenched my fists. With immense exhilaration, I uttered, "Oh heavens! At long last, I, Su Yang, have transformed my fortunes." Just then, my phone rang unexpectedly. A fleeting glance at the screen revealed an unfamiliar number. As I swiped to respond, a masculine voice resonated from the device. "Hello. Salutations. May I ask if I am speaking to Mr. Su Yang?" "Indeed, it is I. And who might you be?" "We represent Haiching Jiyuan Advertising Company. I observed that you had earlier submitted your curriculum vitae to our esteemed company via the Boss Direct recruitment platform. Might I ask when you would be available to attend an interview?" Upon receiving this information, I have recently reminisced about the days when I ardently dispatched an abundance of resumes. Nevertheless, the individual I am today stands in stark contrast to the person I once was as I commenced my professional odyssey. It is beyond my capacity to encounter this once more in this lifetime. I extend my sincerest apologies. I inadvertently erred just moments ago. That is all. Farewell. Upon uttering those words, I severed the connection without a fleeting moment of doubt. A mere 10 minutes earlier, I find myself adrift, enveloped in a haze of uncertainty regarding the future. Even the act of submitting a resume feels akin to casting a vast net. Were it not for the emergence of a well-organized system, upon receiving this call, I would undoubtedly hasten with immense fervor to the interview. Should I triumph in the interview, I would find myself reverting to the comforting cadence of my previous routine. I find myself liberated from the unceasing grind of corporate servitude. I feel as though I have undergone a profound transformation. No longer am I compelled to partake in endeavors I loathe. I cast my eyes upon the azure expanse beyond my window, having spent innumerable moments in this quaint nook, pondering the horizon ahead. Now, as I cast my gaze anew, I simply perceive the delicate vessel has navigated innumerable peaks, though these treasures were not acquired through my own labor. What does it matter? To be chosen by the system is undoubtedly a remarkable talent, is it not? As I reveled in this exquisite delight, a sudden knock resonated from beyond the door, disrupting my contemplation. I collected myself and promptly arranged my appearance, calling out towards the entrance. On my way, on my way. A voice resonated. The magnificent door swung wide, releasing a delicate fragrance that danced into my senses. As I drew nearer, I beheld a woman poised at the entrance, likely in her late 20s. Her complexion was fair, her figure exquisitely curved, and her oval visage was framed by large, expressive eyes. Her features are exquisitely chiseled, as if crafted by the hand of a master artist. The deep crimson hue of her lipstick accentuates her captivating allure. Cascading waves of lustrous hair tumble effortlessly behind her. The black, low-cut gown gracefully accentuates her alluring curves. The enchantment of her colletage was irresistibly elusive, ensnaring the gaze. Ah, what a scoundrel! Just as she was poised to utter a word, her eyes falling upon my exposed torso, she emitted an abrupt cry. It was at that moment I became aware of my own state of undress. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and chuckled. My sincerest apologies, Sister Zhao. I was merely engaging in exercise and neglected to don my attire. This Sister Zhao refers to Zhao Mengru, my landlady. She shielded her eyes with her hands, glancing through her fingers with a slight opening. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, "Why have you not hastened to don your attire yet?" Oh dear. In a fleeting moment, I pivoted and hurried back into the house, swiftly retrieving a t-shirt and donning it. By the time I had adorned myself, Zhao Mengru had flushed and lowered her hands. She regarded me, her countenance suffused with bewilderment. "You've undergone plastic surgery." I was momentarily taken aback, yet soon regained my poise, smiling as I responded, "Certainly not. What purpose would surgery serve for a man of my age? Have I not always possessed this appearance? How could this be? When I encountered you last month, you were nothing like this." I smiled broadly, ready to indulge in some light-hearted repartee. "Ah, that was merely because you were too distracted at the time to genuinely perceive me. I have always possessed a certain charm, you see." Zhao Mingru responded with a roll of her eyes. "A delicate blush continues to adorn your countenance, a hint of self-admiration. And behold how your form has evolved. When did it attain such magnificence? I find myself quietly amused within. Do not assume that I am oblivious to your discreet gaze just moments ago. Nevertheless, I uphold an air of tranquility, replying, 'Zhao Jia, your kindness is truly overwhelming. I have simply been engaging in some physical activity. A gentleman must exude a certain vitality. By the way, what prompts your visit today? I have come to confer with you regarding a particular matter. Do come in and enlighten me.' I graciously welcomed her into the room. After she partook of a glass of water, we both settled onto the sofa. Zhao Mingru had only just taken her place. Her eyes were captivated by the Porsche keys lying upon the table. She regarded me with a look of bewilderment. "Do these belong to you?" I responded, "I acquired the vehicle some time ago. It merely reached my possession today. What seems to be the issue?" She gazed at me, lost in contemplation. "You possess the means to own a Porsche, yet you opt to reside here in a rented room? Is it possible that you are a hidden heir, relishing the experience of a commonplace existence?" With a swift glance, I deftly fabricated a pretext. What do I genuinely comprehend about the experience of being a privileged heir? I have recently faced rather extraordinary circumstances. This matter cannot be adequately expressed in merely a sentence or two. Should the opportunity present itself in the future, I shall expound upon it in greater detail. Nevertheless, your arrival is indeed most opportune. I was merely pondering the idea of sending you a message to inform you of my impending departure from the premises after these final days of my lease. Are you not extending your lease? She replied, "I have now established my residence in Linsheng. In the days ahead, I intend to investigate various housing possibilities. Have you experienced an unexpected windfall?" Once more, the discourse surrounding the acquisition of an automobile and a residence emerges. She manifests an expression of disbelief. No, y responda. I had previously garnered a modest income through my entrepreneurial pursuits, and as such, I am merely contemplating the elevation of my quality of life. Is it not merely a means to elevate one's own quality of existence? I smiled and dismissed it lightly. Yet, despite my utterance, my heart was acutely aware. She certainly harbors doubts about it. Zhao Mengru is approaching the age of 30, and her family enjoys a sound financial standing. In Haicheng, she possesses 3 or 4 rental properties. In contrast to the decrepit dwelling I inhabit, the vicinity is embellished with enchanting villas and towering edifices. She effortlessly accrues over 20,000 in rental income each month. Life has unfolded in a rather delightful manner. I have crossed paths with a multitude of affluent individuals, yet it is perhaps her inaugural encounter with someone of my ilk, who navigates the roads in a Porsche while dwelling in a humble rental abode. Sister Zhao, what compels you to seek me out? I fix my gaze upon her with earnest intent. Ever since I mastered the art of bodily management, there appears to be an enhanced magnetism in my stare. Her countenance immediately turned a deep shade of crimson, rendering her momentarily forgetful of her original purpose. What was it once more? Indeed, I have approached you to deliberate on the subject of the rent. Nevertheless, as you no longer wish to continue the lease, further discourse is rendered unnecessary. She did not have the courage to meet my eyes. Lowering my head to play with the strands of hair that cascade upon my chest, I was abruptly reminded of the system's scanning function. In my thoughts, I quietly invoked, System. Zhao Mengru, age 28, is currently under analysis. Scanning initiated. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Attractiveness, 86. Figure, 88. Number of romantic relationships, 2. Currently single. Zhao Mengru has successfully fulfilled the criteria set forth by the system. The host is granted the option to cultivate a favorable relationship with this individual. Once the system concluded its statement, a virtual screen, perceivable solely by me, materialized before my eyes. Upon it, her information was vividly displayed. Binding. I experienced no hesitation whatsoever. Zhao Mengru's qualifications are undeniably remarkable in the real world. If one chooses to await a score exceeding 90, it is uncertain how long that may ultimately require. Furthermore, age holds no significance for me. As the adage suggests, in youth, one fails to recognize the true value of the elder sister, mistakenly holding the younger sister in high esteem as a cherished gem. The allure of an elder sister is unparalleled, far surpassing that of a mere young girl. The system notification chimed, signifying a successful connection. Zhao Mengru's affinity for the host stands at 16 acquainted and 6 familiar. As the system alert dissipated, an unexpected stillness enveloped the room. We were seated in close proximity, the sofa constricting our space to a mere 50 or 60 centimeters. The alluring scent of her perfume wafted enticingly through the air, rendering the atmosphere both intimate and delicate. My gaze instinctively wandered toward her bosom, my throat constricting and my heartbeat accelerating. Yet I remained firmly anchored in reason. Such matters necessitate reciprocal agreement. Should one act with undue haste, it may result in grave repercussions. I inhaled deeply. Summoning the strength to regain my composure, I endeavored to dispel the palpable awkwardness. In that moment, a pressing thought emerged. Ah, Sister Zhao. She raised her gaze, her cheeks still adorned with a delicate blush. Her eyes seemed a touch disconcerted. What did you say? I asked if you have any acquaintances in the realm of real estate. You possess numerous friends, which prompted my inquiry. Oh, that? Curiously, I do happen to have one. She softly released a breath. It must be Sister Zhao. Having numerous friends is undoubtedly a blessing, although I have previously been engaged in this profession. Nevertheless, there exists minimal engagement with the client. In recent days, I have been making arrangements to visit several properties. Should you find a moment, might you kindly make inquiries on my behalf? It would not be detrimental to pose the question. Are you indeed certain that you would like me to make inquiries on your behalf? The property that my friend is offering for sale is rather costly. I pressed for additional information, inquiring as to which project it is associated with. She raised her cup to her lips, savoring a delicate sip, a subtle smile illuminating her features. Sunhai Manor. Indeed, is that not my most cherished property? Alas, it is rather costly. Throughout my career in real estate design, I have cultivated a profound understanding of the developments within Haicheng. However, the burdensome hours have left me with little opportunity to engage with clients. Though Senhai Manor may not be regarded as a premier development in Haicheng, it remains an elusive aspiration for the ordinary individual. The estate predominantly showcases towering edifices and expansive residences. The average price for luxury properties stands at $20,000. For more expansive units, prices fluctuate between $20,000 and $45,000. Should one desire to acquire a spacious apartment ranging from 4 to 500 square meters, one would inevitably need to allocate in excess of $10 million. However, with the emergence of the system, wealth has transformed into a mere temporal concern for me. Isn't the system intended to allow me to relish life? In terms of acquisitions, I shall obtain that which I genuinely yearn for. The setting and surroundings of Sunhai Manor are extraordinary, offering a splendid riverside panorama, complemented by convenient access to the metro and nearby shopping arcades. The institution provides a plethora of resources. Previously, I could only aspire. Now, my aspirations have been brought to life in vivid reality. I directed my gaze toward Zhao Mengru, my tone firm and unwavering. I have a keen interest in Sunhai Manor. Might I inquire, Sister Zhao, when you would be available to assist me in gathering some information? She regarded me with wide eyes, overflowing with astonishment and wonder, tinged with a touch of delicate timidity. Are you genuinely contemplating the acquisition of Sunhai Manor? In that place, even a modest apartment commands several million. The most opulent can soar to 1 or 2 million. I smiled with assurance, fully cognizant of the reality. Let's first take a look should an appropriate layout reveal itself. I shall proceed with the acquisition. Zhao Mengru still nurtured a semblance of skepticism. Allow me to inquire once more for clarity. You're not jesting, are you? If your only desire is to observe, there exists no necessity for me to rally companions. You may simply visit the sales office directly. I extended my hands in a gesture of openness. With a smile and arched brows, do I seem to be jesting? In truth, she is not mistaken. I harbor no reservations about exploring properties alone. However, engaging the assistance of intermediaries not only facilitates the acquisition of supplementary discounts, but also carries profound implications. I aspire to embrace this opportunity to connect with her more deeply, to amplify my affection for her. Ultimately, nurturing this sentiment not only yields rewards, but also cultivates a more intimate relationship. Why not seize the opportunity? Zhao Mengru let out a wistful sigh as she retrieved her mobile phone. I shall now aid you in making an inquiry. Very well indeed. Let us first coordinate a suitable time. However, I must take my leave today and shall be unable to participate. I will initiate the inquiry first. She bowed her head and commenced typing on WeChat. I stood to fetch myself a glass of water. 2 minutes later, she placed her phone down. My friend has taken a leave of absence today. Should you wish to go, tomorrow or the following day would suffice. They will all be on duty over the weekend. Thus, let us schedule it for tomorrow at noon. I shall reach out to you at that time. Zhao Mengru stood gracefully, a soft smile illuminating her visage. Indeed, awaiting your reply, she grasped her petite leather satchel and strode towards the entrance. Turning back one final time to reiterate, I have already extended my greetings to them. Do not disappoint me. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. I smiled broadly, and that was sufficient. I took my leave, bidding farewell to Sister Zhao as I waved. Suddenly, she turned around with a serious expression, saying, "Please refrain from calling me Sister Zhao all the time. Do I really appear that old? What name shall I bestow upon you, then?" Mengru. It appears somewhat unsuitable, does it not? What constitutes inappropriateness? Henceforth, let's address it in this manner. There is no necessity to refer to me as sister. It imparts a sense of age upon me. Very well, provided that you do not object. I shall take my leave now. She offered a gentle smile, pivoted and exited. As soon as the door clicked shut, I sank onto the sofa in utter exhaustion. A profound sense of tranquility and fulfillment surrounds me. Throughout my existence, I have never experienced the level of confidence I possess at this moment. I have just engaged in a conversation with her. I maintained my composure and serenity throughout the encounter. Had this occurred in the past, faced with such a breathtaking woman, I would have likely found it difficult to express my thoughts eloquently. In former times, I would only muster the courage to exchange hasty salutations with her. Indeed, affluence bestows a particular self-assurance upon one. Ding! Zhao Mengru's rapport with the host has ascended to 30 acquaintance. The sudden notification from the system reverberated unexpectedly, causing me to recoil instinctively, taken aback by the abrupt sound. Although I remain somewhat unaccustomed to this unforeseen auditory disruption, each instance of its occurrence, it fills me with profound delight. In a mere moment, it ascended to 30. Truly astonishing indeed. I find it impossible not to smile. System, examine my present attributes. Host, Suyang. Age, 24 years. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Aesthetic appeal, 88. Physical fitness, 65. Figure, 90. Charm, 90. Skill, expert in physical management. Bound partner, Zhao Mengru. Balance, 10,006,566 yuan. Upon the virtual display, the metrics of beauty, physique, and allure have all been refreshed. My appearance has elevated from 84 to 88, which is hardly unexpected. After all, my foundation is praiseworthy. It is simply that I had scant opportunity to nurture it in the past. However, both physique and allure have ascended by an impressive 20 points. Previously, these attributes languished at a mere 70, utterly unremarkable. Now, with the confluence of the three attributes, I can scarcely fathom the multitude of gazes I would garner while ambling along the street. Awash with a sense of pride, I ascended to rejuvenate myself with a refreshing shower in the lavatory. Adorned in a smart casual attire, the moment has arrived to commence a shopping adventure. It is imperative to substitute those inexpensive t-shirts in the closet with opulent selections from Louis Vuitton. This is not to imply that commonplace garments are of lesser value. Rather, a solitary designer t-shirt may command a price of 5,000 to 6,000 or potentially surpass 10,000. Is such an expense genuinely justified? Perhaps not. However, why do the affluent fervently pursue these items? It is merely for the sake of aesthetics, subtly exhibiting their financial prowess through their sartorial choices. In my youth, I was destitute, and I regarded those who could indulge in luxuries as nothing more than simpletons. Yet, upon attaining the means to indulge myself, my viewpoint experienced a remarkable metamorphosis. I seized the Porsche keys that lie upon the table. I traversed through the doorway, my strides infused with a refreshing lightness. Not far beneath, a silver-gray version 992 of the turbos reclines serenely, shimmering beneath the sunlight with a lustrous metallic finish, igniting an exhilarating thrill within my heart. Upon pressing the unlock button, the instant the headlights momentarily flickered, I was nearly jolted from my position, utterly astonished. The 911 Turbo emanates a charisma that is notably more subtle than the ostentation of a Lamborghini or Ferrari. It mirrors the essence of an exceptionally remarkable yet unassuming scholar. However, when it pertains to velocity, it can outpace 99 of the vehicles traversing the roads. This artful display of humility, coupled with the revelation of genuine excellence, is precisely what enchants me. Furthermore, the emblem of Porsche epitomizes extraordinary capability. I nearly launched myself into the driver's seat. Just as I shut the car door, the system alert resonated once again. The host's driving abilities have been identified as remarkably lacking in finesse. Consequently, the host is graciously endowed with the proficiency of a seasoned race car driver. I was briefly astonished, yet I could not contain a fit of laughter. You are genuinely akin to a cherished father figure to me, so thoughtful and compassionate. Indeed, without your remarkable skill, I, as a mere neophyte, would undoubtedly find it challenging to even spark a flame. Now, an abundance of driving techniques and a profound sense of familiarity inundate my thoughts, as though I have been racing for more than a decade, softly embracing the deep ebony interior. Every nuance harmoniously resonates with my artistic inclinations. It appears that the system has long since comprehended my tastes. The instant I turn the ignition knob, the engine releases a thunderous roar. I inhale deeply. My palms glisten with a light sheen of perspiration. Yet I cannot mask the exhilaration sparkling in my gaze. It is one of the vehicles of my dreams. At long last, it is now within my grasp. I press the accelerator, and the car propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow. In a matter of moments, I departed the neighborhood and merged onto the main road. Although today is Friday, the midday rush hour has yet to begin. In the suburban expanse where I dwell, automobiles are scarce and infrequent. I press down vehemently on the accelerator, driving it to the limit. In that fleeting moment, a formidable rush of acceleration enveloped me, compelling my entire essence to be forcefully thrust against the seat's backrest. Accompanied by the resounding roar of the engine, the vehicle surged forth like a wild stallion set free. Indeed, the assertion is validated: a remarkable acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers in a mere 27 seconds. It was a thrilling experience. I could scarcely restrain my enthusiasm and erupted in a resounding cheer. The system recognized the host's passionate maneuvering of the vehicle. I thoroughly relished the experience. A monetary reward amounting to 28,888 yuan has been successfully transferred to the host's bank account. How astonishing! System, you are genuinely extraordinary. This encapsulates the true essence of savoring life. I leisurely activate the melodies. Humming a joyful melody, I weave through the vibrant traffic. In my sleek silver gray 911 Turbo, elegantly surpassing each automobile within my view. Not long ago, I ventured into the city from the suburbs. The grandest offline Louis Vuitton store in Haicheng is located near my former workplace, an area I am intimately familiar with. Moments later, I parked my car at a roadside space in close proximity to the LV store. Upon exiting the vehicle, I was greeted with envious gazes from the passing youth, a delightful indulgence for my vanity. Indeed, the experience of driving a luxury car creates a striking distinction. Porsche and mediocrity are fundamentally incompatible. How remarkable! Behold that. Such exquisite beauty. My word, the proprietor is equally impressive. So youthful. It was unmistakably apparent that it had been leased. What if the person in question happened to be a descendant of affluence? Faint murmurs of dialogue wafted from a distance, scarcely audible to my ears, and I found myself lacking the vigor to heed them. I made my way directly to the Louis Vuitton boutique. After merely a couple of strides, two young and alluring women approached me with purpose. "Greetings, charming one. Is this your vehicle?" One of the delicate beauties, adorned in exceedingly short denim shorts, inquired, her captivating eyes fluttering enchantingly. I cast a fleeting glance at them. The young woman who posed the inquiry was notably charming, approximately 20 years of age, possessing an alluring figure. Especially those fair, elongated limbs, exquisitely proportioned. The other appears rather commonplace, embellished with crimson stilettos. Clad in a black miniskirt that, while exposing her legs, fails to captivate as much as its predecessor. Additionally, her makeup appears quite pronounced. I bestowed a subtle smile. "What, pray tell, is the alternative? Would you be so kind as to add us on WeChat, dear sir?" Two young ladies, with their phones at the ready, playfully struck poses before me. Do I genuinely present myself as such a relaxed character? Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, persisting in their light-hearted teasing. Might the dashing gentleman be inclined to grant us a ride? We find ourselves feeling somewhat indisposed. Could he possibly escort us for some medical attention? My eyelid fluttered, pondering. Such candor. Indeed, when one is stripped of riches, even the most striking individuals fade into obscurity. Once prosperity is achieved, the circumstances alter dramatically. Such fervor. System. Examined these two women. Detected scanning object. Scanning in progress. Wang Fong, 22 years of age. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Aesthetic appeal, 71. Physique, 78. Number of romantic relationships, 16. Presently in a relationship. Li Ting, a 20-year-old, stands gracefully at a height of 164 centimeters, complemented by a beauty score of 63. Figure, 69. Number of romantic encounters, 17. Currently unattached. Goodness gracious! Who are these individuals? Collectively, they have traversed the landscape of over 30 romantic entanglements. How remarkable! I cast another discerning glance at them. The radiant smile that once adorned her visage faded. She derided, "You must genuinely be in poor health. It will be prudent to pursue a medical evaluation. Do not bring me any harm." Having uttered this, I did not await their reply, and proceeded to depart. They stood immobile, simmering with indignation, as the spectators nearby burst forth in a cacophony of scornful laughter. How delightful! It brings me immense amusement. Have you ever felt the sting of disdain? As you hasten towards the affluent science, you all demonstrate remarkable bravery. I applaud your endeavors. Two young ladies. He gazes upon you with disdain. Yet I esteem you greatly. Permit me to accompany you in pursuit of a solution, if you will. Having devoted several years to the study of medicine, I can with unwavering certainty affirm that my remedies possess the capacity to alleviate all afflictions. The two young ladies responded with a roll of their eyes. I hurriedly withdrew. Overhearing those dialogues, I smirked to myself and dismissed this trivial incident without a second thought. He made his way directly to the entrance of the Louis Vuitton store. Upon pushing the door open, he stepped inside. No sooner had he entered than a staff member, adorned in a meticulously tailored black Louis Vuitton uniform, warmly greeted him. The female sales associate approached me with a radiant smile, warmly welcoming me to Louis Vuitton. As I glanced upward, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped me. Nevertheless, in this ephemeral instant, I find myself unable to remember her identity. The youthful saleswoman standing before me, in sharp juxtaposition to the two young women I met previously, seems to emanate from an entirely distinct sphere. Her lengthy tresses are gracefully entwined. Her complexion exceeds the pristine whiteness of snow, embellished with subtle, refined makeup. A visage of perfect oval shape, eyes that evoke the beauty of blossoming peach flowers, a delicate yet prominent nose, lips radiant and sumptuous, as exquisite as the gentle hue of a pink rose. The revealed lower leg, embellished with black stockings, is enhanced by a pair of sophisticated black high heels. The overall demeanor emanates elegance and composure, exuding an extraordinary presence. As I found myself immersed in contemplation, she too was momentarily caught off guard. You are Su Yang. Upon hearing her utter my name, I finally remembered her identity, yet I still questioned her with a trace of doubt. Lu Yun. It is I. Lu Yun beamed with a radiant smile. She is my classmate from high school, Lu Yun. We shared 3 years in the same class, yet our acquaintance during those academic days was minimal. The entirety of our dialogues over those years probably comprises no more than 10 sentences. During that period, Lu Yun was the epitome of beauty in our class. Throughout the day, my singular preoccupation lay in the pursuit of basketball and soccer, wholly disregarding matters of the heart. During that period, a multitude of admirers clamored for Lu Yun's attention. Although I recognized that I bore a commendable appearance, my insecurities, rooted in my family's humble circumstances, compelled me to withdraw from these so-called campus beauties. Thus it unfolded. Though we have shared the same classroom for 3 years, we never exchanged our contact details, save for the signatures we inscribed in one another's yearbooks upon our high school graduation. Su Yang, I never anticipated crossing paths with you here. What a splendid serendipity. Lu Yun welcomed me with a warm smile, beckoning me into the shop, and I found myself chuckling in response. Indeed, after such a lengthy separation, I genuinely failed to recognize you at first sight. Ha ha! Indeed, it has been 5 or 6 years since we donned our graduation caps. It is entirely understandable to struggle with the recollection of specific details after such an extensive passage of time. Have you remained in continuous employment here since your graduation? Not in the slightest. I have only been here for a mere 2 months, still merely a sales clerk. I offered a faint smile. The prospect of working as a sales associate at Louis Vuitton is indeed enticing. I have heard that the compensation offered here is quite generous. Incidentally, I visited today to peruse the clothing selection. Simply escort me for a leisurely walk, I implored. Certainly, Lu Yun responded, her smile radiant. As I beheld Lu Yun, a thought suddenly occurred to me. With her breathtaking beauty, she undoubtedly exceeded a score of 90. Such a maiden. It is essential to establish a connection, and she happens to be my former classmate. I shall invite her to accompany me on my shopping endeavors, thereby enabling her to earn a commission as well. I can seize this opportunity to swiftly familiarize myself with her. Lu Yun guided me toward the apparel section. In that fleeting moment, I internally summoned, System, comment scan? Lu Yun, age 23, height 169 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, appearance 94, figure 90, number relationships 1 single. Lu Yun has attained the criteria for emotional attachment. Should it be established? Indeed, binding accomplished. Lu Yun's connection to the host is rated at 10 acquainted. Acquainted, not at all displeasing. It has been several years since our last encounter. Harboring a commendable impression of 10 points is indeed praiseworthy. What do you plan to acquire? At that moment, Lu Yun turned to me and asked, "Shall we take a glance? Let us acquire a modest selection of each item." Upon hearing my nonchalant reply, Lu Yun cast a glance at my attire, which was valued at several $100s. While her outward expression betrayed no trace of contempt, an undercurrent of incredulity simmered within her heart. She asked, her tone laced with a touch of bewilderment, "Is it possible to afford the items here? Su Yang, have you ever taken a trip to LV to make a purchase? I have not previously visited this establishment. Are you familiar with the pricing here? The items are undeniably expensive." Noticing her sincere demeanor, I found myself smiling softly, for I recognized that she held no contempt for me. I simply presumed that I was unacquainted with the prices in this place. It was merely a gentle reminder. I responded with a smile. "No need for concern. I am here solely to make a transaction, provided that you are informed." Lu Yun nodded, gesturing towards a display of t-shirts ahead. "Behold the short sleeves. These represent the latest arrival for this spring and summer season." As the weather has begun to warm, Lu Yun offered an awkward smile. Acquiring a few garments to adorn oneself appears as simple as procuring vegetables. Throughout my scholarly pursuits, although I shared little in common with my peers, nevertheless, she has also been informed by her classmates that my family situation is less than favorable, and it appears that my tuition fees for 2 semesters were borrowed. Although her family is not exceptionally wealthy, they could be regarded as an average household. It surpasses my residence. Therefore, upon hearing my utterance, she invariably senses that I am somewhat oblivious to the costs in this vicinity. I am utterly perplexed by her thoughts. Bao Jing commenced her selection of attire. A black t-shirt embellished with the LV emblem and a striking silhouette captivated my gaze. I advanced, retrieved the price tag, and upon closer inspection, it disclosed a sum of 6,999 yuan. Truly, it is rather exorbitant. Were it not for the system, I genuinely could not afford this. "Is there a size large available for this item?" I casually spoke this endearing term, and upon hearing me address her in that manner, Lu Yun remained silent. He stepped forward and presented me with a size L item that was available. "Would you care to try it on?" I gestured dismissively, signaling my intention not to try it. "Kindly allow me to conclude this for you succinctly." "Very well. I shall prepare it for you at the point of sale. I shall initially position the basket inside, and thereafter, I shall continue with my selection." Lu Yun had only recently embarked on her journey at the store and remained unacquainted with the prices of the apparel. She cast a furtive glance at the price tag and instinctively protruded her tongue. She contemplated internally. Goodness gracious, 7,000 yuan. Has Su Yang, whom I have not encountered in years, genuinely amassed such wealth? As these reflections traversed her mind, I effortlessly grasped 2 t-shirts, one black and one gray, and presented them to her. I chose the garments with a casual ease reminiscent of selecting groceries. Lu Yun received the attire and subtly examined the price. Each piece priced at 5,600 yuan. Item 8,799. Her gaze, imbued with astonishment and bewilderment, remained steadfastly directed towards my back. Her thoughts were consumed by uncertainties. What extraordinary experiences has this individual undergone? Logically speaking, if he graduated from university merely 2 years ago, how could he have accumulated such considerable wealth in such a short span of time? This is indeed rather bewildering. At this moment, I find myself immersed in the delightful experience of shopping, entirely unaware of her presence lurking behind me. Before long, I have chosen 2 t-shirts, 2 fashionable shirts, 2 pairs of iconic LV sneakers, a pair of jeans, and a pair of casual trousers. There exists, too, a gentleman's backpack. Lu Yun beheld the array of possessions, her heart ensnared in a profound astonishment. In her memories, I had perpetually been a humble student of limited means. Yet, at this moment, with an abrupt display of opulence, the cumulative expense of the acquisitions surely exceeded 100,000. This glaring disparity amplified her intrigue significantly. Furthermore, she could perceive from my tranquil disposition and unmistakable delight that I was an individual capable of effortlessly acquiring a Louis Vuitton piece. One is either truly prosperous or merely feigning wealth for the sake of appearances. It is apparent that I belong to the former. Upon finalizing our selections, we made our way to the checkout counter. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the array of garments before her, her expression betraying her exhilaration. She understood that today would yield a significant commission for her. While a sense of curiosity regarding me lingered in her thoughts, the tantalizing prospect of a considerable financial reward undoubtedly filled her with immense happiness. She glided towards the lounge area, her smile radiant, and extended a bottle of mineral water towards me. "Here, Suyang, take a sip." I extended my hand to accept it, graciously conveying my appreciation. "Very well, thank you." She nonchalantly asked, "Is this truly your inaugural visit to LV?" I took a sip of water and replied candidly, "Indeed, I have never set foot here before. It is exceedingly extravagant. I simply cannot afford it." She then tentatively inquired, "So now you?" I quipped, "I won 5 million in the lottery. Do you believe that?" She was momentarily rendered speechless. Unable to restrain my amusement, I declared, I was merely jesting. In reality, I am a discreet heir to affluence. During my scholarly years, my family situation was rather modest. It was all a calculated display orchestrated by my parents." Lu Yun donned an expression of doubt, managing a somewhat uncomfortable smile. "I speak with the utmost sincerity, and I assure you, I am not misleading you. It was only upon my graduation from university that I unearthed the genuine affluence of my family. In that instant, I was so consumed by rage that I nearly entertained the notion of abandoning my home. However, the prospect of departing without any financial resources compelled me to reconsider. Having been misled for countless years, I must diligently expend their wealth, otherwise my resentment shall remain unassuaged. The more I articulate my thoughts, the more impassioned I grow. I almost persuaded myself. At first, I contemplated fabricating a nonchalant excuse, perhaps asserting that I was occupied with professional pursuits. However, upon deeper contemplation, I reassessed my stance. In the future, I shall undoubtedly engage in further interactions with Lu Yun. Should she discover that I do not attend work daily, it would become exceedingly burdensome to elucidate the situation. Therefore, it would be far more convenient to present myself as a scion of affluence. This rationale justifies the absence from work. At that juncture, the female cashier interjected into our discourse, addressing me with "Sir." "Greetings." I turned my gaze and asked, "May I proceed with the payment?" She nodded and responded, "You have acquired 5 t-shirts, 2 jackets, 2 pairs of sneakers, 2 pairs of trousers, 1 men's backpack. The overall expenditure totals 136,577 yuan. Will you be settling the payment by card or through WeChat?" I retrieved my phone and accessed the WeChat payment code. WeChat notification. Payment has been successfully processed. I graciously accepted the substantial and modest parcels bestowed upon me by the cashier, casting a smile in Lu Yun's direction. "That will suffice," I remarked. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Do not hesitate to contact me at your convenience." She seemed to exhibit a degree of apprehension. I did not contemplate it any further. Upon witnessing my intention to leave, she hastily advanced to aid me in thrusting open the shop door. I conveyed my appreciation, stating, "I am grateful. Now, I shall take my departure." As I took my leave, I strolled towards the roadside, my hands clutching the bags. Suddenly, I heard her voice beckoning from behind. "Suyang." I turned to behold her approaching me with a light jog. She bashfully uttered, "We have yet to share our contact details." A wave of realization washed over me as I struck my forehead in exasperation. Oh dear, how forgetful I have become. I spoke of maintaining our connection, yet I find myself lacking any means of communication. Haha, cool me. Kindly add me on WeChat. Yet my hands are encumbered with an excess of bags. Unable to liberate my hands to seize my phone, I directed my gaze toward the vehicle in the distance. "My car resides yonder. Permit me to first stow my belongings within. Kindly bear with me for a brief 2 minutes." Upon completion, I swiftly proceeded towards the automobile. Lu Yun's countenance was tinged with a delicate shade of crimson. She nodded and mirrored the action. This signified the first occasion in many years that she took the initiative to request someone's WeChat, despite the fact that we were not entirely unfamiliar with one another. It has been 5 or 6 years since our last meeting, and during our days at school, we scarcely exchanged more than a few words. I did not foresee our serendipitous encounter today, which culminated in a brief, yet enchanting conversation that lasted half an hour. In this brief span, she has expressed herself more than she did throughout her entire 3 years of high school. I perceive a profound transformation within her, and I no longer appear to be the introverted, underprivileged student she once recollected. As I neared the vehicle, I stooped to deposit the bag within. Upon perceiving the words inscribed on the rear of the car, Lu Yun's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment, despite her relatively limited understanding of automobiles. The elements of these 3 illustrations. She must undoubtedly be cognizant. At this juncture, I am confident that she is completely persuaded by what I have just expressed. I have meticulously organized my possessions, turned about, and retrieved my phone. Everything is in perfect order. Permit me to add you on WeChat, she murmured gently as she began to scan your code. Once the connection was forged, the transaction was fulfilled. She abruptly observed, "Today you acquired goods totaling over 100,000. I am poised to receive a considerable commission from this. This marks the most noteworthy accomplishment since I commenced my tenure here. The greatest expenditure among the clientele. I extend my gratitude." I gesture with my hand and offer to smile. What merits gratitude? Even in your absence, there shall be others who will stand by my side. This simply signifies our destined bond. Ha ha! Her fair complexion immediately bloomed with a rosy hue upon hearing those words. She shot me a sidelong glance and, with a smile, remarked that I had indeed provided her with a substantial commission. "Might I invite you to dine with me on another occasion?" I jested. Indeed, the belle of the class is extending her gracious invitation. I possess no grounds for refusal, she stated with a hint of shyness. What a quintessential beauty. They affectionately refer to her in jest. I commented with a smile. Regardless of the years that have elapsed, it remains incontrovertible that you are the epitome of beauty in our class. Had there existed a competition for the title of school beauty in those days, perhaps you shall emerge as the belle of the school. She demurely averted her gaze. "Oh my, your words render me rather bashful." I erupted into genuine laughter. "Indeed, that is unequivocally my conviction. Very well, then. I shall not prolong your time any further. Please return promptly. I await your meal with great anticipation." Hee hee. She inclined her head softly, unveiling a delightful smile. "Quite well indeed. Then you may continue with your duties. We shall engage in conversation later." I approached the automobile and bid her farewell with a wave. Upon settling into the car, I deftly engaged the accelerator and departed with elegance. Chapter 6. The Divine Body of Gold Standing by the Roadside. Lu Yun watched the rapidly vanishing sports car, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel this discomfort upon his departure? It cannot be. It cannot be. We have only just met. How could I possibly feel this way? No, no. Lu Yun, you must not dwell on such thoughts. Return to your work at once, he murmured to himself, his cheeks flushing once more. Su Yang successfully added Lu Yun on WeChat, his spirits soaring with delight. In truth, even if Lu Yun had not sought him out for his WeChat, he would have eventually asked for it himself. He had merely wished to test whether Lu Yun would approach him, initially doubting she would, yet to his surprise, he succeeded at the last moment. Ding! Detected an increase in Lu Yun's affection for the host, now at 45, familiar. Reward: a luxurious Portuguese perpetual calendar wristwatch valued at 345,000 yuan. Additional reward: a golden divine body skill has been granted, enhancing physical attributes to 75. Ding! Host's mood significantly improved after conversing with an old classmate. Reward: cash of 48,888 yuan. As the series of notifications echoed in his mind, Su Yang's smile nearly stretched to his ears. His joy stemmed not merely from acquiring a watch worth over 30,000, but rather from the golden divine body skill, which sounded extraordinarily impressive. System, you are truly considerate. I could weep with joy. Could you elaborate on this skill for me? Golden divine body. This skill enhances the host's internal organs, including, but not limited to, improving the host's overall physical condition and cardiovascular capacity. The specific effects may be explored by the host. Is it truly that remarkable? Su Yang's lips curled into a grin. Su Yang had his share of minor ailments, which had been among his most troubling issues over the years, aside from financial constraints. During university, he had faced disdain from a girlfriend due to these ailments. Therefore, Receiving this skill filled him with immense happiness. Fortifying his internal organs essentially meant an enhancement of his bodily functions. For Su Yang, this was akin to a fish returning to water, a bird finding its nest, or a tiger gaining wings. In that moment, he felt whole for the first time. The small void of confidence within him finally mended. System, I adore you. I was planning to find time to consult a traditional Chinese physician, yet here you are, providing the remedy. The immense weight I have carried for years has finally been lifted. With a heart brimming with joy, Su Yang returned to his rented apartment. The golden divine body was, in fact, far more extraordinary than anything he had encountered in online novels. Truly a divine skill. Ha ha ha. He lay back on the sofa with a beaming smile. He pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, ready to scroll through some videos. As soon as he opened the app, he was greeted by a stunning short-haired beauty in a tight-fitting, cream-colored dress, her figure undeniably alluring as she swayed her hips during a live stream. A tissue was tucked into her décolletage. She wore thigh-high black stockings and a headband adorned with cat ears, presenting a delightful blend of sensuality and charm. After a mere 2 seconds of observation, Su Yang recognized the familiar streamer he had been following, known as Snowy White Cat. A faint smile graced his lips as he entered the live stream. At that moment, the number of viewers in the room barely exceeded 50, primarily due to the overwhelming presence of beautiful women on platforms like Douyin. Gaining traction merely through dancing proved to be a formidable challenge, as factors such as luck, appearance, and streaming style significantly influenced one's popularity. However, Su Yang remained indifferent to these considerations. For him, beauty was the only requisite. Snowy White Cat leaned closer to the screen, her right hand delicately covering her chest as she read the barrage of comments. Thank you, crying brother, for the sunglasses. Thank you, darling. Thank you, brother Lu, for the large beer. I appreciate my family. Everyone, please lend a hand and give Cat a thumbs up. As Su Yang watched the stream, he realized with surprise that his lips had curved into a smile. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting a swift inquiry within his mind. System, can you scan people from the internet? Affirmative, as long as they exist in reality, scanning is possible. Is that so? But these streamers are all made up and use beauty filters. Will the scan results be accurate? Negative, the system's scanning function derives results from various real data, and makeup or effects do not influence the outcome. Impressive, just as expected of you. Go ahead and scan this white cat. Ding, scanning target detected. Zhao Qi. Age, 19. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 69. Figure score, 78. Romantic encounters, 3. Not single. What? Only 69? She looks like a 90. Truly, the internet is unreliable. With makeup and beauty filters, anyone can appear stunning. Boring, unfollow. With that, Su Yang promptly unfollowed her and resumed scrolling through other streamers. For more than 10 minutes, he scanned over a dozen streamers, none achieving a score above 85. Just as boredom began to set in, a slightly plump girl caught his attention once more, compelling him to pause his finger. The girl on the screen had cascading, lightly curled brown hair draping over her shoulders. Sitting facing the camera, her round face, large eyes, and petite mouth were captivating. She wore a snug, short pink top that accentuated her curves, paired with tight blue jeans. Her complexion appeared fair and rosy, her skin seemingly flawless. Su Yang's eyes brightened as he clicked on her profile, discovering her name, Yizi. System scan. Linie. Age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Beauty score, 88. Figure score, 95. Romantic encounters, 0. Single. Wow, impressive. Lin E meets binding criteria. Would you like to bind? If not now, then when? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Lin E's affection for the host, 0. Stranger. As he glanced back at his phone screen, Lin E had already stood up, holding her phone as she changed the background music and began to dance enthusiastically. Su Yang gazed intently at the screen, swallowing hard. The figure before him was simply unparalleled. He expressed his gratitude to the generous little train brother for the heartfelt gift. Dear ones, please show your support. For those who cherish Yi, joining her fan club would be a delightful gesture. Su Yang glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream, noting it was similar to that of the previous broadcaster, by Mao, with only 30 or 40 attendees. He clicked onto the other party's profile and discovered that the IP address was located in High City. Without hesitation, he pressed the follow button and then took the first step by opening the gift options. Chapter 7. The magnificent Kai since Su Yang began exploring Douyin. He had never gifted anyone, regardless of his fondness for them. He staunchly adhered to the principle of enjoying without expense. Back then, it was due to financial constraints. But the circumstances had since changed. Now, in order to acquire the other party's contact information and perhaps arrange a face-to-face meeting, it was imperative to send a few gifts. Su Yang was acutely aware of this reality. Without further ado, he navigated to the recharge interface on Douyin, preparing to add 50,000 yuan to his account. After completing the transaction, his balance displayed a staggering 350,000 diamonds. Sufficient, let the gifting commence. With that thought, Su Yang opened the gift interface and promptly sent 10 Porsches. At that moment, the screen erupted with a flurry of Porsche effects, which instantly thrilled Lin Yi. She abandoned her dance, her expression morphing into one of astonishment as she approached the phone to express her gratitude. Wow. Thank you, the brother who buys groceries. For the 10 Porsches. I truly appreciate it. Goodness. A big brother has arrived. How impressive. Look at this name, buying groceries in a sports car. How can that not be impressive? Is that really impressive? Just 10 Porsches? Then why don't you use your keyboard to send 10 as well? Su Yang chuckled lightly at the barrage of comments, pulling out a cigarette to light it. Brother who buys groceries, love you. Everyone, please support Yi with likes. Host. What gift can one send to receive food? Lin Yi, blushing slightly, read aloud the comments from viewers. What food? Don't play coy, host. What gift can one send to add me on WeChat? Brother, the host doesn't add WeChat. If you like Yi, just give her some likes and follows. TSK. Not adding WeChat is rather dull. What a pity for my premium Huazi. It seems we are not fated. Stop rambling. If you have the guts, send something. A Huazi will surely do the trick. Indeed, if you wish to add WeChat, start by sending something. Not to mention Huazi, let us see a big rocket. The comments began to flood in once more. Su Yang, observing the viewer's remarks with a faint smile, held his cigarette, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for the second round of gifting. He swiftly selected the Douyin #1 gift from the options and without hesitation sent out another 10. Immediately, the screen was adorned with spectacular rocket effects. Lin Yi, witnessing the cascade of rockets, felt momentarily dazed. As a novice streamer with only about a month's experience, receiving 10 Douyin #1 gifts at once was entirely beyond her expectations. While she had received Porsches several times during her streams, she had never encountered Douyin #1 gifts before. The sudden influx of 10 left her utterly astonished. Thank you, brother who buys groceries, for the 10 Douyin #1 gifts. You are truly amazing. Love you. My goodness. 10 Douyin #1 gifts. How impressive, big brother. I thought 10 Porsches was substantial, but here come another 10 rockets. This brother is something else. Could anyone be a big brother without substance? Instantly, he has become the top donor. Thank you once more to the brother who buys groceries for the gifts. I will follow you. Just a follow for 10 Douyin #1 gifts? The streamer mused. No wonder you haven't risen to fame. Indeed, while other streamers had numerous viewers, even a single person had taken the initiative to add the big brother on WeChat. As Su Yang observed the barrage of comments from the viewers, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Well done, my loyal fans. The more you speak, the better. Your support is simply divine. I haven't even uttered a word yet, and the results are already remarkable. Let us keep it going. Lin Yi was also watching the comments, and upon seeing the viewers suggesting adding WeChat, she felt her resolve begin to waver. However, she knew that 10 popular accounts on Douyin were not sufficient to prompt her to add him. She understood the wisdom of patience in fishing for bigger catches. Moreover, 10 popular accounts in the streaming world were hardly noteworthy. Though she was merely a novice streamer, she was aware of her striking appearance, and maintaining a modicum of reserve would better captivate these affluent patrons. Su Yang, unfazed, glanced at his balance, which stood at 237,990 diamonds. He intended to make a bold move this time. However, each required 30,000 diamonds. And to send 10 at once would necessitate more than he had. He was short by several tens of thousands. He swiftly navigated to the recharge interface and topped up with 100,000 yuan. This brought his total to over 930,000 diamonds, sufficient for his plans. He opened the gifts interface and selected, opting to send 10 once again. Just as the viewers were engaged in their playful banter, the screen erupted with gift effects, this time showcasing the most extravagant and dazzling carnival effect. Whoa, here it comes again, 10. Incredible, Chef Kai. My goodness, this is undoubtedly a true big brother. It appears Chef Kai has taken a liking to this streamer. As Su Yang sent the 10, the comment section surged with excitement. Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated such generosity from a newcomer to her stream. 10, after all, amounted to a staggering 30,000 yuan in real money. Who casually spends tens of thousands without a second thought? Moreover, she had no recollection of Su Yang's username, indicating that he was a first-time visitor who had made such a grand gesture after merely glancing at her stream. In addition to the previous gifts of 10 Porsches and 10 popular accounts, she had already earned over 20,000 yuan in this short span. As Lin Yi beheld the carnival effects, her heart raced with exhilaration. She leaned closer to the screen, fervently expressing her gratitude, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. She felt her words fell short, so she stepped back and bowed in appreciation again. Dear streamer, such a rare opportunity. If you don't add him, I certainly will. Who are you? Do you think he cares? Regardless, I admire a low-key yet powerful big brother like him. To send 10 without a sound, being a streamer truly pays off. Not to mention, it requires good looks to catch the eye of such a big brother. Su Yang watched the comments flood in, his face lighting up with joy. The thrill of indulgent spending was exhilarating. Ding. Host's mood greatly improves post-consumption. Reward. 228, 888 yuan. Wow. 228,000. I spent 150,000, and not only did I break even, but I also profited 78,000. Ah, the celestial system, its abundance is truly inexhaustible. With a hearty laugh, Su Yang resumed his gaze upon his phone. As he observed the incessantly scrolling, provocative comments on the screen, Lin Yi felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. She was acutely aware that the multitude of gifts bestowed upon her by this individual undoubtedly indicated a certain interest. Yet, as articulated by these online viewers, if Su Yang were to become a steadfast patron of her livestream, her financial endeavors would become significantly easier. Furthermore, should he be a youthful and handsome gentleman, the prospect of meeting for a meal in person to become acquainted was certainly appealing. Although she had previously asserted that gifting would not enhance her WeChat connections, such declarations were merely lip service. She would certainly not add ordinary gifts, but for extravagant ones like his. She feared that neglecting to acknowledge him might deter this benefactor from returning. After all, as long as the funds flowed adequately, the rules could be altered accordingly. Thus, she resolved to add him on WeChat and observe the situation further. Due to Su Yang's continuous gifting, the number of viewers in the live stream surged from a mere handful to several hundred. The platform, noticing this influx, would undoubtedly amplify the exposure. Thank you, brother vegetable seller, for the gifts. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll message you after I conclude the stream, Lin Yi exclaimed. This was precisely the invitation Su Yang awaited. He promptly responded in the comments, okay. Without further ado, he continued to lavish 10 additional extravagant gifts upon her. Having completed this act, he swiftly exited, leaving Lin Yi in a state of astonishment, along with a crowd of onlookers. Su Yang executed his strategy with alacrity, turning his attention to other potential targets. Had not the ancestral master proclaimed the wisdom of casting a wide net, first resolving the issue of quantity before addressing quality? In Su Yang's case, quality was never a concern, for those he could bind to himself were of the utmost caliber. He merely relished the process, contemplating specifics for the future at a later time. For now, his own enjoyment was paramount. Moreover, Su Yang did not perceive his actions as embodying the traits of a scoundrel. Without indulging, one could hardly be labeled as such. Even after indulging, he found no fault in it. He possessed a system now, so what harm was there in a touch of recklessness? Thus, he approached the matter with a relaxed demeanor, unburdened by any psychological weight, opting instead for a philosophy of spontaneity. However, after departing from Lin Yi's livestream, he proceeded to explore 7 or 8 other promising streamers. Yet none surpassed a score of 85. The search persisted until 9 o'clock in the evening, at which point Su Yang found himself besieged by drowsiness. And with a simple closing of his eyes, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 8. House viewing as the morning light cascaded into the room. Su Yang awoke to find it was already the following day. With a groggy turn, he sat up and fumbled for his phone on the sofa, glancing at the screen in disbelief. Goodness, how long have I been asleep? It's 9:30, he exclaimed, raising his gaze to the window, where the hopeful rays of dawn illuminated the interior. Wow, I'm so hungry. Su Yang's stomach grumbled unexpectedly. After having a bowl of noodles the previous afternoon, he had not eaten anything since. He made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, then donned the new clothes he had purchased the day before. From the system shelf, he retrieved the exquisite international watch valued at 345,000 yuan and adorned his wrist. Standing before the mirror, he noticed an instant transformation in his demeanor. This is all about money. No wonder the wealthy exude such confidence. With this much value on my person, who wouldn't he feel self-assured? He mused, puffing out his chest and raising his chin, filled with newfound confidence as he stepped out the door. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was taken aback to see a group of young men and women gathered around his car, snapping photographs. What is going on? He pondered, somewhat bewildered by their fascination. That car is stunning. One exclaimed. I can't believe such a vehicle is parked in this decrepit neighborhood. I wonder whose it is. Right? I wonder if it's driven by a handsome guy. If so, I must add him on WeChat. Another chimed in. Please, do you think someone like him would be interested in you? Another scoffed. Who knows? He might have a taste for someone like me. And if he is an old man? An old man would be ideal. The older, the better, especially if he is single. Listening to the chatter of the 4 or 5 young individuals, Su Yang rolled his neck and strode forward. All right, disperse. There is nothing to see here. Who are you? One of them replied, eyes wide with surprise. Wow, he is so handsome. Casting a glance at the group, Su Yang noted they appeared to be students around 18 or 19 years old, with 2 boys sporting outrageous hairstyles that were quite out of date. What era are we in, still dressing like that? He thought, bemused. Do they even know what car this is? It's just a Porsche 718. With a look of exasperation, he decided against offering any explanation. He approached the car, swung open the door, and settled into the driver's seat. Wait, this car is his? 2 of the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed to the window, calling out, Handsome guy, where are you headed? Can we get a ride? Su Yang lowered the window slightly, observing the 2 girls who were rather unremarkable in appearance, one of whom sported a lip piercing. They seemed to embody the look of rebellious young women. Listen, young ladies, you should focus on your studies instead of seeking shortcuts. If you need to go somewhere, take a taxi. This isn't a ride-hailing service. Goodbye, he replied, flashing them a charming smile before pressing the accelerator and departing with a flourish. Seriously, what is with the attitude? What is so impressive about driving a mediocre 718? One of them scoffed. Exactly, it's not even a luxury car. It's just showing off, another echoed. Su Yang drove to a noodle shop a few kilometers away, a place he had frequented on numerous occasions. As it suited his palate, he parked his car by the roadside and quickly devoured a generous bowl of spicy chicken noodles. After satisfying his hunger, he sought out a well-reviewed hair salon on Anchuan, where he received a stylish and sharp haircut. By the time he completed his errands, it was nearly noon. Returning to his car, Su Yang took out his phone and dialed Zhao Mengru's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Came Zhao Mengru's gentle voice from the other end. It's me, Su Yang. Oh, Su Yang. Right? I was supposed to take you to see some properties today. I almost forgot since you didn't call. Su Yang smiled and replied, No worries. Where are you now? I'm at home, in Shanghai Garden. I'll come pick you up directly. Hurry and get ready. I'll be there shortly. Zhao Mengru hesitated. You're coming to get me? I was going to drive to pick you up. I'm already on my way. Just wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. All right then. I'll change my clothes. Okay. After their conversation, Su Yang activated the navigation and headed towards Shanghai Garden. Soon, he called Zhao Mengru again. I'm almost there. Please wait for me by the entrance. Sure. 5 minutes later, Su Yang spotted Zhao Mengru standing by the roadside. He honked his horn as he approached. Zhao Mengru was dressed in a black lace-trimmed top, holding a small white Chanel handbag, paired with tight jeans and black Martin boots. Su Yang lowered the passenger window and called out, Zhao Jia, get in. Oh, all right. Surprised by the sight of the sports car, she opened the door and took a seat. Is this your newly purchased Porsche? Indeed, isn't it handsome? If I'm not mistaken, this is a 911, right? You're not mistaken. It's a 911 Turbo. How about that? Coming to pick you up in this car certainly makes a statement, Su Yang joked. Absolutely. The experience is off the charts. No wonder you're interested in Sunhai Manor. This car certainly matches that lifestyle. Zhao Mengru glanced around curiously, but the interior isn't that impressive. Sports cars typically have rather ordinary interiors. This one is already among the better options. All right, by the way, what did you just call me? Zhao Mengru inquired, scrutinizing Su Yang's profile. What do you mean? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. You call me Zhao Jia? Oh, you mean that? I'll change it. I'm still getting used to it. You'll get accustomed to it if you keep saying it. All my friends call me that, and you're the only one who keeps saying Zhao Jia. Su Yang chuckled. All right, Mingru, but since I'm younger than you, how about I call you Mingru Jia? That works too. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the sales office of Sunhai Manor. As the security guard at the entrance greeted Su Yang and directed him to park, a young woman clad in professional attire emerged. Xiaomei, over here. Zhao Mingru called out to the newcomer. The girl, referred to as Xiaomei, approached with a graceful sway. She appeared exceptionally radiant, her fair skin flawless and delicate, her features exquisitely defined, and her lips alluringly red. She wore a white blouse, accentuating her ample bosom, paired with a form-fitting black skirt and sheer black stockings. Her legs were elegantly proportioned, neither too plump nor too slender, and her hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail. Upon closing the car door, Su Yang raised his gaze and was taken aback upon seeing her. Wow, quite impressive. System information, Gu Xiaomei. Age, 27. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 88. Figure, 90. Number of relationships, 3. Currently single. No questions, just bind. Binding successful. Affection level, 0. You all have arrived. Gu Xiaomei said sweetly, walking up to them with a smile. Yes, Xiaomei, this is my friend Su Yang, whom I mentioned yesterday. He wishes to view the properties at Sunhai Manor. Certainly, Gu Xiaomei responded, extending her soft hand towards Su Yang. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Xiaomei, the sales manager at Sunhai Manor, and I will be guiding you through the tour. Su Yang offered a polite smile, shook her hand, and then released it. Hello. No need for such formality. I am also friends with Mingru. Very well. Gu Xiaomei replied, her demeanor relaxed and amiable. Let us proceed inside, Zhao Mingru suggested. The trio made their way to the sales office, which was impressively opulent. Predominantly adorned in a black and gold color scheme, reminiscent of the luxurious decor found in a Bulgari hotel. At the entrance, the ceiling featured an extravagant starry sky design akin to that of a Rolls-Royce, though it was less conspicuous in the daylight. A large wool carpet, emblazoned with the Sunheim Manor logo, covered the entrance, flanked by symmetrical water curtain walls. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a soaring ceiling adorned with a colossal crystal chandelier, and the floors were elegantly laid with marble. Su Yang marveled at the lavishness of the sales office, thinking to himself, this is quite extravagant. I, Su Yang, can finally afford a property here. Mr. Su, Mingru, please have a seat over here. Gu Xiaomei gestured toward the lounge area. Just as they settled in, a young woman in a black skirted uniform approached them. Hello. May I offer you two something to drink? Su Yang glanced up and thought, this place is quite impressive. Even the staff are delightful. I would like an iced Americano. If you have it. We do. Zhao Mingru chimed in. I would like the same. Very well. Please hold on a moment. After the attendant departed, Gu Xiaomei began to share some fundamental information about Sunhai Manor, discussing its geographical location, surrounding amenities, and community features. Once she concluded her presentation, Su Yang inquired, are there any available properties at present? Yes, Mr. Su. Would you prefer to view high-rise units or spacious flats? Spacious flats, Su Yang replied without hesitation. Certainly. Please allow me a moment to review the currently available floor plans, she remarked as she picked up the nearby tablet to look it up. After a minute, she smiled and said, there are still quite a few units available for sale. What sizes are they? Currently, the entire first building consists of 220 square meters. The second building has sold out, while the third building offers options of 300 and 355 square meters. These three buildings are the only ones with large flat units available. The rest are high-rise apartments. Have all the larger units been sold? Indeed. The ones above 400 and 500 square meters in the second building have all been purchased. Wow, are there really that many wealthy individuals in Haicheng? Su Yang joked with a chuckle. Gu Xiaoman joined in the laughter and added, in fact, the 300 and 355 square meter units are quite impressive as well. All the large flat units in our project are exquisitely finished, ready for immediate occupancy. Oh, are you saying that the interior of the house comes fully furnished? Yes. We truly offer high-end finishes, not just the hard furnishings, but all the soft furnishings are included as well, eliminating the need for customers to purchase furniture. Moreover, the furniture we provide consists of top-tier luxury brands readily available in the market. Listening to her words, Su Yang nodded in agreement. Then, I shall take a look at the two units in the third building. Chapter 9. Do you not wish to become the lady of the house? Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Xiaoman's face lit up with delight. How about I take Mr. Su to view the model unit first? Su Yang nodded, a smile gracing his lips. That sounds good. But please refrain from calling me Mr. Su. It feels rather formal. Just call me Su Yang or Little Su. Zhao Mingru, sipping the coffee brought by the attendant, teased. Why can't I call you Little Su? You may do so, or simply call me Yang Yang. If you prefer, he chuckled. How cheesy, Gu Xiaoman remarked, her lips curling into a smile as she observed the two. Mingru, why have I never heard you mention Su Yang before? Oh, our encounters have been rather few. I am his landlord. Really? He rents from you? Indeed, but this fellow is a concealed rich second generation, out here to experience life. Now that he wishes to drop the fade, he inquired if I had any friends selling properties. Cough cough. All right then, Gu Xiaoman chuckled behind her hand. Shall we go check out the model unit now? Sure, but is there a difference between the model unit and the actual property? Gu Xiaoman shook her head. They are identical. Everything you see in the model unit is precisely what you will find in the actual property. What you see is what you get. Very well. By the way, what are the unit prices for the two types in Building 3? The 300 square meter unit is priced at 21,999 per square meter, while the 355 square meter unit is at 24,200. Currently, both types have some discounts, and if you decide to purchase, I can apply an additional discount on top of the existing offers. Gu Xiaoman glanced at Zhao Mingru, adding, after all, since you are Mingru's friend, you are also mine. As the sales manager, I can certainly request a discount. Su Yang, casting a glance at the triumphant Zhao Mingru, turned to Gu Xiaoman with a smile. Then I thank you in advance, and Mingru, I suppose I am indeed benefiting from your connections. Hee, indeed, Zhao Mingru replied with a gleeful expression. Oh, and there is another incentive. A parking space will be gifted to the owner upon purchase. That sounds appealing, Su Yang nodded with a smile. After all, for properties worth hundreds of thousands to millions, offering a parking space is quite reasonable. All right then, let us proceed to take a look, Gu Xiaoman said enthusiastically. The three of them followed her towards the model unit. Exiting through the back door of the sales office, they were greeted by a stunning landscaped garden. After traversing the garden and ascending a few steps, they beheld Building 3 of Shanghai Manor. Gu Xiaoman led them into the grand entrance hall, explaining. Building 3 features 2 elevators serving 2 units, one at 300 square meters and the other at 355 square meters. We have a physical model unit located on the 2nd floor. Su Yang and Zhao Mingru nodded in agreement, following Gu Xiaoman. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by an expansive marble screen, the entire space harmonizing in tone with the sales office, exuding a sense of quality. After circling the screen, the trio entered the elevator to ascend to the 2nd floor. Gu Xiaoman first guided them to the 300 square meter unit. As they approached the entrance, a striking dark brown door came into view, emanating an air of stability and grandeur. Gu Xiaoman stepped forward to press her fingerprint, and the main door swung open. She turned to the two companions and suggested that they might need to wear shoe covers. After donning the shoe covers, the trio entered the model room. A sweeping glance revealed that the overall color scheme within was predominantly deep brown, black, and shades of gray. Upon entering, they found a lengthy foyer flanked by 2 transparent glass shoe cabinets. At the far end stood a wall adorned with a striking black and white arrangement, featuring a sculpture of significant artistic merit. Beyond the foyer lay the dining and living areas, which appeared remarkably spacious. To the right of the dining area was an expansive open kitchen, comprising both Chinese and Western cooking spaces. Adjacent to the kitchen, directly behind the foyer, was a full-glass wine cabinet accompanied by a multifunctional bar. On the other side of the kitchen, near the balcony, there existed an open multifunctional room, suitable for use as a tea room or study. Connecting the living and dining areas was an enormous L-shaped floor-to-ceiling window, offering 270 degrees of natural light that illuminated the interior. Outside the window sprawled a large L-shaped balcony, perfect for hosting BBQs during leisure time. As Gu Xiaoman provided her tour, she guided the two individuals through the space, noting that this area encapsulated the essence of the property, complete with all necessary furnishings. Su Yang examined the surroundings, sporting a smile, and remarked that he quite liked the layout. He approached the balcony and gazed down, admiring the picturesque environment below, which featured gardens, water features, and pavilions, with the scenic view of the Tianqing River not far off. From the 2nd floor, the view was somewhat limited. He mused that a higher floor would offer an unobstructed panorama of the river. Is everything here identical to the actual property? He inquired. Indeed. This is a physical model unit. All facilities are the same, Gu Xiaoman confirmed. All right, Zhao Jia. Oh, I mean Mingru Jia, what do you think? Zhao Mingru's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, It's absolutely lovely. I adore it. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. Su Yang chuckled and replied, We are friends. If I purchase it, you are always welcome to visit. He then turned to Gu Xiaoman, saying, Let us go check out the bedrooms. Certainly. This way, Gu Xiaoman gestured, leading them to the bedroom area. The bedrooms were located at the rear of the living room, and after traversing a wide corridor, they arrived at a standard secondary bedroom. However, even this secondary room was larger than many ordinary master bedrooms. On the opposite side of this room was another secondary bedroom, completing a layout of 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms, besides the multifunctional room and master bedroom in the living and dining areas. Su Yang considered the remaining bedrooms to be secondary, merely renamed as elder rooms or studies. After touring the secondary bedroom, they finally entered the main bedroom at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, to the right lay the sleeping area, which was impressively spacious, featuring a transparent glass wardrobe on the left side, a sofa on the opposite side, and a grand floor-to-ceiling window that flooded the room with light. Further inside lies a spacious en-suite bathroom, complete with dual sinks, an automated toilet, and a delightful separation of wet and dry areas, culminating in an impressively large bathtub. As Su Yang gazed at the tub, his imagination began to wander. He mused aloud. This bathtub is splendid, very businesslike, and the toilet is quite nice too. Why is your face so flush? Zhao Mingru inquired, observing Su Yang. Oh, really? I suppose it's just a bit warm, he replied, perplexed. How odd, Zhao Mingru murmured under her breath. Gu Xiaoman led the two out of the master bathroom, navigating around the sleeping area to the lady's walk-in closet. This closet was equally magnificent, featuring wraparound wardrobes and a slender sofa positioned in the center. What do you think of this walk-in closet? Gu Xiaoman asked with a smile, directing her gaze towards Zhao Mingru. I certainly adore it. Alas, I cannot afford such luxury. Sigh, it seems I can only dream of it in this lifetime, Zhao Mingru replied wistfully. Hee, Mingru, don't you wish to be the mistress of this bedroom? Gu Xiaoman whispered conspiratorially into Zhao Mingru's ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingru's face flushed deeply, extending to her neck. Oh dear, what nonsense are you speaking? Su Yang and I are merely friends, and I am several years his senior. It's simply impossible. She responded softly, while Su Yang remained oblivious to their exchange. Turning around, he noticed that Zhao Mingru's cheeks had indeed reddened. Sister Mingru, why is your face also so flushed? Chapter 10. What is a down payment? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingru adjusted her bangs and replied, It's nothing, just a bit warm. Indeed, I feel the same, Gu Xiaoman smiled, glancing at the two of them. We've seen all the areas of this layout. Let us head outside. All right. The trio made their way to the living room, where Gu Xiaoman inquired. So, Su Yang, are you satisfied? Yes, quite pleased for now. Let us take a look at the 355 square meter unit. Sure, let us go. After spending another 10 minutes, they exited the 355 square meter apartment. Su Yang found it less appealing, although it was considerably larger than the 300 square meter one. He felt the layout was somewhat scattered. It lacked a sense of intimacy and warmth. Having viewed both layouts, Zhao Mingru asked, Which one do you prefer? I lean towards the 300 square meter unit. Its size is just right, and the layout is quite good. What about you? Me? Zhao Mingru pointed to herself. I also prefer the 300 square meter one, but it's not my purchase, so my opinion doesn't matter. Su Yang chuckled and turned to Gu Xiaoman. Which floors still have available units? Let us return to the sales office. I'll check. Soon, the three returned to the sales office. After a brief search on her tablet, Gu Xiaoman said, Currently, there are units available on the 3rd, 4th, 7th, 8th, 15th, and 18th floors. Great. I'll take the 300 square meter unit on the 8th floor. Really? You've made up your mind already? Both Gu Xiaoman and Zhao Mingru were taken aback, having not expected Su Yang to decide so swiftly. Are you sure you want to buy it? Why not? If it looks good and feels right, I'll purchase it. Su Yang replied with a calm smile. All right, let me check the current discounts for you. Gu Xiaoman's demeanor became noticeably warmer upon hearing Su Yang's confirmation. After all, a property like this would cost several million, and selling one would earn her a substantial commission, making anyone amiable. 2 minutes later, Gu Xiaoman turned to Su Yang and said, The price for the 300 square meter unit is set at 22,500 per square meter. The current promotional price is 21. $9.99, and I can negotiate it down to $21,000 for you. How does that sound? That sounds fantastic. I'll definitely consider you a friend. Su-young expressed his gratitude, shaking her hand. In truth, the discount was of little concern to him. It merely meant spending slightly less. Such amounts were easily attainable for him, but he felt it appropriate to respond to the offer, especially since she was a friend of Zhao Mingru. Moreover, he wished to cultivate Gu Xiaoman as his own friend. You two are truly wonderful. I must treat you to a meal. No, to show my sincerity. Once I move into my new home, I'll personally cook for both of you, Su-young said earnestly. Are you serious? Zhao Mingru asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Of course. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Sister Xiaoman. And without her, I wouldn't have received such generous discounts. Su-young spoke with fervor. Thus I must invite you, and it is imperative that I personally procure the ingredients and prepare the meal to convey my sincerity. Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Su-yang's impassioned rhetoric. Very well, we shall certainly come once you move in. Zhao Mingru replied with a smile. Excellent. Let's hasten to settle the payment. I can hardly contain my excitement. Su-young exclaimed, rising from his seat with enthusiasm. Why this sudden surge of excitement? Gu Xiaoman inquired. How could I not be excited? This is my first home in Haiqing, my new abode, a haven of happiness. How could I not be thrilled? Su-young responded. Shall we proceed with the purchasing formalities now? Gu Xiaoman suggested, looking up at Su-young. Indeed, let us do so, he affirmed. All right, please calm down for a moment. Let me calculate, Gu Xiaoman said as she picked up the calculator from the table. After glancing at Su-young, she continued, for our 300 square meter unit, the price per square meter is 21,000, making the total 3 million, based on a 30 down payment. You would need to pay 1,890,000. This amount might be a bit significant. Would you prefer to pay in full or opt for a mortgage? As she spoke, she swiftly worked the calculator. Su-young grinned widely as he heard her calculations. What is this down payment you speak of? You don't know what a down payment is? Gu Xiaoman asked, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Mingru, equally astonished, looked at Su-young and asked, You don't know about down payments, and you're here to buy a house? Su-young, observing their reactions, chuckled with a hint of arrogance. What are you two rushing for? I haven't finished my thought. What I meant was, do I need a down payment? I'll pay in full. The two were momentarily stunned, mouths agape. However, Gu Xiaoman quickly regained her composure, having worked as a sales manager. She had encountered many affluent individuals. It was not uncommon to meet those who could pay in full, even for amounts exceeding 6 million. Yet, most of those individuals were typically in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s, quite accomplished. Hearing Su-yang's declaration, she was taken aback by the fact that someone so young could produce nearly 6 million in cash. You intend to pay in full? 630,000 in full. Are you certain? Zhao Mingru asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Absolutely. I detest the feeling of being in debt. If I'm to buy, it must be in full. I can't shake the feeling that your words carry a hint of pretentiousness, she remarked. I speak the truth. I am indeed that type of person. One must act in accordance with their capabilities. I still possess several million in cash. While I may not compare to the ultra-wealthy, I am comfortably situated, he replied. Your words make me want to punch you, Zhao Mingru retorted, glaring at Su-young through gritted teeth. Su-young chuckled and raised an eyebrow at her. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman interjected with a smile. I will now fetch the purchasing contract. Do please wait a moment. Very well. If I pay today, when can I move in? Su-young inquired. Gu Xiaoman stood up, contemplating that the earliest she could move in would be the day after tomorrow, once she completed the necessary arrangements. Our staff would conduct a thorough inspection of the house, followed by an extensive cleaning. Thus, the earliest would indeed be the day after tomorrow. Understood. She nodded and turned to retrieve the purchase contract. At that moment, Zhao Mingru sat beside Su-young, still somewhat uncertain, and asked, Are you truly paying in full? Certainly. He replied, Do you doubt my financial capacity? Zhao Mingru scrutinized Su-young from head to toe, furrowing her brow as she remarked, It's just that you are only 24. I find it hard to believe you possess such wealth. Su-young raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. In truth, I am a second-generation rich kid. I have earned some money myself, but half of it comes from my family. No wonder, she replied. I had suspected you were affluent, yet you were in denial. Did you rent from me previously because your family had some enemies, and now that the issue is resolved, you can reclaim your status? Not at all, he chuckled. Your imagination is rather vivid. There are no enemies. This isn't a television drama. Then I fail to comprehend why someone as wealthy as you would reside in a modest one-bedroom apartment for over a year. Consider it an experience of life, he said. Very well, Zhao Mingru conceded, deciding not to press further. However, her perception of Su Yang had shifted subtly. She was acutely aware of this sensation. After all, she was no longer a naive girl in her youth. She fully understood her own emotions. Although she and Su Yang had not met frequently since yesterday, she inexplicably felt a flicker of romantic interest towards him. Yet, acknowledging that he was 4 years her junior, handsome, and affluent, she recognized her place. Someone like Su Yang was undoubtedly not destined to be her true love. Chapter 11. Acquiring additional parking spaces after engaging in light conversation for over 10 minutes. Gu Xiaoman returned with a stack of white contracts in her arms. Observing the multitude of documents, Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "So many?" Indeed. Purchasing a home is one of life's significant milestones, and the contracts must be meticulously detailed. Gu Xiaoman placed the contracts on the table and began to guide Su Yang through the signing process. 20 minutes later, Su Yang had finally completed the daunting task of signing numerous contract clauses, requiring his signature and fingerprint in various places. His hand ached from the effort. Shaking it off, he picked up a cup of coffee from the table and took a sip. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Gu Xiaoman, who was engrossed in organizing the contracts. "By the way, Sister Xiaoman, you mentioned that a parking space would be included with the purchase of the house, correct?" "Yes, indeed." "Why do you ask?" "In addition to that parking space, I would like to acquire a few more." "What is the parking space allocation here?" "You wish to buy more?" Gu Xiaoman repeated, quickly realizing that someone of Su Yang's wealth would likely own more than one vehicle, making the purchase of multiple parking spaces quite reasonable. She smiled and explained, "Our project's parking space ratio is 1:3, with each space priced at 200,000. The ownership period aligns with that of the property, lasting 70 years. Besides the complimentary parking space included with the house, you may purchase an additional 3 spaces. That sounds fair. I was actually considering 4. Wow, do you have that many cars?" Zhao Mingru interjected, unable to contain her surprise. "Not at the moment, just the one. However, one can never be too certain about future acquisitions, and more parking spaces are always advantageous." "Ah, how extraordinary. The lifestyle of the affluent is truly beyond our comprehension," Zhao Mingru remarked with a playful tone. Gu Xiaoman chuckled as she observed their light-hearted banter. "It's really not a big deal. If you find yourself with an excess of vehicles, you can always rent out the extra spaces. That would work. Let us proceed with 3 for now." By 4 in the afternoon, Su Yang had finally completed all the necessary procedures. He reclined on the sofa, exhaling a long sigh of relief. It's finally done. This was far more exhausting than grocery shopping. Zhao Mingru shot him a disapproving glance. "Please, spare me the dramatics. I genuinely am tired. This is my first home purchase, and I knew nothing about the process. Who would have guessed it would take such a lengthy time?" "Well, at least it's over now," he said, glancing at Zhao Mingru with a smile. "Sister, do you have any plans for the evening?" "What do you have in mind?" Zhao Mingru responded, feigning caution as she shifted slightly away. "What do you mean?" "I'd like to treat you to dinner and perhaps share a drink. It wouldn't be right not to celebrate such a joyous occasion. You are one of my few friends in Haicheng, and the first person I thought of to invite for this celebration." Zhao Mingru returned to sit beside Su Yang with a smile. "All right, since you've put it that way, I'll accompany you." "How exaggerated. Am I really that daunting?" "You'd better not be," she teased, playfully waving her fist in front of him. "Should we invite Xiaoman as well?" "That's fine, but I feel we're not yet very familiar with each other." "I'm not sure if she would be interested." Zhao Mingru chuckled softly, clearly delighted. Do not be deceived by her serious demeanor at work, for she is quite the opposite in private. Her greatest pleasures are indulging in fine dining, singing, and enjoying a drink. Su Yang mused to himself, a delightful contrast. "Indeed, I am quite fond of it. Shall we extend an invitation?" "Certainly. Otherwise, it would appear as though we are clandestinely meeting." Zhao Mingru teased with a smile. "Once she arrives, I shall converse with her." Ding! It has been detected that Zhao Mingru's affection for the host has risen to 60. Trust. The host is now awarded a fragment of the McLaren Senna. Upon collecting 5, the host may redeem a limited edition McLaren Senna valued at 23 million. Wow! A McLaren Senna? Su Yang shuddered with excitement, his heart racing. A supercar worth over 20 million would surely outshine a 911 Turbo. Yet, a thought struck him. Wait, what is this about collecting fragments? Am I playing a game? However, gathering 5 should not take too long, so it is manageable. Due to Zhao Mengru's significant increase in affection for the host, an additional reward of 500,000 yuan has been granted. The funds have been transferred to the host's bank account. Ding! It has been detected that the host's mood has greatly improved after purchasing his first home, leading to a reward of 3 million yuan. The funds have been transferred to the host's account. Goodness, 3 million. Su Yang was completely taken aback by the substantial cash reward following his home purchase, akin to the system gifting him a half-price voucher for real estate. He closed his eyes, feigning rest, while in reality, he was calming his exhilarated spirit. 2 minutes later, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to sign in today and promptly called out in his mind, "System, please register my attendance." Ding! Today a sign-in was successful. 50,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's account. Excellent. Let me check my current attributes. Host, Su Yang, age, 24 years, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 73 kilograms, appearance, 88, constitution, 75, physique, 90, charisma, 90, skills, master of body management, professional racing driver skills, golden physique, binding objects, Zhao Mengru, affection, 60, Lu Yun, affection, 45, Lin Yi, affection, 0, Gu Xiaoman, affection, 15. Balance, 653 yuan. Gu Xiaoman's affection has also risen. It has swiftly reached 15. If we go out for a meal and drinks today, it is quite possible to surpass 20, even hitting 30 or 40. What are you smiling about? Zhao Mengru inquired, her eyes narrowing with amusement as she glanced at Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head and replied, "Nothing. I am simply fatigued from handling these mundane matters and need a moment to rest. Xiaoman is coming. You may discuss it with her." "All right." Gu Xiaoman approached with several folders, smiling at the pair. "All done. Here are your purchase contract, property ownership certificate, house inspection report, full payment invoice, and 2 keys." Su Yang took a pile of documents and inquired, "All right, when can I expect the property certificate?" "The processing time for the property certificate is within 90 working days from the date of contract signing. You need not worry. I shall inform you when the time comes." "Very well, then there seems to be nothing else." "Indeed, that's all." With a slight smile, Su Yang nodded. "By the way, Sister Xiaoman, what time do you finish work?" "Me?" Gu Xiaoman lifted her right hand to glance at her watch and replied, "Soon. I finish at 5:30. Why do you ask?" "I intend to treat both of you lovely ladies to dinner and drinks as a token of my gratitude." Raising an eyebrow, Gu Xiaoman chuckled. "Did you not say you would cook for us after moving in?" "Indeed, that is for after I settle in. Today marks the first time I have purchased a property, so I wish to celebrate. What do you think? Are you free later?" Glancing at Zhao Mengru beside her, they exchanged smiles. "All right, once I clock out, I'll be like an orphan. Why not indulge in a complimentary meal?" "Excellent. Then it is settled. The end of the workday is approaching, so we shall wait for you here." "All right, you two sit and relax. I will just return to my office briefly." "Sure." Before long, over an hour passed, and at 5:30, Gu Xiaoman appeared punctually. She had changed from her work attire into casual wear, adorned in a black off-shoulder fitted long dress. With a slender platinum necklace accentuating her fair neck, she carried a small black Chanel handbag and wore a pair of black high heels. Her hair, previously tied back, cascaded in large waves down her back, and her lips were painted a vibrant shade of red, exuding an air of sensuality. She approached the two seated in the lounge area. "We can leave now." "Wow, Sister Xiaoman, your outfit radiates elegance. You look absolutely divine," Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes shining as he stood to give her a thumbs up. Feigning shyness, Gu Xiaoman smiled modestly. "Really? I never know what to wear each day. With your figure and looks, anything you wear looks splendid. You could wear anything and pull it off effortlessly." Zhao Mengru, overhearing this, rolled her eyes. "When did your words become so smooth? I speak only the truth. My compliments are sincere, not flattery. I am quite honest." All right. With a look of playful disdain, Zhao Mengru moved to Gu Xiaoman's side, linking arms with her as they led the way out. "Wait for me," Su Yang called, hastily grabbing the pile of documents from the table to catch up. Chapter 12. The Power of a Boyfriend. Upon exiting the sales office, the trio made their way to the parking lot. Gu Xiaoman, having previously picked up the two, had already laid eyes on Su Yang's Porsche. She turned, smiling, and inquired, "I didn't drive today. How many passengers can your car accommodate?" "4," he replied, "though the rear seats are a bit cramped, so you might have to bear with it." Glancing at the vehicle, Gu Xiaoman chuckled. It's fine. We're not going on a long trip. Let us go. Possessing a Mercedes-Benz GLC 300 herself, Gu Xiaoman had surpassed most of her peers by acquiring a car worth around 400,000 at her age. Thus, she was more attuned to automotive matters than Zhao Mingru, who also had a fondness for the 911 turbos. However, at a price point of 3 million. Acquiring such a vehicle was still a challenge for her at present. Nonetheless, she would gladly endure the tight space just to ride in it. With a smile, Su Yang proceeded to the car, opening the door. Once they were settled, Zhao Mingru asked, "What shall we eat? Do you have any recommendations?" As a man, I rarely dine out, so I'm not sure what is good. Let me check, Zhao Mingru replied, pulling out her phone. How about that Japanese barbecue place on Donghe Road? What do you think? She turned to Gu Xiaoman in the back seat for her opinion. Given that she was a girl, Gu Xiaoman found the rear seat of the 911 not too cramped. She pondered for a moment with wide eyes before responding, "Sure, I've been there once. The food is quite good, albeit a tad pricey. It's nothing to fret about. What is a few hundred for the illustrious Su Yang, who can casually spend millions?" Hearing this, Su Yang grinned widely. "Indeed, Sister Xiaoman, feel free to indulge. Order whatever you wish. Are we set on this restaurant?" "Absolutely. Then off we go." With a roar, the engine came to life as Su Yang drove the two to their destination. Given the rush hour traffic on a Saturday, the roads were congested. After nearly 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the Japanese barbecue restaurant that Zhao Mingru had mentioned, parking the car. As the trio stepped out, a few young men passing by cast envious glances at Su Yang. Look, a goddess. Where? Damn, who is that guy, surrounded by such stunning company? Why isn't that person me? Why don't you check out what car he is driving first? If you could drive that, you might attract a similar beauty. A 911? What is so special about that? There are plenty of luxury cars in Haicheng. Do you have one? I don't. Then stop talking. Su Yang watched the crowd from a distance, secretly amused. The feeling of effortlessly exuding superiority was simply delightful. The three walked side by side toward the entrance. A dark wooden wall adorned with the characters Wang Shan loomed before them, with a wooden shelf displaying a collection of empty bottles as decor. Beside it, a staircase ascended gracefully. Three individuals ascended the stairs, entering the establishment to behold an ambience that exuded elegance and sophistication, both simplistic yet far from ordinary. The decor predominantly featured a vintage Japanese aesthetic, with an exquisite blend of wood complemented by deep-hued marble walls, presenting an air of opulence. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, yet, despite the crowd, it did not feel overwhelming. "Welcome. How many in your party?" A courteous server approached the trio. "3. Is there a table available?" "Currently, we are in the midst of peak dining hours. You may need to take a number and queue." "Very well," Su Yang replied, proceeding to the front desk to obtain a number. The server then guided the trio to a row of seating in the waiting area. The space was nearly filled, with various fashionable young men and women engaged in lively conversation. "I should have made a reservation in advance," Su Yang remarked, observing the throng. "Not to worry. This place is usually quite popular, especially on weekends. Let's just wait. There's no rush," Zhao Mingru replied, retrieving her phone to scroll through Douyin. Shortly after they settled, a young man clad in a casual suit approached them through the crowd. He made his way directly to Su Yang's party, straightening his collar as he addressed Zhao Mingru with a polite smile. "Hello, miss. May I add you on WeChat?" "Excuse me?" Zhao Mingru frowned, looking up at him. "And you are?" "I'm here to dine as well. I noticed you from afar and thought you had a lovely aura, so I wanted to introduce myself." "Thank you. But that's unnecessary. I prefer not to add strangers." The young man chuckled, undeterred, and continued, "But we've already exchanged a couple of words. Surely that makes us acquaintances?" Zhao Mingru was about to decline once more when Su Yang subtly signaled her to allow him to handle the situation. He then turned his head, rising to face the suited man. Instantly, an aura of intimidation enveloped him. Despite his attire concealing his muscular physique, the overall contrast was undeniable. His rugged features, paired with his well-built stature, could easily intimidate the average person. With a stern expression, he addressed the man before him, uttering a single word, "Leave." "And you are?" "I'll say this once more, leave." The suited man, momentarily daunted by Su Yang's imposing presence, had initially intended to merely request a WeChat connection. However, confronted by Su Yang's formidable demeanor and the prospect of a powerful fist, he gulped, casting a reluctant glance at Zhao Mingru before turning to depart. Once the man had vacated the vicinity, Su Yang's countenance shifted back to a jovial demeanor as he resumed his seat. That was impressive, Su Yang. You were absolutely magnificent just now. Your boyfriend energy was off the charts. Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Yang. Really? Su Yang smiled with satisfaction, having encountered many individuals of this sort, those who feign interest merely to indulge their lecherous whims. Moreover, you were invited by me. And his indifference towards my presence felt like a blatant disregard. Zhao Mingru, having witnessed the earlier exchange, found her admiration for Su Yang inexplicably heightened. She remarked, feigning nonchalance, "You appeared rather fierce just now. How could one intimidate others without a touch of ferocity? A man must display a certain ruthlessness when the occasion demands it. Hiding behind a woman hardly embodies masculinity, wouldn't you agree?" Absolutely well said. Gu Xiaoman winked at Su Yang. Ding. Detected that Gu Xiaoman's fondness for the host has risen to 42, familiar, rewarding the host with 388,000, which has been transferred to the host's bank account. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Su Yang maintained a composed smile. Indeed, Gu Xiaoman seems to have transformed after work, becoming noticeably more liberated. I wonder how she will be after a few drinks. Half an hour later, the establishment's announcement finally called the number for Su Yang and his companions. The waiter escorted the trio to a table by the window, where the two women sat together while Su Yang took a seat opposite them. The waiter presented each of them with a menu. Order whatever you desire. Please, don't hold back. I wouldn't dream of being modest. Zhao Mingru replied with a smile as she perused the menu. The three of them selected various delectable dishes, and after about 10 minutes, two waiters wheeled a cart laden with food to their table. Su Yang swallowed hard at the sight of the sumptuous array before him. Japanese Wagyu, Sangria purebred black pork ribs, French lamb chops, bluefin tuna belly, snapper sashimi, foie gras with black truffle, lobster, an 8-pound spiny lobster, hairy crab, and seafood tom yum. These were delicacies he had scarcely encountered before. Although he could have indulged, his monthly income barely sufficed, and spending an entire month's salary on a single meal was out of the question. With the dishes now served, the waiter announced, "Please enjoy your meal. And should you require anything, feel free to ring the service bell." Su Yang nodded, "Thank you." In the meantime, Gu Xiaoman and Zhao Mingru had already begun grilling some raw meat on the hot plate. "By the way, aren't you planning to drink?" Zhao Mingru inquired while skewering a lamb chop. Before Su Yang could respond, Gu Xiaoman interjected, "What's worth drinking here? Let us focus on enjoying the meal, shall we?" She flashed Su Yang a charming wink. Su Yang wholeheartedly agreed, smiling. Indeed, drinking is best reserved for a bar. This place lacks the right ambience. With a resigned smile, Zhao Mingru surveyed the two. "All right, it's as you say." 40 minutes later, having feasted and imbibed sufficiently, Su Yang approached the cashier to settle the bill. The total came to 755 yuan. Ding. Detected that the host's spirits have greatly improved after enjoying the exquisite meal, rewarding him with 280,000 in cash. Chapter 13. Where to return home. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the urban district of Haicheng was ablaze with lights. The bustling streets shimmering like a flowing golden ribbon, marking the city's liveliest hour. Su Yang drove his companions to the most renowned trendy street in Haicheng, Shangyuan Road. This street was lined with an abundance of establishments for dining and entertainment, all decorated in a chic manner, serving as a gathering place for many fashionable youths. After a lengthy search, Su Yang finally found a parking spot and parked the car. The three then strolled leisurely into the crowd. With their striking appearances and charming demeanor, Su Yang and his friends instantly attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. "Look over there, a handsome guy," exclaimed a girl in a white mini-skirt, nudging her companion. "Wow, he really is quite handsome. I want to ask for his WeChat." "Go ahead, what's the harm?" "But he is accompanied by two beautiful girls. One of them might be his girlfriend." "So what? We're all out for fun. If he is already with two girls, would he really care about one or two more?" "You make a good point. I'll go?" "Yes, give it a try." Encouraged, the girl in the mini-skirt mustered her courage and jogged towards Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang was with Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman, searching for a bar, when he suddenly felt someone tap his arm. Turning around, he saw a cute girl, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with twin ponytails, wearing a black crop top and a white miniskirt, standing beside him. Surprised, Su Yang asked, "Who are you?" "Handsome, may I get to know you?" The girl shyly replied. Hearing this, Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman turned to look at the girl, their expressions eager to see how Su Yang would respond. Maintaining his composure, Su Yang smiled subtly and silently called out to the system in his mind. System scan. Just tell me the score for her looks. Okay. After receiving the answer, Su Yang cleared his throat and politely declined. I'm sorry, beautiful. But my girlfriend is quite strict and doesn't allow me to add strangers on WeChat. Oh, well, that's fine. The pretty girl blushed and quickly turned away. Impressive. Su Yang, you can resist adding such a cute girl? Zhao Mingru teased from the side. I've already told you. I'm an honest person, quite simple-minded. Humph. That's only because we're here. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe you wouldn't add her. Whether you're here or not, I wouldn't add her. I'm not that indiscriminate. Su Yang's first statement was indeed truthful. After all, the girl only scored 79 points, falling short of the system's requirements. However, the latter half was merely a fabrication. Soon, the trio selected a craft beer bar named Inmi. The bar was dimly lit and exuded a vintage charm, with a long-haired young man seated at the central round table, strumming his guitar and singing, accompanied by the slow rhythm of his song. An intoxicating sense of hazy enchantment unique to craft beer establishments enveloped everyone present. At this moment, the establishment was bustling with numerous patrons, predominantly young men and women, their long legs rendering Su Yang quite dazzled. The trio, beckoned by a server, casually chose a round table to settle down. Su Yang took the menu and handed it to the two ladies with a smile, suggesting, "You may order first, see what you fancy to drink." Gu Xiaoman took the menu, her movements deft, clearly a seasoned visitor to bars. "Please bring us a jug of your specialty IPA, and a few assorted appetizers will suffice," she instructed. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment," the server replied, taking the menu and departing. "Is just one jug sufficient?" Su Yang pondered, feeling it might not be enough. Gu Xiaoman chuckled, responding, "If it's insufficient, we can always order more. This jug is quite substantial, holding 3 liters. All right then, we shall add more if needed." At that moment, Gu Xiaoman retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her Chanel bag. Observing this, Su Yang inquired, "Do you smoke?" "I smoke infrequently, just a few when I drink. I don't smoke otherwise." "In that case, I shall have one as well." Before long, the beer and snacks arrived at their table. Su Yang poured the beer and placed it before the two ladies, then raised his glass, exclaiming, "Cheers. I am grateful to the two beautiful ladies for joining me in this celebration. Let us toast. Isn't this your first home purchase? Shouldn't you have a drink on your own first?" Zhao Mingru playfully remarked with a smile. "All right, I'll toast the two elder sisters first," he replied, downing the drink in one gulp. Not bad. The taste of this beer is quite pleasant," he noted, refilling his glass. The trio clinked their glasses together, and Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman beamed. "Congratulations on achieving a significant milestone in your life." "Thank you, lovely ladies," Su Yang responded with a broad smile. They all tilted their heads back, finishing their drinks. "Su Yang, there's a question I've been meaning to ask you," Gu Xiaoman began, refilling her glass. "Ask away. Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Yang smiled lightly. "No, I only dated once in university, but it didn't last long." "So, you haven't dated since?" "With your looks, that seems hard to believe. Just earlier, on the street, there were beauties approaching you for your WeChat. How can you say you've only dated once?" "Honestly, I was broke before and didn't take care of myself, spending all my time working overtime at the office. Where would I find a girlfriend?" Su Yang thought to himself as he turned to Gu Xiaoman, explaining, "I swear, I really have only dated once. It's not that I don't want to. Love is something that must be mutual, isn't it? So, have you encountered anyone you liked in recent years?" "Not yet." Su Yang shook his head. After another drink, he looked at the two ladies and playfully asked, "What about you two? Do you have boyfriends? What do you think?" Zhao Mingru rolled her eyes. "If we had boyfriends, would we be out dining and drinking with you?" That's a valid point. "So, shall we just drink?" Gu Xiaoman suggested. "How about we play a game with a deck of cards or dice while we drink?" "That's exactly what I meant," she giggled. "All right, let's roll the dice," Su Yang exclaimed, turning to a nearby waiter and calling out, "Hey there, bring me 3 dice cups." "Sure thing." The waiter promptly delivered the cups, and the trio commenced their classic drinking game. "For threes," Su Yang declared first. 5 threes. Gu Xiaoman quickly followed suit. When it was Zhao Mingru's turn, she glanced at her dice, pondered for a moment, and announced, 5 sixes. "Open." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang revealed his cup, exclaiming, "I don't have a single one." Gu Xiaoman also unveiled her dice, chuckling, "I have one." Zhao Mingru, however, could only muster 3 dice, totaling just 4 sixes. Pouting, she huffed, "Humph, It's just drinking, right? 1 cup then. Indeed, 1 cup at a time. No cheating, Su Yang reminded. Uft, just watch my drinking capacity, Zhao Mingru retorted, downing her drink in one go. Impressive. Su Yang applauded. Time flew by as they played, and soon they had polished off 2 more pitchers of craft beer. At this point, both Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman's eyes were beginning to glaze over, particularly Zhao Mingru, whose cheeks were flushed and her body swayed slightly. Su Yang, who had often played this dice game with his roommates during college, felt he was still holding his own, having consumed only about 10 cups. However, after a prolonged absence from drinking, he too felt a slight haze clouding his mind. He raised his hand to check the time. It was already 12:30 a.m. Ladies, are you still up for more drinks? You both seem like you're reaching your limit. Perhaps we should call it a night? No way. Let's keep going. Zhao Mingru waved her hand emphatically. Still drinking? You're already tipsy. Who says I'm tipsy? Xiaoman, are you tipsy? Zhao Mingru, a bit dazed, turned to Gu Xiaoman. I'm not tipsy. Su Yang is. Rolling his eyes, Su Yang remarked, I think both of you are tipsy. How about we stop? Otherwise, how will I get you home if you pass out? Home. Where's home? Chapter 14. How did you know I was going to the hotel? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback by the remark, pondering to himself. You had your chance, but you chose not to, didn't you? Very well, then. Do not blame me. He then turned to Gu Xiaoman and inquired, What about you? What about me? What's wrong? Gu Xiaoman leaned back in her chair, shaking her head in an attempt to regain her clarity. I mean, are you heading home? Not a chance. Not until I'm thoroughly intoxicated. You want tea return, then? Does that mean you won't be going to work tomorrow? Indeed. I shall. Take a day off tomorrow, hee. Gu Xiaoman smiled, her lips curving into a playful grin. Very well, then. I shall indulge with you until the end. Waiter, bring more drinks. An hour slipped by, during which Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman staggered to the restroom, experiencing a tumultuous upheaval. Upon their return, they slumped into their chairs, succumbing to sleep. However, Su Yang was not in a much better state. It had been quite some time since he had last imbibed, and his tolerance had significantly diminished. Most of the last round of drinks had been consumed by him alone. At this moment, he observed the 2 women across from him, their figures beginning to blur. He vigorously shook his head in a futile effort to maintain his sobriety. Though he felt dizzy, he was still able to move. He rose unsteadily and made his way to the restroom, expelling the contents of his stomach. Afterwards, he approached the sink, bracing himself against the countertop as he gazed into the mirror. His mind felt numb, and the reflection stared back at him as if there were 2 of him. The melodies from outside drifted into his ears, yet he could not discern their lyrics. I must not drink like this again. It feels dreadful. I wonder if the system offers skills related to drinking. I should acquire one when the time comes. As he spoke, he turned on the faucet and splashed cool water on his face. The refreshing chill slightly alleviated the effects of the alcohol. He chose not to dry his face, allowing the water to linger as he returned to his seat. He casually picked up a cigarette from the table and lit it, inhaling deeply. Glancing at the 2 slumbering figures across from him, Su Yang found himself at a loss. He had visited Zhao Mingru's residence during the day, but only to the entrance of her community. He had no knowledge of which building, unit, or floor she lived on. Attempting to extract that information from Zhao Mingru now seemed an insurmountable challenge. As for Gu Xiaoman, their acquaintance had only just begun today, apart from their names and ages. He knew nothing else about her. After finishing his cigarette, he took a large gulp from the unfinished bottle of mineral water, gradually regaining a semblance of composure. He wobbled slightly as he stood up and walked to the bar to settle the bill. After paying, he returned to his seat, contemplating his next course of action. It seems the only option is to book a hotel. Otherwise, I truly have no way forward. But how can I possibly get both of them to the hotel? With that thought, he approached Gu Xiaoman and Zhao Mingru, gently shaking them. Zhao Mingru remained utterly unresponsive, while Gu Xiaoman, after being nudged several times, finally stirred, responding in a dazed manner. Ugh, don't touch me. Who are you? Who am I? It's me, Su Yang. Gu Xiaoman slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Su Yang with a blissfully dazed expression. Oh, it's you, little Yang. What's the matter? Su Yang, exasperated, replied, Let us go home. Can you even stand? Who says I can't stand up? Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, instinctively bracing herself against the chair as she wobbled to her feet. Upon noticing, Su Yang promptly supported her. Oh dear sister, steady yourself first. Once Gu Xiaoman steadied herself against the wall, Su Yang shook Zhao Mingru again, but receiving no response. He had no choice but to lift her up and, Turning slightly, he squatted down to carry Zhao Mingru on his back. She wasn't particularly heavy, and with Su Yang's enhanced physique, it was relatively effortless. Let us proceed, he called out to Gu Xiaoman, who was leaning against the wall. Oh, all right, she mumbled, her movements guided purely by her body's instincts. The three of them staggered out of the bar, with Su Yang not only carrying Zhao Mingru, but also occasionally reaching out with one hand to steady the swaying Gu Xiaoman. After a laborious journey to the roadside, Su Yang hailed a taxi and gently placed Zhao Mingru in the back seat. Gu Xiaoman, eyes closed, swayed beside her. Quickly, get in the car, Su Yang urged as he helped her sit next to Zhao Mingru before taking his place in the front passenger seat. Where to, handsome? The taxi driver inquired with a jovial glance at Su Yang and then at the two beauties in the back. How did you know I was heading to a hotel? Su Yang responded. Hee hee, although I've aged, I've once been your age. Young people and their escapades. How could I possibly be oblivious? Su Yang turned to the driver, sharing a knowing look. Please hold on a moment. I need to book a hotel. No rush, the driver replied. In a swift motion, Su Yang booked a luxurious suite at the nearest five-star hotel via an app. Take me to this West Hotel, he said, presenting his phone to the driver. All right, fasten your seatbelts. Safety first, the driver remarked, accelerating away. 10 minutes later, Su Yang, one arm carrying Zhao Mingru and the other steadying Gu Xiaoman, entered the hotel. He carefully set them on the sofa in the lounge before approaching the front desk. A receptionist. Glancing at the two young women not far away and then at Su Yang, internally sighed before asking, Sir, would you like to check in? I have already reserved a room through the app. Very well, please show me the QR code. Su Yang opened his phone to scan it. Shortly, the receptionist completed the check-in process and handed him a room key. Sir, your room is 901. Thank you. And could you please summon a female staff member to assist the young ladies over there? It's a bit inconvenient for me to manage both, Su Yang requested. The receptionist looked towards the lounge and smiled. Certainly. Ting Ting, could you assist this gentleman? She called to a colleague nearby. The girl named Ting Ting nodded with a smile. Of course. 5 minutes later, with Ting Ting's assistance, Su Yang first escorted Zhao Mingru to one of the rooms to rest. He then assisted Gu Xiaoman into another room. Once finished, he wiped the sweat from his brow and politely addressed Ting Ting. I truly appreciate your help. Thank you. Without hesitation, the gentleman kindly advised that he should rest well and that he could always contact the front desk for assistance. Afterward, once the others had departed, Su Yang entered Zhao Mingru's room and sank into the sofa. He gazed at Zhao Mingru, who lay on the bed with her back to him. Her figure a perfect silhouette, with a slender waist and long legs, exuding an undeniable allure. Overcome with thirst, he reached for a bottle of mineral water on the table and consumed nearly half of it in one go. Taking a deep breath, he rose and approached the bedside to adjust Zhao Mingru into a more comfortable position. Just as he was about to cover her with a blanket, she, in a state of drowsiness, suddenly grasped Su Yang's arm and pulled him down. Given his leaning posture, the unexpected tug caused him to tumble forward. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Chapter 15. A lesson for the next time after a span of 40 to 50 minutes. Su Yang prepared to rise and take a shower. Just as he was about to turn over, Zhao Mingru, still in a state of drowsiness, reached out with her delicate hand to pull him back. Don't go, she murmured, her eyes still closed, her words trailing off intermittently. You rest. I shall take a quick shower. He gently extricated her hand and proceeded to the bathroom for a brisk cold shower. The icy cascade washed away the remnants of alcohol coursing through his veins, and as he stood beneath the invigorating flow, he found himself humming a tune. Ding! Detected that the host is in high spirits and thoroughly enjoying himself. Reward, 1 million. Ding! Detected that the host's mood is exceptionally good. Reward, an Aston Martin DBX 707. Valued at 3.5 million. Now parked in space 1213 of the West Hotel's underground garage. Goodness. Another car. An Aston Martin SUV, no less impressive indeed. With 707 horsepower and a powerful V8 engine. Just what I needed, a larger vehicle. 5 minutes later, with his spirits lifted, Su Yang emerged from the bathroom. Zhao Mingru had succumbed to a deep slumber. He quietly approached her, glanced at her peaceful form, and then turned to leave the room, gently closing the door behind him. As he entered the living room of the suite, ready to settle onto the sofa for a rest, his gaze fell upon the open door of Gu Xiaoman's room, where the light still burned. Curiosity drew him closer. To his surprise, he found Gu Xiaoman had somehow tumbled to the floor. Fortunately, A carpet cushioned her fall, sparing her any serious harm. She lay sideways on the carpet, her hair tousled. Upon seeing her, Su-Yang instinctively swallowed, then shook his head and walked over to lift Gu Xiaoman and place her gently back on the bed. As soon as he set her down, her bleary eyes fluttered open. Upon recognizing him, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath laced with the scent of alcohol as she mumbled, "Drink. More drink. I can still drink. More drink. If you continue, you'll surely pass out," he remarked, their noses nearly touching, sharing the warmth of each other's breath. Su-Yang felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Steeling himself, he climbed onto the bed. Time slipped away unnoticed. After a brief rest, Su-Yang rose and exited the room. Following another shower in the suite's bathroom, he finally settled onto the sofa to sleep. Meanwhile, in Gu Xiaoman's room, she gently tossed aside the covers, her cheeks flushed and captivating. Peeking through the door's crack, she noticed the light outside had been extinguished. She quietly slipped from her bed to the bathroom for a quick visit. Oh no, how could this happen? How embarrassing. How will I face anyone tomorrow? Gu Xiaoman thought, her face turning crimson once more. However, due to her inherent disposition, she took such matters lightly, feeling no psychological burden. In fact, there was a thrill in the situation, and her blush was merely a natural reaction. Moreover, she had an excellent first impression of Su-Yang in her eyes. He was not only handsome and well-built but also affluent and possessed a commendable character. Such a man held immense allure for a mature woman who had been single for quite some time. However, she was acutely aware that a man of Su-Yang's caliber would undoubtedly be surrounded by numerous women, and she did not hold a competitive edge in terms of age. Thus, she had no intentions of pursuing anything further with him. Yet, she was taken aback by Su-Yang's remarkable prowess. As this thought crossed her mind, she let out a sigh, her cheeks flushed as she murmured to herself, "This guy is rather impressive, isn't he?" Ding. Host Gu Xiaoman's affection level has risen to 65. Reward of 500,000 yuan granted. Su-Yang, still awake, wore a smile upon his face. The night swiftly passed. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Su-Yang groggily awoke from the sofa. Stretching his limbs, he glanced at the time before turning to sit up. As he did so, he noticed that the doors to Zhao Mengru and Gu Xiaoman's rooms were wide open, and the occupants had already vanished. The entire suite was enveloped in quietude, save for the sound of his own breathing. What is going on? They left so early? It's a pity. I had hoped to help them recover from their hangover. As he mused, Su-Yang took out his phone to check for notifications, discovering 2 unread messages on WeChat. He opened them one by one. The first being from Zhao Mengru. Su-Yang, I suddenly remembered that I have matters to attend to at home today, so I'm leaving. About what happened last night, let's just call it an accident and forget it. And if you dare to breathe a word of this, you'll be in big trouble, understood? Fist emoji. Su-Yang chuckled at the message. Wasn't it she who had initiated this? Although he had thought she was oblivious, it turned out she was fully aware. He just hoped she remained ignorant of what followed. He typed back, "I wish I could forget, but it's just not that simple." He then sent a playful emoji before exiting the chat. The second message was from Gu Xiaoman. He felt a twinge of apprehension as he opened the chat interface. For he and Gu Xiaoman had only just met the previous day. He had little understanding of her personality, and if she were particularly conservative, he would find himself in a precarious situation. With Zhao Mengru, the circumstances had compelled him to act, but with Gu Xiaoman, it was a matter of him taking the initiative. He nervously opened the chat. "Su-Yang, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. Shy emoji, but let us keep this between us. And don't think I'm unaware of what you did before coming to my place yesterday." Fist emoji. Be more cautious next time. Chapter 16. Waiting for an opportunity. Su-Yang stared in astonishment at the message sent by Gu Xiaoman. He muttered to himself, "Wow, this is utterly unexpected. I never imagined she would compliment me. Haha. She even advised me to be more cautious next time. That's crucial. There's even a possibility of a next time. Not bad at all." With a grin, Su-Yang indulged in a brief daydream, allowing his mood to lighten. He then dressed and entered the bathroom for a quick freshen up. A few minutes later, he approached the sofa and picked up his bag, suddenly recalling that the system had rewarded him with an Aston Martin the previous night. The key must be in the bag, he thought. Upon opening the bag, he discovered, apart from the Porsche and rental keys, a new black key. He examined it closely and realized it was indeed the key to the Aston Martin. "Oh, system, you truly understand me, selecting gifts that I adore. Love you for this." With the bag in hand, Su-Yang exited his room and made his way to the hotel lobby to check out. Once outside, he found himself at a crossroads. unsure whether to head home or somewhere else. The new house wouldn't be ready for occupancy until tomorrow, so he decided to return to his rental to change clothes. As he contemplated his next move, he wandered into a nearby dumpling shop for a simple breakfast. The Porsche remained parked where he had left it after last night's revelry, while the Aston Martin was conveniently located in the hotel's underground garage. Momentarily perplexed by which vehicle to drive, he mused, having too many cars can be a dilemma. Perhaps it's best to test the new one first. The little Gigia can stay parked for now. I'll retrieve it after the move tomorrow. Thus, he retraced his steps to the hotel, arriving at parking spot A1213 as indicated by the system. There, a brand new Black Knight version of the DBX 707 stood majestically. Wow, it's stunning, Su Yang exclaimed, eagerly retrieving the key to unlock it. Once inside, he marveled at the interior, which was entirely different from that of the 911 Turbo. Caressing the exquisitely crafted steering wheel with a beaming smile. Let us get moving. I'll change clothes and, since I have some free time today, I might as well head back to Yang City. It's time my parents enjoyed some of my newfound wealth. However, he reminded himself to proceed gradually to avoid overwhelming them. Perhaps I should transfer 100,000 to each of them, he considered. With that thought, he took out his phone and transferred the stipulated amount to each parent's bank account, mindful of the WeChat transfer limits, which capped at 20,000 per transaction. After completing the transfers, Su Yang directly called his father, Su Dagong. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Hello, Xiaoyang, why are you calling so early? Came the somewhat weary voice of Su Dagong from the other end. Father, I just transferred 100,000 to you and Mom. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, his father's astonishment was palpable as he exclaimed, What? 100,000? Su Dagong was well aware of Su Yang's job, having worked as an ordinary designer at an advertising company since graduation. He found it hard to believe his son could transfer such a substantial sum. Su Yang smiled and explained, Dad, listen to me. I stopped that job last year, and didn't he mention it to you? I've been engaged in business with friends, and in recent months, it has started to turn a profit. The venture is going quite well. He paused momentarily before continuing. I consider it a modest success. Now that I am earning, I certainly wish to show my gratitude to both of you. Don't you agree? Hee. Are you certain you're not joking with me, Xiaoyang? Would I jest about something like this? You can rest assured, everything I say is true. Your son has come into some money. On the other end of the line, Su Dagong was utterly stunned. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Having lived for nearly 50 years, his family had never seen any significant improvement. During the most challenging times, he couldn't even afford Su Yang's tuition and had to borrow from relatives. Although they never openly criticized him, Su Dagong was well aware of the underlying sentiments. Only those who have experienced poverty can truly understand that feeling. For decades, he had not been able to hold his head high in front of others, feeling inept and unable to provide a good life for his wife and child. He had spent the past few years rising at dawn to drive a taxi, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning. Could it be said he lacked effort? Yet, his capabilities and vision were limited. He had already reached the peak of what he could achieve within his means. Thus, upon hearing Su Yang confidently assert that he was making money in business and had transferred 100,000 to each of them, he sat silently in his car, tears streaming down his face. Su Yang, hearing the sobs on the other end, remained quiet. His heart felt heavy. His parents were honest individuals who had never enjoyed much in life. Yet, he believed that brighter days lay ahead. Their suffering was finally at an end. After a moment, he spoke again. Dad, you needn't drive anymore. I can earn now, and after a lifetime of hardship, you both deserve to enjoy life. Ah, yes, Su Dagong replied, dabbing his tears as he excitedly uttered those words. He had unwavering trust in Su Yang, never doubting the legitimacy of his son's newfound wealth. Su Yang was someone he knew intimately. Despite their family struggles, Su Yang never complained. Although his grades were average, he had caused no trouble, bringing peace of mind to his parents. After graduation, he never asked them for a penny, occasionally sending a little money to help with household expenses. Therefore, when Su Yang stated that he earned this money through business, Su Dagong believed it wholeheartedly. Dad, you should resign today. I have no plans, and I'm looking forward to enjoying a meal made by Mom. All right, I will call your mother right away to tell her our son has succeeded. I must inform her immediately. Su Yang chuckled, his eyes momentarily glistening with emotion. Let us leave it at that for now, Dad. I'll hang up. As the call ended, Su Yang took a moment to compose himself before starting the car and exiting the parking lot. Half an hour later, he returned to his rented apartment. He entered the restroom, shedding his clothing reeking of alcohol, and took a refreshing shower. After donning a fresh outfit, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Su-young was driving his stunning Aston Martin along the highway from Haicheng to Yangcheng. Yangcheng, a relatively impoverished small city in Tianhai province, lies approximately 170 kilometers from Haicheng. As the provincial capital, Haicheng serves as the preferred choice for students from most cities in Tianhai province when they fill out their college applications post-examination. This is due to its proximity to home and the presence of several reputable universities, negating the need to travel far outside the province. Su-young himself had chosen Haicheng for its closeness, enrolling in a second-tier university there. Typically, the drive from Haicheng to Yangcheng takes about 2 hours. However, Su-young was known for his impatient driving style. He could hardly tolerate anyone cruising at a mere 80 kilometers per hour on the expressway, finding it exasperating to follow behind. This was also his first time driving on the highway alone, yet with the skills he honed as a professional driver, navigating the expressway felt less daunting than driving in the city. Thus, he overtook vehicles with ease, granting no opportunity for those behind him to pass. At his current pace, he anticipated arriving in less than an hour and a half. As he drove along, a flicker of lights caught his attention in the rearview mirror. Su-young, taken aback, thought, "What is going on? I'm already going 160, and yet someone is flashing me?" He glanced in the mirror to see a swiftly approaching yellow Lamborghini Urus. Before he could react, the Lamborghini roared past him effortlessly. Instantly alert, Su-young smirked. "Oh, trying to overtake me, are we? Just you wait." He switched his driving mode to track mode. However, in those brief seconds, the yellow Urus was nearly out of sight. Su-young, watching the Lamborghini fade into the distance, smiled faintly and slammed the accelerator. The 707 horsepower of the Aston Martin surged forth in an instant. Even at a speed of 150 to 160 kilometers per hour, the force of acceleration was exhilarating. In mere moments, he reached around 250 kilometers per hour, swiftly closing the gap to the Lamborghini ahead. After overtaking a Corolla that obstructed his path, the road ahead cleared, with no other cars in sight except for the Lamborghini. "Wait for the right moment," Su-young exclaimed. He eased off the throttle momentarily, then pressed down again, the engine revving to 8,000 RPM as the Aston Martin roared past the Lamborghini Urus with ease. Chapter 17. This car exudes luxury. Ding. Host detected intense driving. Mood elevated. Reward, 200,000 yuan. Understood. At this moment, Su-young's complete focus rested upon the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. As the two vehicles raced side by side, he turned his head to glance. But due to the closed windows and the speed exceeding 200 km/h, he could only vaguely discern that the other driver appeared to be a female. After overtaking, Su-young contemplated waiting for the Lamborghini behind him. Just as he eased off the accelerator, the Lamborghini swiftly surged ahead from the right lane. "Oh, feeling competitive, are we? It seems we have a match. Splendid. Wherever you go today, I shall follow." Su-young pressed the accelerator once more, and the two cars engaged in a spirited chase on the highway. In truth, after overtaking, Su-young could have maintained his lead without being surpassed again by the Lamborghini. However, he deliberately reduced his speed each time he passed, eager to confirm the gender of the driver. After 3 or 4 exchanges, Su-young finally discerned the truth. It was indeed a woman. More precisely, a young lady. Impressive. A girl driving a Urus, and with such fervor. She must be a striking beauty. Half an hour later, the navigation system alerted Su-young that he would soon exit the highway. He gazed at the Lamborghini ahead and mused, "What a pity I must leave the highway. If it weren't for my dinner with my parents tonight, I would pursue you to the end." With that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, overtaking the Lamborghini once more, this time without decelerating. The distance between them continued to grow. Su-young glanced in the rearview mirror and smiled slightly. "Farewell, beauty." As soon as he uttered those words, the rearview mirror flickered. "What the? Do not flash. You cannot catch up to me." After driving another 2 kilometers, Su-young slowed down to enter the ramp. Not long after entering, he noticed the Lamborghini had followed him down the ramp. What is going on? Even off the highway, you're still pursuing me? Are you intent on challenging me?" The two cars emerged from the Yangcheng toll station. Su-young had yet to accelerate when the Lamborghini suddenly darted past him and halted at the roadside ahead. Observing this, Su-young reduced his speed and pulled over as well. As he parked, he witnessed a confident young woman exit the Lamborghini. She wore sunglasses, her fair skin glowing, with shoulder-length hair that was slightly wavy. Clad in a black Dior t-shirt and fitted denim shorts, She sported gray and white dunks, her long legs seemingly endless. Su Yang's eyes widened at the sight of her. Wow, what a stunning figure. However, the sunglasses obscured her features. System, it's your turn to make a move. Pan Ning, age, 24, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 54 kilograms, attractiveness, 93, physique, 93, number of relationships, 0, binding status. Yes, at 24, she has never been in a relationship. Intriguing. Yet, I must see if she truly merits a score of 93. As Su Yang pondered this, Pan Ning had already approached the front of his car. She gestured towards Su Yang to lower the car window. However, Su Yang, feeling rather indifferent, decided against it. As he was about to get out and enjoy some fresh air, he opened the door and stepped out. Pan Ning stood before him, removing her sunglasses and tossing her flowing short hair. At that moment, Su Yang finally beheld her true appearance. She wore light makeup, had an oval face, and possessed exquisitely refined features, arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly full lips that exuded an alluring charm. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. Wow, this is my type. Is there something you need? He inquired politely. Pan Ning remained silent, twirling her sunglasses as she circled around Su Yang's car before stopping in front of him, her tone icy. Is this the new 707? Yes, indeed. You know your cars well, Su Yang replied with a smile. Pan Ning spoke in a flat tone. There aren't many who can surpass my vehicle on the highway. But you, having overtaken me and then repeatedly braked on purpose, are the first. Though I lost to you today, I am quite dissatisfied. Next time, I'll come with a different car to compete. Really? You'll come again? Why not? After you defeated me and teased me a few times. I strongly suspect you were playing with me. That wasn't my intention at all. I merely wanted to see whether the driver of the Urus was male or female. Su Yang continued without waiting for Pan Ning to respond. But is it really worth leaving the highway over such a trivial matter? Pan Ning smiled faintly. It's not trivial to me. And I wasn't leaving because of you. I was already headed to Yang City. Oh, what a coincidence. Do you live in Yang City? No. I'm from High City and came here for some business. Su Yang nodded knowingly and said playfully, well then, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, where do you think you're going? Pan Ning stepped forward, pulling out her phone with a commanding demeanor. Take out your phone and add me on WeChat. We can arrange to race again another time. With a smile, Su Yang thought to himself, how intriguing. I like this girl. He looked at Pan Ning and asked, adding you on WeChat is fine, but what car will you bring to our next competition? Don't worry about that. As long as it can keep up with your Martin, it'll be fine. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. All right. But I want to be driving the Martin next time. I'll be using a different car. Suit yourself. Pan Ning replied nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang suggested, since you're so confident, how about we make a wager? Go on. Next time, I'll find a place. And we'll race from 0 to 400 meters in a straight line. If I lose, I'll treat you to dinner. If you lose, you'll treat me. What do you think? Sounds good, but I assure you, I want to lose. Confidence is a good thing. I hope you can back it up. Come on. Add me on WeChat. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Pan Ning regarded Su Yang with a calm expression. Your name? Su Yang. Su Yang. I'll remember that. I'm Pan Ning. Until next time. With that, she turned and walked away. Su Yang watched her depart, a smile gracing his face. Unlike his previous encounters with Zhao Mengru and Gu Xiaoman, he felt no stirring emotions. This time was different. Now, confronted with the charming yet slightly aloof Pan Ning amidst the chilly atmosphere, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. What an intriguing girl she was, so young yet already driving a Lamborghini. She must surely be the daughter of a wealthy family. This was the first time he had encountered someone of her ilk, cool and beautiful. He was determined to win her over. He mused as he returned to his vehicle and drove homeward. Su Yang's residence in Yang City was situated in a suburban area where the urban met the rural. He had grown up there, and along the journey, he contemplated, once his parents grew accustomed to it, it might be feasible to purchase them a more pleasant home in the city, though persuading them to relocate to Haicheng seemed unrealistic. Before long, Su Yang parked his car beneath the building of the Qinghe community. The appearance of the Aston Martin instantly captured the attention of several young onlookers. After all, it was rare for such expensive cars, worth millions, to grace this locality. Wow, what a stunning vehicle. It has wings. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Bentley. A Bentley? How impressive. I wonder which affluent individual is visiting relatives. Oblivious to the youthful spectators, Su-young parked the car in the somewhat crowded community and stepped out. Gazing at the familiar place he hadn't returned to in over a year, he felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. It had been quite a while since he had been home, and he felt a touch of pride in returning. As he was lost in thought, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s and slightly plump, approached him. Yang. Hearing the call, Su-young swiftly turned around, and there stood his mother, Chun Liping. A broad smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Mom." He rushed forward and enveloped Chun Liping in a warm embrace. Though she feigned annoyance, her joy was palpable. "Finally, you decided to come home, didn't you? All right. You're grown up now, no need for hugs." Su-young chuckled as he stepped back. "It's been over a year since we last met. I've missed you." "Mom, such sweet talk," she replied, grinning. "By the way, what are you doing outside? Didn't Dad call you to say I was coming home for dinner?" "I just stepped out to buy some groceries," Chun Liping explained. Su-young glanced at the bags she was carrying and swiftly took them from her. "Here, let me carry those. Is that you, Xiaoyang?" "Back again." At that moment, a woman of similar age to Chun Liping approached. Su-young smiled and greeted, "Aunt Zhang. It's been a long time." "Indeed, it has been ages. Last time I saw you, you were quite chubby, but now you look slimmer. By the way, is this car yours, Pingjie?" Upon hearing this, Chun Liping finally noticed the black SUV behind Su-young. She shook her head with a smile. "That car looks quite expensive. How could it possibly belong to Yang?" Su-young interjected, "Mom, this is my car. It's not that pricey. Just around 3 to 400,000. "What? 3 to 400,000? Where did you get that kind of money?" Chun Liping exclaimed in shock. It was worth noting that such an amount had never graced their household. Even at their peak, their savings barely reached tens of thousands. Su-young pondered. "Huh? What is going on? Has Dad not informed Mom yet?" He explained once more. "I previously informed my father that I have been engaged in business with friends since last year. Business has been flourishing in recent months, allowing me to purchase a fine car. I will elaborate on this when I return home." Chun Liping, still astounded by Su-young's words, gazed at the vehicle behind him, unable to identify its brand, yet sensing its considerable value. Aunt Zhang approached with a smile, saying, "I mentioned earlier that I saw Xiaoyang emerge from this car, and you doubted it was his. Oh, Xiaoyang is indeed doing well, achieving success with such a splendid vehicle. You two will enjoy a prosperous future." Chun Liping's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her heart brimmed with joy, for it was the first time in decades that she felt a sense of pride before her friends. She replied, "What prosperity are you speaking of? We are getting older. All we desire is to live a stable and peaceful life in our later years, as long as our children remain healthy." "Indeed, that is what matters most," Aunt Zhang agreed, her face reflecting a hint of envy as she leisurely departed. Chapter 18. This matter is up to me. After Aunt Zhang departed, Su-young and Chun Liping entered the nearby apartment building. This community is an old residential area, steeped in history for over 2 to 3 decades, characterized by modest 7 to 8-story walk-up buildings. It appears even more antiquated than the rental accommodation Su-young occupied in Haicheng. However, the neighborhood is bustling with residents, predominantly middle-aged and elderly individuals, exuding a rich local atmosphere. Su-young's family resides on the 5th floor, in a modest apartment of less than 70 square meters, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a familiar sense of home. He placed the vegetables in the kitchen, then tossed his backpack onto the table and sank into the somewhat worn sofa in the living room. There's nothing quite like the comfort of home. With a smile, Chun Liping settled beside him and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Yang, what exactly is going on? Please explain it to me thoroughly." Su-young understood her concern and replied with a grin, "It's nothing significant, really. Last year, I resigned from my job to venture into business with friends, and we've begun to turn a profit in recent months." "What kind of business?" Chun Liping pressed. After a moment's contemplation, Su-young recounted the pre-prepared excuse about opening a restaurant in Haicheng. Initially, business was mediocre, but unexpectedly, it had improved substantially in the last few months. "Is that so? That is wonderful. My son is thriving." Chun Liping felt relieved upon hearing that the income stemmed from a restaurant venture. Her skepticism was not about trust in Su-young, but rather concern for him being deceived. "By the way, Mom, I transferred 100,000 yuan to you and Dad, directly into your bank accounts. Feel free to spend it on whatever you wish, and if it runs low, I'll send more." "What? Why did you send so much?" Chun Liping exclaimed, both astonished and worried. "You've only just begun. You should save more for yourself. With a smile, Su-young reassured her, it's not a large sum. My restaurant is quite profitable now, and it's stabilizing. You and Dad can use it without worry. After a lifetime of hard work, you deserve to enjoy life. Hearing these words, Chun Liping's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Su-yang's hand and choked out. Yang has truly succeeded. Our family is finally improving. Mom, are you still working as a housekeeper? Su-young asked. She nodded. Yes, it's quite an easy job. I only need to work 4 days a week. And it's not tiring. The family I work for is also pleasant to get along with. As Su-young observed his mother's rough hands, the thought of her laboring to wash dishes and clean floors filled him with an indescribable sorrow. Mom, you should resign from that job tomorrow. I am now capable of providing for you both, and there is no need for you to work for others any longer. With a grateful smile, Chun Liping nodded. All right. I will resign tomorrow. After a lifetime of toil, it's time for me to enjoy life a little. Indeed, you and Dad should travel whenever you can. Indulge in whatever you desire. In time, I'll buy you both a nicer apartment in the city, and you won't have to stay here any longer. Let us not rush into that. Focus on saving for yourself first. We can discuss the rest later, Chun Liping responded, her eyes glistening with emotion. Su-young did not refute, as he intended to finalize the matter upon his father's return. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chun Liping rose to wash the vegetables in the kitchen. Su-young gazed at the small house where he had lived for over 20 years, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Ding! The system has detected the host's emotional reflection after conversing with his mother, rewarding 30,000 yuan. Time flew by, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. Su-young leaned back on the sofa for a brief respite when the sound of the door opening reached his ears. A middle-aged man, weary from his travels, entered. Dressed in simple gray attire, he had thick eyebrows, a square face, and stood around 170 centimeters tall. Neither too thin nor too stout. However, the wrinkles etched on his face were quite pronounced, giving him an air of earnest sincerity. Upon noticing, Su-young stood up and cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome back, Dad." "Ah, Yang is here already?" Su-dagong's face broke into a smile upon seeing his son. "Yes, Dad, please sit. By the way, did you resign?" Su-young rose and walked to the water dispenser to pour his father a glass of water. "I did resign, but as a formal employee, I won't be able to leave for at least another 2 weeks." Su-dagong accepted the water with a beaming smile and settled onto the sofa to drink. "That's fine. You can take it easy for the next few days. No need to rise early," said Su-young. "Understood," Su-dagong chuckled, his genuine laughter revealing the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "Are you back?" came Chun Liping's cheerful voice from the kitchen. "Yes, I am. By the way, Yang transferred 100,000 yuan to each of us. I meant to mention it while driving earlier, but didn't he get the chance?" she said, busy preparing the vegetables. "Yang already informed me. I am well aware. I always said our son would achieve great things," she added with a smile. "Indeed. Remember when I consulted a fortune teller for him as a child? They predicted he would lead a life of wealth and prosperity. But you were skeptical," Su-dagong said, his smile unwavering since entering the house. "I wasn't disbelieving. I just thought that old man seemed rather dubious. I merely doubted his skills in fortune-telling," he chuckled. "Let us not dwell on that. Has dinner been prepared yet? Hurry along." Su-young felt a sense of contentment as he watched his parents chat amiably. Their health was good, and he possessed the means to provide them with a comfortable life, free from the burdens of daily concerns. Was this not the aspiration of most people throughout their lives? "Dad, after I receive the dividends from my store, I will purchase a house for you both in the city. You won't have to live here anymore." "Huh? You want to buy a house?" Su-dagong was taken aback by Su-yang's proposal. He looked at his son with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Perhaps we should reconsider. Your mother and I have lived here for decades. A change of scenery might not suit us, and it's not easy for you to earn money. You should save for the future, perhaps to bring home a daughter-in-law." "Dad, there's no rush. I'm only 24. We still need to purchase a house. While this place is nice, it's a walk up, and as you both grow older, navigating the stairs will become increasingly inconvenient. In due time, I will arrange for an elevator apartment for you in the city." Su-dagong sat down opposite Su-young, expressing his thoughts. "I hope you save more money now that you are earning. As long as we have a place to live, that's sufficient. Don't worry, Dad. My store is doing quite well. Purchasing a house in Yangqing won't cost too much. You can move in with peace of mind. There's no need to overthink it." At that moment, Chun Liping emerged from the kitchen and remarked, "I share your father's perspective. I just mentioned to you to take it slow. Buying a house is a significant decision. Besides, we are quite comfortable here," so there's no rush. Su-young smiled, amused by the unified stance of his parents. It's not a major issue. We have the means now, and my business is stable. Ultimately, this decision rests with me. When I find some time, I'll return to purchase the house. But let us not dwell on that. I'm hungry, Mom. Is dinner ready? Chen Liping exchanged a glance with Su Dagong. The two shared a resigned look, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Almost ready. Just waiting for the ribs to finish stewing. Half an hour later. A simple, yet heartwarming dinner concluded. Su-young devoured 3 bowls of rice in one sitting, relishing the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed in over a year. Leaning back in his chair, a blissful smile illuminated his face. Ding! It has been detected that the host feels immense happiness after enjoying his mother-esque cooking. Reward, 500,000 in cash and a Vacheron Constantin tourbillon watch from the Heritage Collection, valued at 900,000. Wow, a Vacheron Constantin. The thrill of this daily surprise is truly delightful. After a brief respite, Su-young hurried to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Subsequently, the three of them sat on the sofa, enjoying fruit and engaging in conversation until Su-young finally retreated to his room at 10 o'clock. He intended to spend the night at home and return to Haicheng after breakfast the following day. Lying in bed, Su-young called upon the system. System, please show me my current attributes. Host, Su-young, age, 24 years, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 73. 5 kilograms, appearance, 88, physique, 75, figure, 90, charm, 90, skills, master of body management, professional racing driver, golden body, binding objects, Zhao Mingru, affection, 65, Lu Yun, affection, 45. Lin Yi, affection, 0, Gu Xiaoman, affection, 60, Pan Ning, affection, 3. Balance, 10, 636, 898 yuan, contented with the information displayed on the virtual screen before him. Su-young drifted off to sleep. Chapter 19. Farewell to the past. Early the next morning, Su-young arose at the urging of his mother, Chen Liping, and partook of breakfast. Around 10 o'clock, after exchanging greetings with his parents, he departed in his car. Shortly after exiting the neighborhood, Su-young arrived at the entrance of a convenience store, intending to purchase a bottle of water for the road. As he stepped inside, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lu Yun? Su-young called out as he observed her, standing sideways at the cash register, clad in a form-fitting pair of jeans, with a white backpack slung over her shoulder and her hair tied back in a ponytail. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yun swiftly turned around, her eyes widening in recognition. Su-young, what are you doing here? Su-young, scratching his nose with a smile, replied, I'm a native of Yang City, didn't you know? Although both attended high school in Yang City, they had scarcely spoken, leaving Lu Yun unaware of Su-young's origins. She paused, then smiled warmly at him. I thought you were from High City. Su-young grinned. No, I've grown up in Yang City. By the way, what brings you back? Oh, it's the weekend. I'm home for a couple of days and am about to take a taxi to the high-speed rail station to return to High City. Su-young's eyes lit up. You're heading back? What a coincidence. I'm also going to High City. Why don't you skip the high-speed train and ride with me instead? But Lu Yun hesitated. I've already purchased my ticket. It's no matter. You can refund it. Besides, driving alone can be quite dull. We can chat along the way. Okay then. Lu Yun, feeling a bit shy, lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing. Su-young noted her rosy complexion and thought to himself, this girl blushes quite easily. All right, go ahead and refund your ticket and wait for me a moment while I grab a bottle of water. He then walked into the store, retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water. After paying, he handed one to Lu Yun. As they reached the roadside, he produced his car key and pressed the button, causing the lights of an Aston Martin to flash. Lu Yun gazed at the sleek black SUV, a hint of confusion in her voice. Did you get a new car? Yes, it's a recent purchase. Come on, let us get in. Su-young opened the door for her to enter the passenger seat before proceeding to the driver's side. Buckling his seatbelt, he declared, let us go. Lu Yun admired the luxurious interior of the Aston Martin and inquired, what kind of car is this, Su-young? It's an Aston Martin DBX. Do you like it? Lu Yun nodded. It's quite beautiful, but it must be very expensive, right? Su-young chuckled, over 3 million. 3. Lu Yun laughed awkwardly. 3 million? Indeed. Well, forget I asked. I plan to buy a car myself in the near future for convenience when I return home. Su-young nodded. That makes sense. High City is about 100 or 200 kilometers from Yang City. Having a car would certainly make the journey easier. Exactly. That is what I was thinking. What is your budget for purchasing a car? I can assist you with some recommendations. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately around 150,000. 150,000. Indeed. As a mere salesperson, I don't possess much money. Please don't mock me. Su Yang shook his head with a slight smile. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I do not measure friendships by wealth. Silently, Su Yang added to himself, I value appearances. Lu Yun playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed. I was just joking with you. Could you recommend a car around 150,000? Feigning deep contemplation, Su Yang was actually mulling over whether to gift Lu Yun a car directly. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was evident that Lu Yun possessed a strong sense of self-respect and was not one to be swayed by material possessions. He realized that gifting her a car might be perceived as charity rather than a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, their relationship had not yet evolved to that level. They were merely ordinary friends. Presenting such a lavish gift could potentially backfire and frighten her away. Su Yang resolved. Perhaps that is not the best course of action for now. I shall reconsider it later. As he drove, he continued, if your budget is around 150,000. It depends on whether you prefer a sedan or an SUV. For sedans, you might want to explore domestic cars or some reliable second-tier joint venture brands. I personally lean towards SUVs. However, given this price range, I would advise against an SUV due to limited options and lower value for money. Sedans are generally more accommodating for women, and there are plenty of options available around 150,000. Turning to glance at Lu Yun, he inquired, are you considering an electric vehicle or a gasoline one? Gasoline, Lu Yun replied without hesitation. Su Yang was somewhat surprised by her answer. It was rare to encounter a woman who preferred gasoline vehicles. Do you have a preferred brand? Lu Yun contemplated for a moment before saying, I don't know much about cars and don't have a particular brand I favor. Upon my return, I will select a few models for you to consider. If any catch your interest and you wish to test drive them, just let me know, and I'll accompany you to prevent you from being taken advantage of. Upon hearing Su Yang's offer to personally escort her, Lu Yun shyly smiled and replied, that sounds great. Thank you, Su Yang. No need for gratitude. It's a small matter. Thus, they engaged in light-hearted banter throughout the journey, with Su Yang deliberately slowing down the car. It took them over 2 hours to reach the toll station of Haicheng. Through their conversation, their relationship grew closer, particularly for Lu Yun. She realized that Su Yang was able to engage with her on any topic, and the conversation felt effortless. He did not overstep boundaries and maintained an excellent rhythm in their dialogue. This made her feel relaxed in their exchanges, and unbeknownst to her, her fondness for Su Yang gradually increased. Upon entering the city, Su Yang inquired about Lu Yun's residence and drove her to her doorstep. After stepping out of the car, Lu Yun's lips curled into a charming and grateful smile. Thank you, Su Yang, for your help today. There's no need for such politeness. You should head back now. I must take my leave. As Su Yang spoke, he prepared to depart. Just as the car started, Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and waved, calling out, Su Yang, wait. She hurriedly jogged towards the vehicle. What is it? Su Yang, noticing Lu Yun waving in the rearview mirror, brought the car to a halt once more. Flushing, Lu Yun approached the window and said, I just remembered that I had mentioned treating you to a meal. Upon uttering these words, her face turned even redder. Su Yang, momentarily taken aback by Lu Yun's endearing shyness, blinked in surprise. Su Yang, Lu Yun called out when she noticed his dazed expression, shaking his head to regain his composure. Su Yang replied, what did you just say? I said something about inviting you to dinner. Hearing this, Su Yang recalled that they had indeed discussed this matter previously, although he had long forgotten about it. Oh, that? I probably won't have time today. I still need to move. Moving? Lu Yun looked taken aback. Yes, I bought a new apartment, and I can move in today. I need to tidy things up. Lu Yun gazed up at Su Yang, her expression becoming dreamy as she smiled. Then let's postpone it until another day when you're free. How about tomorrow? I have no plans then, and I'll treat you. No. I promised to treat you. So let's make it tomorrow after I finish work? All right. Sounds good. I'll come find you then. Okay, take care on the road. All right, I'm off. You should head back too, Su Yang said, driving away. Lu Yun stood by the roadside, watching the car gradually disappear into the distance, her emotions swirling within her as her cheeks flushed bright red. The thought of dining alone with Su Yang the next day made her feel bashful. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained oblivious to Lu Yun's thoughts. Had it been his former self, he would have unhesitatingly canceled any other plans to dine with Lu Yun. However, After several days of introspection, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. In the past, he had exhibited traits of an overly eager admirer, readily acceding to the demands of attractive women, especially someone as stunning as Lu Yun. Yet, after days of receiving substantial monetary rewards from the system, his once desperate demeanor had been gradually erased. His current approach was one of nonchalance, neither initiating nor rejecting advances. To put it plainly, Su Yang's previous lack of confidence stemmed from a belief that he was unworthy of beautiful, fragrant women, leading him to seek ways to impress them through other means. However, most women do not enter relationships based on fleeting emotions. Many have a clear understanding of what they desire. Attraction is straightforward. If they like someone, they do. If not, no amount of persuasion will sway them. Women may find themselves drawn to a man because of a particular action or quality that resonates with their standards, but rarely will they be swayed solely by sentiment. In most instances, the more proactive a young man becomes, the more he appears pitiable, ultimately eliciting disdain from women. Thus, immersing oneself too deeply in a romantic relationship can easily transform one into a wretched sycophant. Self-indulgent sentiments only serve to torment oneself. Su Yang is now well aware of these truths. Although he is captivated by Lu Yun, he understands the importance of restraint and gradual progression, for he feels no urgency. He dismissed further thoughts and, after driving for a while, retrieved his phone to call Gu Xiaoman. "Hello, dear sister, what are you up to?" Gu Xiaoman rolled her eyes on the other end of the line. "At work, what else?" Su Yang was tempted to say, "Quit your job immediately. I shall support you from now on." However, such words remained unspoken, for he knew that should she take him seriously, his future nonchalance would be jeopardized. "Oh, by the way, your new apartment has been cleaned and is ready for you to move in at any time." "That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. I'll head home now to gather my things and come over shortly." After hanging up, Su Yang drove towards his rented accommodation. Half an hour later, he returned to the apartment, dusting off a long and used suitcase. As he glanced around the space he had inhabited for over a year, a fleeting wave of nostalgia washed over him. Yet, this sentiment was short-lived, as his memories here were predominantly steeped in hardship. There was little to reflect upon. What was there to lament about his impoverished days? Su Yang was not one to wallow in sentimentality. He swiftly packed his newly purchased garments into the suitcase, while leaving behind all but his undergarments. Those clothes represented a farewell to his past. Having bid adieu, there was no need for a final glance. He grasped the suitcase, opened the door, and departed without looking back. Chapter 20. A new home once seated in the car. Su Yang took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Mengru. "Sister Mengru, I am moving out today. Aside from some old clothes, I have cleaned the house thoroughly. Please remember to collect the keys." After sending the message, Su Yang started the car and drove towards Sunhai Manor. Throughout the journey, his spirits soared as he envisioned residing in a spacious 300-square-meter home, a wave of excitement coursing through him. As he arrived at Sunhai Manor, Su Yang parked in the sales office lot just as Gu Xiaoman sauntered over. Her expression appeared perfectly normal, showing no signs of embarrassment from their previous game of hide-and-seek. Su Yang approached her, raising an eyebrow and offering a smile. "Sister, your makeup today is truly lovely." Gu Xiaoman rolled her eyes. "Cut the small talk. Hey, did you change your car again?" She glanced at the sleek black Aston Martin behind him. "Indeed. What do you think? Handsome, right?" "Absolutely stunning. You wealthy folks are just on another level, buying cars worth millions without a second thought." It wasn't that much. "Let us go?" Earlier on the way, Su Yang had contacted Gu Xiaoman, asking her to accompany him to the property management to register his vehicle. Under her guidance, they completed the registration for both cars before returning to the parking lot. Gu Xiaoman took the initiative to hop in the car. "Come on, I'll show you to your parking spot." "Sounds good." Su Yang drove to the underground garage of Building 3. Upon reaching the lobby entrance, Gu Xiaoman instructed, "Park right here." As the car came to a stop, she pointed to the 4 adjacent parking spaces. "These are your spots." Su Yang surveyed the area, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad at all. By the way, sister, would you like to come up for a bit?" He wore a teasing expression. With arms crossed and a slight blush on her cheeks, Gu Xiaoman rolled her eyes. "What are you planning during the day?" "What do you mean? What do you mean? I just want to invite you up for a glass of water." "Cut it out. I know what you're scheming. I'm still on the clock." "You go back alone. I'm leaving." As he watched Gu Xiaoman sway away, Su Yang called out, "Are you really not coming up for a bit?" She waved her hand dismissively. "I'm at work. We can talk another day." "All right then." After securing his car, Su-young took the elevator to the 8th floor. Arriving at the door of apartment 802, filled with excitement, he retrieved the key and unlocked the door, recording his fingerprint as well. Stepping inside, Su-young gazed at the spacious and bright living room, unceremoniously tossing his suitcase aside before leaping onto the plush sofa. Ah, I can hardly believe it. I'm truly living in Sunheim Manor. Ding. Hostess excitement upon moving into a new home detected. Reward, 500,000 cash. System. You won't just vanish one day, will you? Rest assured, host. This system is designed to assist you in reaching the pinnacle of life. This is merely the beginning. And once the system is bound, it will not be unbound unless the host meets their demise. That is reassuring. Your words put my mind at ease. Su-young suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in for the day. System, check-in. Beep. Check-in successful. Reward, 50,000 yuan. Very well. Now retrieve that Vacheron Constantine watch for me. No sooner had he spoken than a timepiece with a deep green strap materialized in his hand. Observing the watch, Su-young picked up his phone to conduct a search. Although he had heard of the Vacheron Constantine brand, he was unfamiliar with its intricacies, only aware of its high price tag. It wasn't that he had no desire to learn. Rather, he had never envisioned owning such a prestigious watch, deeming it unnecessary to delve deeper. Nevertheless, he had a fondness for watches. After all, what man does not have a few passions? Cars, watches, and beautiful women. Moreover, wearing a watch valued at nearly 1,000,000 yuan would render him somewhat embarrassed if he encountered someone knowledgeable and was unable to engage in conversation about it. He stumbled upon an image titled Global Luxury Watch Rankings and began to peruse it. Tier 0 featured a solitary brand, Patek Philippe. Tier 1 included 4 brands. In order, Vacheron Constantine, Audemars Piguet, Breguet, and Lang. He was astonished to discover Vacheron Constantine's esteemed status. It was difficult not to feel confident wearing such an exquisite piece. He glanced at the subsequent tiers but did not commit them to memory, as he was indifferent to such classifications. What mattered was that he adored the watch, and he held no particular regard for rankings. It seemed prudent to set aside time to purchase a watch cabinet, as his collection would undoubtedly grow, and having a designated space would facilitate ease of access. With that thought, Su-young rose and wheeled his suitcase into the master bedroom, carefully placing his clothes into the wardrobe. Surveying the vast wardrobe filled with only a few garments, Su-young mused aloud. It appears I must venture out once more to acquire some clothing, shoes, and toiletries. Otherwise, this place feels devoid of warmth and character. With that, he made his way to the living room, grabbed his bag, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the community entrance, he hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the original route. Sure thing. 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at its destination. Su-young beamed at the sight of a Porsche 911 Turbo parked by the roadside. Oh, it's you again. You never fail to impress, he remarked as he approached the vehicle, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat. His intent for the day was crystal clear: to shop extensively and furnish his new home. With a roar, the 911 surged toward the city's largest shopping center, Qinxiang City. Shortly thereafter, Su-young arrived at the underground parking lot of Qinxiang City. After parking, he took the elevator up to the mall and made a beeline for the men's clothing section, spying a gigantic Hook logo above a nearby storefront. He wasted no time and stepped inside to browse. He knew he could not indulge in luxury items every day. It was essential to diversify his wardrobe. Nike was another brand he admired, offering a vast array of clothing and footwear at varying price points, from affordable pieces around 100 yuan to premium items costing several thousand. The items were not any less expensive than those luxury brands. Su-young selected 8 t-shirts, a pair of AJ1 sneakers, a pair of Dunk LV collaborative shoes, and a pair of black Air Force Ones, totaling 15,000 yuan. The primary expense stemmed from the Nike and LV collaboration, which was somewhat costly. However, for Su-young at this moment, such an amount was hardly significant. After completing his purchase, he exited the Nike store and ventured into a nearby off-white boutique, where he acquired several short-sleeved shirts, jackets, and trousers. That should suffice for this summer. I won't need suits for now, and I can always purchase them later if necessary. Carrying a multitude of bags, Su-young returned to the parking lot to stow his belongings before retracing his steps to explore a large chain supermarket located on the -1 floor of the shopping mall. Upon entering the supermarket, Su-young soon spotted a vast glass display in the liquor section showcasing numerous bottles of Maodai. He wheeled his cart over for a closer inspection when a nearby attendant approached him with a smile, inquiring, Sir, are you looking to purchase some liquor? Do you sell Maotai? Indeed, our supermarket offers Maotai at 2,650 yuan per bottle. With a guarantee of authenticity, any counterfeit will result in a tenfold compensation, and it's certainly cheaper than the market price. Su Yang, unfamiliar with the nuances of Maotai pricing, found himself unconcerned. As long as it was genuine, that sufficed. All right, I'll take a case. A case? The attendant asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, a case. Is there a purchase limit? No limit, no limit. I'll fetch that for you right away, the attendant replied, cheerfully jogging off. Su Yang smiled faintly and continued his perusal. Entering the red wine section, he observed an extensive shelf nearly 30 meters long, filled with various brands of red wine. His knowledge of red wine was equally scant. So he randomly selected 5 bottles priced above 3,000 yuan and placed them into his cart. At that moment, the attendant returned, pushing a small cart. Sir, your wine has arrived. With a smile, the attendant lifted the case into Su Yang's cart. Thank you, Su Yang replied. Moving on to the fruit section to purchase some cherries and kiwis. Finally, he acquired some steaks, snacks, and toiletries before making his way to the checkout. The total expenditure amounted to 35,900 yuan. Ding! Host detected great happiness after shopping. Reward of 200,000 yuan in cash granted. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Yang wheeled his cart back to the parking lot to stow his entire haul in the car. Had he not considered the limited space of his 911, he would have been inclined to make additional purchases. Chapter 21. The Solitude of Invincibility. 20 minutes later, Su Yang returned to the Sunhai Manor, having made 2 trips to bring in all the items he had purchased. It felt somewhat like home. After surveying the neatly arranged belongings, he smiled in satisfaction. By this time, it was already afternoon. A bit fatigued, Su Yang reclined on the sofa and began to scroll through his phone. Upon opening Douyin, he noticed a plethora of unread messages. Oh no, I completely forgot about adding the streamer on WeChat, he exclaimed. As he perused the messages, he found one from Lin Yi, along with several private messages from unfamiliar individuals. Most of them were merely attempts to get acquainted, while 2 girls had directly sent him alluring photographs along with their WeChat IDs. After glancing at the images, Su Yang shook his head and chuckled. For the affluent, flirting is a breeze. Just a few gifts, and girls are eager to add me on WeChat. Such fortune was unheard of before. However, after further examination of the photos, his interest waned, and he dismissed them from his mind. Finally, he opened the chat interface with Linny. Brother who buys groceries, here is my WeChat ID. Feel free to add me so we can become friends. She had written. A smile crept across Su Yang's lips as he replied with a simple okay. He then copied the WeChat ID and switched to the WeChat app to add her as a friend. Switching back to Douyin, Su Yang intended to utilize the system's scanning function to discover potential talents. Just as he returned to the chat interface, he noticed Lin Yi's avatar flashing. Is she live? Without a second thought, he clicked in. Upon entering the live stream, Lin Yi noticed the notification that the brother who buys groceries had joined. She leaned closer to the screen, beaming, "Wow, welcome, Brother Groceries. You finally made it." As the comments flooded in, the barrage of messages began. The big brother has arrived. Is he the one who generously gifted 20 wazis last time? Indeed, that's him. The enigmatic vegetable tycoon. As the comments surged, a level 65 user named Invincibility is Such Solitude made a grand entrance with special effects. Wow, a level 65 big shot. Who is this esteemed person? I'm not sure, but it's surprising to see 2 big shots in a small streamer's room. Lin Yi also welcomed the newcomer before commencing a PK battle. A streamer named Little Carrot appeared on the right side of the screen, looking quite stunning and alluring. Su Yang found her appealing and mentally inquired, "System, scan this Little Carrot." Li Ming, age, 23, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, attractiveness, 80, figure, 82, number of relationships, 3, currently in a relationship, and 80 is decent. Yet it doesn't meet the binding criteria. Oh well. At this point, the 2 streamers were ready to start their PK. Little Carrot asked, "What is the punishment?" "Let us make the loser dance," came the reply. "All right, then let us mute our mics." The 2 began a 5-minute round of competition. At the very beginning, the esteemed gentleman of level 65, who had just entered, sent 2 Douyin rockets. Wow, thank you, Brother Lonely, for the Douyin rockets. Brother Lonely, your prowess is truly remarkable. You arrived and immediately launched 2 grand rockets, much appreciated. Lin Yi gazed at the screen with delight. having just graduated this year. She was captivated by the thriving world of live streaming, aware of her striking appearance, and thus decided to embark on this venture. Little did she anticipate the substantial earnings from live streaming. Initially, she would only attract a handful of viewers, but gradually, her audience grew to 30 or 40, allowing her to earn a modest sum of around 100 yuan after 4 to 5 hours of broadcasting. However, ever since Su Yang showered her with gifts, her viewer count experienced a transformative surge. At its lowest, she now boasted 70 to 80 viewers, while typically maintaining a steady audience of 3 to 400. Each day, her earnings would amount to at least 3 to 400 yuan, which far surpassed the meager income of a traditional job, all while being free from the exhaustion of labor. Her daily routine consisted merely of dancing and chatting with various netizens in her live stream. The drudgery of a conventional job, with its incessant demands, overtime, and the lack of dignity in a cramped cubicle, had entirely extinguished her desire to return to such a life. Live streaming sufficed for her sustenance. Moreover, encountering an unexpected benefactor like Su Yang, who could generously contribute thousands in mere minutes, made the notion of a mundane job utterly absurd. Dear viewers, if any kind-hearted souls could assist me in boosting my popularity, I would be immensely grateful. At that moment, the previously scoreless Little Radish suddenly surged to 30,000 points, overtaking Lin Yi in an instant. Clearly, a benefactor had emerged on the opposing side. Su Yang reclined on the sofa, observing quietly, feeling the thrill of a concealed powerhouse. For he possessed considerable wealth, millions at his disposal, which provided him confidence. He remained patient, intending to make his move at the final moment to secure victory. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the formidable entity known as loneliness is truly overwhelming swiftly sent 2 gifts, surpassing the opposing score. Wow. Thank you, Brother Lonely, for the 2 carnivals. Brother Lonely, you are magnificent, sending you heart emojis. Truly a level 65 titan, the gifts arrive effortlessly. It seems the opposition stands no chance. Indeed. Let us not forget, the esteemed Kai Zong has yet to make his move. Absolutely impressive. Meanwhile, in a coffee shop, a young man appearing to be around 25, with striking features and dressed in trendy attire, lounged on a sofa while engrossed in his phone. Beside him sat a slightly plump companion. Brother Meng, are you taken with this streamer? Not quite. I merely find her appealing enough to lend some support, and it costs me little. Indeed, for you, such an amount is negligible. This individual was none other than Loneliness is truly overwhelming, whose real name was Meng Wenzhou, a well-known scion from Haiqing. He gazed at his phone, contemplatively stating, I am rather curious about this Kai Zong that the viewers speak of. They seem to regard him with much admiration. The plump companion chuckled, Kai Zong or not, before you, he is but a small fry. Let us see if he dares to take action. At this moment, half of the PK time had elapsed. Lin Yi led Little Radish by 3,000 points, yet she felt her position was precarious. For the opposing team was accumulating points at an impressive pace, and their captain evidently possessed considerable skill. She earnestly urged, Darling ones, do lend me your fingers and give me a thumbs up. Those capable, please cast your votes for me. Thank you, my dear supporters. No sooner had she finished speaking than the opposing score surged ahead by over 10,000 points. What on earth? They are quite formidable too. Let me take a glance. Meanwhile, Su Yang had not been idle. He deposited an additional 500,000 into his account. After all, it would be utilized sooner or later, and a substantial deposit would save him the hassle. Ding, 50,000 yuan expenditure detected, triggering hidden random cashback mechanism, rewarding 3 million yuan in cash. Whoa, there's a hidden mechanism? System, you never cease to surprise me. I can hardly use it all. Hee. At that moment, within the live broadcast, there remained just over 50 seconds, and Lin Yi trailed her opponent by 2,000 points. Observing the score, she felt a pang of anxiety, although losing merely meant dancing. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Is there anyone who can help me with votes? Seeing the time dwindling, Su Yang clicked on the gifts and instantly sent out a huazi, propelling him ahead of Little Radish once more. Wow. Thank you, my dear buying brother. You've finally made a move. Love you. Looks like the buying brother is starting to exert his influence. Let me see just how formidable this buying brother truly is. Last time, I regretted not witnessing it firsthand. Just watch closely. When the buying brother makes a move, it starts at no less than 10 huazi. Impressive. Meng Wenzhou observed Su Yang's gesture of sending a huazi and smiled faintly. Finally, it begins. Without hesitation, he sent out 5 huazi. Wow. Thank you, my lonely brother. I am immensely grateful. Seeing this, Su Yang mused. Ah, lonely brother, are you trying to overshadow me? Let us play then. Chapter 22. Is winning or losing really that important? Su Yang opened the gift panel and continuously sent out 10 carnival gifts. Instantly, the screen was filled with dazzling effects, driving Lin Yi into a frenzy. Her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, "Thank you, my grocery brother. Here it comes. The grocery master is ramping up. Impressive. The grocery master is truly remarkable." At this moment, the opposing little was utterly bewildered, as she had believed this PK would certainly be a victory for her. After all, she was a streamer with over 200,000 followers and had been live broadcasting for more than a year, consistently receiving substantial gifts from her loyal supporters. Seeing Lin Yi suddenly surpass her by tens of thousands of points with just over 8,000 fans, she felt a mix of anger and envy. What on earth is happening over there? How many huazi have been sent? It seems the big brother who previously sent 20 huazi to the other side has returned. I'll go check it out. Meng Wanzhou chuckled as he observed the screen. Indeed, that's quite something. 10 carnivals. 10. That's not too many. Let me add some intensity. Intrigued, Meng Wanzhou decided to join in, as men often relish competing in seemingly trivial matters. For instance, if they encounter a tall leaf while walking, they might compete to see who can jump higher to touch it, without any stakes involved. The loser would simply concede with a casual remark, "You're impressive," which, in a man's eyes, serves as the highest compliment. Without further ado, Meng Wanzhou sent out 10 huazi as well. The live stream erupted in excitement, with the comments flooding in so rapidly that Lin Yi could hardly comprehend what was being said. All she could do was express her gratitude repeatedly while performing a sultry little dance. Seeing Meng Wanzhou send out 10 huazi, Su Yang smiled lightly and sent out 11 huazi, one more than Meng Wanzhou. Oh my, this is incredible. These two titans are going head-to-head. How thrilling. Isn't this far more entertaining than a drama? To have 2 big shots simultaneously in the live stream of such a small streamer. What a stroke of luck. I wonder how much the streamer will earn from this round of PK. Meng Wanzhou, noticing Su Yang's 11 carnivals, chuckled. This guy is amusing. It's like an auction, just one more than me. With a smile, he opened the gift panel again and sent out 20 huazi. Seeing Meng Wanzhou's 20 carnivals, Su Yang merely smiled in response, recognizing the challenge. With only 15 seconds remaining, he sent out 30 huazi in rapid succession. Back and forth they went, the carnival effects on the screen never ceasing, leading one to believe they were in the live stream of a major internet celebrity. In a short span, they had sent nearly 100 huazi. Lin Yi was completely stunned. This was the most gifts she had ever received in her streaming career, and certainly the most expensive. She ceased her dancing, sitting in her chair with her mouth agape, staring in shock at the screen. In the little's live stream, the comments were equally frenzied. Those 2 big shots are really going at it, neither backing down, starting with 10 huazi. I can't believe it. Are the fortunes of these individuals mere paper? Is the carnival merely offering beer? These individuals possess wealth exceeding tens of millions in reality. Gifting a few 100,000 is trivial. Unfortunately, our local big brother seems to be somewhat lacking, and the disparity is stark. Who could argue otherwise? Who are you calling lacking? If you dare, step up. I shall refrain. I prefer to observe. Little Radish gazed at Lin Yi, whose votes surpassed 1 million, feeling nothing but envy. Over the course of her year-long streaming journey, she had engaged in countless PKs, and she had yet to accumulate even 30,000 votes, let alone 1 million. She regarded Lin Yi and believed herself to be equally deserving, yet she could not fathom why such a top-tier benefactor had not graced her with support. As Su Yang concluded his 30 contributions, the PK came to an end. The chubby lad beside Meng Wanzhou exclaimed in urgency, "Damn, there's no time left, Meng Gu. You've lost." Meng Wanzhou merely smiled nonchalantly. "So what if I lost? It's not a life or death PK. Why are you more agitated than I am? I'm just frustrated for you. Meng Gu, when have you ever lost to anyone in a PK gift battle?" Meng Wanzhou affectionately patted the chubby lad. "It's just a small matter, merely a gift. Besides, my money doesn't come from the wind. Gifting isn't free, you know? But there's no but. The opponent is also a person of means. If he is wealthier than me, I concede. How could he possibly be wealthier than you, Meng Gu? I refuse to believe it." Meng Wanzhou took a sip of his iced Americano, and to his surprise, his curiosity was piqued. He was quite eager to meet this individual. Upon viewing his profile, he found no works listed, and the age displayed was 24. If he were truly that young, it would be worthwhile to befriend him. Oh, Meng Gu, your magnanimity is beyond my reach. If it were me, I would ensure a victory. We're not children anymore. It's just a game. Does winning or losing truly matter? Meng Wanzhou turned to the chubby lad and remarked. The lad nodded thoughtfully in response. Meanwhile, Lin Yi gazed at her vote count exceeding 2 million, feeling as though she were in a dream. From this PK alone, she would earn over 100,000. 100,000, what a concept. In just 5 minutes, she earned more than others do in a year. Now more than ever, she was resolute in pursuing the comfortable path of streaming. With perseverance, it wouldn't be long before she could afford a car and a house. Little Radish had suffered a complete defeat. Reluctantly, she performed a sultry dance before exiting the stream. Upon seeing that the PK had concluded and the dance had been performed, Suyong swiped the screen to seek other targets. Just then, a notification popped up at the top of his phone. Invincible is so lonely has added you as a friend. Suyong smiled faintly, exited the live room, and opened the message interface to add the other party as a follower. No sooner had he added them than a direct message arrived. Hello, brother. May I get to know you? Suyong replied with a typed message. What's this? Are you feeling unsatisfied after losing the gift battle earlier? Brother, what brings you here? I simply wish to get to know you and make a friend. Given your generous gifting, you must be quite an affable person. I tend to gravitate towards such companions. Oh, if it's about friendship, then I have no objections. I too enjoy making new friends. Meng Wanzhou smiled as he read Suyang's message. What shall I call you? Suyang, and you? Meng Wanzhou. Meng Wanzhou? Suyang silently repeated the name. Why does it sound somewhat familiar? Meng Wanzhou. Could it be that he is the son of Meng Jianyun from the Wahai group? Suyang typed inquiringly. Are you Meng Jianyun's son? Indeed, Meng Wanzhou replied candidly. Wow, a top-tier heir from Haicheng? Suyang thought, somewhat astonished. The name Meng Jianyun held considerable renown in Huagua. Yet Suyang only knew that he was a super-rich individual from Haicheng. The rest remained unknown to him. He had learned of Meng Wanzhou's identity during casual conversations with colleagues at his previous job. He never anticipated encountering him on Douyin, especially with Meng Wanzhou taking the initiative to add him as a friend. It is noteworthy that Meng Jianyun ranked among the top 20 on last year's list of wealthy individuals in Huagua. His enterprises span the nation, encompassing large chain supermarkets, luxury shopping centers, 5-star hotels, and various restaurant chains. Surprised, Suyang exited Douyin and searched for Meng Jianyun's name on Edu. Upon clicking the encyclopedia entry and scrolling down, he found the children's section listing Meng Wanzhou and Meng Qinyu. Indeed, he was his son. However, he was taken aback to discover that the elder had a daughter as well. Meng Wanzhou, splendid. It would be advantageous to befriend someone of such stature. Suyang mused before returning to Douyin and the chat interface with Meng Wanzhou. I never expected you to be Meng Jianyun's son. And for such a distinguished heir to take the initiative to connect with me is truly unexpected. Meng Wanzhou promptly replied, what is so surprising about that? We share common interests, it's merely a friendship. Suyang, upon reading Meng Wanzhou's message, was pleasantly surprised by the ease with which this affluent heir conversed. His impression of Meng Wanzhou had significantly improved. How about we add each other on WeChat? It would be more convenient for any future business dealings. Sounds good. Meng Wanzhou responded, quickly sending over his WeChat ID. Suyang copied it and opened WeChat, just in time to see Lin Yi had accepted his friend request. He temporarily set her aside and added Meng Wanzhou. Meng Wanzhou was efficient. As soon as Suyang completed the addition, it displayed his acceptance. Subsequently, the two engaged in a brief conversation on WeChat, getting to know each other before exiting the chat. After leaving the conversation with Meng Wanzhou, Lin Yi promptly sent a message. Are you the one who buys groceries? Yes, that's me. My real name is Suyang. Greetings, Brother Su. I am Lin Yi. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude for the gifts you have bestowed upon me these past 2 occasions. Perhaps I could treat you to a meal? Suyang smiled gently and replied, have you finished your broadcast? Yes, indeed. The gifts you and that lonely gentleman have given me today are simply overwhelming, and I find myself lacking the motivation to continue streaming. Suyang chuckled. It's not that much. Whenever you go live in the future, I shall make it a point to support you. Oh, I am truly grateful, Brother Su. And what about the meal I mentioned earlier? Would you be amenable? Of course, but are you in Haicheng? Yes, I am. Very well, it's nearly mealtime. Please send me your location, and I shall come to fetch you. All right. Chapter 23 Meeting online friends soon. Lin Yi sent a location. Suyang opened it to find it pointed to an ordinary residential community, approximately 7 kilometers away, not too far. Brother Su, can I bring a friend for dinner later? Lin Yi, being a girl, felt slightly uneasy about dining alone with Suyang. After all, they were merely online acquaintances at this point. Despite Su Yang's extravagant gifting, she remained uncertain about his true character, so exercising caution was prudent. Nevertheless, Lin Yi harbored a somewhat materialistic inclination, though she presented herself as demure and unassuming. Her interest in individuals who lavishly spent in the live stream was undeniable. If her companion turned out to be a wealthy heir, even a less than attractive one, she would be open to furthering their acquaintance. Suyang, indifferent to her request, replied, "As you wish, I'm fine with it." However, sensing a misstep, he quickly added, "Is it a guy or a girl?" "A girl." "All right then, hurry and get ready. I'm heading over now." After changing into a fresh outfit and donning his 900,000 yuan Vacheron Constantine watch, he admired his reflection in the mirror and, satisfied, grabbed his LV backpack before heading out. Upon arriving at the parking garage, Suyang slipped into his Aston Martin. Given Lin Yi's mention of a female friend, an SUV would prove more convenient. He input the address from Lin Yi into the navigation system and set off towards his destination. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of Lin Yi's residential community and sent her a voice message via WeChat. "Hey." Lin Yi's charming voice came through the line. "I'm outside your community. Are you coming down?" "I'm on my way down, just a moment." "Okay, I'm in a black SUV. You should see me when you come out." "Great." After waiting for 2 minutes, Suyang spotted 2 girls strolling out of the community, arm in arm, dressed in summer attire. Instantly, he recognized Lin Yi. Her prominent figure was unmistakable, and her appearance closely resembled that of her livestream persona. She wore a form-fitting black, low-cut top that accentuated her curves, revealing a tantalizing expanse of skin, paired with white hot pants that showcased her smooth abdomen and long, slender legs. The girl accompanying Lin Yi paled in comparison, both in stature and beauty. Clad in a low-cut dress, her bosom also made a statement, but it was notably less impressive than Lin Yi's. Her features leaned towards a sultry allure, with captivating eyes and deep red lipstick, her flowing hair cascading gracefully down her back. Though she was undeniably beautiful on her own, the contrast with Lin Yi rendered her less striking. In the presence of Lin Yi, most girls would appear overshadowed. Indeed, it seemed that beautiful women often preferred to bring along someone less attractive to accentuate their own allure. System, scan the girl beside Lin Yi. Age, 22. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 79. Figure, 85. Number of relationships, 4. Currently single. A score of 79 is decent. Yet it does not meet the binding criteria. Never mind. Suyang offered a faint smile and, noticing the 2 approaching, pressed the car horn. Beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Yi's eyes lit up as she spotted the sleek black SUV a short distance ahead, recognizing it as a vehicle of considerable value. "Is this the older brother who spent dozens of huazi on you?" "Yes, it must be this car. I wonder what he looks like. I hope he isn't an old man." This car appears to be an Aston Martin. Aside from wealthy second-generation heirs and corporate magnates, there are few young individuals who can afford such a luxury. If he is an elderly gentleman, we'll leave immediately. "All right." As Suyang observed the 2 approaching, he lowered the passenger window and called out with a tilt of his head, "Over here." When Lin Yi saw the window descend, she felt a surge of nervousness. However, upon catching sight of the person inside, her mouth fell agape, her expression shifting from anxiety to delight. "Wow, he is a young and handsome guy?" Tang Yue exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement upon seeing Suyang. "I see him. Just hold on a moment." As they reached the front of the car, Suyang smiled and said, "Get in." "Are you Suyang?" Lin Yi confirmed. "Yes, that's me. What is the matter? Don't believe I'm a young man?" "Oh no, it's just that I didn't expect Brother Su to be so handsome." Lin Yi blushed and, shyly, opened the rear door for Tang Yue to enter. Once Tang Yue was settled, she closed the door and naturally took her place in the front passenger seat. After settling in, she cheerfully introduced, "Brother Su. This is my good friend, Tang Yue." Suyang turned to smile. "Hello." "Hi there, handsome." Tang Yue replied, her face flushing as she inwardly criticized Lin Yi, thinking, "Umph." She rushed to the front seat as soon as she saw a young handsome guy. "What would you like to eat?" "We're open to anything. Brother Su, you decide." Lin Yi adopted a charming demeanor. After pondering for a moment, Suyang suggested, How about we go for Western cuisine? Sounds great. They both replied in unison. Lin Yi's appreciation for Su Yang soared. Dining at a Western restaurant is no small expense, and coupled with the luxurious car he drove, she was now quite certain that Su Yang was genuinely affluent, rather than merely pretending to be. Young, fit, handsome, and wealthy, such men are scarcely resistible for any woman. Ding. Detection of Lin Yi's affection for the host has risen to 30, rewarding a cash bonus of 300,000. Su Yang smiled subtly, casually searching for a well-rated Western restaurant before driving off. In no time, the trio arrived at a lavishly adorned establishment named Jing Yi, a clear indication of its premium pricing. Lin Yi and Tang Yue walked behind Su Yang, exchanging a knowing glance. The trio, guided by a server, settled at a table by the window. At that moment, Lin Yi yearned to sit beside Su Yang. However, she restrained herself, as such a move would be too conspicuous. She found herself regretting the decision to invite Tang Yue along. She had never anticipated that Su Yang would be so handsome, which was why she had thought to bring Tang Yue to help her navigate the situation. If the dinner turned out to be unenjoyable, she could easily concoct an excuse to leave. Yet, it seemed that such an escape was unnecessary now. She even contemplated asking Tang Yue to depart early. Originally, she envisioned an intimate dinner with Su Yang in this charming restaurant, followed by a movie in a private cinema or a casual drink at a bar, culminating in a spontaneous rendezvous at a hotel, sans a key. Alas, her plans were now complicated by an unwelcome third party. But this was a consequence of her own invitation, and regret was futile. Stealing a glance at Tang Yue, Lin Yi noted that her gaze had scarcely strayed from Su Yang. She was acutely aware of the type of person Tang Yue was. Faced with a handsome and affluent man like Su Yang, competition was inevitable. Although Lin Yi held confidence in her own figure and beauty, uncertainty loomed regarding Su Yang's preferences. What if he was drawn to someone like Tang Yue, who exuded a certain allure? Moreover, Tang Yue possessed far more experience in romantic entanglements than Lin Yi, a fact she could not ignore. Thus, a flicker of anxiety arose within her at the thought of her so-called best friend potentially winning over Su Yang. Such a man would undoubtedly be worth pursuing, and she resolved to seize the opportunity, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 24. A taste of indulgence at this moment. The waiter approached slowly, bearing 3 menus. Su Yang accepted them and turned to the 2 individuals across the table. Please, feel free to order whatever you desire. There's no need for formality. Lin Yi nodded with a gentle smile and began to peruse the menu. However, as she focused on the selections, Tang Yue beside her had already taken note of the watch adorning Su Yang's wrist. Though not a woman of considerable wealth herself, she harbored aspirations of marrying into affluence and thus spent her leisure time studying luxury items. Upon seeing Su Yang's watch, she instantly recognized it as one of the most prestigious timepieces in the world, a Vacheron Constantin. Clearly, Lin Yi was oblivious to this detail, and Tang Yue had no intention of sharing it with her. She stole a glance at Su Yang, feeling a surge of admiration, for his demeanor was undeniably refined, exuding both grace and gentlemanly charm, precisely aligning with her internal standards for a wealthy heir. She had already begun to strategize on how to gain the upper hand in the ensuing moments. In contrast, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of Su Yang's watch. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have recognized it. Her attention was wholly devoted to selecting dishes, confronted with an array of options priced in the hundreds or even thousands. Su Gu, are you certain we can order freely? Lin Yi glanced up at Su Yang. Leaning back in his chair with a smile, he assured her, order whatever you wish, don't worry about the cost. Then I shall order. This was Lin Yi's first dining experience with a man of such wealth. Although many suitors had pursued her and taken her out to eat, their outings had been to modest buffets or hot pot restaurants, where meals were only a couple of hundred. The notion of dining in a place where a single dish could cost over 1,000 was entirely foreign to her. Tang Yue, noticing this, set aside her own menu and leaned closer to Lin Yi, ostensibly maintaining their amicable relationship. After selecting 5 or 6 dishes, Lin Yi handed the menu back to Su Yang. All done. Su Gu, please see if we need to add anything. Su Yang took the menu, glanced through it, and chuckled. What have you ordered? Mostly desserts. This won't satisfy your hunger. Let me add a few more dishes. He proceeded to order a lengthy list of exquisitely named culinary delights. Would you like some wine? Su Yang inquired of the 2. Let us skip the wine. Lin Yi replied, feigning modesty. And you? He turned to Tang Yue. If he isn't drinking, then neither will I, she responded. Su Yang smiled and suggested, "How about we head to a bar for drinks after dinner?" The two exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat reluctant at the prospect. "I was merely asking, if you're not interested, we can forego it." "Well, sitting there for a bit wouldn't hurt, since we still have time," Tang Yue interjected quickly, sensing Su Yang's genuine intention to go. Su Yang looked at Lin Yi, who pretended to ponder before saying, "All right then, since we do have time, let's go for a little while after." "Great. Let us enjoy our meal first." Before long, a simple dinner came to a close. The trio approached the cash register to settle their bill, with Su Yang promptly pulling out his phone to make the payment, totaling 4,005. Observing Su Yang's nonchalant display of affluence, Lin Yi instinctively leaned closer to him. "Let us go?" Half an hour later, Su Yang led the two to a pre-selected bar, this time not a craft brewery, but rather a spacious nightclub. The clock read 9:30 in the evening. The expansive venue was bustling with patrons, the music blaring deafeningly, occasionally punctuated by the enthusiastic shouts of the DJ. On the stage ahead, two stunning women clad in black silk shorts swayed their enchanting waists with fervor. Colorful spotlights swept through the crowd incessantly. Su Yang had deliberately chosen this renowned nightclub in Haicheng, a place he had never visited before, eager to immerse himself in the experience. As they arrived at the entrance, the attendant's eyes brightened at the sight of the trio, one man and two striking women. However, having mingled in the nightlife scene for quite some time, he had encountered countless attractive individuals and was not overly astonished. With a warm smile, he approached them, greeting, "Welcome, beautiful people. 3 of you, right?" "Yes. Is there any seating available?" Su Yang observed the nearly filled establishment, seemingly devoid of tables. "There is. However, only a VIP booth, which is a bit pricier." "That is fine. Please take us there." The attendant, noticing Su Yang's trendy attire and the elegant young women accompanying him, quickly deduced that he was not financially constrained. He cheerfully led the trio through the labyrinthine club to a booth accommodating 6 or 7 guests. "Just a heads up, we do have a minimum spend at our establishment," the attendant mentioned. Su Yang nodded, taking the drink menu handed to him. The prices listed started at 700 or 800, extending into the thousands, with some even reaching 10,000. Flipping through a couple of pages, he stumbled upon a package named Divine Dragon Set, priced at 888 yuan. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, "What kind of drink is this?" "Ah, you're not familiar with the Divine Dragon Set?" "No, this is my first time at a nightclub." "Is it exceptional?" The attendant patiently elaborated. The Divine Dragon Set consists of Ace of Spades champagne, available in 2 variations, the Grand Divine Dragon, which includes 6 bottles of different colored Ace of Spades for 888 yuan, and the Little Divine Dragon, which consists of 3 bottles for 999 yuan. Su Yang nodded, realizing it was indeed the Ace of Spades he had heard of but never tasted. "Then I shall order a Grand Divine Dragon to sample its flavor." The attendant's face lit up with delight. "Are you certain about ordering a set?" "Yes." "Great. Please hold on a moment. By the way, may I ask your surname?" Su Yang." "Understood." The attendant responded cheerfully before turning to leave, not bothering to inquire about the 2 women besides Su Yang, as it was clear that he was the one in command of the evening. "What did you order?" The noise within the club was overwhelming, and Lin Yi hadn't caught the conversation between Su Yang and the attendant. Seizing the opportunity, she intentionally moved closer to Su Yang, her body pressing against his arm. Observing the scene, Tang Yue hurriedly approached, having ordered a mysterious dragon set she had never tasted before. Su Yang casually responded, "The dragon set?" Lin Yi and Tang Yue gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. While Su Yang was oblivious to the significance of the dragon set, the 2 women were well aware, having frequented nightlife venues and accompanied friends on numerous occasions. Although they had never ordered it themselves, they often witnessed other tables indulging in the lavish dragon set package. Priced at nearly 90,000 yuan, it was indeed a luxury beyond the reach of the average patron. "Isn't it a bit too expensive at around 90,000? Su Yang chuckled nonchalantly. "It's fine. Since we're here, we might as well enjoy it." While the two remained in disbelief, the lights in the venue suddenly converged upon Su Yang's table, and the music came to an abrupt halt. The large screen within the establishment flickered to life, showcasing the trio, instantly making them the center of attention. Su Yang, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" "Mr. Su at table 36 has ordered the dragon set," came the resounding announcement from the earlier waiter, now holding a microphone on stage. As soon as he finished, music erupted. and a crowd of patrons cheered as they approached Su Yang's table. Several beautiful waitresses clad in short skirts and black stockings arrived, brandishing gleaming light signs, and presenting drinks alongside an array of complimentary dishes. The other guests in the establishment turned their gazes towards Su Yang's table. Goodness, no wonder the drinks are so pricey. I had no idea such service was included, Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Chapter 25. New skills. Lo and behold, the gentleman possesses quite an appealing visage. Indeed, he is youthful and boasts a fine physique. Have you noticed the watch adorning his wrist? What sort of watch is that? It appears to be a Vacheron Constantin, and even the most modest piece is valued at over $1 million. Goodness, he must be from a wealthy family. Just look at the exquisite ladies seated beside him. Indeed, affluent individuals certainly know how to enjoy themselves. As this scene drew attention, patrons at other tables began to murmur amongst themselves. The female server placed the drinks on the table, and the previous male server approached Su Yang with a cheerful demeanor. So, Brother Su, what do you think of this ambience? Not bad at all. This is my first experience of such a setting. Allow me to settle the bill. Su Yang replied. Of course. The server's smile widened, knowing he would earn a substantial commission from the sale of a set of drinks. After Su Yang completed the transaction, the brief moment of focus dissipated, and the establishment soon returned to its usual rhythm, with the sultry dancers on stage resuming their captivating movements. Ding. Host has spent 888 yuan at the nightclub. Host's mood is exceptionally delightful. Reward of 500,000 yuan is granted, along with a basic combat skill, and physical attributes are enhanced to 85. Something new has arrived? Basic combat skill? It doesn't sound particularly formidable. Could you elaborate? The basic combat skill enables the host to possess hand-to-hand combat abilities superior to that of an average person. Under typical circumstances, the host can engage 10 ordinary individuals in combat simultaneously. What? You're telling me this is a basic combat skill? Then what on earth would intermediate and advanced skills entail? Would they elevate one to the status of a martial arts master? Information regarding unacquired skills cannot be disclosed at this time. Fine. The basic skill is already impressive. I am quite content with it. Beside him, Lin Yi and Tang Yue also felt invigorated, subconsciously savoring the sensation of being the center of attention. This was an experience they had not previously encountered. Having only observed others, they now relished the feeling of being admired, which greatly satisfied their vanity. Ding. Lin Yi's affection for the host has increased to 50. Reward of 300,000 yuan is granted. As Su Yang concluded his dialogue with the system, he instinctively glanced at Lin Yi, whose affection had surged once more. Such a swift increase in affection. It seems securing her attention tonight should pose little difficulty, he mused, pouring a drink from an open bottle of Ace of Spades. Come on, don't just sit there, let us drink up. Su Yang filled the glasses for the two ladies. Under the vibrant atmosphere, Lin Yi and Tang Yue felt emboldened and eagerly accepted their drinks. The trio engaged in playful games with the dice cup while enjoying their beverages, and Su Yang reflected on the transformation of his companions. Just days ago, it was Zhao Mingru and Gu Xiaoman. Now, it was Lin Yi and Tang Yue. Ah, what a fulfilling life this is. As a few drinks were consumed, the cheeks of both ladies took on a rosy hue. Su Yang, seated between them, felt their closeness as they nestled against him. The male patrons at other tables observed the scene with envy, cursing under their breath. Goodness, look at that man. Where's the justice in this? Why am I not the one seated there? What envy they felt. Su Yang found himself sandwiched uncomfortably between two individuals. Although he occasionally made inadvertent contact with their ample figures, the public setting and their close proximity made it difficult for him to enjoy a drink. He shifted slightly and chuckled. Aren't you two feeling hot? Not at all. Well, if you're not, I certainly am. Please, could you sit a bit further apart? I can hardly lift my arms. Realizing their closeness to Su Yang, Lin Yi and Tang Yue exchanged awkward smiles and shifted over a bit. Just then, a slender figure approached them from a distance. Su Yang, engrossed in a game with the two, failed to notice the newcomer until she sat down directly across from them. Upon looking up, a look of astonishment washed over his face. You, Pan Ning. It is I, she replied nonchalantly, effortlessly pouring herself a glass of untouched alcohol. How did you find me? Su Yang asked, incredulous. You just appeared on the big screen. Who could miss that? True enough, he chuckled, then inquired, are you here alone? Not at all, I came with friends. What made you decide to come find me? I saw you having such a good time, so I thought I'd join you. Is that unwelcome? Not at all, quite the opposite. As they conversed, Lin Yi furrowed her brow. Why don't you invite your friends to join us? Su Yang suggested to Pan Ning. Sure, I'll go get them, she replied, rising to leave. Su Yang was taken aback. He had merely been polite, not expecting her to actually fetch anyone. Is this person your friend, Suga? Lin Yi inquired. Not exactly. We've only met once, he responded. Then why is she so familiar? That's just her personality. She's quite spirited. But we barely know her. If a crowd arrives, we want to feel at ease. Lin Yi said, somewhat reluctantly. Don't worry, we're all young. It's good to make new acquaintances, Su Yang remarked, leaving Lin Yi momentarily at a loss for words. She glanced at Tang Yue, who appeared indifferent. Very well, Lin Yi pouted, growing increasingly frustrated. What was meant to be a date for just the two of them had now turned into a gathering with Tang Yue lurking nearby, and soon, a group of others would arrive, with Pan Ning posing an even greater threat. How irritating. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited Tang Yue. Perhaps I could have been walking hand in hand with him by now, Lin Yi mused inwardly. At that moment, Pan Ning returned, accompanied by a girl and two young men, all appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old. As they approached, Su Yang smiled and stepped out from between Lin Yi and Tang Yue. Ah, you've arrived. Are these your friends? Indeed, this is Shun Yishua. These two individuals. Pan Ning remarked, turning to the two men behind her and saying, why don't you introduce yourselves? I am rather disinclined to do so. With that, she and Shun Yishua took a seat. The two men, one portly and the other slender, presented a striking contrast. The lean gentleman exuded charm, his attire meticulously curated, adorned in luxury brands, and he sported a Richard Mille RM11-03 watch, standing at a height comparable to Su Yang's. The stout fellow was slightly shorter, around 175 centimeters, with a round face, moderately sized eyes, a fleshy nose, and slightly thick lips, giving him an unexpectedly endearing appearance. Despite his less attractive features, he carried himself with a fashionable flair. Hello, I am Meng Wanzhou. The slender man stepped forward to greet Su Yang. Meng Wanzhou? Su Yang exclaimed in surprise. What's the matter? Do you know me? Meng Wanzhou inquired, observing Su Yang's astonishment. Goodness, what a coincidence. I am the one who chatted with you on Douyin, Su Yang replied. Ah, you are Su Yang? Meng Wanzhou's surprise mirrored Su Yang's. The portly man beside him introduced himself as Lu Bo, stating, so, you are Su Yang, the one who previously won gifts from my brother Meng? And you are? Su Yang queried Lu Bo. I am Lu Bo, a good friend of Meng. I was right by his side when you two were sending gifts. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you both. Su Yang extended his hand for a handshake. What a delightful coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here, Su Yang, Meng Wanzhou remarked. Indeed. I too did not foresee this. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. We meet at a bar shortly after becoming acquainted, and you are also acquainted with Pan Ning. Haha, Pan Ning is my cousin, Meng Wanzhou replied with a subtle smile. What? Su Yang's eyes widened as he turned to glance at Pan Ning, who was drinking with Lin Yi. She mentioned that there was a friend who invited us to join, and I never imagined it would be you. Even more surprising is your connection with Pan Ning. It appears we are destined to become friends. Haha, indeed. Come, have a seat. Su Yang beckoned the two men to sit down, realizing that with 4 people now at the table, the drinks would surely be insufficient. He called out to the server who had initially attended to them. Hey, handsome, you there? Upon noticing Su Yang's gesture, the server hurried over with a broad smile. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? What is your name? They call me Shaoli. Shaoli, is it? I have a few more friends joining us. Please bring me another set of de Shinlong. More? Shaoli asked, surprised. Is there a problem? Are we out? No, we have plenty. Please wait a moment. I will arrange it right away. Chapter 26. I forgot my keys. Little Li turned around joyfully and left, knowing that he would earn a substantial commission from tonight's table of Su Yang. Su Yang picked up a bottle of wine and began pouring drinks for the newcomers. As he poured, he remarked, the level 65 gentleman who was showering you with gifts in your live stream is seated right across from you. What? Lin Yi paused, her cup in hand, and looked at the handsome Meng Wanzhou sitting opposite her. Is this the gentleman? Indeed, it is I, Meng Wanzhou replied with a smile. So you are the lonely brother. In that case, I must raise a toast to you. Lin Yi, noticing not only his good looks, but also his previous generosity in her live stream, felt a surge of warmth. Although she was unaware of Meng Wanzhou's true identity, Anyone who could lavish such gifts in her stream was undoubtedly someone of substance. Her earlier gloom dissipated, and she filled her glass, raising it with a sweet smile. Lonely brother, thank you for your support alongside brother Su. I shall drink first. With that, she downed her drink in one go. Meng Wanzhou, in turn, lifted his own glass and drank heartily, showing his appreciation. The group briefly introduced themselves, but suddenly, the entire venue fell silent once more, all spotlighting Su Yang's table. Seeing this, Su Yang rubbed his forehead and chuckled helplessly. Here we go again. Meng Wanzhou, reclining comfortably in his chair, appeared unfazed. Clearly accustomed to the grandiosity of the Dragon's Den. Brother Su, do you dislike such displays? Not at all. I merely find that the novelty wears off after the first time. The second occurrence lacks excitement. True enough. Perhaps I shall suggest to the owner to introduce some variety next time. Meng Wanzhou's words were casual, which Su Yang found unproblematic, yet Tang Yue nearby scoffed in disdain. Rolling her eyes internally, thinking, what a show-off. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Wanzhou's identity remained a secret. He was typically very low-key, and Meng Jianyun had never publicly acknowledged his children, leading most to be unaware of who he truly was. After yet another round of attention directed towards them, the establishment returned to its usual ambience. This ritual is rather socially mortifying, commented Shen Yixue, who was beside Pan Ning. Upon hearing Shen Yixue speak, Su Yang finally focused on her. She was adorned in an exquisite cream-colored gown, her deep brown curls cascading over her shoulders. Her makeup was polished, presenting an air of elegance akin to that of a refined lady. Her facial features were quite striking. At first glance, she might not seem a beauty, but a closer look revealed a captivating charm. System: Shen Yixue, age 23, height 168 centimeters, weight 53, 5 kilograms, attractiveness 87, figure 86, dating history 1. Currently in a relationship. Shen Yixue meets the system binding criteria. Would you like to bind? Su Yang contemplated the information displayed on the virtual screen. She has a boyfriend, but she is undeniably attractive. Alas, I cannot resist. I will bind her for now. Binding successful. Shen Yixue's affection for the host. 3. Su Yang chuckled nonchalantly. He was indifferent to Shen Yixue's feelings towards him. If it could increase, that would be splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. Among the people present, her interest lay solely with Pan Ning. Today, Pan Ning donned a black baseball cap, paired with a loose Chanel t-shirt, tight ripped jeans, and white French Mary Jane half-flats. She exuded an air of relaxation, complemented by her unique sense of world-weariness, which caused Su Yang to steal a few extra glances. Come on, everyone knows each other now. Let's drink. As the host of the table, Su Yang took the initiative to lead the drinking session. With 3 men and 4 women, he glanced around and suggested, how about we split into teams for a game? 1 team of boys and 1 team of girls. Perfect, we're just 1 short. How about 3 against 4? Can you guys handle your liquor? Pan Ning remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. I reckon she can outrink the 3 of you. Su Yang regarded her skeptically. Pan Ning remained silent, engrossed in the appetizers on the table. Su Yang then turned to Pan Ning's cousin, Meng Wanzhou. Brother Meng, is she telling the truth? Indeed. Her drinking capacity is unparalleled in my experience, he affirmed. Seriously? What's the point of even playing? Su Yang exclaimed. Don't worry, Su Gu, with me around. There's no need for concern. I can hold my own. Lu Bo boasted confidently from the side. All right then, let's go for it. At worst, it's just drinking. The atmosphere quickly lifted as the 7 of them engaged in a dice cup game. An hour later, the boys' team was trailing, with Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou's faces flushed, while Lu Bo remained remarkably sober. On the girls' side, Lin Yi and Tang Yue's eyes began to glaze over, particularly Lin Yi, who had already consumed quite a bit. Now downing 6 or 7 more cups in quick succession, her complexion rosy and her gaze unfocused. She glanced at the clock. It was already midnight. Leaning closer to Su Yang, she whispered, Su Gu, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I want to leave, but I forgot my keys. Hearing this, Su Yang smiled lightly. Isn't that a bit too obvious? Why don't you and Yue head back first? I see she has had enough too. I'm just getting into the groove here with them. Are you really going to let us 2 girls go back alone? How about I transfer you 2,000 yuan? And you can get a room at a nearby hotel? Without hesitation, Su Yang took out his phone and transferred the money to Lin Yi. Realizing this, Lin Yi could only concede reluctantly, thinking, stupid Su Yang, do I really want your 2,000? My intentions are so clear, and yet you still want to drink. Humph. Do I need to directly invite you to a hotel for you to understand? Forget it. After a few whispered words with Tang Yue, Lin Yi, though having drunk significantly, was not inclined to leave. With Lin Yi gone, Tang Yue felt she had a better chance of winning Su Yang over tonight. After exchanging a few words with Lin Yi, she watched as Lin Yi, in a huff, departed alone. Why is that beautiful girl leaving alone? Lu Bo inquired upon seeing Lin Yi depart. It's nothing, let her be. Let us continue, replied Su Yang. With a swift clatter, the dice cup came to a halt, and Su Yang lifted it to inspect the results. It was now his turn to roll against Pan Ning, revealing 3 5s. Without even lifting the dice cup, Pan Ning confidently proclaimed, for 6s. You can't possibly have 4. Show me. Su Yang retorted, doubtful, as he had no 6s to present. He insisted on revealing Pan Ning's roll. With a casual demeanor, Pan Ning crossed her legs and elegantly lifted the dice cup, revealing 6 dice, 2 1s and 2 6s. In this game, a 1 can be counted as any number, provided that no ones were called in the first round. Pan Ning had 2 1s and 2 6s, perfectly totaling 4. Su Yang widened his eyes and scrutinized the outcome, protesting vehemently, no way. Are you cheating? Cheating? This is merely skill. Now drink. Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo chuckled to themselves. Meng Wanzhou thought, Su, I can't assist you here. Playing games and drinking with my cousin is a perilous endeavor. Fine, fine. You're impressive. I'll drink. Su Yang conceded, pouring himself a glass and downing it in one gulp. The next round should have been Meng Wanzhou's and Pan Ning's turn to roll, but Su Yang interrupted. Wait, I'm not satisfied. I want to challenge her again. Pan Ning, swinging her crossed legs, replied coolly, by the rules, if you wish to duel me, you must wait until this round concludes. Faced with Pan Ning's formidable presence, Su Yang reluctantly acquiesced. As anticipated, Meng Wanzhou also fell to Pan Ning in the next round. Lu Bo, invigorated, clapped his hands and boldly declared, let me take a turn. Watch me take on all 3. Chapter 27. A midnight snack. Come on, brother. Take them down. Don't worry, little chaos. Lu Bo remarked dismissively, shaking his finger. He then picked up the ornate dice cup and began to shake it vigorously. Pan Ning casually shook hers twice, glanced at her score, and covered it. Noticing Lu Bo frantically shaking his cup as if casting a spell, she shot him a sharp look. Hurry up. Okay. Lu Bo complied instantly. While Meng Wanzhou stifled a laugh in silence, Lu Bo scratched his head and opened the dice cup. Beside him, Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou leaned in to take a look. 3 2s, 1 1, 1 5, and 1 6. This score was so random that it was hard to lose. Lu Bo chuckled, for 2s, 5 6s. 5. What the heck? How are we supposed to call this? Meng Wanzhou and Su Yang felt a bit dizzy, randomly chiming in, call her. I bet she doesn't have that many 6s. I feel like she does. Then just call it out. Who cares? Worst case, we drink. All right, then I'll say 6 2s. Open it. I don't have any 2s. Pan Ning lightly opened the dice cup. Wow. Lu Bo stood up to look at Pan Ning's dice, and indeed, there were no 2s. Darn it. We can't win. It's not that you can't win. It's that you 3 are simply too inexperienced, Pan Ning replied calmly, reclining on the sofa. Su Yang turned to Meng Wanzhou. How does your sister play these games so well? How would I know? I rarely come to bars with her. Beside Pan Ning, Shin Yixue and Tang Yue clapped excitedly. Amazing. These 3 guys are hopeless. Who are you calling hopeless? The most detestable thing for a man is to be called incapable, determined to prove their worth. The 3 men downed a drink and continued to challenge Pan Ning. They took turns, yet still lost more often than they won. Over an hour later, Su Yang waved his hand and leaned back on the sofa. I can't take it anymore. I can't drink anymore. Lu Bo pulled Su Yang up. Come on, bro. A man can't say he can't. I'm not a man. I can't drink another drop. Su Yang began to play the rogue. At that moment, Meng Wanzhou, too, leaned against Su Yang's shoulder and fell asleep. Across from them, apart from Pan Ning, Shin Yixue and Tang Yue were also quite tipsy, especially Tang Yue, who had already gone to throw up once, but was still holding on. Pan Ning glanced at them, and seeing they had all had enough, she took out her phone and sent a message to Su Yang. Su Yang, slightly dazed, pulled out his phone and looked at it. Wait, don't leave yet. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Su Yang was taken aback, thinking, what's going on? She actually wants to treat me to a midnight snack. Sounds good. He quickly typed back, got it, so shall we head out? Su Yang turned to the others and asked. Seeing everyone preparing to leave, Tang Yue hurriedly stood up, walked to Su Yang's side, and whispered, Brother Su, I forgot to bring my keys today, so I won't have anywhere to go later. What? You didn't bring yours either? You may seek Linnea. I have already transferred money to her for a room. You can simply go find her. I do not wish to seek her out. If you are reluctant, then you may reserve a room for yourself. However, I am afraid to stay alone. Tang Yue murmured softly. Su Yang rolled his eyes internally, thinking fear? Linnea, such a gem, has already been abandoned tonight. How could I possibly accompany you? Why don't you check in first? I will come along later. Really? Truly, indeed. Go ahead and send me the room number later. Very well. After receiving confirmation, Tang Yue bid farewell to a few individuals and departed with a smile. Finally, she has been sent away. What a nuisance. Let us leave as well, Lao Meng. Wake up and stop dozing. Su Yang nudged Meng Wanzhou, who was leaning against his shoulder. Huh, we're leaving? Meng Wanzhou straightened up, his gaze unfocused. It's about time. It's getting late, and look at how much you've drunk. You should hurry home to rest. All right, then let us go. Su, fatty. See me home. Certainly. Lu Bo stood up and helped Meng Wanzhou to his feet. He turned to Su Yang with a grin, saying, Su go. We'll take our leave first. Let us gather again next time. Sure, next time. Wait a moment. What's the matter? I haven't added you on WeChat yet. Let us do that now. All right then. Lu Bo cheerfully took out his phone and added Su Yang on WeChat, then assisted Meng Wanzhou as they departed. Now, only Su Yang, Pan Ning, and Shun Yixue remained. The three stood up, preparing to leave. The previous server, Xiao Li, hurriedly approached with a smile, asking, Su Go, are you leaving? Yes, I can't drink anymore. Very well, shall I add you on WeChat? Next time you come, you can inform me in advance, so I can reserve a spot for you. That works, let us do it. Su Yang agreed, adding Xiao Li on WeChat as well. Subsequently, Xiao Li cheerfully escorted the trio out. Upon exiting the night venue and arriving at the roadside, Pan Ning inquired of Shen Yixue, is your boyfriend not coming to pick you up? He is probably still singing with his friends. I intend to invite Su Yang for a late-night snack. Would you like to join? Shen Yixue glanced at Su Yang, shaking her head with a smile. I want to be joining. I'm going to find my boyfriend. You two go ahead. All right then, please be careful on your way. Very well, I'm off. Shen Yixue said her goodbyes to Su Yang and Pan Ning before hailing a taxi and leaving. Shall we go? Where shall we eat? Su Yang asked. After walking a few steps, Pan Ning replied, There's a beef noodle shop nearby that's quite flavorful. After a drink, a bowl feels exceptionally comforting. Very well. Let us go. Thus, the two strolled through the quiet streets of Haiqing in the deep night, with the clock striking 1:30. Few pedestrians remained, and the traffic had significantly dwindled. The summer night's gentle breeze caressed Pan Ning's delicate face, her flowing short hair swaying lightly. What prompted you to invite me for a late-night snack? Pan Ning turned to Su Yang, saying, I wanted to discuss the competition with you. Competition? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling. Oh, are you referring to the matter of linear acceleration? So, when do you actually have time? I'm available anytime. Why don't you set a date? How about the day after tomorrow? I'll ask Meng Wanzhou to help me find a venue tomorrow. Do you two siblings address each other by name? Yes. Is there a problem with that? No, just a casual remark. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a bustling alley. Within the alley, a street vendor was busily preparing noodles, with steam rising continuously from a boiling pot. In front of the stall, 3 or 4 wooden tables were set up, surrounded by a group of young people savoring fragrant beef noodles, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. This is the place, Pan Ning said, glancing at the stall. There are still so many people at this late hour? Yes, she only operates in the evenings. Haven't you ever eaten here? No. I had no idea there was a noodle shop here. Then let us give it a try. As they spoke, they entered the alley. Boss, please prepare 2 bowls of noodles for us, and add 2 soft-boiled eggs. Certainly. You may find a seat while I prepare them, the owner replied with a smile. Notification, Pan Ning's affection for the host has risen to 25. Reward, 200,000 yuan. Finally, it has increased. But it's only 25. I'll take it slow. Pan Ning seemed to find it a bit challenging to win him over, yet I relish a good challenge. They found a place to sit. While waiting for the noodles, Pan Ning rested her chin on her hand and gazed at Su Yang. What was your relationship with those 2 girls at the bar? Su Yang scratched his brow and replied, They are just ordinary friends. That Lin Yi is a streamer. I sent her some gifts, and she invited me to dinner. And the other one? The other is her friend, whom I don't know well. But why did it seem like you were quite familiar with them? They were practically leaning on you. That is. You don't need to explain. I'm just curious. Also, I noticed that as they were leaving, they were whispering to you. What were they saying? Oh, come on. If they asked me to go to a hotel, would I really tell you? It's nothing. They just said goodbye and mentioned they were leaving. Really? That doesn't seem right. If I'm not mistaken, they were probably saying they forgot their keys and wanted to go to a hotel with you, right? What? Are you eavesdropping? Chapter 28. I didn't bring my keys. Pan Ning gazed at Su Yang with her enchanting large eyes and smiled. Did I guess correctly? Indeed, you are right. Su Yang replied, dropping the pretense. After all, Pan Ning was not his girlfriend, so it mattered little if she knew. Why didn't you go then? The one who left earlier, what was her name? Tang Yue? She called for you, and if you didn't go, I could assume you weren't interested. But the girl who left before, Lin Yi, is quite adorable and has a great figure. How could you resist? Su Yang exchanged a glance with Pan Ning, momentarily at a loss for words. Can men truly withstand such allure from a girl of that caliber? Su Yang smiled faintly. She is indeed beautiful, but not my type. My gifting her was merely a result of boredom. To be candid, those two girls were primarily attracted to my modest wealth, and I find that unappealing. Pan Ning smiled knowingly, her expression suggesting she was willing to believe him. At that moment, the proprietor approached with a metal tray, bearing 2 bowls of freshly cooked beef noodles. Su Yang stood to receive the bowls and place them on the table. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal. It smells delightful, Su Yang exclaimed, sitting down and handing a pair of disposable chopsticks to Pan Ning while opening another pair for himself. You should try it and see if it suits your palate. From the aroma, I can tell I will enjoy it. Su Yang mixed the noodles with his chopsticks and took a generous bite. Delicious. Seeing this, Pan Ning laughed. Then hurry and eat. It tastes even better if you mix the fried egg with the noodles. All right. Su Yang added an egg to his bowl and began to eat. 10 minutes later, he raised his bowl and savored the last sip of broth. Not bad at all, truly delectable. I shall return for another bowl if I have the chance in the evenings. Are you full? Pan Ning, unlike Su Yang, had not finished her broth, merely consuming the noodles. I'm satisfied, mainly because I had quite a bit to drink earlier. Otherwise, I would definitely have ordered another bowl. Then let's go. Pan Ning stood and walked to the stall to settle the bill. Boss, how much is it? The proprietor grinned. 30 yuan, beautiful. Have you been here before? Yes. A few times. I thought you looked familiar. You are truly stunning. Pan Ning smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment. I'll pay now. All right. At that moment, Su Yang, having shouldered his bag, approached. Boss, your beef noodles are truly excellent. I will return. Hearing this, the proprietor chuckled. Thank you, handsome. You are always welcome. But I only serve at night. Your girlfriend knows. She has visited several times. Girlfriend? Su Yang turned to Pan Ning, ready to clarify. Pan Ning preempted him with a smile. Let us go? Sure thing. Take care, both of you. Once they exited the alley, they reached the roadside. Ding. Su Yang's phone chimed with a message. He took it out to check. It was a message from Lin Yi. Sister Su, I feel a bit frightened staying alone in the hotel. Could you come over to keep me company? I am in room 8208 at the Junli Hotel. Su Yang glanced at his phone, a flicker of unease igniting within him. However, he chose not to respond and simply turned off the screen. Just as he did, a notification chimed once more. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Tang Yue. Brother Su, I have booked a room at the Mandu Hotel, number 501. I await your arrival, shy emoji. Su Yang took a brief glance and promptly switched off his phone again. He stretched his neck, which felt slightly stiff, and approached Pan Ning as if nothing had transpired. Where do you live? Shall I escort you home? Pan Ning looked up at Su Yang, pondering for a couple of seconds before replying. If I tell you that I also forgot my keys, would you believe me? What? Su Yang was taken aback, then responded, Are you joking with me? I am not joking. Pan Ning's expression was earnest, devoid of any playfulness. This revelation left Su Yang at a loss. He had never anticipated Pan Ning would concoct such an excuse about forgetting her keys. He had been contemplating whether to return to Lin Yi's place after dropping Pan Ning off to sober up. Yet, with Pan Ning's statement, the idea of visiting Lin Yi, not to mention Tang Yue, was now out of the question. Then, if you trust me, would you consider spending the night at my place? Su Yang glanced at Pan Ning with uncertainty. Sure, Pan Ning replied without a moment's hesitation. Wait, you actually agreed? I have nowhere else to go. Why wouldn't I agree? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? We have only just met. Pan Ning chuckled. Do you dare? What? Questioning my courage? What is there that I would not dare? Yet, he honestly replied, I wouldn't dare. If I did anything to you, your brother would surely take issue with me. He is quite the libertine. Wouldn't he care about me? Well then, shall we go? Let us go. I am not joking with you. You seem a bit hesitant. Don't tell me you have another woman at home. If so, I want to go. Soo-young rolled his eyes. What nonsense. I am just confirming with you. Since you're not afraid, let us leave. Just then, an empty taxi approached. Soo-young quickly waved it down, fearing Pan Ning might suddenly change her mind. Sit in the back, Pan Ning insisted, pulling Soo-young along to the rear seat instead of allowing him to sit in the front. Soo-young was somewhat bewildered. What is her intention? She has only a 25-point favorability towards me, yet it seems she harbors some interest. It's confusing. Perhaps it's because of my 90-point charm? Yes, that must be it. Driver, to Sunheim Manor. All right. On the way, Soo-young turned to Pan Ning, who was admiring the night scenery outside the window. What does it mean that you brought me to sit in the back with you? It doesn't mean anything. Sitting together makes for better conversation. Yet, I don't see you engaging in conversation. I'm just tired. Is that not permissible? Let me rest for a bit, and please refrain from speaking, Pan Ning replied, closing her eyes and leaning against the car window. System? Has Pan Ning's favorability changed? Pan Ning's affection for host. 25. How peculiar. Meanwhile, in room 8208 of Junli Hotel, Lin Yi glanced at her phone every 2 minutes. Over 10 minutes had passed, and Soo-young had yet to respond. Sitting on the bed, she sulked and muttered, "Humph. That infuriating Soo-young. Has he even seen my messages? I've been so explicit. How can he possibly resist? Showering me with gifts must be his way of wanting to share a bed with me. I've been so forward, yet he still refuses to come to me." Just then, a notification chimed. Lin Yi hurriedly picked up her phone to see a message from Soo-young. "Sorry, I've had too much to drink today, feeling a bit dizzy. I'll come over another time." That wretched Soo-young, Lin Yi exclaimed, tossing her phone onto the bed in frustration. Why is this happening? Could he truly be spending the night with Tang Yue? No way. If he isn't coming to me, he shouldn't be with her either. Could it be that other girl? It must be. He is definitely off with that girl. What a scoundrel. Achu Soo-young sneezed, wondering who was berating him. Meanwhile, Tang Yue had just finished her shower, wrapped in a towel as she stepped out of the bathroom. She picked up her phone, noticing that Soo-young had not replied. What is going on? Is he still drinking? Didn't he say he would come? Tang Yue pondered uncertainly. Well, he did say he would come. I suppose I shall wait a bit longer. 15 minutes later, a taxi arrived at the entrance of Sunheim Manor. Typically, such residential areas do not permit entry for outside vehicles, so the two of them had to disembark at the gate. After paying, Soo-young promptly switched off his phone. Fearing that if he engaged in any activities, Tang Yue might message and disturb him. Better to turn it off completely. Later, he could always claim he was drunk and that his phone had died. As they entered the community, he asked, "You live here?" "Yes, I just moved in," she replied. "You must be quite wealthy. Homes here do not come cheap. No wonder those two girls were interested in you." "What do you mean by that? If I didn't live here, would they have overlooked me?" "I'm quite handsome as well," he retorted. Handsome, like a cricket. Chapter 29. The wine that cannot intoxicate. Upon hearing these words, Soo-young couldn't help but smile. "All right, I am indeed a cricket. However, when it comes to wealth, I cannot possibly compare to you. Your cousin is Meng Wanzhou. Others may not know, but I certainly do. He is my cousin, not my brother. And his wealth has no bearing on my circumstances." "Well, that may be true, but your family must also be quite well off. Considering you own both a Lamborghini and a Ferrari, one could say that we are not short on funds, but we cannot rival my cousin's family. Indeed, his father possesses assets in the hundreds of billions, a feat few can match. Yet, his demeanor is far from that of a typical wealthy heir." "What does that resemble?" Pan Ning inquired. "How should I put it? Look at those ultra-rich second-generation heirs, like Brother Kong. They are constantly surrounded by beautiful women and are not particularly easy to get along with. However, Meng Wanzhou is quite different." Pan Ning smiled faintly. "He has always been this way since childhood, lacking the flamboyance typical of affluent heirs. Those who do not know him might mistake him for an ordinary person. You will understand better the more you interact with him." As the two conversed, they had already exited the elevator and arrived at Soo-young's doorstep. He pressed the fingerprint lock to open the door, and as it swung open, the lights inside the house automatically illuminated. "Please, come in. Are there any slippers?" "Yes," Soo-young replied, retrieving 2 pairs of sandals he had purchased at the supermarket from a nearby cabinet. Pan Ning slipped on the slippers and walked inside. Soo-young closed the door behind him and followed, gesturing casually. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Is there any wine?" "What? Wine? You still drink?" "I'm not drunk. If you can't handle it, just have something else. All right. In my own home, I have nothing to fear from you. Today, I shall indulge in your company. Let us drink. Soo-young moved to the kitchen and opened the built-in double-door refrigerator. After glancing inside, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to purchase beer. Well, I just moved in and didn't have time to buy beer. All I have are red wine and white liquor. What would you like? Anything is fine. Is the white liquor Matai? Yes. Are you saying you only drink Matai? Not exactly. It's just that I've only ever had Matai since childhood, and I'm not accustomed to other types of white liquor. Wow. Drinking Matai since childhood, no wonder you're affluent. Then shall we have Matai? Sure. Pan Ning plopped down on the sofa nonchalantly. I never imagined you would choose white liquor instead of red wine. It seems rather incongruous to drink white liquor in such a refined setting. After entering, Soo-young had dimmed the lights in the living room, creating an atmosphere perfect for a little red wine. Red wine cannot intoxicate. Soo-young responded. Do you wish to become intoxicated? If I were to be drunk, wouldn't you then have your chance? Pan Ning leaned back on the sofa, her enchanting gaze fixed on Soo-young. Wow, you are blatantly tempting me. If I lose control and do something, don't blame me. The prerequisite is that you must manage to intoxicate me. How audacious. Soo-young feigned indignation as he walked over to the liquor cabinet and opened a box of Matai he had previously purchased. He took out 2 bottles and settled down beside the sofa. Today, I shall surely intoxicate you. Do not merely engage in idle chatter. Take some tangible action. Very well. Just wait a moment. However, it appears there are no snacks to accompany the drinks at home. Soo-young gazed at the empty table and remarked, a handful of peanuts will suffice. Peanuts? Soo-young's eyes widened as he looked at Pan Ning, unable to fathom the image of such a stunning woman casually enjoying white liquor with peanuts. You have truly opened my eyes. I never expected you to be so unrestrained. Since you lack other snacks, I wouldn't willingly indulge in peanuts otherwise, she replied. Primarily, I just had a bowl of noodles. There is steak available, as well as some fruits and snacks, but I truly have no peanuts. Well, it's up to you. I'm fine with anything. All right, just a moment. I will fry a couple of steaks, and you can help me wash some fruit. Sure. Before long, Soo-young had prepared the steaks, while Pan Ning had already washed the fruits and was seated on the sofa, awaiting his return. I'm back, Soo-young announced as he placed the steaks on the table. He picked up the bottle of Matai, opened it, and wiped 2 small glasses from the box, following the actions he had observed others perform while drinking. This indeed marked Soo-young's first time opening a bottle of Matai in his life. Pan Ning frowned upon seeing this and asked, are we using these small glasses? Why not? This is white liquor. Switch to another. You won't get drunk until dawn with these. Hearing this, Soo-young smiled helplessly. Sister, you are truly something else. I respect you. Just wait, I'll fetch larger glasses for you. With that, he walked over to the bar next to the kitchen and retrieved 2 whiskey glasses. Will these suffice? Yes, that works. A woman of valor. Soo-young gave a thumbs up to Pan Ning. After pouring the liquor, he lifted his glass. Cheers. Let us have a toast. The 2 clinked their glasses. Soo-young took a small sip, while Pan Ning downed half of hers in one go. Soo-young's eyes widened. Sister, this is white liquor. Who drinks it like that? Why do you have so much to say? Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Are you going to drink or not? Fine, let us pretend I didn't say anything. How about you eat something to go with the drinks? All right. Pan Ning picked up a fork, speared a piece of steak, and placed it in her mouth. After chewing a few times, she queried, where did you buy this steak? At the supermarket. What is wrong with it? The flavor is quite mediocre. And it doesn't seem like it's a whole cut. Is that so? I saw whole cut written on it. Why don't you try it yourself? It's passable. I'll give it a try, Soo-young said, spearing a piece and tasting it. However, he could not discern whether it was a whole cut or not. Having had steak only a few times, he found it quite delectable. I think it's all right. Then eat more. I'll stick to the fruits, Pan Ning said, popping a cherry into her mouth. If you enjoy steak, I can bring you some next time. That sounds great. It's convenient. By the way, where do you live? Qianshan Peninsula. Where is Qianshan Peninsula? I've never heard of it. It's just an ordinary villa area. Do not blame me. I wondered why I had not heard of it before. Previously, my experience in real estate was limited to high-rise apartments and similar projects, never having encountered villa projects. Soo-young pondered internally. Is it far from here? Perhaps 7 or 8 kilometers, not too distant. Quick, let us drink. You speak too much. As Pan Ning spoke, she lifted her glass and took another sip. Seeing her boldness, Soo-young was inspired and began to drink more heartily. However, he nearly retched after swallowing. Cough, cough. I went too hard. Here, have a cherry. Pan Ning picked up a washed cherry and brought it to Su Yang's lips. I can do it myself. Open your mouth. All right, all right. Su Yang opened his mouth and accepted the cherry Pan Ning offered. How is it? Tasty? Pan Ning looked at him with a playful smile. Delicious, though a bit alarming. Do you find me alarming? No, no, no. Now, let us drink. Pan Ning shot Su Yang a glare, and the two leisurely chatted and drank. The dim light set a romantic atmosphere, and the night outside was enchanting, with a gentle breeze occasionally wafting in. The Harman Kardon speakers in the living room played perfectly fitting music, while the two sat on the carpeted floor of the sofa, laughing and enjoying their drinks. Su Yang gazed at Pan Ning, the warm light casting a glow on one side of her fair face, accentuating her exquisite features to perfection. Ding! The system has detected that the host is enjoying this moment immensely. A reward of 2 million yuan has been granted. Before long, it was 4 in the morning. Su Yang had consumed over 3 taels of liquor, while Pan Ning had finished the rest. At this point, Su Yang felt dizzy and was certain that one more sip would lead to vomiting. He glanced at the seemingly unfazed Pan Ning. Sister, I can't go on. I truly cannot drink anymore. Shall we save it for another day? All right then, we might as well finish this bottle. Where's the bathroom? Bath room. Su Yang's speech was slightly slurred. He swayed as he stood up. Over there, I will take you. Pan Ning stepped forward and supported Su Yang. You have only had this much and already like this. You are quite the lightweight. Indeed, I concede, I cannot compete with you. Su Yang was thoroughly intimidated by Pan Ning's drinking prowess, recalling how she had outrunk everyone at the bar previously. Although she rarely lost at games, she always volunteered to drink more, claiming thirst as her excuse. Those who lost had not drunk as much as she. Now, having consumed over half a jean of white liquor, she appeared completely unfazed. Su Yang admired her drinking capacity from the depths of his heart. Chapter 30. A missed opportunity entering the bathroom. Su Yang leaned against the wall and said, You go ahead and wash. I will fetch you a towel. Just as he prepared to turn away, a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to slip and nearly fall. Observing this, Pan Ning hurriedly stepped forward to assist. And in his moment of panic, Su Yang instinctively grasped her arm. With a soft gasp, Pan Ning remarked, Perhaps you could remove your hand now? Hand. Su Yang glanced down and suddenly realized he had one hand on her shoulder while the other. Oh, my apologies. He quickly retracted his hand. Noticing the fierce expression in Pan Ning's eyes, he hastily added, I'll go get the towel. Without another word, he dashed out of the bathroom. What a delightful sensation, he thought, as his heart raced, savoring the moment. He approached the rack by the door and retrieved the shampoo and towel that had yet to be placed in the bathroom. Once again at the threshold, he called, Pan Ning, are you done washing? Do you not hear the sound of water? She replied, Just place the items by the door. I will take them myself. I need them now. I am washing my hair. Right now? How can I give them to you? Su Yang asked, bewildered. Close your eyes. Fine. Then you open the door. As he spoke, he picked up the items from the floor and shut his eyes, though not entirely, leaving a slight gap. Pan Ning opened the door and took the toiletries from Su Yang. Are you certain your eyes are closed? Indeed. You may check for yourself. Ugh, just close the door. With a decisive thud, the bathroom door was shut. Su Yang turned away with a smile, having caught a glimpse of Pan Ning's silhouette. She appeared slender. Though her figure was slightly fuller than expected, curvaceous in all the right places. While her bust may not rival that of Lin Yi's exaggerated proportions, it was perfectly suitable, and her waist-to-hip ratio was impeccable. Her physique was simply exquisite. 20 minutes later, Pan Ning emerged wrapped in a towel, removing the head wrap and shaking her hair free. Su Yang leaned against the sofa, momentarily entranced by her natural beauty. Truly, she was a sight to behold, deserving of a score of 93. What are you mumbling about? Pan Ning inquired as she settled beside him on the sofa. Nothing at all. Where's the hairdryer? I'll fetch it for you. Su Yang rose to retrieve the hairdryer for her. Go wash up. Okay. Su Yang hurried into the bathroom, where a lingering scent filled the air. He quickly rinsed himself off, his mind preoccupied with the significant moment awaiting him with Pan Ning. After showering, the effects of the alcohol dissipated, and clarity returned to his mind. He dried himself off, donned only a pair of shorts, and stepped out of the bathroom. Finished so soon? Pan Ning remarked, still drying her hair. You boys shower quickly. Su Yang walked over to Pan Ning, who was tilting her head while drying her hair. Upon noticing him, her face flushed instantly. You rogue, why aren't you dressed? She exclaimed. What should I wear at home? Su Yang chuckled in response. Pan Ning rolled her eyes, and turned back to continue drying her hair. After a few minutes, noticing Su Yang still sitting idly, engrossed in his phone, she inquired, "Aren't you going to sleep? What are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for you," he replied. "Waiting for me? Why? What do you think?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. "Humph, I'll sleep on my own. I was going to give you a chance, but you failed to seize it." She retorted, "What chance did you give me? I mentioned that if you got me drunk, you'd have a chance, but clearly, you're lacking in that department." "All right. I admit I can't outdrink you, but I excel in other areas. You can certainly experience that," he teased. Pan Ning chuckled silently, ignoring him. Soon, her hair was dry, and she stood up, asking, "Which room do I sleep in?" "The master bedroom," he replied. "And you?" "I'll also be in the master bedroom." "No way, you're not drunk. So I must adhere to the rules. However, this rule stands as long as you remain sober. If you manage to get drunk, then you may decide what happens next." Su Yang laughed. "Is this rule exclusive to me?" "You could say that," she acknowledged. "Now off to sleep," Pan Ning declared, striding toward the bedroom. "How amusing. Just wait until I acquire the skills of a wine god. I'll see if I can't intoxicate you, allowing you a taste of your own medicine." Su Yang mused, lighting a cigarette and taking a few puffs before finding a bedroom to rest in. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Su Yang groggily awoke from a dream wherein he and Pan Ning had battled through 300 rounds together. A smile lingered on his lips as he came to. Glancing at the time, he saw it was nearly 10 o'clock. He turned over, dressed, and made his way to the living room, where he found Pan Ning practicing yoga on the carpet, her back to him. She was still wearing the tight jeans from the day before. Yoga pants would have been a more fitting choice. "Oh, you're here. I thought you had already left," Su Yang remarked, rubbing his still sleepy eyes as he looked at Pan Ning on the floor. "What's the rush? I'm not working today, so I have no need to hurry home." "I can't shake the feeling that you're the true master of this house," Su Yang joked, leaning against the wall. "You had the chance to make me the mistress of the house, but alas, you failed to seize it," she replied while executing her yoga poses. Su Yang rolled his eyes. "Can we drop that topic? One day, I'll outdrink you, and then you'll see." "You're welcome to challenge me anytime," she shot back. Su Yang chose to ignore her, heading into the kitchen to fry a few eggs and quickly toast 2 slices of bread. "This is all we have for now. Will this suffice?" he asked. "That works," Pan Ning replied as she rose to sit at the dining table. "What are you planning to do later?" As Pan Ning savored her breakfast, she remarked, "I don't know. Oh, by the way, I will seek out Meng Wanzhou later to secure a racing venue. You still have your mind set on that?" "Of course. My passions are quite simple. Cars, fine wine, and travel. Since you triumphed over me last time, I must reclaim my victory." Su Yang glanced at Pan Ning. "Do you truly care so much about winning or losing? There are many things I can overlook. But when it comes to what I cherish, I am quite invested." "Very well. You still enjoy traveling?" "Indeed. In a few days, I plan to embark on a road trip, though not too far, just around Haicheng, seeking a spot to camp. Would you care to join me? Are you inviting me? Is that even a question?" Pan Ning finished the last piece of bread. "Then I shall certainly join. However, it would be perfect if you could be a tad gentler." Su Yang joked. "I cannot be any gentler. I have already been quite accommodating towards you. You have no idea how many times I have bested Meng Wanzhou since childhood." "What? Ha ha. No wonder he is too timid to speak with you. It all makes sense now. Ha ha. You crack me up." Su Yang laughed uncontrollably. "Enough with the laughter. I must take my leave," Pan Ning declared as she stood and grabbed her bag, preparing to depart. "Are you heading home?" "Yes, just a quick visit." "Allow me to escort you." "No need. There's south nothing at your place. You should buy some essentials first. I shall take a taxi." "Very well then. See you tomorrow." With a resounding thud, the door closed. Su Yang glanced at the time and recalled his dinner plans with Lu Yun for that evening. Surrounded by beautiful women every day, this little life is delightful. Chapter 31. Unexpected circumstances. The clock swiftly approached 4 in the afternoon. With little to occupy his day, Su Yang ventured to the supermarket, procuring a plethora of essentials. He gathered an assortment of food and beverages, purchasing everything he could think of, and ultimately departed with 3 boxes of small umbrellas, expending over 20,000 in the process. Gazing at the refrigerator, now brimming with provisions, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, affirming to himself that this should suffice. Ding! Detected that the host is currently in a pleasurable mood. Reward: 100,000 yuan system. Do you possess any skills related to drinking, perhaps one that allows one to indulge without the risk of inebriation? Yes, however. Details regarding unacquired skills cannot be disclosed at this moment. That will do, no need for specifics. If I were to receive skill-related rewards in the future, could you prioritize granting me this particular skill? Skill acquisition is randomized. One cannot specify the desired skill. Very well, it seems that without such enhancements, it will be nearly impossible to intoxicate Pan Ning. It appears I shall have to postpone our game of hide and seek. By the way, I have yet to check in today. Let me do that. Ding, check-in successful. Reward, 50,000 yuan. Excellent. Let me peruse my latest attributes. Host, Su Yang, age, 24, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 73, 5 kilograms, appearance, 88, physique, 85, figure, 90, charm, 90, skills, master of body management, professional racing driver, golden physique. Basic combat skills, bound individuals, Zhao Mingru, affection level, 70, Lu Yun, affection level, 60, Lin Yi, affection level, 50, Gu Xiaoman, affection level, 65, Pan Ning, affection level, 25. Shun Yixue, affection level, 3. Balance, 17,096, 722 yuan. Goodness, over 17 million? This money seems to multiply endlessly with the system's assistance. I will undoubtedly become a billionaire in due time. As Su Yang contemplated the affection levels displayed on the virtual screen for each bound individual, he noted that several had improved slightly, though none had exceeded an increase of 20 points. The system only issued notifications upon affection level enhancements surpassing that threshold. He glanced at Pan Ning's affection level, which remained stagnant at 25 points. Strange, an affection level of 25 is merely above that of a stranger, indicating only a casual acquaintance. After our interaction last night, I would have expected our rapport to exceed 40 points at the very least. I cannot fathom it. This girl seems to harbor an air of mystery. With these thoughts lingering, Su Yang dismissed them. After organizing his purchases, he checked the time and retrieved his phone to message Lu Yun. Are you off work? Hurry up, Lu Yun replied almost instantly. I will come to pick you up now. What do you feel like eating tonight? I'm not quite sure, but shouldn't I be the one asking you? I promise to treat you, so don't try to take my offer. Understood, I want to compete with you. Let us go for hot pot. It's been ages since I've had it, Su Yang responded. Sounds great, all right, I'll see you shortly. Turning off his phone, Su Yang grabbed his backpack and stepped out the door. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he opened the door of his Porsche 911 and settled inside. The Sunhai Manor was not far from Lu Yun's workplace. It took merely about 10 minutes by car. Soon enough, Su Yang found himself near the shopping district housing the Louis Vuitton store. After parking his vehicle, he entered the boutique. At that moment, the store was bustling with customers, and Su Yang could not immediately spot Lu Yun. As he entered, a striking young saleswoman hurried over to greet him. Upon catching sight of Su Yang's handsome features, she was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, how charming. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. May I assist you with something today, sir? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest. Casting a glance at her, Su Yang offered a subtle smile. I am not here to shop today. Is Lu Yun around? Lu Yun? Oh, she's currently attending to a customer. Are you her friend? Yes, indeed. I'm here to pick her up from work. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's expression briefly revealed a hint of regret and envy. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiling brightly. In that case, sir, you may take a seat in the lounge area while you wait. Very well. Su Yang followed the saleswoman to the lounge and took a seat. Would you care for a drink? She asked. A bottle of water will suffice. No need to trouble yourself, he replied. Of course, please hold on a moment, she said before turning to leave. Meanwhile, at the counter, an older-looking saleswoman pulled the previous one aside and whispered, Xiao Zhao, who is that gentleman? Xiao Zhao smiled and replied, he should be Lu Yun's boyfriend. He mentioned he is here to pick her up. Wow. Since when did Xiao Yun secretly date such a handsome guy? Who knows? I was stunned when I first saw him. He's truly striking, and his physique is remarkable. The two exchanged whispers filled with admiration. Xiao Zhao returned with a bottle of water and handed it to Su Yang. Here is your water, sir. Thank you. Su Yang graciously responded. Seeing that Su Yang was not inclined to engage in further conversation, Xiao Zhao offered, please relax here. Feel free to call for me if you need anything. All right, you carry on, Su Yang said, as Xiao Zhao discreetly stole a glance at Su Yang's watch. Astonishment flickered across her face before she turned to leave. Lily, when I went to deliver the water, do you know what watch that handsome guy was wearing? Xiao Zhao asked. What kind of watch? Lily, ever curious, leaned in. It seemed to be a Vacheron Constantine. What? Vacheron Constantine? Is he that wealthy? Realizing her voice had risen, Lily hastily covered her mouth. After confirming no one had noticed, she lowered her hand, gazing at Su Yang from a distance. Her face alight with admiration, her eyes sparkling. He is incredibly handsome. I haven't encountered such a level of attractiveness in ages, and he is affluent too. Where on earth did Xiao Yun find such a gem? Who knows? I can hardly contain my envy. Meanwhile, Su Yang sat in his chair, absorbed in his phone, blissfully unaware of the two seemingly serious saleswomen who were discreetly discussing him. He did not request the system to scan Xiao Zhao. Although she was indeed quite attractive, he believed she would certainly not meet the standard of 85 points. As he was engrossed in his phone while waiting, a sudden commotion erupted within the store. A robbery! Su Yang's head snapped up at the sound, and he beheld a man clad entirely in black, clutching several handbags as he hastily dashed toward the entrance. In that moment, many patrons in the store were taken aback, for this was the city center, and such incidents of robbery had become exceedingly rare in contemporary society, leaving no one to anticipate such a scenario. As Su Yang looked up at the fleeing figure, he recognized that the shout had originated from Lu Yun. It appeared that this individual was the same one Lu Yun had accompanied while selecting bags. Suddenly, Su Yang realized that his combat skills could now come into play. With a focused gaze, he set aside his phone and swiftly surged towards the man in black. Chapter 32. Who dares to step forward? After acquiring basic combat skills, Su Yang's physical constitution surged to an impressive 85 points. His bodily functions experienced a significant enhancement, albeit imperceptibly. For an average individual, a constitution typically hovers around 70, with the pinnacle being a mere 100, which is an idealized state. Even the world's elite athletes seldom approach this figure. Reaching 90 is nearly the zenith. However, with the advent of the system, Su Yang's physical standards transcended those of an ordinary person, as his constitution was theoretically limitless. Yet, he remained oblivious to this newfound potential. He swiftly charged towards a man clad in black, who appeared considerably slimmer and shorter than him. Even without his newly acquired combat skills, Su Yang felt confident in easily subduing his opponent. In a flash, before the man could reach the door, Su Yang had already caught up to him. He reached out and grasped the man's back. Startled, the man turned and shouted, "Get away." After his outburst, he clutched several bags and desperately sprinted towards the exit. Energized by the chase, Su Yang yanked the man down to the ground with a powerful pull. He quickly knelt, pressing his knee against the man's abdomen while using one hand to restrain the man's head and the other to pry away his grasp on the bags. As soon as he released the man's hands, the bags tumbled to the ground. "Robbing in broad daylight? You possess quite the audacity," Su Yang exclaimed loudly. The man struggled fiercely to break free from Su Yang's hold, but the disparity in their size, weight, and strength was insurmountable. He clenched his fists and swung at Su Yang's face, but Su Yang effortlessly dodged by tilting his head aside. "If you dare, let me go and we shall duel," the man taunted. Hearing this, Su Yang chuckled, eager to test the potency of his basic combat skills. "Very well," he replied, loosening his grip to allow the man to rise. Once unshackled, the man sprang to his feet, glaring menacingly at Su Yang, and bellowed, "I'll kill you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he launched a kick aimed at Su Yang's abdomen. Su Yang deftly sidestepped, delivering a solid punch to the man's face. Blood gushed from the man's nose, and he staggered back, clutching his face. "Come on, I'll fight you with one hand," Su Yang said with a grin, placing his left hand behind his back and extending his right to invite the man to continue. The man swallowed hard, steeling himself for another attack as he charged once more at Su Yang. In that split second, he seized a nearby chair and hurled it towards Su Yang. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Yang understood he could not afford to underestimate the situation, for he had little experience in combat and was uncertain whether his enhanced constitution could withstand a blow from a chair. As the man swung the chair towards Su Yang's head, several nearby sales clerks and Lu Yun screamed in unison. "Su Yang, watch out!" Lu Yun shouted anxiously from a distance. Just before the chair could collide with his forehead, a myriad of combat techniques suddenly flooded Su Yang's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forth, lowering his body and wrapping his arms around the man's waist. Utilizing his momentum, he forcefully slammed the man to the ground. A loud thud resonated as the chair the man had been holding clattered to the side. Su Yang seized the man's arms and, with a swift motion, flipped him onto his own body. With a powerful push from his feet, he shifted his position upwards, releasing the man's waist only to swiftly entangle his neck. As the position was secured, a sly smile crept across Su Yong's lips. With a sudden exertion of strength, the man's eyes widened in shock and his face flushed crimson. Desperately, he grasped Su Yong's arms in an attempt to pry himself free. However, once a rear-naked choke is established, escape becomes nearly impossible, especially given the stark disparity in their physical prowess. Su Yong was akin to a middleweight fighter, while the man was merely a featherweight, a chasm of 2 weight classes between them. Gradually, Su Yong applied more pressure, causing the man's complexion to shift from red to pale, his eyes rolling back as his grip on Su Yong's arms slackened and fell limp. Noticing this, Su Yong swiftly released his hold and pushed the man aside, rising to his feet. Task accomplished. Is he dead? Several patrons exclaimed in shock. He is not dead. Just unconscious. It's not a big deal. Don't you have security here? They're on their way, came the response. At that moment, 2 tall security guards rushed in from the entrance. I must say, your security system is lacking. I finished before you arrived. No. We received the call and rushed over immediately. Who knew you would have resolved it so quickly? Indeed, while the sequence of events appeared to unfold over an extended duration, it had only taken approximately a minute. When Su Yong had executed the choke, he hadn't exerted his full strength, employing only about 50% of his power. Otherwise, he could have rendered the man unconscious in an instant, leaving no opportunity for him to retaliate. Additionally, he refrained from using his fists, wary of the potential consequences of delivering a blow too forcefully and inadvertently causing serious harm. Thus, he opted for the rear naked choke, a technique he had often admired while watching UFC mixed martial arts. The 2 security guards quickly knelt beside the man, attempting to rouse him. Upon regaining consciousness, he clutched his neck and coughed incessantly. After a few moments of recovery, he was escorted out of the establishment by the guards, facing inevitable questioning from the police. Su Yong clapped his hands and addressed the crowd. No need to gawk, everyone disperse. Nearby, Lu Yun, Xiao Zhao, and Sister Li stood in a daze, particularly Sister Li, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Su Yong. His display of masculine prowess had utterly captivated her. For a woman in her 30s, such displays of bravado left her utterly defenseless. Blushing, Lu Yun stepped forward, concerned, and asked, "Are you all right? Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Su Yong replied, spreading his arms in a gesture of nonchalance. "I'm just glad you're okay. That was terrifying. A trivial matter, primarily concerning you. He didn't trouble you just now, did he?" "No, not at all. That's good." At this moment, Sister Li smiled and said, "All right, everyone, let us tidy up and resume normal operations." Lu Yun glanced at Su Yong and said, "I'll get busy now. Please wait for me a moment." "Okay," Su Yong replied, returning to and sitting down as if nothing had occurred. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully employed basic combat skills for the first time, successfully subduing the target. Emotionally exhilarated. Reward, 500,000 yuan, and a physical enhancement of 1 point. Meanwhile, Sister Li pulled Lu Yun aside and whispered, "Xiao Yun, what is your relationship with that boy named Su Yong?" He is my high school classmate." "High school classmate? Isn't he your boyfriend?" No. Lu Yun's face flushed as she hurriedly explained. "If not, then I might have to make my move," Sister Li teased with a smile. "What?" Lu Yun suddenly lifted her head to look at Sister Li. Sister Li chuckled, "I'm just joking. Seeing you so anxious, I want to compete with you." "Oh, but that man is indeed very alluring." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Yong and continued, "Xiao Yun, you must seize the opportunity. Such men are rare these days." In that earlier situation, who would dare to intervene? Had it not been for his timely intervention, we would have incurred losses of at least 80 to 90,000. Handsome, wealthy, skilled, and possessing a strong sense of justice. Sigh. If only I were 5 or 6 years younger, I would certainly vie for him. Sister Li's words made Lu Yun's heart race. Indeed, Su Yang's decisive action had left a profound impression on her. She hadn't initially noticed Su Yong's arrival, but the moment she saw him step forward to confront the aggressor, her heart fluttered with excitement and embarrassment. Ding. Detected that Lu Yun's affection for the host has risen to 78. Trust. Reward, 3 million yuan, and a McLaren Senna fragment, 2.5. Su Yong, listening to the system's notification, discreetly glanced at Lu Yun not far away before continuing to focus on his phone. Time swiftly passed, and at 5:30, Lu Yun emerged from the changing room, now dressed. Su Yong turned to look, and he saw that today Lu Yun looked exceptionally fresh. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, complemented by a small black handbag. She wore a simple gray round-neck t-shirt on top and slightly distressed denim shorts below, along with a pair of white canvas shoes. She appeared both sexy and adorable, particularly her long, striking legs that drew attention. Soo-young smiled and stood up. Ready to leave? I'm all set, she replied cheerfully. Then let us go for hot pot. Okay. Lu Yun answered obediently. The two walked side by side towards the store entrance. Behind the cash register, Sister Li and Xiao Zhao cast envious glances. I really envy her. I must ask Xiaoyan how she found such a man, Sister Li remarked, leaning on the counter. I've asked her before. She said he is her high school classmate. Sister Li replied, propping herself on the counter. A high school classmate? All right. Then let's ask Xiaoyan at that time if this young man has any friends he could introduce to us. A handsome fellow of his caliber should undoubtedly have acquaintances of similar quality. You make a valid point. Let's inquire about it another day. Chapter 33. You can't be gay. Can you? After exiting LV, Soo-young accompanied Lu Yun to choose a bold-flavored hot pot restaurant in the nearby shopping district. Soo-young had always had a fondness for hot pot. It was both economical and satisfying. Despite his newfound wealth, he had no desire to indulge in extravagant feasts of lavish meats and seafood daily. While such delicacies could be enjoyable on occasion, he found them neither to his taste nor necessary for everyday consumption. No matter how affluent one became, it was essential to savor one's preferences. He deemed it foolish to frequent high-end establishments merely for show. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, filled to near capacity during the peak dining hours. Waitstaff scurried about, balancing plates with a lively fervor. After a 20-minute wait, Soo-young and Lu Yun finally settled at a table to place their order. They selected an array of dishes, including fatty beef rolls, duck blood, tripe, chicken gizzards, and chicken feet, filling the table to the brim. Have we ordered too much? Lu Yun inquired, gazing at the spread before them. She quickly added, I'm not being frugal. I just fear we want to finish and it'll go to waste. Soo-young smiled softly, rest assured. We pride ourselves on not wasting food. I have a hearty appetite. We will certainly finish it all. That is good to hear. As long as you can eat it all, we can order as much as we like. Soon, the pot began to bubble with red oil, and Soo-young commenced adding the ingredients. Do you often come to eat at hot pot places like this? Yes, I do enjoy hot pot, Lu Yun replied. That's a relief. I would feel guilty if you didn't enjoy it and were merely accommodating me. I love it, Lu Yun replied with an adorable smile. As they chatted and ate, Lu Yun's face flushed a rosy hue from the spice. Considering her sensitivity to heat, Soo-young had opted for a mildly spicy broth. Yet, watching Lu Yun pant and stick out her tongue, he chuckled. Is it really that spicy? This is just mildly spicy. I don't know why I can't handle spice today. Usually, I can eat quite a bit, she confessed. Perhaps it's been a while since you last had it. Let me fetch you a drink, Soo-young said as he rose to head towards the beverage refrigerator near the entrance. Just as he took a few steps, an unexpected figure entered the restaurant. Their eyes met, and Soo-young feigned ignorance, continuing toward the drinks. However, the newcomer's face lit up, and she called out with a smile, Soo-young? Is that you? Soo-young rolled his eyes internally, thinking seriously? I was trying to ignore you. Couldn't you just walk by? The person was Lin Xiaoma, his girlfriend from university, who had always found him lacking. She was the only girl he had formally dated up to that point. Accompanying her was a tall young man, approximately 185 centimeters, even taller than Soo-young. He had a robust physique, seemed to be around 25 years old, and sported sleek hair, a square jaw, and a hint of stubble. His face appeared well-groomed, and he wore a rolled-edge black t-shirt paired with knee-length casual shorts and white sneakers, exuding both refinement and a touch of flamboyance. Lin Xiaoma adorned herself in a rather alluring manner, draped in a form-fitting gray dress that accentuated her figure exquisitely. She carried a white handbag and donned a pair of delicate white sandals. Her appearance was striking, with flowing long hair, an oval face, large expressive eyes, and lips adorned with a seductive shade of lipstick, while her neckline was notably snug. As Soo-young turned his back to fetch a drink, Lin Xiaoma approached him with a cheerful smile, playfully patting his back. Still pretending not to know me? Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. Soo-young, with a resigned expression, turned around and asked, What is it? Do you need something? Can't I just say hello? After all, we share a history, don't we? Lin Xiaoma replied, raising an eyebrow with a grin. She scrutinized Soo-young, who appeared transformed since their university days. When did your physique improve so dramatically? And you've become quite handsome. Surely, You haven't resorted to cosmetic surgery? Mind your own business. At that moment, a man approached Lin Xiaoma from behind and inquired, "Who is this?" "Oh, he's my ex-boyfriend," Lin Xiaoma stated candidly. "Ex-boyfriend? The one who was rather lacking?" The man teased with a smirk. "Yes, that's him, but surprisingly, he seems to have become more attractive after a few years. Yet, what good is looks if one remains inadequate? That's an innate quality that cannot be changed without surgery." Su Yang cast a glance at the man before turning back to Lin Xiaoma. "Is this your new boyfriend?" "Still under evaluation, not yet confirmed." The man remained unfazed by her response, while Su Yang chuckled. "You're not gay, are you?" "What? How dare you imply that? You're the one who's probably gay. You do seem to possess a somewhat effeminate demeanor. You question my abilities, but I wager you could last only 3 seconds." "Ha ha." Lin Xiaoma burst into laughter at this exchange. "What's so funny? Am I wrong? You must have tested that by now, haven't you?" "Not yet. But if it's truly 3 seconds, I might as well consider reconciling with you." "Dream on. I'm not here to waste time chatting with you. Farewell," Su Yang remarked, grabbing his drink and turning to leave. "Wait," Lin Xiaoma called after him. "What is it?" "Let us add each other on WeChat. You deleted me. And now we have no way to contact each other. Not a chance. I've lost interest. Goodbye." Without another word, Su Yang walked away. "Such arrogance," the man muttered in annoyance. "Is it really 3 seconds? How could that be possible? He is just speaking nonsense. Don't believe him. What a joke. Let us go?" "I'm hungry," Lin Xiaoma laughed, covering her mouth. Lin Xiaoma and the man followed a waiter into the restaurant, and by a stroke of coincidence, their seats were adjacent to Su Yang and Lu Yun. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoma and her flamboyant companion, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. What on earth is happening here? As Lin Xiaoma approached Su Yang and the lovely Lu Yun seated opposite him, she mused to herself, so all this time, he was dining with a beautiful girl. Hello, what a coincidence. Lin Xiaoma smiled at Su Yang. Su Yang rolled his eyes, and Lu Yun, observing the exchange, asked with a hint of confusion, "Su Yang, what's this?" "Oh, that's my ex-girlfriend." Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. "Oh, I see. Is she your girlfriend?" Lin Xiaoma inquired after placing her order. "No, just a classmate." "A classmate? She is quite beautiful. What a pity." "What do you mean by what a pity?" Su Yang retorted, visibly displeased. "A pity that she encountered you, hindering her future prospects." "Damn it, can you just shut up?" Su Yang interrupted Lin Xiaoma, who wore a cheeky grin. He desperately wished to demonstrate his current prowess to Lin Xiaoma, yet he refrained from voicing it, considering Lu Yun was seated opposite them. However, his interest in Lin Xiaoma had waned significantly. Despite her charm, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation, leading him to care less about competition. Yet, should Lin Xiaoma persist in this line of teasing, he would not hesitate to ensure she would regret her words. Chapter 34. The God of Wine. System. Scan Lin Xiaoma. Lin Xiaoma, ex-girlfriend, age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Figure, 88. Number of relationships, 1. Currently single. Really, was it necessary to highlight the term ex-girlfriend? Su Yang gazed at the information displayed on the virtual screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he noticed the section detailing her number of relationships. Once, what is the story behind that? It was evident that this solitary instance referred to his own past with her. Impossible, considering how sociable she is. She hasn't dated anyone else in these past few years? System, have you made an error? No errors detected. Lin Xiaoma has met the binding criteria. Would you like to bind? Su Yang fell into silence, grappling with his conflicting emotions. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoma would score above 85. Nor could he fathom that she hadn't engaged in another relationship since their breakup. Nevertheless, he was resolute. He would not revisit old flames. Even if binding were an option, rekindling their romance was out of the question. No binding. Detected that Lin Xiaoma is the host's ex-girlfriend and harbors a high baseline affection for the host. Binding will yield substantial rewards. Are you certain of your decision? Come on, with you stating it so plainly. In pursuit of rewards I might. Ding, binding successful. Lin Xiaoma's affection for the host, 60. The host receives a cash reward of 2 million and acquires the skill of the God of Wine. Su Yang, damn it. I hadn't finished speaking before the binding was completed. I seriously suspect you might be earning commissions on these bindings. Not the case. Well, it's not a loss. I've obtained a drinking-related skill at last. Finally, it has arrived, heh. Please elaborate. God of Wine. Cannot become intoxicated. That's it? That's it. All right, you're getting lazier by the minute. Su-young? Noticing Su-young's momentary stillness, Lin Xiaomao waved her hand in front of his face. He abruptly snapped out of his dialogue with the system. What's wrong? Are you daydreaming? Was what I said inaccurate? Lin Xiaomao pressed on, her persistence evident, while a nearby effeminate friend observed with a smirk. If you keep using this against me, I won't hesitate to ensure you remain bedridden, Su-young muttered under his breath. Oh, have you actually undergone surgery? Lin Xiaomao retorted, unfazed, with a playful grin. Mind your own business. I genuinely wish to try it out again. Damn, Su-young silently cursed, choosing to ignore Lin Xiaomao. Xiaoyan, how about we catch a movie after we finish eating? Su-young suggested between bites. Sure, but are there any good films out lately? I haven't kept up with new releases in ages. Throughout the conversation between Su-young and Lin Xiaomao, Lu Yun observed, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. I'm not sure. Let us see what is playing later. Sounds good. 20 minutes later, Su-young and Lu Yun had their fill. As Lu Yun finished her meal, she hurried to the front desk to settle the bill, fearing that Su-young might insist on paying. Su-young merely smiled. There was no need for him to compete over the cost of a hot pot meal. In the realm of romantic relationships, mutual contributions signify the best state. A boy's unrelenting generosity and a girl's mere enjoyment of such affection cannot sustain a lasting bond. Su-young was well aware of this truth. While Lu Yun was at the counter, Lin Xiaomao once again pulled out her phone and smiled at Su-young, asking if he was certain he wouldn't add her on WeChat. There's no point. Our relationship has long since ended, and adding you now would be meaningless. Ah, I see. You were so eager to showcase your prowess, but alas, what a pity. I'm currently uninterested in you. Perhaps you should seek someone else to experience that. With that, Su-young picked up his bag and headed towards the exit. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Lin Xiaomao's eyes, but it went unnoticed. Once outside the hot pot restaurant, Su-young took out his phone to check the latest movies. What about this one? He asked, showing the screen to Lu Yun. She glanced at it and replied, There's a film called A Little Place on the Cloud. I've heard it's quite good. Then let's go with that. I'll purchase the tickets for the 9:10 p.m. showing. Is that all right? Sure. Great, I've bought them. It's around 8 p.m. now. Should we stroll through the mall or find a CAF to sit in? I'm fine with either. Perhaps a walk would help us digest. All right, let us go. The two of them made their way towards the mall. Lu Yun suddenly felt a strong urge to inquire about the current relationship between Su-young and Lin Xiaomao. But as soon as the thought arose, she swiftly quelled it. She stole a glance at Su-young, but he remained oblivious. What am I doing? Why am I thinking like this? Why should I ask about whom he associates with? I must banish such thoughts. Soon, they entered a large shopping mall, where Su-young noticed numerous cosmetic shops on the first floor. He smiled and said, Let us check out the perfumes. Are you planning to buy perfume? Lu Yun looked up at Su-young in surprise. She hadn't expected this rather masculine boy to wear fragrance. However, she refrained from commenting further and followed him to a Dior store. As they entered, a sales associate immediately approached them with a bright smile. Having noticed the high return rate of the couple since their arrival. After all, they were strikingly attractive, a handsome boy and a beautiful girl, impossible to overlook. Seeing Su-young dressed in trendy attire and wearing an expensive watch, the associate recognized him as someone affluent. What can I assist you with, handsome? Just browsing. Do you have any perfumes? Certainly. Our fragrances sell exceptionally well, with options for both men and women. What kind of scent do you think would suit her? Su-young turned to Lu Yun. It was then that Lu Yun realized Su-young intended to buy her perfume. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, Su-young, there's no need to buy me perfume. I already have some. Look, today you treat me to a meal, and in return, I present you with a gift. It's merely a matter of reciprocity. However, Lu Yun thought to herself, but we are not in a romantic relationship. In her view, gifting perfume is reserved for either very close female friends or romantic partners. There is no need for hesitation. Our relationship makes gifting you a bottle of perfume a trivial matter. Please do not refuse it. If you do, I shall be quite upset. Seeing Su-young speak so earnestly, Lu Yun feared that he might genuinely be angry. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, all right, then thank you in advance. Oh dear. Why do you always have to be so formal? When you are with me, feel free to be yourself. Choose whichever you like. Perhaps you might want to try a few first. Su-young turned to the sales assistant and asked, Is it possible to try them? Certainly. Feel free to try until you find one you like. The sales assistant replied with great enthusiasm. Then please introduce her to our selections. Of course, my lovely lady. Allow me to show you some of our exquisite perfumes. Seeing this, Lu Yun had no choice but to approach, her face still flushed. Su-yang smiled and began to browse on his own. Originally, he intended to purchase a set of skincare products for himself. But then he recalled his impressive physique management skills. What need had he for skincare? His skin was already in impeccable condition. There was no necessity to overcomplicate matters by buying such products. He glanced at the men's items in the store, finding nothing of use. These products were irrelevant to him, save for the perfume. Yet, he had never used fragrance before, believing that a man should simply maintain cleanliness and avoid any unpleasant odors. Chapter 35. It seems like I'm in love again. Su-yang, feeling somewhat indifferent, chose to take a seat in the nearby lounge area while waiting for Lu Yun to make her selection. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the sales associate, Lu Yun finally settled on a bottle of Dior Miss Blooming Bouquet Eau de Toilette, 50 milliliters, priced at $990. This price was neither excessively high nor too low. It was within her usual expenditure for fragrances, and a single bottle would last her quite some time. She politely declined the sales associate's recommendations for fragrances priced at $2,000 to $3,000, feeling somewhat embarrassed since it was Su-yang who would be footing the bill. Noticing that she had made her choice, Su-yang approached her and inquired, "Have you decided?" "Yes, this one," she replied. "All right, as long as you like it. How much is it?" Su-yang turned to the sales associate. "This fragrance is priced at $990, the associate responded. "Very well, please wrap it up," he said. The sales associate smiled and took the perfume to the counter for packaging. Turning to the somewhat bashful Lu Yun, Su-yang teased, "Why are you so shy? Is there anything else you would like to see?" No, I'm done looking," Lu Yun quickly replied, fearful that Su-yang might purchase something else for her. While she felt a surge of joy and excitement at his generosity, she did not wish for him to perceive her as a materialistic girl. Clearly, she was not. Su-yang, well aware of her sentiments, chuckled and said, "All right then, let us go." After settling the payment, the two meandered through the mall. At 9:10, Su-yang bought 2 cups of milk tea and a bucket of popcorn before they entered the cinema together. In the dimly lit theater, they found their seats amidst the darkness. The film had already been showing for some time, so the audience was sparse. As the movie commenced, Lu Yun became engrossed in the story. Sitting closely beside her, with only the two of them in their row, Su-yang found it difficult to focus on the film. Overwhelmed by the delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Yun, his hand began to wander restlessly. In that moment, Su-yang felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Reminiscent of his first cinema outing with Lin Xiaoma, he glanced at Lu Yun's exquisite profile, momentarily lost in thought, and inadvertently brushed his right hand against her little finger. The moment their skin made contact, Lu Yun trembled slightly, yet she did not withdraw her hand or turn to look at him. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen. Taking a deep breath, Su-yang steeled himself and boldly grasped Lu Yun's soft, delicate hand. Were it not for the volume of the film, one might have heard the rapid beating of her heart. After taking hold of her hand, Su-yang's own heartbeat quickened. Noticing that Lu Yun did not resist, he pretended as if nothing had happened and resumed watching the movie. Time passed unnoticed, and Su-yang's grip on Lu Yun's hand evolved into their fingers interlocking. They held hands throughout the entirety of the film. As the credits rolled and the theater lights illuminated, Su-yang turned to find Lu Yun with tears streaming down her cheeks, having become emotionally moved at some point during the film. In a moment of panic, Su-yang quickly released his grip and asked, "What was wrong?" "Nothing really. This movie is quite moving, and I couldn't help but shed a few tears," Lu Yun replied, turning her head to wipe the tears from her face. Su-yang retrieved a tissue from his bag and offered it to her. "Here. This film is indeed quite touching. Let us watch a comedy next time." Lu Yun nodded silently as she accepted the tissue and dabbed at her eyes. "It's all right now, let us go." "All right." The two rose and exited the cinema, and this time, Su-yang refrained from taking Lu Yun's hand. As they stepped outside, the clock read 11:30 at night. Su-yang glanced at his watch and asked, "It's already 11:30. Are you hungry? Do you want a late-night snack?" Lu Yun, seemingly still affected by the earlier emotions, shook her head. "No, I want to eat. I have work tomorrow. Then I'll drive you home." "Okay." They strolled leisurely back to the place where they had dined earlier, sharing little conversation, neither mentioning the hand-holding incident. Upon reaching the parking lot and settling into the car, Su-yang set the navigation for Lu Yun's neighborhood and started the engine. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a gentle stop at the entrance of her community. Su-yang turned to Lu Yun and said, "We're here. By the way, I'm moving soon and plan to invite a few friends over for dinner. I'll let you know when the date is set. You must come." Lu Yun, now free of the movie's emotional weight, turned to him with a smile. Yes, I'll definitely be there. All right, I want to walk you to your door. See you then. Okay. As Lu Yun prepared to exit the car, Su Yang, inexplicably compelled, suddenly grasped her hand. Wait, what's wrong? Lu Yun turned to face him. Their eyes met, and the ambient light within the car subtly created an intimate atmosphere. Lu Yun's face flushed visibly, and Su Yang leaned in slowly. Ultimately, she shyly closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, however, Lu Yun found herself waiting in vain for the romantic moment to unfold. Instead, she felt a gentle touch on her face. You have something on your cheek. Let me wipe it off for you. All right, now hurry home, Su Yang said. Okay, like a bashful butterfly. Lu Yun swiftly opened the car door and dashed away, not even uttering a farewell before disappearing from sight. Su Yang watched her sprint into the community and took a deep breath. Phew, that was close. He realized that if he had kissed her at that moment, based on his current understanding of Lu Yun, it would likely have led to a swift declaration of their relationship. Having only recently connected with the system, he had yet to fully embrace the vibrant world around him and did not wish to solidify a romantic relationship so soon. Though he recognized this behavior as somewhat selfish, Su Yang feared that once entangled in a romantic relationship, he might be tempted by other women, leading him to become even more unfaithful. He was unwilling to witness such a scenario unfold, so amidst his internal conflict, he opted for the lesser of two evils. Dismissing further thoughts, he ignited the engine and drove home. Soon enough, he arrived home and took a refreshing shower. He emerged from the bathroom, his muscular torso bare, when his phone chimed. He picked it up and discovered that Pan Ning had added him to a group. The group's name was a guide for contemporary young people to escape. Su Yang paused for a moment, noticing that 6 members were indicated beside the group name. What is going on? He tapped on the 3 small dots in the upper right corner and found that Meng Wenzhou and Lu Bo were also in the group, along with 2 others. 1 male and 1 female, whom he did not recognize. At that moment, messages began to flood in. Lu Bo, what is happening? Meng Wenzhou, same question. Pan Ning, what is this group about? Su Yang, same question. Chapter 36, Travel Plans. After a brief 2-minute wait, Pan Ning finally responded to the message. Ching Chao, to keep it succinct, I plan to go camping at Yunhui Mountain in a couple of days. I added you all to the group simply to inform you that I would like your company. Lonely as I am, what? When? Are you unaware of how busy I am? Ching Chao, busy with what exactly? Lonely as I am. It's none of your concern. But I have a lot on my plate, right, fatty? Sweeping the army. Sweeping the army. Indeed, Meng Guo is quite occupied, managing several companies. Ching Chao, enough chit-chat. I'm notifying you, not seeking your approval, understood? Su Yang silently swallowed as he observed Pan Ning's assertive words. This girl is truly intriguing. Winter snowflakes. So it's camping, huh? I'm in. I adore it. Night bug. If my snow is going, I shall certainly join. Su Yang pondered the unfamiliar name. Snow? Who might that be? Could it be Shinishue? Yes, that must be her. It seems this night bug is her boyfriend. Ching Chao, driving sports cars to buy vegetables. What about you? Su Yang, I'm on board. I have nothing else to do. For Su Yang, any activity involving food, fun, or leisure was an invitation he gladly accepted. After all, the system thrived on enjoyment, happiness equated to wealth, thus indulging in pleasure was well within his realm. Ching Chao. All right, by the way, tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Haicheng International Racing Circuit. I'll be waiting for you. Winter snowflakes. What is going on? Eating melon emoji. Ching Chao. Ching Chao. I've arranged a race with Su Yang tomorrow afternoon, if you have no other plans. Feel free to come and watch me dominate him. Night bug. I'm in. I love racing, but who is Su Yang? Ching Chao. Did you not notice whom I tagged? Night bug. Oh, I missed that. By the way, can I sign up to compete? Ching Chao, you? Sure. But given your driving skills, you'll likely be at a disadvantage. Night bug. Haha, I'm just kidding. I'm a professional, you know. Winter snowflakes. Since when was I aware of this? Lonely as I am. Speaking of racing, I'd like to register as well. I secured the venue. Su Yang, oh? Meng Gu is also interested? Lonely as I am. Of course. What man doesn't he enjoy racing? Su Yang. Very well. Everyone should come tomorrow. Lonely as I am. I'm fine with racing, but camping. Ching Chao. What's wrong with camping? Lonely as I am. Camping seems rather unexciting. May I offer a small suggestion? Ching Chao, go ahead. Lonely as I am. If you're looking to have fun, we have a sizable group. Why not venture a bit further? Ching Chao, where to? Lonely as I am. How about Lu City? It's been a while since we've visited, and we could enjoy the sea breeze on a yacht, indulge in seafood, and sip some drinks. Wouldn't that be far more enjoyable than camping in the wilderness? Sweeping the army. I concur. Just imagine basking in the sun in a bikini. How delightful. Hee hee. Night bug. Fatty makes an excellent point. Winter snowflakes. Waving hammer emoji, lonely as I am. Driving sports cars to buy vegetables. What say you, Sue? A mischievous expression crossed his face. Are you suggesting that you wish to venture into the mountains with my sister, only to be tormented by mosquitoes? Su Yang mused silently with a smile at the message from Meng Wanzhou. Dear Meng, such words are unwarranted. Camping indeed possesses its own charms, though at present, I find myself inclined to agree with your suggestion. In truth, he was merely curious to see what Pan Ning would look like in a bikini. Lonely as I am. A pack of old lechers. Lonely as I am. My dear sister, you do me an injustice. I merely spoke of enjoying the sea breeze and sipping a drink. The one interested in bikinis is a plump fellow, and I have no part in that. Ching Chao, you two are cut from the same cloth. Lu Chung sounds acceptable, yet the camping matter remains unresolved. We must go next time. Lonely as I am. Agreed. We shall make the trip when time permits. Ching Chao, now that we have settled on a location, let us establish a time for departure. Please indicate which day is convenient for you all. Lonely as I am. I am available at any moment, should anyone wish to leave now. I shall pack my belongings immediately. Ching Chao, rolls eyes, did you not claim to be exceedingly busy? Yet, a trip to Lucheng to see the lovely ladies does not seem to impede your schedule. Lonely as I am. Well, as the boss, I have the flexibility to negotiate. Pushing back appointments is hardly a significant issue. Ching Chao, humph. Winter snowflakes. A trip to Lucheng sounds delightful. It has been ages since I last beheld the sea. Night bug. Shall we not set off tomorrow, embarking on a spontaneous adventure? Ching Chao, tomorrow. I have a race with Su Yang. Night bug. Are we not racing at noon? Once that is complete, we could set off in the afternoon or evening, right? Speeding sports car. What say you? Su Yang. I'm in. Lonely as I am. I'm in. Sweep across the armies. I'm in. Winter snowflakes. I'm in too. Ching Chao. Very well then. Since everyone agrees, let us depart tomorrow. Lonely as I am. I shall negotiate some perks for everyone. You will cover the cost of our plane tickets. Ching Chao. Round trip, mind you. Lonely as I am. Such words make me feel unappreciated. Let it not be said that I only cover the tickets. Since I propose this venture, I shall also take care of the hotel accommodations. Sweep across the armies, wow. Meng, you are magnanimous. Nightbug. Meng, you are impressive. Winter snowflakes. Zhou, you are the most dashing. Su Yang. Meng, you are truly generous. Subsequently, the group shared their personal information with Meng Wanzhou, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries in the chat, silence enveloped the conversation. Observing the lull, Su Yang reclined in bed, idly scrolling through Douyin until he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The following day, Su Yang awoke to find it was already 11 in the morning. He lay in the spacious, soft bed of the master bedroom and stretched luxuriously. Ah, how delightful! After exclaiming, he rolled out of bed. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, 50,000. Su Yang entered the expansive bathroom attached to his bedroom for a refreshing shower, then cheerfully prepared himself a brunch in the kitchen. Detected that the host greatly enjoys the cooking process. Mood elevated. Reward, 200,000. Soon after finishing his meal, he sank into the sofa, engrossed in his phone. At that moment, a message arrived from Zhao Mengru, who had not been in contact for several days. Where have you been gallivanting these past few days? Are you not inviting me and Xiaoman to dinner after moving? Su Yang pondered over the message. He had initially intended to invite Zhao Mengru, Gu Xiaoman, Lu Yun, and Pan Ning to his home for a meal that evening. However, he was scheduled to fly to Lucheng today. He typed a response. My dear sister, this matter will likely have to be postponed for a few days. I'm heading to Lucheng with a friend later today. Lucheng? Are you going for fun? Zhao Mengru replied. Indeed, I've never been there before. Despite living in Haicheng, I've never actually seen the sea. I see. Well then, let us discuss it when you return. Su Yang contemplated the message briefly. Why don't I invite them along? But aside from Zhao Mengru, Gu Xiaoman and Lu Yun both have work, so they probably can't go. Mengru, would you like to join me on a trip to Lucheng? Dog emoji. After a 10-second wait, Zhao Mengru responded. What are we going to do there? Have fun, of course. Dog emoji. Come on. What are you always thinking about? I can't go. I have commitments during the day for the next few days, only free in the evening. Su Yang smiled helplessly. Ah, what a pity. I was hoping to take you to see the beautiful sea. I've been there before. You don't need to take me. Rolls eyes. All right then. Let us plan to meet up when I return. That S called a gathering. To me, they mean the same thing. Fist emoji, Chapter 37. Haicheng International Racing Circuit. After conversing with Zhao Mengru, Su Yang inquired about Lu Yun and Gu Xiaoman. As expected, neither could take leave. The notification had come too abruptly, and requesting several days off was typically met with disapproval from most companies. With a resigned smile, Su Yang decided to abandon the effort. He returned to his bedroom, donning a crisp white t-shirt and gray casual shorts. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 12:30 p.m. It was nearly time to depart. He took out his phone and sent a message to Pan Ning. I am preparing to set off. It's the Haicheng International Racing Circuit, right? Pan Ning promptly replied with a voice message. Yes, I'm already on my way. Hurry up. Okay, I'm leaving right now, he said as he turned off his phone. Just as he did, another notification chimed. Upon opening it, he discovered a group message from Lu Bo. Overwhelming victory, everyone. Mengu has already booked a flight for 5:45 p.m. We will also be heading to the racing circuit afterward. Mengu suggests we pack our luggage now and bring it along. After the race, we'll find a place to eat before heading directly to the airport. Nightbug, got it. Winter snowflakes, acknowledged. Green grass, should have mentioned it earlier. I'm already en route. Lonely as you should hurry back home and pack. There's still plenty of time. Green grass, all right then. Su Yang glanced at the messages and responded, just as he was about to leave. He was grateful for the timely notifications. He returned to his bedroom, casually threw a few short-sleeved shirts and shorts into his backpack, realizing that he wouldn't even need a suitcase. Once he had everything packed, he grabbed the key to his Porsche and stepped out. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the Haicheng International Racing Circuit. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted an eye-catching orange Lamborghini Huracan approaching. Slowing down, he rolled down his window and saw none other than Meng Wanzhou inside. Chuckling, he honked the horn. Beep beep. Meng Wanzhou, noticing him, maneuvered his car next to Su Yang's and leaned out to call, Brother Su? Your car's color is quite flashy. Su Yang laughed heartily. Hey, this car is meant to be as flashy as possible, and yours isn't too shabby either. I can't compare my car to yours. I could buy two of mine for the price of yours. This isn't merely a matter of price. My car may not necessarily outrun your turbo. Meng Wanzhou replied with a subtle smile. We shall see shortly. All right, let us head in. I've reserved the entire venue, Meng Wanzhou announced before accelerating toward the circuit. The security guard at the entrance recognized the Lamborghini, having seen it several times before, and knowing that his boss had personally informed him of the arrival. He quickly raised the barrier. Meng Wanzhou pulled up and said, The cars coming in are all friends of mine. Please let them through. Of course. The guard replied with a cheerful demeanor. Having given his instructions, Meng Wanzhou swiftly drove into the racing circuit, with Su Yang following closely behind. The two made their way to the straight track on the spectator side. This stretch of straight road measures 233 meters in length and 18 meters in width, making it exceptionally suitable for various supercars to engage in straight-line acceleration. Furthermore, the Haicheng International Circuit boasts a top-tier scale, being the second professional racetrack in the country capable of hosting F1 races after Shanghai. The fact that Meng Wanzhou can secure such a prestigious racetrack reflects his extensive connections and formidable strength. In this regard, Su Yang undoubtedly cannot compete, whether in terms of wealth or influence. However, he is on a path of sustainable development, and given time, he could evolve into the world's wealthiest individual. As Su Yang stepped out of the car and gazed at the racetrack, Meng Wanzhou also exited his vehicle. Wow, this racetrack is impressive. Truly befitting of you, Brother Meng. Meng Wanzhou chuckled modestly. Just a small matter. How much does it cost to rent this place for a day? Su Yang inquired. Meng Wanzhou pondered for a moment. Typically, it's around 300,000 per day, but since I know the owner, he waived the fee for me. Excellent. This is a fantastic venue. I'll come here to race whenever I feel like it. Beep detected that the host has visited a professional racetrack for the first time, feeling delighted. Reward of 300,000 granted. While the two engaged in conversation, others began to arrive. The first to join was Pan Ning, who pulled up in a red Ferrari SF90 and parked beside them. Observing Su Yang's Porsche 911 Turbo, she removed her sunglasses with her delicate hand and asked, Is this your car? Su Yang smiled and nodded. Yes, it's all right, isn't it? It's nice, but it certainly can't outrun mine. In a straight line. Perhaps not, but on the entire circuit, you definitely can't beat me. Shall we test that later? Absolutely. Just as they finished speaking, Lu Bo, a portly figure, arrived. Driving a black Maybach GLS 600. He was not there to compete, but rather to assist Meng Wanzhou and himself with their luggage. Following him were Shun Yixue and her boyfriend, Zhang Ziming, also known as the Night Bug. Zhang Ziming drove a white Aston Martin DBS, while Shun Yixue occupied the passenger seat. Upon seeing them, Su Yang thought to himself, wow, it turns out he is also from a wealthy family. It seems that winning Shun Yixue's favor will be quite challenging. But it doesn't matter. He is merely a tool for me. Once everyone had gathered, Pan Ning, dressed in a gray tank top and sexy hot pants, displayed her strikingly attractive legs. However, only Su Yang dared to admire her openly, as Meng Wanzhou, being Pan Ning's cousin, naturally held no such thoughts. While Lu Bo was somewhat intimidated by her and refrained from stealing glances. After Zhang Ziming and Shun Yixue parked their car, they stepped out and greeted the group. Su Yang turned his attention to Zhang Ziming, standing at 182 centimeters, with a well-proportioned physique and a sharp crew cut. He may not rival Su Yang or Meng Wanzhou in looks, but he exuded a certain charm and athleticism that was undeniable. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Zhang Ziming approached Su Yang, casting a quick glance over him. Noting Su Yang's impressive attire and appearance, particularly the watch on his wrist, he took a moment to admire it. In truth, many wealthy individuals tend to be rather exclusive, often looking down upon those less fortunate. However, Su Yang possesses admirable qualities in various aspects, which left Zhang Ziming with a favorable first impression. He approached Su Yang, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "You must be Su Yang." Su Yang courteously reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Indeed, and may I ask how to address you?" "Zhang Ziming. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for missing the last gathering when you all went out for drinks. However, since you are friends with Lao Meng and Fatty, we shall be friends as well. I look forward to spending more time together. I believe we can become true companions." "Haha, splendid. I appreciate your straightforward nature," Su Yang responded. Meng Wanzhou stepped forward with a grin, adding, "It is precisely Su's character that endears him to me as a friend. We should certainly gather more often." "Absolutely." Zhang Ziming agreed. "Gentlemen, could we dispense with the pleasantries and commence?" Pan Ning, leaning against the front of the car with her arms crossed, observed impatiently. "Let us get started then. Position the cars. This track is sufficiently wide to accommodate 4 vehicles racing together. We shall begin with a 400-meter straight-line acceleration," Pan Ning declared as she settled into the car. Chapter 38. A race of beasts swiftly. The 4 individuals aligned their vehicles side by side. From left to right stood Meng Wanzhou's Lamborghini Gallardo, Su Yang's 911 Turbos, Pan Ning's SF90, and Zhang Ziming's Aston Martin DBS. Each of these magnificent machines, should they grace the roads, would undoubtedly turn heads and elicit admiration. Yet, here they were, gathered together for a contest of straight-line acceleration, a surreal experience for Su Yang, who just days ago had been an impoverished nobody. Now, he found himself amidst affluent companions, often questioning whether this was merely a dream. With the quartet of supercars parked in formation, it was evident that only Su Yang's 911 Turbos was a 6-cylinder, boasting the least power at a mere 650 horsepower. The Ferrari SF90, in contrast, featured a 4.0L twin-turbo V8 paired with 3 electric motors, generating a staggering 1,000 horsepower. Both the Gallardo and the DBS were formidable 12-cylinders, the Gallardo with a 6.5L engine producing 770 horsepower, while the DBS delivered 725 horsepower from its 5.2L twin-turbo. Based solely on specifications, Su Yang appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, he remained unfazed, fully aware of the prowess of his vehicle. With a smile, he awaited Lu Bo's command. At that moment, Lu Bo brandished a small red flag, having procured it from an unknown source. He positioned himself in front of the 4 cars and announced loudly, "Prepare yourselves. On my command, I will count down from 3. When I say 1, you shall launch." He instructed them to floor their accelerators for the first round and to honk if they understood. The sound of 4 horns echoed in response. "All right, ready. 3, 2. Lu Bo dramatically waved the red flag downward. Simultaneously, the word 1 erupted from his mouth, and Su Yang instantly pressed the accelerator to the floor. In an explosive display, all 4 supercars roared to life and surged forward. Surprisingly, it was the least powerful turbos that shot ahead, followed closely by Pan Ning's SF90. With Meng Wanzhou's Gallardo and Zhang Ziming's DBS neck and neck. Utilizing manual mode, Su Yang swiftly toggled the paddle shifters on the steering wheel. The car with the lowest specifications had made the fastest start. After 100 meters, Su Yang glanced into the rearview mirror and saw Pan Ning's red Ferrari closing in, leaving him astonished. Wow, that's impressive. At that moment, he wished he could press the accelerator even harder. He had already floored it. Yet the lead he had was gradually being eroded by Pan Ning. As they surpassed the halfway mark, Pan Ning successfully overtook Su Yang. Meanwhile, the Gallardo had managed to create a slight gap over the DBS, though it was only half a car length ahead. However, the two of them were unlikely to catch up to Su Yang and Pan Ning. The 400 meters concluded in the blink of an eye, with Pan Ning crossing the finish line first, followed by Su Yang in second, Meng Wanzhou in third, and Zhang Ziming in fourth. After they all came to a halt, Zhang Ziming exited his vehicle in disbelief, looking at the others. I can't believe it. How did you all go so fast? My 5.2 LV12 came in last? You guys must have cheated. Pan Ning shot a glare at Zhang Ziming, retorting, do you really think so? Even if I let you cheat, you still wouldn't be able to beat me. I can see that I cannot outrun you. After all, your vehicle is a hybrid boasting a staggering 1,000 horsepower. Yet, I find myself perplexed as to why I am unable to surpass those two, particularly this 911. As he spoke, he circled around Su Yang's car. Yang, are you certain you haven't modified it? Su Yang was taken aback, not expecting this person to address him so affectionately. Nevertheless, he merely smiled and assured, of course. It's entirely stock. Are the factory turbos really that powerful? If memory serves, this car only has 650 horsepower, and it's a 6-cylinder. Zhang Ziming, astonished, leaned into the driver's seat, inspecting every detail. Meng Wanzhou, indifferent to the outcome, approached with a grin. Don't underestimate this car's 650 horsepower. Porsche's PDK transmission is exceptionally impressive, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds. It's no surprise you can't keep up. I can't believe with over 700 horsepower and a 12-cylinder engine, am still losing. I refuse to accept this. He exclaimed. Let's do this again, but this time, we'll all use launch mode. All right, that must be the reason. If we use launch mode, I can at least secure second place. Come on, let's head back for another round. The four of them climbed into the car and returned to the starting point. Lubo approached with a beaming smile. The SF90 is indeed formidable. How could it not be? With 3 electric motors boosting its performance, who can compete? Zhang Ziming chuckled. Now, for the second round in launch mode, are you ready? Lubo shouted. The four of them sequentially honked their horns. Lubo positioned himself in front of the cars. All right, ready. The 4 vehicles erupted with a thunderous roar. All primed for launch. 3, 2, 1. As the count concluded, Su Yang abruptly released the brake with his left foot while firmly pressing the accelerator with his right. The turbos unleashed their full power, and the intense thrust pressed him back into his seat as he surged forward once more, leading the pack. The 911 turbos certainly boasted an impressive start. This time, owing to the launch mode, the turbos pushed their limits, gradually extending their lead. However, just past the halfway mark, Pan Ning caught up once again. Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror on his right, muttering in disbelief. Oh no, not again. As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Ning matched his speed and then overtook him once more. Su Yang slapped the steering wheel, frustration evident as he shouted, damn it. Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming could only trail behind, inhaling the exhaust fumes of the 2 frontrunners. Zhang Ziming gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer catch up to Su Yang and Pan Ning, yet he was determined to avoid finishing last for a second time. Meng Wanzhou's lead was tenuous. He wished to close the gap, but felt powerless, the accelerator fully pressed down, yet still trailing half a car length behind. Soon, the second round concluded. Pan Ning finished first, followed by Su Yang, then Meng Wanzhou, with Zhang Ziming bringing up the rear. Zhang Ziming exited the car, looking skyward and lamenting, why? Meng Wanzhou couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps you should consider changing vehicles. This one doesn't seem suited for racing. Meanwhile, Pan Ning ignored Zhang Ziming's outburst and approached Su Yang's car, asking, so, are you convinced now? Su Yang, with a resigned nod, conceded, all right, I admit. I cannot compete with you in a straight-line acceleration. However, on the entirety of the racetrack, you are undoubtedly no match for me. There lies merit in Su Yang's assertion. Firstly, the Porsche is inherently suited for track racing, and secondly, he possesses the skills of a professional driver, instilling in him the confidence to secure victory. It is not only Pan Ning whom he is unafraid of, even a seasoned racer would not intimidate him. Pan Ning responded with a subtle smile. Shall we then race on the circuit again? Fine. I shall grant you a car length advantage. Humph, as my vanquished opponent. On what grounds do you dare to be so audacious? Your bravado matters not. The outcome will reveal the truth. Very well. Shall we race a few laps? Pan Ning inquired. 5 laps it is, and we shall settle the score once and for all. Agreed. Without further ado, Pan Ning entered his car and drove back to the starting line. Su Yang glanced over at Zhang Ziming, who was still lamenting with Meng Wanzhou. With a grin, he said, Ziming, stop fretting. I intend to challenge Pan Ning to a race on the circuit. Would you care to join us? Count me in. I refuse to believe I cannot outpace you in a straight line, but the track is my domain, he exclaimed as he settled into his vehicle. Meng Wanzhou shook his head, acknowledging the man's fervor for racing. Su Yang chuckled in agreement as the trio drove back to the starting point. Fatty, for the final round. We shall race on the circuit, a total of 5 laps, and you will keep time. Meng Wanzhou instructed Lu Bo from inside the car. Lu Bo signaled an affirmative gesture. All right, ensure you are prepared. Chapter 39. You are Fujiwara Takumi after making slight adjustments. The 4 individuals gestured to Lu Bo that they were ready to commence. Su Yang's earlier suggestion about allowing Pan Ning to drive a single car was merely a jest. While he was confident he could easily triumph in such a scenario, it would be rather dismissive of Pan Ning's capabilities, and he risked inciting her ire. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Observing that the group was prepared, Lu Bo produced a professional stopwatch from an unknown source. He approached the front of the cars and addressed the 4. This is the final round, a 5-lap race. The professional circuit of Haicheng International Racetrack spans a total length of 5,340 meters. F1 drivers achieve lap times as swift as 1 minute and 25 seconds, yet apart from Su Yang, the others were merely amateur enthusiasts. Typically, a casual racing aficionado would complete a lap in about 1 minute and 50 seconds to 2 minutes. Thus, the entire 5 laps would roughly take around 10 minutes, a time achievable only by those familiar with racing. Although Su Yang possessed the skills of a professional driver, he was not well acquainted with this particular track. In contrast, Meng Wanzhou, Pan Ning, and Zhang Ziming had raced here a few times and appeared to have a slight edge. Once Lu Bo confirmed that everyone was set, he declared, All right, prepare to start. 3, 2, 1. As the words left his mouth, the 4 cars surged forward with great speed. Su Yang was eager to test his professional driving skills. He once again launched off the line swiftly, but soon found himself overtaken by Pan Ning. This time, he remained calm, aware that with the race spanning over 5 kilometers and 5 laps, ample opportunities lay ahead to reclaim his position. Immediately following the straight, there was a sharp right turn. As Pan Ning approached the bend, she had no choice but to decelerate. Su Yang's eyes lit up as a flurry of driving techniques flooded his mind. Seizing the moment, he pressed the accelerator and surged past Pan Ning. She was taken aback. Was he truly reckless? Quickly, she honked her horn, urging him to slow down, for at his current speed, he might very well flip the car. However, Su Yang paid no heed to her warning. In that instant, he felt as if the spirit of Schumacher possessed him. Just as he was about to enter the curve, he slightly eased off the gas, swiftly applied the brakes, and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. The turbos executed a remarkably stylish drift through the turn. This maneuver left Pan Ning in stunned silence. Even more astonished were Zhang Ziming and Meng Wanzhou, who gaped at the turbos as it navigated the corner with professional flair. Zhang Ziming couldn't help but exclaim, What the hell? Is this guy a professional? Before he could ponder further, Pan Ning had already cleared the first bend. Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming were neck and neck, each carefully reducing speed to navigate the turn. Thanks to the first corner's performance, Su Yang quickly widened the gap between himself and the others. Although he had never raced on this track before, his professional driving skills significantly mitigated the disadvantage of his unfamiliarity. Before long, the first lap was complete. Lu Bo stood at the starting point, pressing the stopwatch to check the time. Upon glancing at the display, his brow furrowed in disbelief. 1 minute. 33 seconds? Goodness, surely this stopwatch is malfunctioning. Lu Bo is quite familiar with racing. In his spare time, he enjoys watching various types of racing competitions. The Haicheng International Circuit has hosted 2 Formula One races, and he distinctly remembers that the fastest lap time recorded is 1 minute and 25 seconds. However, that was achieved by world-class drivers piloting multi-million-dollar F1 cars. To his astonishment, Su Yang, on his first lap of this track, managed an impressive time of 1 minute and 33 seconds. He swallowed hard, at a loss for words. Before long, Pan Ning completed her first lap in a striking red Ferrari, clocking in at 1 minute and 53 seconds. Not bad, he thought. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, after finishing his first lap, he had already memorized the location of every turn. On his second lap, he felt even more at ease. And as he approached a long straight, he accelerated to 300 km/h. However, the speed was exhilarating yet perilous. He had to decelerate just as he hit the 300 mark to navigate the corner. Every turn was a drift for Su Yang, which took a toll on the tires. He estimated he would need a tire change after a few laps. Nonetheless, at that moment, he cared little for such concerns and reveled in the thrill of racing. Ding! The system detects that the host is thoroughly enjoying the racing experience, gaining profound insights. Awarding 3,000,001 McLaren Senna fragment, 3.5. Ignoring the system's announcement, Su Yang remained utterly focused on the track ahead. Behind him, 3 others were trailing. Aside from Pan Ning, Lu Bo could barely make out Su Yang's taillights, while Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming had given up entirely. After completing their first lap, they parked their cars outside the track to witness Su Yang and Pan Ning's performance. Su Yang quickly finished his second lap, and Lu Bo pressed the timer again. This lap was even more astonishing, taking just 1 minute and 29 seconds. Zhang Ziming glanced at the timer, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? This guy must be a professional driver." Meng Wanzhou simply smiled silently, lost in thought as he observed the track. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the fourth lap concluded. As Su Yang began his fifth lap, Pan Ning was still completing her third, having fallen a full lap behind. This exemplified the vast chasm between an ordinary individual and a professional driver. Acknowledging the disparity, Pan Ning no longer struggled. She realized she could not compete with Su Yang on the track. Accepting her defeat graciously, she parked her car to the side after finishing her third lap. Su Yang soon completed his final lap. Lu Bo quickly pressed the stopwatch as Su Yang crossed the finish line. The total time displayed, 6 minutes and 51 seconds. The others regarded Su Yang with expressions of awe, as though they were witnessing a phenomenon. Su Yang pulled his car alongside theirs and inquired, "What happened? Why did you all withdraw from the race?" Zhang Ziming cast a resentful glance at Su Yang, replying, "What do you think? We are on entirely different levels. You drift through every corner like your Takumi Fujiwara." Su Yang chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Ah, you've caught me. I must apologize for my skills, haha. Su, you truly astonish me. Your talent is certainly worthy of professional competition," Meng Wanzhou remarked with a smile. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was no need for further discussion, as the competition had proven too exhausting for him. At that moment, Pan Ning turned to Su Yang and remarked coolly, "While the track may not have favored her, she had triumphed in the straightaway," suggesting they were even. "Very well, a draw it is," she concluded. With the competition concluded, Meng Wanzhou checked his phone and noted the time was suitable for a meal before their journey to Feilu City. Su Yang inquired about the dining location, requesting that he send the coordinates to the group chat. "All right," Meng Wanzhou replied, promptly sharing the restaurant's location, and the group set off in their vehicles. Once the 5 luxury cars ventured into the city, they inevitably attracted considerable attention, with nearly every passing vehicle glancing at the convoy. Although luxury cars and supercars were commonplace in Haicheng, the sight of 5 high-end vehicles together was a rarity. Pedestrians eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Soon enough, the 6 of them arrived at an upscale restaurant specializing in local Haicheng cuisine. After parking the cars, the restaurant's proprietor hurried out, his face alight with excitement as he approached Meng Wanzhou with a respectful demeanor. "Young Master Meng, it's a pleasure to see you. The private room has been prepared," he announced. Meng Wanzhou nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Please have the dishes served as soon as possible. We need to make our way to the airport afterward." "Of course. Please come inside," the owner replied courteously, ushering them into the establishment. Chapter 40. First flight. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yang mused to himself, "At last, I am privy to the opulent side of this wealthy heir." The group had chosen to dine at a renowned local restaurant in Haicheng, famous for its exquisite regional cuisine. Typically, local dishes do not achieve widespread popularity. However, this establishment had managed to flourish, boasting 9 branches throughout Haicheng. Each location exceeded 1,000 square meters, and the business was perpetually thriving. In most instances, patrons were required to make reservations in advance, and securing a private dining room was even more challenging. Nevertheless, Meng Wanzhou's status within Haicheng's affluent circle was widely acknowledged. Consequently, if he desired, A single phone call would prompt the owners of most upscale restaurants to eagerly reserve their largest private room for him. However, Su Yang remained unaware of this. To him, it was simply a charming Chinese restaurant. Once they entered the private room and took their seats, the owner personally approached the group to take their orders. He presented 6 menus, placing one in front of each individual, and then he turned to Meng Wanzhou with a warm smile, inquiring, "Young Master Meng, what would you like to dine on today?" Leaning back in his chair, Meng Wanzhou replied, "Let us just have a casual meal today. Let them decide." "Very well," the owner responded. As Su Yang perused the menu, he noted the prices, with many dishes ranging from 5 to 600 yuan, and some even reaching 2 to 3,000. He thought to himself, "Isn't this just ordinary home cooking? How dare they charge such exorbitant prices? The world of the wealthy is indeed remarkable. I suppose I have much to learn." Within a few minutes, the 5 had placed their orders, and the owner departed with the menus. Shortly thereafter, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with over 10 exquisite Chinese dishes, presenting them one after another. "Now that the dishes are all served, let us eat quickly. Time is of the essence," Meng Wanzhou remarked, glancing at his watch. "All right, I shall not hold back," Su Yang said as he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of glistening braised pork. After a few bites, he exclaimed, "This tastes quite delightful." Sitting to Su Yang's left, Meng Wanzhou chuckled. "What do you think, Su? Is it to your liking?" "Quite impressive. No wonder it commands such high prices," Su Yang replied. "This establishment is regarded as the finest for local cuisine in Haiqing. If you enjoy it, simply mention my name for a hassle-free visit in the future." With a gentle smile, Su Yang responded, "I am grateful, Brother Meng." 20 minutes later, the 6 individuals emerged from the restaurant, fully satiated. The owner personally escorted them out, only returning inside after bidding them farewell as they drove away. At that moment, the other patrons began to whisper among themselves. Who are these people? The owner was so courteous when they arrived, and now he even sees them off personally. You must be quite uninformed. Do you know who one of those men was? I do not. That is why I asked. That was Meng Jianyun, wasn't it? Meng Jianyun? The wealthiest man in Haiqing? Indeed. Are you suggesting that one of those individuals was the son of Meng Jianyun? Precisely. My goodness, no wonder. This explains everything. I mean, the owner of this establishment usually exudes an air of superiority, looking down on everyone. Yet today, he is acting quite differently. It turns out the son of our city's wealthiest tycoon has arrived. Indeed, one can imagine that such a privileged heir would be treated with utmost respect wherever he goes. It is a pity, however, that we do not possess such influential parentage. It seems we are destined to live an ordinary life. Perhaps in our next reincarnation, we might aspire to be born into a more fortunate family. At precisely 5 o'clock, Su Yang and his companions arrived at Haiqing International Airport. After parking the car, Su Yang slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped aside to smoke while waiting for the others. Lu Bo glanced at Su Yang, noticing he carried only a small backpack. With wide eyes, he inquired, "Su Ge, where is your luggage?" "This is it," Su Yang replied. "Is that all you're taking?" "Yes. Is it necessary to bring a lot?" "It's not like I'm moving to Luqing permanently. I just need a few changes of clothes. Everything else will be provided by the hotel." Lu Bo retrieved 2 large suitcases from the trunk of the Maybach GLS 600. Hearing Su Yang's words, he pondered over the sizable luggage he had brought. "What are you daydreaming about?" At that moment, Meng Wanzhou approached and patted Lu Bo on the back. "Are we carrying too much luggage? How much do we really need? Just look at Su Ge." Meng Wanzhou turned to Su Yang, astonished, and asked, "Old Su, is that all you're bringing? Why would I need more? If I lack something, I can buy it there. Why are you all bringing so much luggage? Are you not coming back?" "Well, you make a valid point," Meng Wanzhou chuckled awkwardly. At this juncture, Pan Ning walked over to Su Yang, looking at Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo with impatience. "Can you two hurry up? You're the ones taking forever." All right. Before long, they entered the terminal, collected their tickets, and proceeded to the departure lounge. Meng Wanzhou had booked 6 first-class tickets, effectively reserving the entire first-class section, as typically, there are only 6 seats available in that section. When the time came, they could use the VIP passage to board directly. Su Yang glanced at his ticket. In fact, this was his first time ever boarding a plane. Previously, his travels were limited to buses or high-speed trains. When he collected the tickets earlier, he felt completely bewildered. Observing and silently learning from the process as others retrieved theirs. Why am I feeling a bit anxious? It's my first flight. I wonder if I'll experience weightlessness during takeoff and landing, or if I'll have ear pressure. Su Yang mused to himself. Soon, an announcement echoed through the airport. indicating that boarding for the Haicheng to Lucheng flight had begun. Su Yang stood up, watching the crowd queue, and instinctively began to join them. However, Pan Ning seized his arm, pulling him back. Where do you think you're going? Aren't we supposed to queue? We have first-class tickets. We don't need to queue. We can use the VIP passage. Oh, really? I've never flown before, and I had no idea first class came with such privileges. Su Yang scratched his head and chuckled heartily. He felt no embarrassment. He viewed such matters with an open mind. Having never flown before did not equate to any sense of shame. Pan Ning furrowed her brows and looked at Su Yang. You've never been on a plane? Indeed. It's my first time. Are you making an international joke? Pan Ning assumed Su Yang was jesting and turned to stride towards the VIP passage. Su Yang, disinclined to clarify, shook his head and followed the group. Soon, they entered the VIP passage and were among the first to board the aircraft. Upon reaching first class, Su Yang located his seat and settled in. Shortly after, a flight attendant clad in a deep blue uniform approached him. She was strikingly beautiful, tall, and possessed an enviable figure, her legs adorned with the requisite black stockings of the airline. As she approached, she flashed a smile revealing 8 pearly teeth and half-squatted beside him, saying, "Good day, sir. Welcome aboard Huahai Airlines. The flight will be departing shortly. Please fasten your seatbelt." Su Yang smiled back, bowing his head to search for the seatbelt, but after some time, he remained perplexed about how to secure it. He glanced at the flight attendant who was organizing his belongings and pondered, "What should I call her? Service staff? That doesn't seem quite right. Miss. Probably inappropriate. Oh well." Unable to comprehend further, he blurted out, Beautiful, how do I fasten this seatbelt? I'm not very adept at this. Could you perhaps show me?" The flight attendant turned to Su Yang and replied with a smile, "Sir, I can assist you." She then knelt beside him, personally fastening his seatbelt. The proximity between them was striking, and a captivating fragrance wafted from her. No wonder so many men are enamored with flight attendants. There seems to be a reason for it, Su Yang thought as he glanced at her once more. After securing the seatbelt, the flight attendant, with a slight blush, looked at Su Yang and then leaned slightly to the side to introduce, "Sir, our flight duration is approximately 2 hours and 10 minutes. After takeoff, we will provide refreshments, both Chinese and Western cuisine. Which would you prefer? I don't need anything to eat. Just a glass of iced Americano will suffice." "No food at all, then?" "No. Thank you." "Very well. You may rest for now, and I will bring you an iced Americano after takeoff." "Thank you. You're most welcome." Chapter 41. Aren't you two a couple? Once all the passengers had boarded, the aircraft began its slow departure from the terminal, and the cabin crew commenced the customary announcements regarding the flight procedures. The plane swiftly ascended into the sky. Su Yang pulled open the window shade, gazing in awe as the aircraft climbed higher, a surge of excitement swelling within him. What a remarkable sensation, he mused. Ding. Detected the host's inaugural flight experience, mood elevated. Reward, 800,000. System, in the event of an accident, do you possess any protective measures for me? None. Su Yang. What if I were to crash and perish? System disengaged. All right, good system. With a resigned smile, Su Yang acknowledged he had merely been jesting. The probability of an aviation mishap is indeed quite low. Nevertheless, first-time flyers often find themselves contemplating such thoughts. The aircraft soon soared above 10,000 meters, at which point the flight attendant approached Su Yang, presenting a cup of iced Americano. "Sir, your iced Americano." "Thank you. My pleasure. Should you require anything, please press the call button above." "All right, thank you." "You're welcome." The attendant smiled warmly before turning to leave. Pan Ning, seated to Su Yang's left, had donned an eye mask and drifted into slumber since takeoff. The others had also settled in with headphones, resting quietly, while Su Yang remained wide awake, reveling in the novelty of his first flight. He leaned against the window, watching the sunset as the clouds below raced by. For 2 hours, Su Yang remained captivated. As dusk deepened into night, the aircraft safely landed at Lu City Airport. Upon disembarking, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, leaving Su Yang momentarily breathless. Goodness, why is it so hot? Indeed, that's Lu City for you. It seems we've arrived at an inopportune time. Summer is not the best season to visit, Lubo remarked. Pan Ning rolled her eyes. Isn't it your friend Meng Ge who summoned us here? Hearing this, Meng Wanzhou chuckled. No worries. I've booked a very comfortable hotel. We'll be fine once we reach it. The group exited the airport and followed the designated pickup personnel to their vehicle. The car was a luxurious Toyota Alphard MPV, valued at over $1 million, accommodating precisely 7 people, including the driver. After a 40-minute drive from Lu City Airport, they arrived at the 5-star Marriott Hotel, which was situated in close proximity to the sea, offering an elegant atmosphere. As Su-Yong walked, he gazed longingly towards the ocean, though darkness had fallen, revealing only a smattering of distant lights upon the water. Meng Wanzhou had arranged for all of them to stay in Seaview Suites, each priced at $16,999 per night. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he suddenly turned to the group and announced, "I've booked 4 Seaview Suites. Is that all right?" "Absolutely. Don't even mention the Seaview Suites. I'd be content with just a standard double room." "Eh?" Zhang Ziming joked from the side. Upon hearing this, Su-Yong glanced at the others, pondering, 6 people, 4 rooms? He could not help but inquire, "Old Meng, why have you only booked 4 rooms?" Meng Wanzhou chuckled. "There are only 4 Seaview rooms left here, but that works perfectly, doesn't it?" "Does it?" Su-Yong thought it was peculiar. Meng Wanzhou patiently elucidated, "You see, I have 1 room, the chubby guy has another, Ziming and Ishua share one, and you and my sister share another. What SMS is it?" Su-Yong was taken aback, his face nearly adorned with large question marks. He could not fathom why Meng Wanzhou would arrange it this way, though he was inwardly pleased with the arrangement. Pan Ning, standing nearby, was somewhat speechless but maintained her composure. "On what grounds have you assigned us to the same room?" Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. "Aren't you two a couple?" Su-Yong nearly stumbled at this revelation. Goodness, can it be that obvious that Pan Ning and I are a pair? Noticing his reaction, Meng Wanzhou teasingly remarked, "If I'm misunderstood, I can cancel the booking and arrange for 2 separate rooms for you. However, one of you would have to forego the Seaview room." Pan Ning shot a glare at Meng Wanzhou, exasperated. "No need for that. Let us just leave it as it is. How bothersome." Su-Yong glanced at Pan Ning. Since she had voiced her agreement, he naturally would not refuse. Such a fortuitous arrangement was something only a fool would decline. Besides, he had already acquired the wine god skill, and sharing a room would allow them to enjoy a few drinks together in the evening. The mere thought of it caused a smile to form at the corners of his mouth. Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo exchanged furtive smiles. Meng Wanzhou was well aware of Pan Ning's character. From the first time she invited them to drink with Su-Yong at the nightclub, he sensed something was amiss. When she subsequently included Su-Yong in their camping plans, he became certain that there was something more between Pan Ning and Su-Yong. From his understanding of Pan Ning, she would never grow so close to someone who did not pique her interest. Furthermore, Meng Wanzhou held a favorable impression of Su-Yong. He believed Su-Yong was entirely deserving of Pan Ning. Thus, when booking the hotel, he decided to go with the flow, knowing that there were indeed more than 4 Seaview rooms available. Given the current season, which was not peak travel time, the Seaview rooms were quite plentiful. However, this was a secret known only to him and Lu Bo. After arriving at the front desk to check in, they collected their room keys and proceeded to their rooms. Meng Wanzhou suggested, "Let us drop off our luggage and take a moment to rest before heading out for some drinks. I have a friend in Luqing who owns a bar." "Excellent, splendid," Zhang Ziming exclaimed enthusiastically. "Sounds good," echoed Shenishua. With no objections raised, they returned to their respective rooms. Su-Yong and Pan Ning entered their room, which was quite spacious. The hotel's Seaview suite comprised a living room, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, with the living room featuring a large terrace facing the sea. Beneath us lies a verdant hotel, adorned with lush trees, expansive lawns, and a grand swimming pool. However, as darkness has fallen, these features are less discernible. Su-Yong placed his bag upon the sofa and inquired, "Which room will you sleep in?" "I am indifferent. They are all quite similar," he replied. "What a pity," Su-Yong mused as he surveyed the room. "What do you mean by that?" Pan Ning asked while setting down her bag. "It is a pity there are 2 rooms," Su-Yong chuckled. Pan Ning rolled her eyes, responding, "If there were but 1 room, you would be relegated to the sofa." Upon hearing this, Su-Yong smiled. "Nevertheless, does your drinking rule still apply?" "Indeed. I stand by my word," she affirmed. "Then that settles it." Having received the answer he sought, Su-Yong picked up his bag and casually chose one of the rooms to enter. Chapter 42. I do not disdain you. A few individuals took a refreshing shower in the room and changed into clean clothes, preparing to venture out. Meng Wanzhou reclined on the bed, retrieving his phone to send a message in the group chat. "Lonely as I am. Everyone, are you all ready? Shall we set off? Little bug of the night. Ready, we can leave anytime. Sweeping through the armies. Just finish showering. Wait for me to change into something dapper." In Su-Yong and Pan Ning's room, the two took turns to shower. Pan Ning donned a crisp, cream-colored plaid long dress, adorned with a pink headband, and wore white flip-flops, exuding a charming and alluring aura. Su Yang remained in his loose-fitting black and white attire, but had also swapped his footwear for flip-flops. Finished? Yes. The room card is with you. Pan Ning stood before the mirror, tending to her hair. Okay, it seems I have to worry about this household, she remarked. After finishing her hair, she turned to Su Yang, extending her hands. What do you think? I initially refrained from praising you to avoid inflating your ego, but I simply cannot resist. In 2 words, a celestial being descends. Flattery. Truly, those celebrities and internet sensations pale in comparison to you. To share a roof with such a goddess is to have a fulfilled life. Pan Ning rolled her eyes once more. Enough chatter. Let us go. Let us go? Let us go. Tonight I shall endeavor to get you intoxicated. The group gradually donned their outfits and gathered in the hotel lounge to wait. The clock read 9:30 in the evening, and the spacious, luxurious lounge was populated by numerous tourists, all seemingly ready to indulge in a night of revelry. The arrival of Su Yang and his companions stirred a noticeable excitement among the patrons, primarily because, aside from the somewhat ordinary-looking Lu Bo, the rest of the group possessed strikingly high attractiveness. The simultaneous appearance of such a multitude of charming young men and women inevitably drew the attention of others. Seated on the sofa, Su Yang, Pan Ning, Zhang Ziming, Shin Yixue, and Lu Bo sipped their coffee while awaiting Meng Wanzhou. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, Meng Wanzhou finally made his entrance, moving with an air of significance. If you had arrived a minute later, we would have left without you, Pan Ning chided, shooting him a glance. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. One has urgent matters to attend to. Please be understanding. I was ready to leave, but then I had a sudden stomachache. Clad in a flamboyant short-sleeved shirt and equally ostentatious beach shorts, he approached the group. Meng, why are you wearing sunglasses at this hour? Can you even see the path? Su Yang teased. If I can't see, just guide me a bit. Once the sunglasses are on, I only love myself, he replied. All right, where are we off to for our escapade? Follow me. I've already made arrangements with the boss over there. By the way, Lu Bo has the car been called? Lu Bo stood up, saying, the others are outside smoking a couple of cigarettes. Is that so? Then let us depart. Upon arriving in Luqing, Meng Wanzhou seemed to transform into an entirely new person, exuding vitality as he confidently strode towards the hotel entrance. A few individuals rose to follow, arriving at the entrance of the hotel where a sleek black Alfred awaited them. 20 minutes later, they reached the renowned bay of Luqing, Qinghai Bay. This locale is the most frequented spot for visitors in Luqing, as well as the liveliest among the several bays. However, Meng Wanzhou opted not to book accommodations here due to the overwhelming crowds, which could detract from the overall experience. Upon disembarking, the streets bustled with activity. Although it was not peak season, throngs of people filled the area, with numerous handsome young men and beautiful women, including foreign visitors, strolling along the sidewalks. Vendors along the roads offered refreshing coconuts, cool desserts, and various local beverages unique to Luqing. Su Yang and his companions followed Meng Wanzhou through the throng. The group instinctively divided into 3 smaller factions. Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo led the way, while Zhang Ziming held Shin Yixue's hand in the middle, and Su Yang and Pan Ning trailed behind. They arrived at a stall selling coconuts, and noticing that nearly everyone on the street was holding one, Su Yang felt a sudden urge to try the authentic coconut water he had never tasted before. Do you want one? He asked. Yes, it's sweltering, she replied. All right. Boss, give me 2 chilled coconuts. The vendor, engrossed in peeling coconuts for other customers, looked up with a cheerful grin. Coming right up. After a brief wait, the vendor finally presented them with the coconuts. Here you go, handsome and beautiful. How much? 15 each, 30 in total. Okay, I'll pay. With a beep, Su Yang completed the transaction. By this time, the others had already vanished into the throng. Where did they go? He wondered aloud. I don't know. I'll ask them to send their location, Pan Ning replied, pulling out her phone to message them. Taking a sip from his coconut, Su Yang initially expected the liquid inside to be the sweet coconut milk he had known since childhood. To his surprise, the drink was exceedingly light and transparent, lacking much flavor. What the? Is this just water? I can't believe I thought coconut water was milk, he chastised himself internally. Pan Ning soon received the location and said, they sent it. Let us go. All right. As they meandered toward their destination, sipping their coconut water, Pan Ning frowned after taking a couple of sips from her drink. Without hesitation, she seized the coconut from Su Yang's hands and took a sip herself, nodding in approval. Her expression brightened. Yours tastes better, let us trade. Regardless of Su Yang's willingness, she thrust her coconut into his grasp and gleefully began sipping from his. Su Yang paused, his heart racing slightly, but knowing Pan Ning's spirited nature, he chose not to voice his thoughts. He looked at her, a mix of affection and helplessness in his smile. Their playful exchange drew the attention of several passers-by, with a few young men casting envious glances at Su Yang. Unbothered by the stares, he quickened his pace, positioning himself next to Pan Ning, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Why did you take my coconut? I already drank from it, and the straw still has my saliva on it. You think yours tastes better? Just because you've had some, does that mean I can't have any? I'm not picky about you. Su Yang couldn't help but smile at her words, pondering, what does this girl really mean? I should consult the system. System. Check Pan Ning's affection level. Pan Ning's affection for the host. 25, It hasn't increased? No, that can't be right. Is this really something that can be achieved with a mere 25 points of affection? System functioning normally, the host need not doubt. I'm not doubting you. I just can't comprehend Pan Ning. Su Yang glanced at Pan Ning beside him, feeling utterly perplexed. He noticed that she seemed to behave this way only towards him. Thus, the 25 points of affection appeared quite peculiar. If Pan Ning truly liked Su Yang, her affection level would naturally rise. However, after several checks, it remained at 25. Steadfastly clinging to its initial value. Unable to make sense of it any longer, Su Yang decided to test Pan Ning through action. How much longer until we arrive? Let me see. Pan Ning picked up her phone to check. Not far, just 500 meters. It seems to be over by the beach. Su Yang nodded, contemplating. Should I attempt to hold her hand during these last few hundred meters? If she lets go, it would confirm the 25 points. If she doesn't, there must be some other reason for her to suppress her feelings. Lost in thought, he continued walking, unaware of Pan Ning beside him. She quickly finished her coconut water and tossed the shell into a nearby trash bin. Looking up, she noticed Su Yang walking ahead alone, and she hurried to catch up. Slightly miffed. Why are you walking so fast? Why didn't you wait for me? Huh? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, having completely missed Pan Ning's earlier action. Pan Ning shot him a glare and then did something unexpected. She reached out and linked her arm through Su Yang's right arm, pressing her side against him. This gesture was unmistakably one reserved for couples. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly halted. What's wrong? Pan Ning inquired, looking up at him. Nothing. Let's go. They continued walking closely together towards their destination. I'm joking. Is her affection truly only at 25 points? System, can you confirm again? Pan Ning's affection for the host. 25. Goodness, could she be plotting to take my kidney? Chapter 43. A touching moment as the two strolled along. They soon spotted several vintage-style bars situated not far from the beach. The sandy entrance of these bars was adorned with quaint wooden tables, where numerous young men and women, clad in light summer attire, were engaged in lively conversations over drinks. Su Yang, observing the crowd, inquired, Is that the place? The navigation indicates it is here. Let us go take a look, he suggested. Hand in hand, they made their way to the beach. It was Su Yang's first encounter with the sand, and curiosity compelled him to bend down and remove his flip-flops. What are you doing? This is my first time at the seaside. I want to feel the sand. Su Yang replied with the innocent glee of a child. Then I shall join you, Pan Ning declared, similarly removing her flip-flops to reveal her charming little feet. Squatting on the ground, Su Yang observed Pan Ning's actions, feeling that something was amiss since she had left the hotel. This was not typical of her demeanor, and she seemed to have adopted a softer, almost more feminine disposition. Could it be that she has a dual personality? He pondered, dismissing the thought as far-fetched. He stood, holding his flip-flops, and exclaimed, Let us go. All right, Pan Ning replied, following him without linking her arm through his. Su Yang did not dwell on it much as they quickly reached the entrance of the first bar. There, Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming were standing beside a decorative beach vehicle, smoking. Upon seeing Su Yang and Pan Ning arrive, Lu Bo chuckled. What took you two so long? Oh, we stopped to buy coconuts, and when I looked up, you had vanished. Where are the others? Meng Guo is inside chatting with the owner, and Yi Shui has gone to the restroom. Let us head in. Once inside the bar, they found Meng Wanzhou seated at the entrance, engaged in cheerful conversation with a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. Noticing the newcomers, Meng Wanzhou rose and said, My friends have arrived. I'll join you shortly. Don't forget to come over and share a drink with us. Of course, the young man replied with a smile. Have you two been off in your own little world? Meng Wanzhou teased, glancing at Su Yang and Pan Ning. Pan Ning shot him a playful glare and asked, "Where shall we sit?" "This way, this way. The owner reserved a prime spot for us." Meng Wanzhou led them to a spacious booth by the window, capable of accommodating 12 to 13 people. With 6 of them seated, it felt exceptionally roomy. Su Yang made himself comfortable, slipping into the innermost seat next to a large wooden window. Outside, the atmosphere was vibrant. A rustic table adjacent to him was occupied by a group of alluring women. One particularly elegant girl was strumming a guitar and singing a country ballad in English, while nearby couples leaned into each other, quietly listening. Laughter echoed from afar, and a brilliant full moon hung over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the ocean. The beach, beautiful women, barbecues, music, and beer. Was this not the idyllic life Su Yang had once envisioned? At this moment, Su Yang felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. He gazed at his surroundings, free from worries, surrounded by friends, with his parents in good health, and enchanted by beautiful music. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the host was experiencing profound joy and insight, rewarded with 5 million in cash and a divine singing skill. Su Yang, maintaining his composure, propped his chin on his hand and looked out the window, letting the captivating melodies wash over him. His eyes began to blur with emotion. Unbeknownst to him, Pan Ning had taken a seat beside him. Noticing Su Yang's rapt attention to the outside world, she leaned forward to catch a glimpse of his face. A single tear slipped from Su Yang's eye. Surprised, Pan Ning gently tapped his shoulder, asking, "Why are you crying?" "What?" Meng Wanzhou, Lu Bo, and Zhang Ziming, hearing her words, immediately perked up and rushed to Su Yang's side. The gentle nudge from Pan Ning jolted Su Yang back to the present, and he blushed as he hastily wiped away his tears. "What is going on with you all?" Yang, what's wrong?" "Nothing much." The song outside stirred some emotions. "Wow. So you're a sentimental soul too," Meng Wanzhou quipped, extending his hand for a shake. "No, I was just momentarily moved. Let us not dwell on that." "Where's the alcohol?" "The barbecue?" "Coming right up. Today, we shall drink until we drop," Meng Wanzhou declared, equally inspired by Su Yang and the music. "With your little drinking capacity, you won't last long," Pan Ning scoffed, playfully swatting at Meng Wanzhou. "Don't underestimate me. I came prepared for this occasion. You'll regret it later." "Oh, have you called someone?" Just wait. You won't have an easy time today." Meng Wanzhou laughed as he plopped down in a chair. Pan Ning rolled her eyes, dismissing his bravado. At that moment, Shun Yixue returned from the restroom, and the group was complete. As the final notes of a song faded, enthusiastic applause erupted from outside. A girl seated at the center of the crowd beamed a radiant smile. "Encore! Encore!" The surrounding patrons, filled with excitement, clapped and urged the beauty for another performance. The girl, evidently a talented singer herself, responded with a bright smile, "Sure. What would you like to hear?" "I want to hear Flower Sea. I want to hear Journey North. I want to hear Maple." Listening to the crowd's requests, she chuckled. "It seems everyone here is a fan of Jay Cho. Let's go with Flower Sea, as I adore that song too." "Yes." Once again, a wave of enthusiastic applause filled the air. Su Yang, intrigued, turned to watch. Having just acquired the divine singing skill, a myriad of vocal techniques and styles flooded his mind, as if they were innate to him. Although he had yet to sing himself and fully comprehend the extent of his newfound talent, he felt an inexplicable confidence that he could astonish all with just a single note. Moreover, Su Yang possessed a commendable singing ability and was regarded as a karaoke superstar, albeit solely within the confines of KTV. If he were to compete in a campus singing contest, he would likely find himself among the lower ranks. However, with the newfound prowess of a musical deity, he felt assured that his voice would enchant everyone at first utterance. Furthermore, this divine talent extended beyond mere vocal prowess. The intricacies of all musical instruments were indelibly etched in his memory. In stillness, all the blossoms unfurl. In the distance, love resonates clearly. At that moment, a melodic voice wafted in through the window. Accompanied by the gentle strumming of a guitar, everyone became enraptured. "Do not leave us." Soon, the song came to a close, yet the listeners remained entranced by the enchanting melody. Su Yang, seated by the window, clapped enthusiastically. As applause erupted, others quickly regained their composure and joined in the ovation. "Such a beautiful performance. You must be a professional, miss." "Indeed, that was absolutely delightful." The young woman playing the guitar smiled and replied, "Thank you all. I am actually a resident singer at a bar, though not this one. I am here on vacation." "No wonder. I thought it was extraordinary, far surpassing many professional singers," came the appreciative remarks. You are too kind, thank you. The lovely performer responded with a charming smile. Meanwhile, within, Meng Wanzhou turned to Su Yang and inquired, Old Su, how well do you sing? Me? I suppose I'm decent. Decent? I sense a hint of modesty from you. How about you take the stage for a number? Oh, no. If I sing, it might overshadow others, so I'll pass. Oh, if you say that, then you absolutely must perform a song today. Don't you all agree? Meng Wanzhou rallied the group. Chapter 44. Are you a professional singer? Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Since you've mentioned it, we simply must hear your enchanting voice today. Can you actually sing? Pan Ning directed her gaze towards Su Yang. Just a little, he replied. Then please, grace us with a song. Meng Wanzhou interjected with a grin. Even my sister is urging you to sing. Are you going to let that go? With everyone's eyes fixed upon him, Su Yang decided to drop the pretense. All right. I shall perform a song. Do it. Sing for us. Came the chorus of encouragement from the group, which drew the attention of a table of beautiful women outside the window. One of them stood up and called in. Who is going to sing? It's him. Meng Wanzhou and the others pointed eagerly at Su Yang. Clearing his throat, Su Yang covered his mouth and said, All right, I'll show you a little something today. With that, he stood up and gracefully climbed through the window. Wow, this handsome gentleman is about to serenade us. Let us give him a round of applause. Lu Bo enthusiastically cheered from inside. The tourists outside joined in, clapping and creating an atmosphere charged with excitement. Welcome, welcome. Oh my, he really is quite the handsome fellow. One girl exclaimed, watching Su Yang as he emerged through the window. Wow, he looks like he can sing. Another remarked. Not necessarily. He might just be showing off because there are so many beautiful girls outside, a skeptical voice replied. Well, if he is going to show off, he better have the talent to back it up. Would he dare come out otherwise? Let us listen and see how well he can sing, came the retort. Su Yang surveyed the beachgoers with a sweeping glance, then cleared his throat, smiling as he addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this lovely lady sing so movingly that I couldn't resist the urge to perform a song myself. This gentleman is rather amusing. What song do you intend to sing? I'd like to perform The Ordinary Road. Is that acceptable? Wow, that sounds great. Su Yang grinned and walked over to the table filled with beautiful women, his gaze settling on the girl playing the guitar. She was looking back at him, her cheeks slightly flushed from the drink she had consumed. With delicate makeup enhancing her features, her long waves of dark purple hair cascaded down her shoulders. She wore a white crop top and a light blue skirt. Her high nose and arched brows framed her enchanting peach blossom eyes, with a small beauty mark just beside the corner of her right eye. Without time to invoke the system for a scan, Su Yang politely approached her. Excuse me, lovely lady, may I borrow your guitar? Of course, she replied with a warm smile, handing him the instrument. As Su Yang took the guitar and seated himself on the ground to tune the strings, an expectant silence enveloped the crowd, eager to hear what this unexpected performer had to offer. Pan Ning, intrigued, leaned over the window ledge, her gaze fixed on Su Yang. Pan, your boyfriend can sing too? He is quite talented, racing and singing. Suddenly, Shen Yixue piped up. Pan Ning blinked in surprise, then shot a glare at Shen Yixue. Who told you he is my boyfriend? Sticking out her tongue, Shen Yixue replied. Ziming and Lu Bo just whispered that to me. What did they say? Pan Ning turned her attention toward Zhang Ziming and Lu Bo. Upon noticing the situation, the two hurriedly feigned ignorance, directing their gaze towards the ceiling. What's going on? Meng Wanzhou inquired, leaning in with a hint of curiosity. Is it appropriate to discuss? Shen Yixue whispered. Do share. Pan Ning deliberately raised her voice, casting a glance at Shen Yixue. They just mentioned seeing you holding hands with Su Yang, and it seemed rather intimate. This was their assertion, mind you. I am not privy to any details. Shen Yixue quickly distanced herself from the implication. TCH, I wondered what it could be, Meng Wanzhou remarked with a hint of exasperation, producing a cigarette and lighting it. To him, such trivial matters were quite commonplace. After all, they were all young, and holding hands was hardly a scandalous act. Nevertheless, it did affirm his internal musings. Pan Ning, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further, as she had indeed been holding Su Yang's hand moments prior. At that moment, Su Yang outside had begun to sing. Seated cross-legged on the beach, he cradled the guitar, his eyes gently closed. His right fingers delicately strummed the strings, and the prelude resonated. Wandering, on the road, are you ready to depart? Fragile pride, that was once my reflection. As the lyrics floated through the air, the surrounding crowd initially reacted with surprise, soon succumbing to the enchanting embrace of Su Yang's voice. The earlier skeptic fell silent, his eyes wide as he fixated on Su Yang. Wow, this sounds amazing. Shoo, let us just feel it. Accompanied by Su Yang's melodious tones, everyone instinctively began to sway gently to the music. The song, Ordinary Road, lent itself perfectly to the travel ambience, and Su Yang's rendition was nearly indistinguishable from the original, perhaps even surpassing it in beauty. With the divine essence of his artistry, his unique timbre resonated splendidly with the piece. 3 minutes later, the song concluded, and the expressions of the surrounding tourists were filled with enjoyment. Applaud. Lu Bo, moved by the performance, stood within the window and shouted, clapping his hands. His enthusiastic outburst instantly roused those still entranced by the melody. Everyone joined in the applause. Genius. Your singing is simply divine. Handsome. Are you a professional singer? Indeed, it's astonishing. I feel your rendition surpasses the original. Upon hearing such praises, Su Yang felt a swell of pride within, thinking to himself, System, your timing for this skill is impeccable. Who says only the subtle art of deception can be impressive? This display of talent is quite commendable too. He lifted his gaze towards the crowd, graciously responding, You flatter me. Now, I must return this guitar to the lovely lady. I'm off to indulge in some drinks. Wait, handsome. Please, sing another. Yes, your voice is truly enchanting. Su Yang smiled, returning the guitar to the girl from earlier. She tilted her head, regarding him with an appreciative gaze. Are you sure you want to perform another? You sing far better than I do. Everyone wishes to hear more. Yes, handsome, do sing another. The girls at his table chimed in, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Su Yang. Old Su, just one more. Everyone's so enthusiastic. Meng Wanzhou leaned against the windowsill and chuckled. All right, then let us have one more song. The final one. Mind you, any further requests will incur a fee. Su Yang jested in response. How about this? I shall emulate this lovely lady. You may request any song you desire. Really? As long as it's not too obscure. It's all good. Do you know Cantonese songs? Su Yang thought to himself, forget Cantonese. I could even manage Bengali if need be. At that moment, a young man sporting a beard reminiscent of Jay Chou's, with a somewhat dark complexion, stood up and said, Hey handsome, I don't wish to hear Cantonese. Could you perform Chi In by Jay Chou? After all, I feel quite guilty about the last one. Shut up. The surrounding crowd hastily silenced the boy upon hearing his vocal attempts. Su Yang laughed heartily. So, Ji Chien is it? That works. I happen to enjoy that song as well. With that, he settled back onto the beach and began to sing once more. Minutes passed, culminating in a poignant finale. Under the stirring quality of Su Yang's voice, several girls found themselves shedding silent tears. Applause erupted spontaneously from everyone, heartfelt and genuine. Pan, your boyfriend is truly remarkable. I thought he was merely adequate at singing, but I had no idea he could deliver such a professional rendition. Not many can master Jay Chou's songs. Shin Yixue gazed into Su Yang's eyes, her own filled with mist. Ding. Detected Shun Yixue's affection for the host has increased to 30. Reward. 300,000. Shin Yixue's affection has actually risen? This surprised Su Yang, although he reasoned that an affection level of 30 was relatively low. Even friends with a decent rapport typically ranged between 50 and 60. With that thought, he deemed it quite normal. All right, this time I truly will not sing anymore. Wishing everyone a splendid night. As he spoke, Su Yang handed the guitar back to the previous girl. She accepted it with a smile. What should I call you, handsome? Su Yang. Nice to meet you, Su Yang. I'm Tang Ziyun. Holding the guitar with one hand, she extended the other towards him. Su Yang beamed and reciprocated the handshake. Nice to meet you. System. Tang Ziyun. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Figure, 90. Number of relationships, 1. Single. Goodness, yet another gem. Chapter 45. Is the beauty's hand soft? Tang Ziyun has met the binding criteria. Would you like to bind? Bind. Binding successful. Tang Ziyun's affinity towards the host, 30. Reward, 250,000. She is the first person to achieve over 20 affinity upon binding, apart from my ex-girlfriend. There is great potential for development here. Su Yang silently observed Tang Ziyun. The three girls at the same table noticed that their hands had been clasped for 3 to 4 seconds without release. One of the girls coughed and said, So, how long do you two plan to hold hands? Oh, my apologies. Tang Ziyun shyly withdrew her delicate hand and brushed aside the bangs on her forehead. Suyong, could we exchange WeChat? I would like to seek your guidance in singing whenever I have questions. Of course, Suyong readily responded, taking out his phone. You can scan my code. Sure. Ding. After they added each other on WeChat, Tang Ziyun smiled contentedly and, with a slight blush on her cheeks, said, Suyong, would you like to sit down for a drink? Naturally, Suyong was more than willing to accept Tang Ziyun's invitation. However, considering that Pan Ning and the others were still inside, he felt it would be inappropriate to drink with someone else outside. He smiled and politely declined. How about I join you for a drink? I just don't want to leave my friends behind. Oh, I understand. Yu, pour a drink for Suyong. Tang Ziyun turned to the girl named Yu. Suyong accepted the beer handed to him by Yu, raised his glass, and clinked it with the others. To the lovely ladies, I toast you all. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. All right, I'll head back inside now. Enjoy yourselves, Suyong said, grabbing the window ledge and climbing back in. As soon as he entered, he was met with Pan Ning's piercing gaze fixed upon him. The others nearby wore amused expressions as they watched the two. Shin Yishua leaned over and whispered to Zhang Ziming, this guy is finished. What's going on? Suyong stammered. Pan Ning crossed her legs, her eyes sharp as she slowly addressed Suyong. Is the drink good? It's just average. Is the beauty's hand soft? Well, it's rather soft. Suyong coughed abruptly, hastily redirecting his attention to Meng Wanzhou. By the way, old Meng, why has the food arrived yet? I'm starving. Suyong repeatedly signaled Meng Wanzhou with his eyes. Meng Wanzhou, stifling a laugh, replied, Oh, I've already urged them twice. There are just too many customers today. It should be here soon. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, the waiter appeared at the right moment, pushing a black cart towards them. The cart was adorned with an array of seafood delicacies, Boston lobsters, mantis shrimp, crabs, long crab legs, prawns, various types of shellfish, and more, all looking exceedingly appetizing. Sorry for the wait, everyone. There are just too many customers today. Please forgive us for any oversight, the waiter said while placing the exquisite dishes on the table. No worries at all. By the way, Shaoli, where's the wine I requested? Oh, I will bring it to you shortly, just a moment. After arranging the food, the waiter named Shaoli turned and dashed towards the bar. Gazing at the lavish spread before them, Suyong quickly diverted the conversation. Wow, this looks absolutely delicious. I won't hold back. I shall try some. With that, he seized a Boston lobster and began to indulge. Pan Ning, no longer fixated on the earlier topic, had merely been teasing Suyong. After all, they were not yet in a romantic relationship, and Suyong's choices were beyond her jurisdiction. Soon, Shaoli returned, carrying a wooden crate to their table. The crate was open, revealing 12 bottles of chilled dark beer nestled within circular openings. The drinks are here. Meng Xiao, should we open all of these? What do you think? This little amount isn't even enough to rinse my mouth. Bring me another 10 crates. All right. Let me first open these few bottles. Shaoli commenced opening the beers one by one, placing them on the table. Intrigued by the unfamiliar beer, Suyong inquired, what kind of beer is this? As he opened the bottles, Shaoli explained, handsome, this is known as the Rolls-Royce of beers, the Westful Turn W12 craft beer. Reputed to be the best beer in the world. Reputed? How much does it cost per bottle? 150 per bottle. 150 for a single bottle? Suyong was taken aback. He didn't consider it expensive per se, but felt that beer shouldn't command such a price. In his mind, a bottle of beer typically cost a few dollars. Perhaps 10 to 20 at most, but 150 was unexpected. Hey, don't think it's too pricey. This beer is quite rare. Today, it was specially ordered because of Meng Xiao. It's exclusively available for your table. Indeed, my Meng Gu is impressive. He receives special treatment wherever he goes. Lu Bo remarked with a chuckle. Enough chit-chat. Drink freely today. There's plenty of alcohol. No one leaves without getting drunk. Shaoli, go fetch me another 50 bottles. As you wish, Meng Xiao. I'll be right back. Shaoli scampered off once more. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Ziming turned to the group and suggested, I have a small proposal. Simply eating and drinking isn't particularly entertaining. How about we introduce a bit of pressure? Do share. Let us play a simple game. Who is the undercover? The loser of each round drinks half a bottle. What do you think? Half a bottle? Shinishue pinched Zhang Ziming, her irritation evident. Do you wish to make me drink myself to death? Zhang Ziming winced in pain, exclaiming, ouch. All right, if you lose, you can drink a cup instead, while the rest of us have half a bottle. Hearing this, Shin Yishua glanced at the cups on the table and replied, that works. Pan Ning interjected, are you foolish? Each bottle is 330 milliliters, and filling this cup would be at least 160 milliliters. Isn't that nearly the same? What? Shinichue was taken aback, quickly pouring a bottle of beer into a cup. When she filled it, she glanced back at the bottle, realizing it contained just about half a bottle remaining. She turned her head, gazing at Zhang Ziming with indignation. Zhang Ziming, are you playing tricks on me? Oh, I didn't know. I thought filling the cup would result in less. Zhang Ziming hurriedly explained. Humph, that won't do. If I drink like this, I'll be done after just a few cups. I'll just have half a cup. All right, that works. What about you all? Any objections? Doesn't matter. Let's get started quickly. I'm thirsty, Lu Bo urged while munching on oysters. Okay then, let us use my phone, Zhang Ziming said as he picked it up and opened an app for the game Who is the Undercover. After a brief operation, he announced, each person will receive a word and describe it. There are only 6 of us, so 1 undercover will suffice. All right, I've seen my word, here you go. After reading his word, Zhang Ziming shook his head and handed the phone to Lu Bo. Lu Bo took the phone, waited 3 seconds, then glanced at his word. He too shook his head before passing it to Meng Wanzhou. The same process was repeated by each participant. When Pan Ning finished, Su Yang took the phone, glanced at it, and saw the word, Old Deng. Finally, it was Shen Yishue's turn. After reading her word, she turned the phone over and placed it on the table. The first round of the game commenced. Chapter 46. Why am I the undercover agent? Well, has everyone finished reading? I shall begin. Zhang Ziming pondered for a moment before embarking on his description. This particular term has recently gained considerable popularity online. Is that all? Lu Bo turned to Zhang Ziming. That's it. It merely requires a description within a certain range. No need for excessive detail, lest it becomes obvious. All right, it's my turn now. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bo confidently declared, this term is absolutely remarkable. I even wish to incorporate it into my future child's name. Upon hearing this, the others immediately furrowed their brows and glanced at him. Meng Wanzhou suppressed a laugh and remarked, I believe you are more suited to this term. Lu Bo, upon hearing this, nodded with a proud expression. Indeed. When it was Pan Ning's turn, she reflected briefly before stating, this is merely an internet slang. A term that didn't exist before. Who said that? This term has been passed down through the ages. It has existed from ancient times to the present day. How can it be considered internet slang? Lu Bo quickly retorted. Su Yang could not contain his laughter and interjected, I think the situation is quite evident now. Do I really need to elaborate? Zhang Ziming, holding his forehead, shook his head and looked at Lu Bo. Brother Pang, you are my brother. Have you never played Who is the Undercover Agent? This game is called Who is the Undercover Agent, not Why am I the Undercover Agent. You might as well just declare that you are the undercover agent. Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. I'm the undercover agent? Otherwise, who would dare to include Old Deng in their child's name? Old Deng? I'm just joking. I am a hero. Just drink. No need to explain. You've been guessed before the round even finished, Meng Wanzhou exclaimed, patting Lu Bo. All right, I concede. I was actually just thirsty for a drink. Haha, it was deliberate, Lu Bo said, beaming as he took a swig from his beer, downing half the bottle. Let us continue. Can we complete a full round? I yearn for that exhilarating feeling of multiple rounds without revealing who the undercover agent is. Brother Bo, can you indulge me? Zhang Ziming turned to Lu Bo earnestly. Rest assured, as I mentioned, I was merely parched. It was intentional. Very well, let us proceed. After another round of words, Su Yang's assigned term this time was divorce. The loser speaks first. Zhang Ziming presided over the proceedings, directing his gaze at Lu Bo. Fine. I shall go first. This term carries a rather somber connotation, as it is categorized among negative vocabulary, Lu Bo remarked, then looked at Meng Wanzhou. Indeed, this is hardly a comforting word. I certainly would not wish for such an occurrence in my life. Su Yang nodded internally, reflecting on the descriptions of the previous two. I should not be the undercover agent. Next, it was Pan Ning's turn. She contemplated before saying, I hope none of us ever face such circumstances. After listening to Pan Ning's description, Su Yang interjected, this term, how should I put it, is still relatively common among those of a certain age. If such a thing were to happen to me, I would likely lose my sanity, Shen Yishuo added after Su Yang finished speaking. Su Yang mused inwardly. Is it really necessary to lose one's mind over a divorce? Zhang Ziming nodded in agreement, expressing his shared sentiment. I feel the same. Receiving this word is rather unfortunate. After I finished speaking, I noted that this round felt relatively normal. All right, everyone may now cast their votes. Raise your hand if you wish to vote for Fatty. Zhang Ziming glanced around at several individuals, but no one raised their hand. He continued, raise your hand if you wish to vote for Old Meng. Still, no hands were raised. Not even Shen Yixue received any votes. Now, raise your hand if you wish to vote for me. In unison, Lu Bo, Meng Wanzhou, and Su Yang raised their hands. What? Are you all out of your minds? Why are you voting for me? Zhang Ziming questioned in confusion. It's quite evident. The moment Yixue finished speaking, you immediately followed up. Yet you failed to provide anything distinctive. Hence, I suspect you are the undercover agent. Your word must differ from ours, and you have discerned it. Which is why you echoed Yixue. Meng Wanzhou articulated his perspective. Goodness, I am the good person. I exclaimed. Undercover agents usually claim to be the good ones. Zhang Ziming shook his head in disappointment. All right. He then picked up his phone, clicked on his avatar in the game. And the device emitted a voice. You are not the undercover agent. The game continues. Wait, what? Meng Wanzhou was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. I have already declared my innocence. Fine, you may proceed. Lu Bo elaborated. If such a situation were to occur, it would indeed be a tragic affair. Meng Wanzhou nodded in agreement. Typically, this term is used to describe events that transpire after marriage. Su Yang pondered for a moment, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, in truth, one should take such matters lightly. It's not a significant issue. Many people experience this quite frequently nowadays. Really? Frequently? Shen Yixue said, somewhat bewildered. Never mind what he says. Focus on your own words, Zhang Ziming advised, stifling a laugh. When such events occur, it generally leads to a banquet. Su Yang, upon hearing this, thought to himself, a banquet? Haha, the undercover has revealed themselves. All right, let us commence the voting. No one voted for Lu Bo or Meng Wanzhou. When it came to Su Yang, after Zhang Ziming finished speaking, everyone raised their hands. Su Yang was taken aback and quickly stated, what? I am not the undercover. It's so obvious. Do you not know how to play? Nope. Hehe. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. Raise your hand if you wish to vote for Yixue. Su Yang hastily raised his hand, but he was the only one in the room to do so. What? It's blatantly obvious that Yixue is the undercover agent. It's merely a divorce. Is a banquet really necessary? Laughter erupted as everyone doubled over in amusement. Zhang Ziming shook his head helplessly. Old Su, just have a drink. You are the undercover. What word do you have? Our word is bereaved. Phew. Our word is bereaved. All right, I concede, Su Yang said, taking a swig from his drink. Just as they were preparing to start the third round, the bar owner, Chun Hao, approached them. Old Meng, what game are you playing that is so entertaining? Meng Wanzhou smiled and replied, come quickly. I've been waiting for you. You're probably the only one here who can match my sister in terms of drinking prowess. Oh, your sister? Jinyu has returned? Chun Hao, seated beside Meng Wanzhou, inquired. It's not Jinyu. She's my cousin. You have a cousin? I had no idea. There are many things you are unaware of. Allow me to introduce. This is my university classmate, Chun Hao, who is also the proprietor of this bar. Hello, everyone. How do you find the food here? Delicious. No wonder your bar is so popular. Who would have thought the seafood barbecue at a bar could be so exquisite? You're too kind. Chun Hao appeared refined, with fair skin, a physique that was neither too slim nor too stout, standing at 178 centimeters. His hair was slightly wavy, and he adorned a pair of exquisite gold-framed glasses. In terms of appearance, he could be regarded as above average, comparable to Zhang Ziming. Chun Hao's family background was also quite favorable. While it may not rival that of Meng Wanzhou or Zhang Ziming, it belonged to a realm of financial freedom. After graduating from university, he ventured alone to Luqing for a holiday and subsequently decided to settle there, opening this bar. For him, profitability was of little consequence. He primarily cherished the leisurely and carefree lifestyle. However, to his surprise, the bar he established in Qinghai Bay thrived remarkably well. Initially, it was just him and a single server, Xiaoli, but due to the overwhelming business, he had to hire 4 additional staff members. The group exchanged greetings with Chun Hao in turn. Meng Wanzhou picked up a bottle of wine and said with a smile, come, let us raise a toast to welcome my old classmate. Chapter 47. Sipping until the end of the world without swaying after finishing his drink. Meng Wanzhou wiped his mouth and glanced at Pan Ning, smiling as he said, Haozi, the remarkable drinker I mentioned earlier is none other than my cousin, Pan Ning. Chun Hao turned his gaze towards Pan Ning, following Meng Wanzhou's direction. Could such a stunning beauty truly hold her liquor? Don't let her gender fool you. When it comes to drinking, she is astonishing. Let me put it this way, Apart from you, all of us combined can't match her prowess. Oh, is she really that impressive? I must challenge your cousin, Chunhao remarked, skepticism lacing his laughter. Hearing this, Suyang thought to himself, that may have been true in the past, but now I possess an advantage. Soon, you shall witness what it truly means to be a god of wine. Upon Chunhao's arrival, the group paused their game of who is the undercover and began to divide into teams, engaging in drinking games. Over an hour later, among the seven, only Suyang, Pan Ning, and Chunhao remained unaffected. The others showed a faint flush, with Lu Bo appearing slightly better off. All 62 bottles of Siflatron W12 craft beer had been consumed. Noticing this, Chunhao raised his hand and called out, "Shaoli, bring over the remaining 60 bottles, and have someone clear the table for snacks." "All right," Shaoli responded and proceeded to the bar to fetch more drinks. Pan Ning, still seated with her legs crossed, cracked sunflower seeds and cast a casual smile towards Suyang, stating, "You seem to be in good form today. After consuming so much, you still appear unscathed." Suyang chuckled, "Indeed, I feel quite well today. However, I suspect you may need to reckon with your earlier words tonight." "Humph," Pan Ning scoffed, entirely unconvinced that Suyang could ever intoxicate her. From a young age, she had developed a fondness for alcohol. What child dares to drink at the tender age of 10? Yet, she did, secretly purchasing alcohol while hiding from her parents. With her monthly allowance often going unspent, she devoted most of her savings to buying various types of beer and spirits, many of which individuals twice her age had yet to taste. At that time, she believed herself to be dependent on alcohol, but after a few days without drinking, she felt no withdrawal. Her drinking was merely a pastime, and she discovered that no matter how much she consumed, intoxication eluded her, a state that persisted to this day. Thus, when Suyang spoke, she merely smiled. For the idea of her becoming inebriated was nearly impossible. Fully aware of her own physical condition, she had previously dared to declare in front of Suyang that she would do as she pleased if she were ever drunk, knowing well the outcome. Unless she chose otherwise, Suyang would never possess her. What she remained unaware of was that Suyang had acquired a system-bestowed bug, the god of wine. Should they ever engage in a direct drinking contest, while Pan Ning could indeed drink an extraordinary amount, she remained an ordinary person and would eventually succumb to intoxication. However, Suyang would not. He would never falter, even if he drank until the world met its end. When he had previously inquired about the god of wine, the system had merely stated that he would not become inebriated. This was a true testament to his unyielding resilience against intoxication. Shaoli approached, accompanied by 2 waitstaff, bringing forth a selection of wine, followed by an array of delectable snacks and fruits, meticulously arranged on the table. Chunhao turned to the group with a smile. Addressing Zhang Ziming, "My dear brother, can you still drink?" Zhang Ziming, ever proud, insisted, "Can I still drink? I have reason to believe you look down upon me." Laughter erupted as Chunhao retorted, "Oh, dear brother, that is not the case at all. I merely noticed the flush on your neck. Do not force yourself if you cannot handle it, for this wine has quite a lingering effect." With a dismissive wave, Zhang Ziming declared, "Enough of this chatter. Let us drink." He seized an already open bottle and tilted it back, taking a hearty swig. Observing this, Shen Yixue leaned in with concern, tugging at Zhang Ziming's sleeve. "Do take it easy. If you drink yourself into a stupor, I shall struggle to manage you. Do you think I cannot handle it?" Zhang Ziming's words made it abundantly clear to everyone that he had succumbed to intoxication. However, the atmosphere was at its zenith, and aside from Meng Wanzhou, it was apparent that no one else would be able to reach him. Meng Wanzhou produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among the gentlemen. He offered one to Zhang Ziming, saying, "Ziming, take a moment to rest and enjoy a cigarette. It will help you collect yourself before drinking more." Zhang Ziming accepted the cigarette with a grin. "Rest assured, old Meng, I am not overly intoxicated. Should I reach my limit, I will surely stop drinking." "That is all I ask," Meng Wanzhou replied, as the others resumed their game of drinking fists, while those unfamiliar with the game engaged in rounds of 15-20 or rock, paper, scissors. An hour later, the 60 bottles of beer that had been brought forth were nearly emptied. Shen Yixue had refrained from further drinking, possessing the typical capacity of a sensible woman, knowing when to withdraw. The others did not press her further. Everyone was attuned to the notion of enjoying themselves freely. Those who could drink indulged, while those who could not were not coerced. Such was the quality of the company, understanding the vulgarity of forcing alcohol upon others. At this juncture, Meng Wanzhou was nearing his limit, his face flushed and his gaze unfocused as he leaned back against his chair. Lu Bo, on the other hand, was holding up well and still able to persist. Zhang Ziming had excused himself briefly to vomit, returning to rest for about half an hour before he resumed playing drinking games with Su Yang. Chun Hao and Pan Ning appeared unfazed, although Chun Hao was slightly tipsy, while Pan Ning remained unaffected. However, Pan Ning was surprised to find that Su Yang was holding his liquor remarkably well, showing no signs of inebriation. Shaoli, Chun Hao called out once more. Shaoli, eager to assist, hurried over. Brother Chen, what can I do for you? Is there any more of this wine? Chun Hao inquired. This particular wine is no longer available, but we have plenty of others in stock, Shaoli replied. Very well. Please wait while I consult with the others. Chun Hao then turned to the group. Are you all still drinking? Absolutely. We agreed to drink until we are thoroughly intoxicated. And it is barely past midnight. We have much time ahead of us. Zhang Ziming was the first to raise his hand in affirmation. Meng Wanzhou, seeing this, forced a smile and added, let us continue until we have had our fill. All right, then fetch 30 bottles of Roosevelt number 10, Chun Hao ordered. Understood. I shall return shortly, Shaoli acknowledged, preparing to retrieve the drinks. Hold on, I cannot step away today. Please attend to the other patrons while you are at it. Rest assured, Brother Chun, just enjoy your drink. I shall take care of the guests. With a smile, Shaoli turned away. Chun Hao observed Su Yang, who was playfully engaging in a drinking game with Zhang Ziming, and remarked, Brother Su, your capacity for alcohol is quite impressive. To have held up this long is admirable. Su Yang turned towards Chun Hao and humbly replied, Brother Chen, you flatter me. Your own drinking prowess is equally remarkable. The two exchanged compliments, and at that moment, Shaoli returned, pushing over 30 bottles of liquor. The other guests at nearby tables had long been aware of the spectacle unfolding at their table, casting curious glances and whispering among themselves. With the arrival of 30 more bottles, the onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. The drinking capacity of that table was astonishing. I roughly counted, and they had consumed nearly 100 bottles already. Is it really that exaggerated? Do you think beer isn't classified as alcohol? Why would I deceive you? Primarily, I was captivated by the two lovely ladies at their table, which drew my attention. What? You didn't mention the beauties and kept it to yourself? Hee. I simply forgot. Goodness, I'm moving to your side. I had realized there were such lovely ladies over there. Chapter 48. Friends. Don't insult our intelligence. All 30 bottles of Roosevelt number 10 had been uncorked. At this point, no one cared about the type of liquor. The notion of savoring it was lost. Chun Hao turned to Meng Wanzhou and inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine. Just need a moment. You all go ahead. Meng Wanzhou replied, All right, take your time. Chun Hao then glanced at the remaining companions, noting that only 5 of them were left. Let us split into teams. Sounds good. Su Yang replied with a smile. How about this, Su? Your drinking capacity is impressive, so you can team up with Zi Ming and Lu Bo, while I'll pair with Sister Pan. Before Su Yang could respond, Pan Ning interjected, You 3 team up, and I'll partner with Su Yang. That's fine too, Chun Hao said, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had hoped to pair with Pan Ning, using that as an excuse to sit beside her. However, her outright dismissal left him feeling somewhat diminished, though the feeling quickly dissipated. With the teams established, they resumed their game of rock, paper, scissors. After more than 10 rounds, Zhang Ziming finally conceded, having made another trip to the restroom to vomit, though he returned upright. Shun Yishue adamantly refused to let him drink any further. Now, only 4 remained, with 15 bottles still untouched. Chun Hao glanced at Meng Wanzhou, who had succumbed to sleep, and chose not to disturb him. Lu Bo, meanwhile, was visibly struggling. He leaned unsteadily, his gaze unfocused. Don't drink anymore. Su Yang called out to Lu Bo. All right. I'll just visit the restroom, Lu Bo replied, swaying as he stood. The moment he rose, nausea hit him, and he hurriedly covered his mouth as he dashed to the bathroom. Take it easy, Su Yang called out, exasperated. Noticing that Pan Ning and Su Yang seemed unaffected by intoxication, Chun Hao ordered another 20 bottles of liquor. Pan Ning was experiencing her highest consumption in years, and for the first time, she felt a slight buzz. Yet it was merely a gentle dizziness, not enough to hinder her from continuing to drink. Chun Hao, on the other hand, was beginning to feel the effects of the alcohol, his tolerance having been honed over years of managing a bar. Today marked one of his heaviest drinking sessions in recent memory. With 20 more bottles arriving, a total of 35 remained on the table. He surveyed the liquor and remarked, Perhaps we should call it a night soon. After finishing these, regardless of our capacity, we should stop. Our bodies can only endure so much. Whatever you say. Pan Ning replied nonchalantly. Suyang added, I agree. We have indeed consumed quite a lot today. No matter how good our tolerance, this is excessive. His concern was genuine, primarily for Pan Ning. While he knew she could handle her liquor, alcohol was not without its dangers, and even if one did not become intoxicated, it could still be detrimental to health. As for himself, he felt little worry. With the divine protection of the wine god, all alcohol he consumed transformed into vapor, escaping through his pores. He had distinctly felt this phenomenon while drinking earlier. It seemed the wine god had bestowed upon him this unique ability to evade drunkenness, allowing him to drink freely without fear of inebriation or harm to his body. After several hours of drinking, everyone had made countless trips to the restroom. Yet Suyang felt no urge to relieve himself. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he pretended to visit the bathroom a few times. The three of them found it challenging to form teams and thus decided to engage in individual battles. An hour later, Chunhao, his face flushed, waved his hand, signaling the end. That's it. I've been thoroughly outmatched by both of you today. I simply cannot keep up. Suyang chuckled. Brother Chen, the fact that you have managed to last this long is a testament to your prowess. And look at you, merely a bit flushed. You are still quite impressive. Oh, Brother Su, please refrain from flattering me. Do I appear as if I have consumed alcohol? I suspect you might have secretly poured your drink out the window. Haha. Outside the window sits a table full of beautiful ladies. If I were to pour, I certainly wouldn't waste it on their heads. Haha. Brother Su, you are quite amusing. At that moment, Pan Ning felt an increasing sense of dizziness and looked at the two men, asking, shall we continue drinking? If not, we should withdraw. We shall not drink anymore. Just as the group was preparing to rise, two shirtless men approached from a nearby table. One was bald, adorned with tattoos of tigers and dragons on his arms, while the other had dyed yellow hair and a large tattoo on his chest. Both appeared to be in their mid-30s, but their plump figures, thick lips, small eyes, and flat noses, along with their greasy faces, made them quite unappealing. Suyang noticed the men approaching and stood up, moving to the outer edge of his chair. The two men grinned as they approached Suyang, with the slightly heavier bald man holding a bottle of beer and grinning at the group. Hello, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. I must say, your drinking abilities are truly astonishing. My brother and I are quite impressed and would like to get to know you better over a few drinks. Would you welcome us? Chunhao's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained polite. We've finished drinking and are about to leave. Perhaps next time. Oh, finished already? Have we arrived at the wrong time then? The bald man replied with a knowing smile. How about this? Let me share a drink with you too. I am the owner of this establishment, and it would be an honor. You are the owner? The bald man turned to Chunhao. Indeed. I've been running this bar for 3 or 4 years now. You must be tourists, otherwise, you'd likely recognize me. Haha, that's true. We are not locals, but I have no desire to drink with you. I wish to drink with these two lovely ladies instead. The bald man leered at Pan Ning and Shini Shua, his greasy grin widening. Upon hearing this, Chunhao's demeanor grew serious. Gentlemen, these two ladies cannot handle their alcohol. I will drink with you instead. He picked up the half-empty bottle of wine from the table, standing to face them. The bald man chuckled. Brother, are you trying to fool me? Do you think I am blind? This lovely lady has been drinking from the start. How can you claim she cannot? Chunhao's expression shifted, and he remarked, my friend, do not overstep your bounds. The fact that I agreed to share a drink with you is already a concession on my part. Typically, individuals of your ilk would not even have the opportunity to drink with me. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Would you mind repeating it? The bald man laughed disdainfully. His companion, the man with yellow hair, joined in the mockery, their laughter drawing the attention of patrons at nearby tables, many of whom turned to observe the unfolding scene. Even outside, Tang Ziyun and her companions noticed, prompting her to rise and peer through the window. Lu Bo and Meng Wanzhou were also roused by the commotion. Lu Bo, having just returned from the restroom, had slumped over the table in slumber, now furrowing his brow as he awakened. What is going on? He squinted and inquired. Nothing much, just a minor issue, Chunhao replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Xiao Li and a few other male servers, sensing that the situation was becoming tense, approached the scene. The bald man, however, maintained an air of indifference. He turned to Chunhao once more and demanded, would you repeat what you just said? Chapter 49. It doesn't matter if they're destroyed. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Chunhao lowered his head and chuckled softly before raising it to address the bald man, enunciating each word clearly. I say, you fool. Don't push your luck. As he uttered the latter part of his statement, his voice escalated into a fierce shout directed at the bald man. The bald man, stroking his gleaming head, turned with a grin, but his demeanor swiftly shifted. "You're asking for death." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he swung a beer bottle towards Chun Hao's head. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. Chun Hao instinctively recoiled, initially believing the sound emanated from his own head, yet he felt no pain from the impact of the beer bottle. Suddenly, he noticed the presence of another individual beside him, while the bald man had vanished from sight. This new arrival was Su Yang, who had been seated on the outer edge since early on. At the very moment the bald man attempted to strike Chun Hao, Su Yang sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's belly. Caught off guard, the bald man was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily onto an empty table, which shattered upon impact. Clutching his abdomen, he let out a pain scream. "Ah, damn it." Another man with yellow hair, witnessing the chaos, abruptly overturned the table beside him, while several bare-chested companions rushed towards them, wielding beer bottles. The establishment erupted into screams as pandemonium ensued. The yellow-haired man stepped forward, swinging his fist at Su Yang. Su Yang swiftly pushed Chun Hao aside, evading the blow with a deft tilt of his head, and retaliated with a sharp punch to the yellow-haired man's face. The force of the strike left the yellow-haired man dazed, stumbling backwards several paces before regaining his footing. This entire exchange transpired within mere seconds, as Lu Bo exchanged glances with Meng Wanzhou, who nodded in response. Fueled by the signal, Lu Bo charged at the four approaching adversaries. At that moment, Zhang Ziming finally grasped the unfolding situation. Although he felt lightheaded, he prepared to rise and assist. But Meng Wanzhou gestured for him to remain seated. Meanwhile, Pan Ning watched Su Yang with concern etched across her face, while Shen Yixue pressed closely against Zhang Ziming. "Damn it, let us finish them." The yellow-haired man, blood streaming from his nose due to Su Yang's punch, seized a nearby chair and lunged at Su Yang once more. With a calm smile, Su Yang taunted, "Fool. If I don't make you scream for your mother today, I won't bear my surname." With that declaration, Su Yang dashed towards the yellow-haired man. Seeing Su Yang charge rather than retreat, the yellow-haired man roared, "You little bastard. Die." With a violent throw, he hurled the chair. Su Yang, unable to dodge in time, struck the incoming chair with his fist. Crack! The chair splintered upon impact, yet Su Yang maintained his momentum, diving forward to execute a powerful body slam that sent the yellow-haired man crashing to the ground. "Ah! Ah!" The yellow-haired man cried out in agony. Su Yang quickly rose, seizing the yellow-haired man's arm and yanking him upwards, as if he weighed no more than a child, despite his hefty frame. Su Yang delivered a powerful right hook that struck the cheek of the yellow-haired man, who then flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground once more. Before Su Yang could step forward, he heard Pan Ning's urgent voice from behind. "Su Yang, be careful." Bang! No sooner had the words left her lips than a chair came crashing down upon Su Yang's back. However, he felt nothing, remaining utterly unmoved. Turning around, he saw the bald man attempting to ambush him. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and his gaze instantly filled with murderous intent. The bald man wore a shocked expression. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would leave his opponent unfazed. After all, he was wielding a chair. Had he struck with his fists, it would have merely tickled the other. "Do you wish to die?" Su Yang asked. And as soon as he finished speaking, he seized the bald man's neck. The bald man desperately clawed at Su Yang's grip, but it felt as unyielding as a stout iron pillar. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Su Yang shoved him against the edge of a table, and the bald man's face turned crimson as he rolled his eyes, gasping for breath. Observing this, Su Yang suddenly hurled him to the left, sending the bald man flying several paces away. Yet, it did not end there. Su Yang swiftly pursued him and delivered a flying kick that struck the bald man once more. Before he could regain his balance, he was sent hurtling backward by a tremendous force. Bang! Crack! Another table shattered, and this time the bald man could not rise again. He lay on the ground, curled up in agony, whining as he looked up at Su Yang approaching him. Forgetting his pain, he summoned all his strength to rise to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again, please spare me." "Do you think someone like you can understand wrong?" Su Yang's tone was icy. I truly made a mistake. I should not have provoked you. I can compensate. I will pay for everything broken tonight." "Huh? You? Fine, 1 million. What? Did you not hear? Should I repeat myself? Weren't you rather arrogant just now? And no, please, Your generosity will not hold my transgressions against me. I was just intoxicated and foolish. Had I known you were so formidable, I would not have dared. Are you suggesting that if I were not strong, you would bully us at will? And no, that is not what I meant. I take it back. The bald man realized he had misspoken and quickly slapped himself several times. At that moment, Lu Bo approached Su Yang briskly. He twisted his neck and asked, "Are you all right, Brother Su?" "I'm fine." Did I not see a few of their people rushing over earlier? Where are they?" "Oh, they've all been dealt with," Lu Bo said, rubbing his hands and glancing back with a smile. Su Yang looked behind Lu Bo to see 5 individuals sprawled across the ground, including the yellow-haired man whom he had just sent flying. Wow, Fatty, are you really that impressive?" "Hee, this is nothing, just a trivial matter. Not worth mentioning," Lu Bo responded with a proud smile, deliberately breaking down the phrase to emphasize his point. Su Yang mused, "I had no idea. It turns out this fellow is quite the martial artist, capable of handling multiple opponents. He must be a boxer or perhaps a former soldier." He set his curiosity aside for the moment, intending to inquire further with Lu Bo once he dealt with these individuals. At that moment, Meng Wanzhou, Chen Hao, and Zhang Ziming approached. The earlier conflict had sobered them significantly. Meng Wanzhou turned to Su Yang and asked, "Are you all right, Lao Su?" "I'm fine," Su Yang replied. Meng Wanzhou nodded, relieved. "That's good to hear. I truly didn't expect you to be so skilled." Su Yang chuckled and jested, "I practiced for a while in the past." "How do we proceed now?" Lu Bo inquired, looking at Meng Wanzhou. "Shall we send them to the station, or perhaps silence them permanently? After all, their lives are of little value. Eliminating them is inconsequential, and I possess the influence to suppress this matter," Meng Wanzhou suggested. The bald man on the ground, overhearing this, felt a surge of despair and cried out, "Big brother, please. I made a mistake. Have mercy and just send me to the station. I beg you." His desperate pleas, especially from a tattooed, muscular man, were somewhat comical. Su Yang smiled. "Since he is pleading so earnestly, perhaps we should let it go and just send him to the station. That seems reasonable. Have the police been notified?" Chen Hao interjected. "I already asked Shaoli to call the police. They should arrive shortly," he responded. "Very well." In truth, Meng Wanzhou had only intended to frighten these individuals. He was not truly inclined to resort to lethal measures. Although he certainly had the means to suppress such incidents, it was, after all, a civilized era. One should refrain from employing such extreme tactics. Chapter 50. The milk bath. At that moment, Tang Ziyun and her companions entered the room. Having witnessed the entire event from outside, Tang Ziyun had been anxiously awaiting the outcome. Only when she saw Su Yang effortlessly subdue the 2 individuals did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ding. Tang Ziyun's affection for the host has increased to 50. Reward, 800,000. Ding. Shun Ishua's affection for the host has increased to 50. Reward, 800,000. Su Yang, are you all right? Tang Ziyun inquired as she approached him. With a smile, Su Yang shook his head. "I'm fine. Are you all still here?" "We're about to leave," Tang Ziyun replied, preparing to say more when the blaring sirens of police cars pierced the air outside the bar. Seeing the police arrive, Tang Ziyun turned to Su Yang with a radiant smile. "We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave now." "All right, goodbye," Su Yang nodded in response. As soon as Tang Ziyun and her companions departed, 6 police officers entered the bar. After a thorough inquiry, the officers reviewed the surveillance footage for evidence, leading Su Yang and the others to accompany them to the police station to provide their statements. Once everything was clarified, they emerged from the station after approximately an hour and a half. As they walked along the street, Meng Wanzhou spoke up. "How's he? Tally up the damages from tonight and let me know. I'll transfer the amount to you." Chen Hao waved his hand with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I'll handle it myself." "That won't do," Su Yang interjected. "It's only fair that we compensate for the damages since we were responsible," Meng Wanzhou added. "Let me take care of it. Most of the furniture was broken by me, and I'll pay Chen Hao double the amount after you calculate it." Chen Hao chuckled, looking at the 2 of them. "Why are you being so polite? Those tables and chairs aren't worth much. I can easily replace them. I wouldn't dream of making you pay for something that happened in my establishment." He turned to Su Yang, continuing, "Moreover, if it weren't for you stepping in, I would have been in serious trouble. How could I possibly ask you for money after you helped me?" "That is not how it works," Su Yang replied. "You're a friend of Lao Meng, and having met you tonight, I consider you a friend as well. How could I stand by while you were in trouble?" Those individuals were clearly looking for a fight. Pausing for a moment, he added, "While the furniture may not be worth much, The loss of business due to the incident requires you to close for several days. That constitutes a loss, and therefore, I must compensate you adequately. Su Yang glanced at Chun Hao and Meng Wanzhou. As they were about to speak, he raised his hand. No need for further discussion. Just let me know the total after you've calculated it, and let us exchange WeChat. As he spoke, he took out his phone, opened the QR code, and presented it to Chun Hao. With a resigned smile, Chun Hao glanced at Meng Wanzhou. I can't argue with you too. Very well. I'll let you know after I calculate it. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, Chun Hao took a taxi back to the bar to handle the remaining matters. Meng Wanzhou patted Su Yang on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Thanks to you tonight, or else Hausie would probably have ended up in the hospital. You're truly a reliable friend. When trouble arises, you step up without hesitation. For this reason alone, you have my utmost respect. As he spoke, Meng Wanzhou gave Su Yang a thumbs up. It's just a small matter, a mere act of goodwill. To me, the word friend carries significant weight beyond mere lip service. Su Yang replied modestly. Indeed. Let us not dwell on this. We shall see each other in future endeavors, Meng Wanzhou declared with conviction, patting his chest. However, it's surprising that Fatty is quite skilled. I truly did not perceive that, Su Yang remarked, shifting the conversation towards Lu Bo. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. Don't let his size fool you. He is more agile than anyone when the situation calls for action. Those few individuals earlier? Fatty could have handled them all by himself. Lu Bo, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. Oh, it was nothing, really. Su Yang, curious, turned to Lu Bo and inquired, Fatty, have you practiced before? To some extent, yes. I used to be in the army, Lu Bo replied. He is not just any soldier, Meng Wanzhou added. Oh, a special forces soldier? Su Yang asked, intrigued. Indeed, but he gained weight after retiring, Lu Bo explained. No wonder he's so formidable, Su Yang commented, patting Lu Bo on the shoulder in admiration. At that moment, Zhang Ziming produced a pack of cigarettes and distributed them among the group. He turned to Su Yang with a smile. Yang, I acknowledge your friend. Does that imply you previously held reservations about me? Su Yang teased. Not quite. After all, we've only known each other for a day, so we aren't exactly familiar. However, your immediate willingness to assist in a crisis speaks volumes about your character. I, Zhang Ziming, hold great respect for individuals like you. All right then, let us set aside such formalities. While we may not yet be blood brothers, we have fought together and can count on each other moving forward, Zhang Ziming explained. Hearing this, he added, I was ready to help earlier. But Ming suggested Fatty take the lead, so we refrained from intervening. Please don't take it the wrong way. Fatty was more than capable on his own. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. I understand. No need for further explanation. The group conversed openly for quite a while, and before they knew it, they had walked back to the hotel, which was merely a couple of kilometers from the police station. Throughout the journey, Pan Ning and Shin Ishiwei remained silent, aware that the boys valued such discussions deeply, and thus, they chose to accompany them quietly. Upon returning to the hotel, the clock read 4:30 in the morning. The six of them exchanged no further words, each retreating to their respective rooms to rest. Once inside her room, Pan Ning opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 bottles of water, handing one to Su Yang. Here you go. Thank you, Su Yang replied, taking the bottle and plopping down onto the sofa, with Pan Ning following suit. Are you all right? Pan Ning turned to Su Yang and asked. I'm perfectly fine. I doubt there's even a mark. That guy, despite his size, lacks any real strength. Su Yang chuckled lightheartedly. That's a relief, Pan Ning sighed, taking a couple of sips from her water bottle. After a brief pause in the conversation, Su Yang, unsure of what to say next, casually asked, Aren't you going to sleep? Not feeling sleepy. I am preparing to take a bath. You should hurry. It's already quite late. No rush. I just called the front desk to bring me some milk. Su Yang was taken aback. Milk? Do you enjoy drinking milk while bathing? Pan Ning rolled her eyes, stating, Not for drinking, it's for the bath. Wait, a milk bath? How extravagant. The hotel offers this service, and I usually indulge in it at home as well. I've become accustomed to it, Pan Ning explained. Su Yang chuckled. No wonder your skin is so smooth and delicate. It's the milk baths that do the trick. Even without the baths, my skin would be this way. However, a milk bath helps to regulate emotions, relieve stress, and also has whitening effects, Pan Ning said, glancing at Su Yang with a slight smile. Would you like to try it? Me? Absolutely, Su Yang grinned and replied, but can we bathe together? Absolutely not. That's quite unrealistic, she retorted. How dull it would be not to bathe together. Besides, What would a grown man do in a milk bath? Unless accompanied by a beautiful woman? Pan Ning rolled her eyes again. As they conversed, a knock sounded at the door, prompting Pan Ning to rise and answer it. A lovely staff member stood outside, cradling a wooden box, and smiled. Miss Pan? Yes, indeed. Hello, I am a staff member from the Marriott Hotel, here to prepare your milk bath. All right, please come in. Pan Ning welcomed the staff member into the room. After more than 10 minutes, the beautiful staff member emerged from the bathroom. Miss Pan, it's ready. Thank you. You're welcome. Should you need anything, feel free to call the front desk. Okay. Thank you for your assistance. Good night to both of you. Enjoy your evening, the staff member said with a bright smile before turning to leave. Hearing this, Suyong leaned back on the sofa and chuckled. See, even this lovely lady said so. We should enjoy it together. Pan Ning shot him a glare and jokingly replied. In your dreams. If you wish to indulge, you can wait until I finish. It smells delightful. Chapter 51. Have you been drinking tonight? Upon hearing this, Suyong contemplated the image in his mind. While it indeed seemed quite delightful, he lacked such a penchant. Ah, then there is no need, he replied. Hearing this, Pan Ning chuckled and picked up her bathing items before entering the bathroom. With nothing pressing to occupy him and not yet feeling drowsy, Suyong rose to his feet and strolled to the balcony for a smoke. It seems I haven't checked my attributes in a couple of days. Let us take a look. System, display the latest attributes. Host, Suyong. Age, 24 years. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 74. 5 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Physique, 86. Build, Nani. Charm, Nani. Skills, Master of Body Management, Professional Racing Driver, Golden Body, Basic Combat Skills, God of Wine. God of Song. Affinities, Zhao Mingru Affection Level, 70. Lu Yun, Affection Level, 78. Lin Yi, Affection Level, 50. Gu Xiaoman, Affection Level, 65. Pan Ning, Affection Level, 25. Shun Yixue, Affection Level, 50. Lin Xiaomao, Affection Level, 60. Tang Xin, Affection Level, 50. Balance, 32. 495, 732 yuan. Suyong scrutinized the virtual screen before him. Wow, how could it have grown to over 30 million in such a short span? The feeling of affluence is truly exhilarating. However, it seems the system does not grant properties. Perhaps when my funds increase further, I shall acquire a quaint little villa for myself. Delightful indeed. Although it appears the number of individuals I am bound to is somewhat excessive. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Hey, it's rather peculiar that Pan Ning has a lower affection level than both Shin Yixue and a girl I've only just met. Never mind. No need to dwell on it. As Suyong engaged in self-talk, a voice echoed from the bathroom. Suyong, Suyong. Upon hearing the call, Suyong discarded his cigarette into the ashtray and walked into the living room, responding, What is the matter? Come in for a moment. I what? Suyong thought he had misheard. I said come in. Are your ears not functioning? All right. This is your own request. Don't blame me later. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Suyong's heart raced. Envisioning a scenario of both of them in the bathtub, he approached the bathroom door with a smile. I'm really coming in. Hurry up. Okay, Suyong said as he pushed open the door. As he opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him, infused with the rich scents of milk and honey. Through the mist, he gazed toward the innermost part of the bathroom, where Pan Ning was immersed in the tub. What is the matter? Come here. If I come over, I might lose control, he replied hesitantly. Pan Ning, exasperated, urged, hurry over. All right. I've confirmed with you multiple times. Don't blame me if things go awry. With that, he walked to the edge of the bathtub. In the large, white tub, Pan Ning's damp hair framed her face, which was flushed, rendering her exceedingly charming. Due to the density of the milk, Suyong could see nothing but the top of his head. What on earth is happening? My head feels dizzy, and my entire body is numb. I cannot move. Please help me up. Huh? Suyong was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. How could you be numb? I'm not sure. It must be the alcohol combined with the high temperature here. In any case, I cannot move. You must help me up quickly to regain some composure. Suyong swallowed hard. Are you wearing clothes? What do you think? Do you wear clothes while soaking in a bath? Pan Ning shot Suyong a glare. Well then, shall I assist you? Do you intend to get up and dress immediately, or would you like to rinse off again first? Let us get up and take a moment. I still need to rinse after my body recovers. All right. As Suyong spoke, he extended his hands, yet he momentarily did not know how to proceed. What are you doing? It's nothing. I'm coming. Steeling himself, Su-Yang plunged his hands into the bathtub. Pan Ning exhaled, her face growing even redder. Don't move around. Pull me up. Oh, right. Su-Yang grasped Pan Ning's hands and pulled with all his might, lifting her out of the bathtub. In an instant, Su-Yang's mind went blank. His grip faltered, and Pan Ning swiftly fell back into the tub, the splashing milk drenching his clothes. Oh no. Seeing Pan Ning submerged in the milk, Su-Yang hurried to grab her, but he slipped unexpectedly and fell headfirst into the tub. 2 minutes later, Su-Yang awkwardly helped the flushed Pan Ning out of the bathtub and seated her on a chair provided in the bathroom. He picked up a towel hanging by the door and draped it over her shoulders. Forget what just happened, Pan Ning gasped, clearly embarrassed. This was the first time Su-Yang had seen her so bashful since he had known her. Okay, well, I'll step outside now, if I don't. I really want to be able to handle it. Wait, Pan Ning, drenched in sweat, said, please open the door, it's too hot, and I can hardly breathe. All right. Su-Yang walked to the door and opened it. So, I'm going out now, can you move? I'm starting to recover. It feels like ants are crawling all over my body. How about I wait until you're better before I leave? I wouldn't want you to fall again. It's fine, just hurry outside. Very well. Su-Yang quickly exited the bathroom. He went to the balcony, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and stepped outside, taking deep breaths of fresh air. He had nearly lost control earlier, as it was inevitable that some contact would occur when two people were squeezed into a not-so-large bathtub. However, knowing Pan Ning was in a state of complete vulnerability, he felt that such actions were somewhat unethical, thus he forced himself to restrain. At that moment, he was soaked, and once Pan Ning was done, he too needed a shower. 20 minutes later, Pan Ning emerged wrapped in a towel. Seeing this, Su-Yang asked, Are you all right now? I'm fine, you should go rinse off. Oh, all right. As Su-Yang spoke, he stepped into the bathroom. He swiftly discarded his garments and adjusted the hot water to a cooler temperature to alleviate his discomfort. A few minutes later, after finishing his shower, he realized that he had hastily entered without retrieving clean clothes. He approached the bathroom door and called out, Pan Ning? What is the matter? Could you please fetch a shirt and pants from my room? I forgot to grab them. Oh, sure. Pan Ning, who was drying her hair, turned off the hairdryer and rose to enter Su-Yang's room. Before long, she returned with the requested attire to the bathroom door. Open the door. With a click, the door creaked open to a width of 20 centimeters. Su-Yang, concealed behind the door, extended his hand and inadvertently seized Pan Ning's towel, mistaking it for clothing, and pulled it inside. Thus, the towel found its way into his grasp. What are you doing? Pan Ning exclaimed in surprise. Hearing her cry, Su-Yang hurriedly swung the door open. What's wrong? In an instant, their eyes met, locked in a moment of stunned silence. Su-Yang's mind faltered, and before Pan Ning could respond, he inexplicably uttered, Are you a bit tipsy tonight? Just a little. Upon hearing this, Su-Yang scooped Pan Ning into his arms and dashed into the room. Chapter 52. My affection for swimming. Approximately an hour later, Su-Yang lifted the covers and sat up. Pan Ning, however, was still nestled beneath the blanket. Beep. Detection indicates that Pan Ning's affection for the host has increased to 85, extremely fond, a significant rise in affection. As this is the first time the affection has surpassed 80 points after binding, the host is rewarded with 20 million and a miraculous cure card, which has been placed in the system's inventory. Beep. Continuing to reward the host with 2 McLaren Senna fragments, 5-5. The fragments are complete, and the vehicle is now parked in the underground garage of the Sunhai Manor, registered in the property management system. Beep. Detection indicates that the host's mood is exceedingly joyful, rewarding 5 million and a slight increase in physique, bringing the current physique to 87. As the system showered him with rewards, Su-Yang's face nearly blossomed with delight. Wow, so this is how Pan Ning's affection increases. And it has reached 85 points all at once. It seems her previous affection was already quite high. She must have been deliberately suppressing it. And the McLaren Senna is in my possession now. How exhilarating. What are you shaking about? Pan Ning's voice emerged from beneath the covers. Oh, nothing. I'm just overly excited. Is that really so? Absolutely. I'm overjoyed. Su-Yang replied, a smile dancing on his lips. Boring. I'm going back to sleep. I don't need to return to my room, right? No, Pan Ning replied, turning over and gradually drifting back to sleep. Within a few minutes, Su-Yang could hear the soft rhythm of her breathing. She must have fallen asleep. System? Here. What is this miraculous cure card? The miraculous cure card can heal any ailment in the world. It can be used once. What? Seriously? Su-young was momentarily stunned, taking a couple of seconds to gather his thoughts before continuing. Is it really that impressive? You're not deceiving me, are you? No. Goodness. This is beyond monetary value. It's simply divine. The host need not be overly astonished. Su-young, all right. I suppose this card won't be of immediate use. By the way, can I check my affection level for Pan Ning? Yes. Let us take a look. Host's affection for Pan Ning, 80. Wow, that is quite high. But what if I've genuinely developed feelings for her? The host is free to let his feelings develop naturally, without excessive concern. Su-young was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the system would provide such comfort. Typically, the system was very mechanical, responding only to queries. Now, it was offering reassurance. With a smile gracing his face, he lay back on the bed, staring at the inky darkness of the ceiling, lost in thought. The night swiftly passed. The following day, as noon approached, the two of them gradually awakened. Su-young sat up and turned to Pan Ning, inquiring, "How did you sleep?" "Well, pretty good." Half an hour later, Pan Ning was the first to rise and head for the shower. Su-young lingered in bed for another 10 minutes before finally rolling out of bed. Upon entering the living room, Pan Ning emerged, freshly washed. She turned to Su-young and inquired, "Are you going to wash up?" "Just a quick rinse," he replied. "Then hurry. They are calling us out for dinner in the group chat." "All right. I'll be quick," Su-young said as he made his way to the bathroom. In the WeChat group, Meng Wonjo sent a message. "Lonely as I am. Has everyone woken up yet? Sweeping across the army. I've been up for ages. My stomach is growling. Little bug in the night. Same here. What shall we eat later? Lonely as I am. Once they finish, let us go for seafood. Little bug in the night. Got it. Where to after seafood? I came here in a hurry and didn't make any plans. Lonely as I am. What plans are needed? Deer City is like my second hometown. Little bug in the night. Ha ha ha. That's true. You frequently come here to enjoy yourself. Sweeping across the army. Let us go swimming after we eat. I just want to soak in the water today. This cursed place is unbearably hot. Lonely as I am. Sounds good. I'll invite a few lovely ladies to join you. Sweeping across the army. What? Are you serious, Ming? Lonely as I am. When have I ever joked about such things? Sweeping across the army. Then it's settled. We must swim. Little bug in the night. Swimming sounds great. I have no particular hobbies, but I do enjoy swimming. Dog emoji. Half an hour later, Pan Ning finished her makeup, and the two exited the room together. Upon reaching the hotel lobby's lounge area, they found that everyone except Meng Wonjo had already arrived. Lu Bo spotted them, and, with a knowing expression all men understand, called out, "Brother Su." After his exclamation, he raised his eyebrows at Su-young repeatedly. Su-young was well aware of Lu Bo's intentions and was tempted to reciprocate, but Pan Ning shot him a disapproving glance, prompting Lu Bo to immediately lower his head in submission. The pair settled onto the sofa, while Shen Yishua hurried over to Pan Ning to discuss today's outfit choices. Su-young turned to Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming, asking, "Where's old Meng?" "He's in the restroom. He always insists on a big one before heading out," came the reply. "He really needs to change that habit. I hope there's nothing wrong with his stomach. Who knows?" As they chatted, Meng Wonjo finally made his entrance. Today he sported a refreshing white ensemble, an ivory fisherman's hat, a loose-fitting white Burberry short-sleeve shirt, and shorts, complemented by a pair of white Chanel flip-flops. On his left wrist, he wore a rose gold Patek Philippe watch, and his face was concealed behind stylish sunglasses. Looking quite dapper, old Meng, Su-young remarked with a smile as he observed Meng Wonjo's approach. "Of course. Do you think my large suitcase was filled with nothing? A new outfit each day is quite normal. You really have an eye for style. I ought to learn from you," Su-young acknowledged. As Meng Wonjo settled beside the sofa, he commented, "You genuinely need to learn from me. Your outfit, while decent, lacks a certain refinement. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing this, Su-young stood up to examine his own attire. He was clad in a gray LV printed t-shirt, paired with white Supreme shorts, and his feet adorned with the black slippers he had worn the previous night. "Is there anything amiss with my outfit?" Su-young inquired earnestly, extending his arms. "Not particularly, but it does appear rather commonplace, you know? I'm uncertain how to convey this to you. How many outfits and watches did you bring?" "I brought merely 4 t-shirts, 4 pairs of shorts, and some underwear. This watch on my wrist is all I have," he replied. "That's rather insufficient. Did you not bring a hat?" "I seldom wear hats," he confessed. Meng Wonjo spoke earnestly. "A hat is, in fact, a significant accessory. Observe my ensemble. Would it not lose much of its charm without this hat?" He demonstrated by removing it. Su-young glanced at him and felt there wasn't much of a difference. I believe it still looks fine, he remarked. Meng Wanzhou rolled his eyes. Ah, well, it's challenging to elucidate this matter in just a few words. When time permits, I shall elaborate further. Let us proceed to dine. With that, the group strolled towards the hotel, engaged in conversation. Chapter 53, A Fraction of a Difference once again. It was that sleek black Toyota Alphard from the previous night. The driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly transporting the group to a bustling street in Qinghai Bay. Meng Wanzhou had made reservations at an upscale seafood restaurant here. Stepping out of the vehicle, he gestured towards the restaurant not far away and smiled. I frequent this establishment. Their seafood is exceptional. You all must savor it. Suyang glanced up at the restaurant's name, which bore an English title, Jeremy. The restaurant was an independent structure, predominantly characterized by a black and white aesthetic. It featured a spacious parking lot at the entrance, exuding a sense of minimalist elegance. One might easily mistake it for a library. The entrance was devoid of ostentatious decorations, merely showcasing a glass door with the name Jeremy inscribed in small lettering above. Upon entering, Su Yang surveyed the interior, which was almost entirely adorned in monochrome tones. A soothing melody wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere that felt more akin to a cafeteria post-meal than a restaurant. As they stepped inside, a waitress clad in a fitted black uniform approached them with a warm smile. Young Master Meng, welcome. The private room has been prepared for you. No need for a private room. Let us sit by the window on the second floor, Meng Wanzhou replied with a nod. Certainly, please follow me. The waitress gestured as she led them upstairs. Is this really a dining establishment? Su Yang inquired, slightly perplexed. Meng Wanzhou turned and chuckled. Don't let the tranquility deceive you. It's merely not open yet. What do you mean? They usually commence operations at 4 in the afternoon. And their business is thriving. So what are we doing here? Meng Wanzhou merely smiled, remaining silent. Lu Bo interjected, Brother Yang, have you forgotten about Meng Ji's status? Oh, indeed. Haha, I can be so forgetful sometimes. Su Yang laughed, patting his forehead. Show off, Pan Ning remarked coolly. Meng Wanzhou shot a furtive glare at Pan Ning, though he could only suppress his irritation, having been teased by her since childhood. Although they were not blood siblings, their bond was akin to that of family. Meng Wanzhou's younger sister, Meng Qianyu, had spent most of her upbringing abroad, returning home only once or twice a year, which deepened his connection with Pan Ning over time. However, due to her personality, he often found himself at the receiving end of her playful taunts. His upbringing had instilled in him a respect for girls, especially since she was his cousin. Thus, he had grown accustomed to this dynamic, never holding grudges, and had come to regard Pan Ning as a sister. The group ascended to the second floor, and as soon as they arrived, Su Yang was greeted by the sound of tinkling laughter. Looking up, he was surprised to see Tang Ziyun and her friends, whom he had met at the bar the previous night. What a coincidence, he exclaimed, as they followed the waitress to a 6-person table by the window. At that moment, Lu Bo inquired of the waitress, Excuse me, why are there other guests here? The waitress replied, Oh, it's because one of them is a black gold VIP of our establishment and is entitled to dine here during non-operating hours. Impressive. Who might that be? Lu Bo asked. I'm afraid I cannot disclose the names of our guests, she responded politely. Very well, he conceded. As they conversed, the group made their way to a table by the window. Tang Ziyun, seated 3 tables away, spotted Su Yang, momentarily taken aback. She stood up with a smile and waved. Su Yang? What a surprise to see you again. Su Yang smiled back, indeed. What a coincidence to run into you while dining, especially in a restaurant that isn't yet open for business. Tang Ziyun nodded with a grin. This place serves exquisite seafood. You must try it later. Thank you, Su Yang replied as he took a seat, casting a sideways glance at Pan Ning, who appeared unfazed by the encounter. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Soon, the dishes they ordered began to arrive. Australian lobster, king crab, sea cucumber, East Star grouper, caviar, geoduck clam, and tuna, all artfully arranged on the table. Shun Yishue couldn't resist taking a few photos with her phone. Meng Wanzhou encouraged everyone, dig in. I highly recommend this restaurant. When in Luqing, one must savor the local seafood. Go ahead and enjoy. As they feasted, Lu Bo inquired, Meng, just how many people do you know in Luqing? Why do you ask? Meng responded, I was merely curious about swimming later. Lu Bo replied with a grin. Rest assured, I've never boasted. I have quite a few friends here. Is it a big deal to invite some lovely ladies to join us? Zhang Ziming perked up, then let us hurry and eat. I'm feeling hot and eager to dive in. Shanishue shot Zhang Ziming a disapproving look. I see it's not heat you're feeling, but rather an itch to show off. Half an hour later, the group finished their meal and prepared to leave. Tang Ziyun and her companions had also nearly finished eating, and the four of them stood up to approach Su Yang's table. "Hello, handsome, what are your plans for later?" One of the girls, whose name was unknown, asked Su Yang enthusiastically. "We're planning to go swimming," he replied. At that moment, Meng Wanzhou, struck by inspiration, interjected, "Ladies, we saw each other at the bar last night." "Indeed, what a coincidence. Do you have any plans for today?" they asked. "We're quite flexible and don't have any specific plans," Meng Wanzhou replied with a smile. "If you have no other engagements, why not join us? After all, we're all here to travel, and making new acquaintances is a delightful opportunity. It would be more fun to explore together." "I was hoping for just that," the girl responded with a cheerful grin. "By the way, I can tell from your accent that you must be from Haiqing, right?" "Indeed, I hail from Haiqing. And you?" "What a delightful coincidence that we share this origin. How fortunate we are." "Ha ha, what are your names?" Meng Wanzhou inquired with a smile. "I am Xiaokiki." The girl who had been conversing with Meng Wanzhou introduced herself. Su Yang glanced over. Although Xiaokiki was quite attractive, he estimated her score to be around 75 to 80. She was clad in a pink short dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, sporting a round face, large eyes, and a cherubic mouth exuding an aura of charm and amiability. "I am Han Xiaoyu." The girl named Han Xiaoyu was the very one referred to as Yu Yu by Tang Ziyun the previous night. She possessed a pure and innocent appearance, with an oval face, tousled brown hair, and porcelain skin. Standing as the tallest among the four at approximately 170 centimeters, her figure was slightly plump, boasting a generous bust that was comparable to Tang Ziyun's. Even in a loose t-shirt, her figure was hard to overlook. Su Yang took a longer glance at Han Xiaoyu, contemplating, "I didn't notice last night. I didn't expect her figure to be so admirable, though it likely doesn't reach an 85. I should inquire just to be sure." System. Han Xiaoyu's attractiveness, 83. Indeed, as expected, her physique is undeniably striking. "Hello, I am Lu Ming." Another girl introduced herself. Lu Ming was the affluent young lady previously mentioned by the waiter, a black gold VIP. Su Yang observed her, noting that her style resembled that of Gu Xiaoman, exuding an office lady vibe. Lu Ming was also quite attractive, with long black curls cascading down her back, impeccably dressed in designer attire. While her physique did not draw as much attention as Han Xiaoyu or Tang Ziyun, she presented a balanced overall appearance. "I am Tang Ziyun, the one who sang outside the window last night." "We are all aware of that," Meng Wanzhou chuckled. After exchanging introductions, the group settled the bill and exited the restaurant. Not far from the restaurant, Shen Yixue spotted a coffee shop. "Shall we procure some coffee? What would you like to drink? Let us go together." The girls laughed as they made their way towards the CAF. At this moment, Meng Wanzhou patted Lu Bo's shoulder and whispered, "Given the current circumstances, do you think I should still invite other girls?" Lu Bo chuckled. "I believe it's unnecessary. That girl, Tang Xin, is worth 4 or 5 beauties on her own." "Ah, so you do have an eye for beauty," Meng Wanzhou exclaimed. "Well, I may not usually pay attention, but that doesn't mean I'm blind," Lu Bo retorted. "What are you two whispering about?" Su Yang and Zhang Ziming approached, inquiring. "We were discussing whether we should call other girls later," Zhang Ziming replied, glancing at the newly joined quartet not far away. "Although I find no fault in having more. I believe that these few are already sufficient. Each one possesses remarkable beauty, particularly Tang Ziyun, whom I deem to be on par with Pan Ning." "Are you implying that your Shen Yixue does not measure up to either of them?" Meng Wanzhou inquired with a chuckle. "Among us, I must speak candidly," Zhang Ziming remarked as he turned to glance at Shen Yixue, who was purchasing coffee. He then returned to the conversation, stating, "Yixue indeed falls short of those two by half a tier." Su Yang gave Zhang Ziming a thumbs up, commending him for his honesty. "This is a matter best kept among us. Let us not speak of it beyond this circle, lest I incur another reprimand." "Rest assured." The three nodded in agreement with Zhang Ziming. "Then let us refrain from calling others." "Very well, no need to call anyone else." As they spoke, they made their way toward the CAF. "Yixue, Ziming just said you fall half a tier short of Pan Ning and Tang Ziyun," Meng Wanzhou exclaimed loudly as he approached Shen Yixue. Chapter 54. Charm is worthless before seduction. Upon hearing those words, Shen Yixue was momentarily perplexed. Beside her, Zhang Ziming, his face flushed, hastily shot a glare at Meng Wanzhou. "TSK, Lao Meng, what are you doing? Did we not agree to keep quiet about this?" "What are you talking about?" Shen Yixue asked, bewildered. Nothing at all. Please get me an iced latte. What would you like to drink?" Zhang Ziming quickly turned to Su Yang, and Lu Bo Su Yang stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. I'll have an iced Americano. Me too. After the group purchased their coffee, Meng Wanzhou pondered for a moment before inquiring, would you prefer the beach or the swimming pool? The beach. Su Yang was the first to raise his hand. This is my first visit to a coastal city, and I haven't had the chance to truly experience the ocean yet. Swimming must be at the beach. I'm indifferent, as long as I can enjoy the company of these lovely ladies, Meng Wanzhou remarked, glancing at the girls. The girls took a couple of sips from their coffees and rolled their eyes, saying, we also find the beach to be more intriguing. Very well then. We shall go to the beach, but not to Qinghai Bay, Meng Wanzhou added. Why not? Su Yang questioned, puzzled. We're already at Qinghai Bay, why not just stay here? Qinghai Bay is overcrowded, and the water isn't very clean. Let's head to Linglong Bay. It's not far from here. The water there is much cleaner. And the scenery is on an entirely different level. That sounds good. At that moment, a girl named Xia Kiki chimed in. I just realized our swimsuits are at the hotel. Where is your hotel? We're not in a hurry. We can go back to get our clothes first. It's not too far, about 3 to 4 kilometers from here. Meng Wanzhou turned to Pan Ning and Shin Yixue. Your swimsuits should be at the hotel too, right? Yes. Indeed, Shin Yixue replied. Then let us each return to our hotels to fetch our clothes, and then take a taxi to Linglong Bay. I'll send you the location shortly. That works. It saves time, Xia Kiki said with a smile. Shall we exchange WeChat? Meng Wanzhou pulled out his phone. Sure. Lu Bo nodded behind Meng Wanzhou, thinking to himself, it's still my brother Meng, effortlessly adding for beautiful girls on WeChat. After exchanging contacts, Meng Wanzhou created a new group chat and added everyone. I'll post the location in the group, and we can gather there. All right. The two groups departed in succession. Over an hour later, everyone arrived at Linglong Bay on Chongping Road. Watching the 4 girls disembark from the car, Meng Wanzhou wore a smile. Now that everyone is here, let us go. On the way, Xia Kiki walked up to Meng Wanzhou and asked, by the way, handsome, how do we change clothes at such a public beach? Meng Wanzhou chuckled. Don't worry, there are designated changing rooms at these places. That's a relief. A small group followed Meng Wanzhou across a quaint square, where Su Yang purchased a pair of swimming trunks from a shop specializing in swimwear. Afterward, they traversed a shaded pathway, revealing a vast expanse of pristine white beach. The shoreline was adorned with sun loungers, umbrellas, and several food carts catering to tourists. In the distance, numerous girls clad in alluring bikinis frolicked playfully along the water's edge. Some international visitors lounged on the sand, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Lining the beach were endless coconut trees, while jet skis occasionally glided across the azure waters. On such a summer day, with the sun, the beach, and beautiful women, the moment felt perfectly suited for a tune by Jay Cho, Sunshine Paradise. The scorching rays beat down on everyone's heads. Despite the heat, Su Yang's spirits soared. Gazing at the boundless ocean and the distant sight of sun-kissed legs, he mused. This place is truly beautiful, even wider than the beach outside our hotel. Are you referring to the beach or the legs? Meng Wanzhou quipped with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Of course, it's the legs. And the sea. The beach, Su Yang quickly amended, noticing Pan Ning beside him watching intently. Ding. Host's mood detected as joyous and serene. Reward. 500,000. How beautiful, exclaimed Xia Kiki and Tang Ziyun in unison. Let us go change our clothes. The group made their way to a spacious wooden changing room on the beach. The 4 boys swiftly donned their swim trunks and emerged within minutes. Upon seeing Su Yang's perfectly sculpted physique, Meng Wanzhou and the others were momentarily stunned. Yang, is your body really this impressive? Zhang Ziming exclaimed, his mouth agape. Su Yang grinned with pride, thinking to himself, dear friend, your choice today is splendid. My physique has finally found its purpose. Hey, it's not that remarkable. I haven't trained in ages. My abs are nearly gone. Brother, can we skip the modesty? How are the 3 of us supposed to compete with that? The trio, possessing only average physiques, lacked any notable muscle definition. Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming were somewhat normal, while Lu Bo's appearance was less flattering. Without his shirt, he appeared noticeably heavier, his pale flesh quite pronounced. Yet, he didn't feel self-conscious. Instead, he chuckled, Yang Go. Your physique is impressive. When we return to Haiqing, you must take me along for some training. Just a small matter. As they continued their conversation, laughter from nearby girls caught their attention. They quickly turned to see Xia Kiki and Lu Ming approaching. Xia Kiki wore a relatively modest white two-piece swimsuit that revealed just a hint of her midriff and thighs, a rather conventional choice. The boys were taken aback that the most extroverted among them, Xia Kiki, opted for such a reserved outfit. Lu Meng, on the other hand, donned the classic black bikini favored by many men. Her fair skin complemented her figure, and though not particularly voluptuous, she radiated undeniable allure. The comparison between the two individuals aptly illustrates the adage, charm pales in comparison to allure. While Xia Kiki possesses a slightly more appealing appearance than Lu Meng, the latter's bikini ensemble immediately secures her victory. The eyes of the four young men were fixed on Lu Meng in unison, unfazed by their gaze. Lu Meng felt no embarrassment, having been raised in an open-minded environment due to familial circumstances, which she regarded as entirely normal. She glanced at the four of them, and Su Yang swiftly entered her line of sight. Approaching them with a smile, she remarked, "You all are quite swift." "Not at all. We are rather slow." Zhang Ziming replied with a grin. Lu Meng rolled her eyes beneath her sunglasses. "I meant that." "Which one?" Lu Bo responded with an adorably innocent smile. Chapter 55. The bikini. Lu Meng sighed in exasperation. If it weren't for the fact that she was still unfamiliar with the group, she would have been tempted to deliver a playful punch to the chubby guy. She diverted her gaze towards Su Yang, complimenting him with a generous smile. "Your name is Su Yang, right? I didn't expect your physique to be so impressive." "Thank you for the compliment, beauty. Your figure is also quite remarkable," he replied graciously. At that moment, the remaining girls in the changing room emerged. Leading the way were Tang Ziyun and Han Xiaoyu, followed by Pan Ning and Shen Yixue. The four boys were momentarily captivated, their eyes wide with astonishment, unsure of where to direct their attention amidst the dazzling sight before them. To Su Yang's surprise, all four girls who walked out were clad in striking bikinis. Han Xiaoyu and Tang Ziyun boasted stunning figures, which were accentuated by their swimwear, rendering them utterly captivating. Han Xiaoyu wore a deep green bikini, while Tang Ziyun donned a purple one, both of which prominently showcased their alluring curves. Zhang Ziming and Lu Bo swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the spectacle. Su Yang, however, was drawn to Pan Ning, who wore a light brown patterned bikini, standing at 170 centimeters. Her long legs and perfect proportions, combined with her breathtaking beauty, momentarily entranced him. By her side, Shen Yixue sported a pink bikini, although her figure was also commendable. It paled in comparison to Pan Ning's. Nonetheless, Su Yang did not overlook any of them, appreciating the beauty of each girl equally. As they approached, Tang Ziyun's attention was immediately captured by Su Yang, her eyes sparkling as she admired his physique. "You all are simply stunning," Meng Wanzhou exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Han Xiaoyu blushed and smiled. "Your figures are quite impressive as well." Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Su Yang. "Is that so? I feel the same way." Zhang Ziming chuckled. Shen Yixue shot him a glare as she stood beside him. "Can your physique even be considered good? Have you taken a look at Su Yang?" At her words, Zhang Ziming's smile vanished, and he retorted playfully, "Don't compare me to him. I don't want to see him. He's too infuriating. But don't underestimate me. If I set my mind to it, I'll surpass him in just 2 months." "Really? Is that what you call a slight difference?" Zhang Ziming replied, exasperated. "Could you at least spare me some dignity?" The group laughed as they strolled towards the beach, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. The boys were primarily fixated on the bikini-clad Pan Ning and her companions, while the girls exclusively gazed at Su Yang. Among them, 2 girls lounging on deck chairs straightened up and removed their sunglasses. Yuan, look over there. That guy is so handsome," one exclaimed. "My goodness, what a divine visage. And his physique is incredible. I can't take it anymore. I want to get to know him." The girl named Yuan beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Su Yang from a distance. "Calm down. You should first consider the girls around him. A man like that is not someone we can have," her friend advised. Yujia, why? Why indeed? Why not enhance your allure? Perhaps there lies a glimmer of opportunity. After all, what man does not appreciate grandeur? Yet, I shall refrain. I cannot part with my funds. However, the 2 young men by his side are rather appealing, and I find myself somewhat drawn to the other one. The girl named Yujia turned to Meng Wanzhou beside Su Yang and remarked, "I am quite fond of the one with the most striking physique. Come, let us feign a visit. I wish to observe closely." "Very well." Upon arriving at the seaside, gazing at the vast, boundless ocean, Su Yang extended his arms and inhaled deeply. "What do you think? Is the water not remarkably clear?" Meng Wanzhou chuckled. "Indeed. It is breathtaking. I cannot contain myself. I must plunge in. At that moment, Su Yang, unconcerned with appearances, shouted joyfully and dashed into the sea. It was his first intimate encounter with the ocean in over 20 years, and he reveled in it like a child. Notification: detected the host's inaugural experience of oceanic play. Feeling elated and thoroughly enjoying. Reward: 800,000 points. Meng Wanzhou called out from behind. Old Su, slow down. Don't venture too far. The waves could easily sweep you away. No worries. Su Yang replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the others joined him in the water, while Pan Ning and Shun Yixue chose to remain more reserved, sitting where the waves merely lapped at their ankles. Are you not joining us? Asked Tang Ziyun from the side. No rush. You go ahead. The water is quite chilly, and I am not quite ready to bear it just yet, Shun Yixue explained. All right then, we shall play for a bit, said Tang Ziyun, pulling Han Xiaoyu and Xia Kiki along as they jogged into the water until it reached their thighs. Stopping there, Lu Meng, too, did not plunge in immediately. She sat beside Pan Ning and Shun Yixue, engaging them in conversation. At this point, Su Yang had swum nearly 10 meters from the shore. His swimming skills were commendable, although Yang's city lacked a sea. He frequently visited the river with friends during his childhood. In those days, entertainment was scarce, and the area was relatively impoverished. Many children from that vicinity grew up playing in a nameless creek near Su Yang's home. However, time has erased that creek from existence. Yet, Su Yang's swimming prowess remained, as he had practically been raised in water. Coupled with his current physique, boasting a score of 87, he could swim for hours without fatigue. Cramps were a non-issue for him, not only due to his exceptional attributes but also thanks to his mastery of body management, which precluded such occurrences. Seeing Su Yang drift further away, Meng Wanzhou and the others grew somewhat anxious. Lu Bo shouted, Su Ge, come back a bit. At this moment, Su Yang was approximately 20 meters away, and with numerous people frolicking by the shore, he could hardly hear the call. What bliss! At last, I am swimming in the ocean. However, let us return, for if a shark were to appear, it would be disastrous. I have only just begun to accumulate some wealth, and my beautiful life is only in its nascent stages. I certainly do not wish to become a meal for a shark. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yang felt as though a shark would suddenly materialize beneath him. He hastily began to swim back. Reality, unlike the movies, did not present any sharks eager to bite him. Firstly, this area was merely a shallow sea. Secondly, since this location permits tourists to swim, it naturally poses no significant danger. Su Yang moved with agility, propelling himself back to where Meng Wanzhou and the others were gathered, at a speed comparable to that of a 100-meter freestyle sprint. Hey, Yang, how did you swim so far? We were nearly shouting ourselves hoarse over here, Lu Bo remarked, splashing in the water. I was too excited to swim for the first time in the sea and couldn't help myself, Su Yang replied. Fortunately, the waves aren't too rough today. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to return. Did you know my big toe was cramping just now? Huh, no worries. I just went a little further, and now I'm here to enjoy myself, right? What about those lovely ladies? Zhang Ziming inquired, glancing towards the shore. Su Yang, struck by inspiration, chuckled, let us go over and swim with them. Huh, I had the very same thought. Meng Wanzhou laughed heartily. Chapter 56. Could you teach me? The four of them shared a mutual understanding and swiftly made their way towards Tang Ziyun and her companions. They beheld the trio, radiant with smiles, joyfully splashing water at one another in the sea, their damp hair enhancing their beauty. Su Yang exchanged glances with the others, a smile gracing their lips. Men often possess an innate ability to discern one another's thoughts through a mere glance or smile. As they approached the three women, Meng Wanzhou inquired with a grin, Can you ladies swim? Xia Kiki nodded adorably, replying, I can swim a little, but they can't at all. Oh, really? Why don't you teach them? Meng Wanzhou suggested. I'm just a novice myself. How could I possibly instruct others? Perhaps you four handsome gentlemen could take on the task? Xia Kiki earnestly proposed. Of course. I am known as the little prince of swimming, Zhang Ziming declared, tossing his hair back as he spoke. Han Xiaoyu chuckled at Zhang Ziming's bravado. Is that so? Would I deceive you? I'll teach you, and I promise you'll learn to swim within half an hour, Zhang Ziming confidently asserted, pounding his chest. I hardly believe that. Shall we put it to the test? All right, but I hope your girlfriend won't mind, Han Xiaoyu said, glancing at Shen Yixue, who was chatting with Pan Ning and Lu Meng on the beach. Zhang Ziming turned to see Shen Yixue engrossed in conversation and chuckled. What is the issue? It's merely a normal lesson. After a moment's thought, Han Xiaoyu agreed. Very well. With that, Zhang Ziming grinned and swam off with Han Xiaoyu. Su Yang internally chuckled. This guy truly fears nothing. I ought to learn from his fearless demeanor. At that moment, Tang Ziyun shyly turned to Su Yang and asked, Su Yang, could you teach me? Me? Su Yang was taken aback. Meng Wanzhou, noticing this, offered, how about I teach you instead? I am a national-level swimmer. A burst of laughter escaped Lu Bo, unable to contain himself. Meng Wanzhou shot him a glare. What are you laughing at? Is that not the case? Indeed. I can vouch for that, Lu Bo replied. After a brief hesitation, Tang Ziyun pondered, and Xia Kiki, sensing the moment, chimed in with a playful smile. Brother Meng, my swimming skills aren't that great either. Could you help me improve? Meng Wanzhou turned to Xia Kiki. Torn between his desire to teach Tang Ziyun and the undeniable charm of Xia Kiki, who appeared adorably plump. Furthermore, he noticed Tang Ziyun seemed more interested in Su Yang. With a hearty laugh, he responded, all right then, let me assess your skills. Come on, let us head over there. As they spoke, Su Yang and Lu Bo remained behind. Lu Bo, displaying great tact, remarked, Su Gu, I'm suddenly feeling a bit unwell. Could you teach Sister Ziyun? I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for a response, he swam towards the shore. Su Yang silently commended Lu Bo, thinking, what a true friend. Upon witnessing Lu Bo's departure, Tang Ziyun once again inquired, may I learn now? Su Yang, casting a sidelong glance at the distant Pan Ning, noted her inattention and replied with a warm smile, certainly, I shall teach you. However, let us move to a less crowded area where we can practice more freely. All right, Tang Ziyun responded, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, exuding an enchanting sweetness. The two swiftly made their way to a quieter section. Su Yang, redirecting his gaze from Tang Ziyun's chest, earnestly stated, to learn how to swim, you must first master treading water. What does treading water mean? Am I not already standing in the water? She asked, somewhat perplexed. Well, treading water involves using your legs to push down against the water, allowing your body to float rather than sink. Simultaneously, you must glide your arms horizontally in front of your chest to maintain balance. This is the fundamental movement of swimming. Tang Ziyun listened, her brow furrowed in confusion. It sounds quite complex. Actually, it's not difficult. Come, let me guide you to a slightly deeper area for practice. As he spoke, Su Yang gently took hold of Tang Ziyun's arm and began to swim towards deeper waters. Feeling a bit anxious, Tang Ziyun said, I won't sink, will I? I panic when I can't touch the bottom. Not at all. I am here with you, Su Yang assured her, bringing them to a depth of approximately 2 meters. He positioned himself to support her arms. Tang Ziyun swallowed hard and implored, don't let go. Please explain it to me again. I will not let go. Just follow my instructions, he reassured her. Imagine the motion of a frog swimming, with your feet drawing circles beneath the water. Give it a try. After Su Yang finished speaking, Tang Ziyun tightly grasped his hands and attempted to kick downwards. Take your time, breathe deeply, and remain calm. Find your rhythm. And I will release my hold once you're ready. After a while, Tang Ziyun's movements became more fluid, and a semblance of relaxation graced her features. Observing her progress, Su Yang asked, how do you feel? Are you getting the hang of it? Yes, I believe I am starting to understand, she replied. Shall I let go now? Wait. Don't panic. Let me practice a bit more. Tang Ziyun firmly grasped Su Yang's hands, fearing his impending release. Minutes passed, and Su Yang asked once again, are you ready now? I think. I should be, she stammered. Then I shall let go. Do not fear. I am right here. If you struggle, I will catch you. All right, she affirmed. With that, Su Yang gradually loosened his grip. Tang Ziyun kicked downwards as best as she could, and, for a moment, astonishingly managed to stay afloat. See, you can do it. It's simple, isn't it? Su Yang encouraged, gliding through the water with a smile. Simple. Tang Ziyun began to reply, but before she could finish, a larger wave surged towards her, causing her to lose her balance. She shrieked, and in an instant, she plunged beneath the surface. Seeing this, Su Yang swiftly extended his hand, seizing Tang Ziyun's arm and pulling her back to the surface. Once she emerged, Tang Ziyun clung to Su Yang tightly, her eyes shut as she coughed uncontrollably. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. Cough. It's nothing. I can barely open my eyes. The seawater stings terribly. Allow me to assist you. As Su Yang spoke, he freed one hand to gently wipe Tang Ziyun's eyes. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, she managed to pry her eyes open. Oh dear, this is so difficult. I cannot learn this. Perhaps we should move to shallower waters. Here, it feels too deep. and I lack a sense of security. However, I sense that you are on the verge of mastering it. Learning to swim is precisely this way. One cannot truly learn without tasting the water. If you genuinely wish to learn, you must practice in deeper waters. As Su Yang spoke, he gazed into Tang Ziyun's face, their eyes locking in a moment where they were scarcely 5 centimeters apart. Breathing in each other's warm breath, Tang Ziyun suddenly sensed an unusual sensation in her abdomen. Realizing what was happening, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released her grip, only to plunge swiftly back into the sea. Goodness. Chapter 57. Are you really teaching? Su Yang once again reached for Tang Ziyun, who was submerged in the water. This time, he was unable to grasp her arms in time. However, under the current circumstances, Su Yang had no leisure to ponder. He hastily released his grip and seized Tang Ziyun by the armpits, pulling her upward with great force. Once again, she was rescued by Su Yang, instinctively clutching him tightly. In that moment, her drenched hair clung to her cheeks, seawater cascading down her face as she coughed incessantly. Cough, 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 cough. Are you all right? Why did you suddenly let go? Tang Ziyun complained after a brief pause. Who told you to? At this point, she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. What's wrong with me? Su Yang inquired, bewildered. Oh, never mind, I won't tread water anymore. These waves are too challenging for me. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. The sea is not conducive to practicing treading water. Let us move to shallower waters. As he spoke, he wrapped one arm around Tang Ziyun while using the other to paddle towards a more shallow area. At last, her feet touched the soft sand. She took a deep breath and pouted. You made me swallow so much seawater. I almost choked. Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. I was too hasty and didn't consider the waves. Let us practice some basic swimming techniques here. After a brief respite, Su Yang resumed his instruction, beginning with the fundamentals of the breaststroke. He demonstrated a few times, and then Tang Ziyun began to imitate him. However, as soon as her feet left the sand, she would plunge into the water. Observing this, Su Yang had no choice but to support her, one hand cradling her neck and the other resting on her smooth abdomen. With her neck being held by Su Yang, Tang Ziyun found it somewhat uncomfortable and blushed, saying, Your hand is pressing on my throat. I can't breathe properly. Well, it's a bit inconvenient for me to let go as well, he replied. Could you shift your hand slightly? Otherwise, I feel quite uneasy. All right, Su Yang responded, moving his right hand from her neck to her shoulder. This adjustment allowed Tang Ziyun to swim much more smoothly. During the lesson, Su Yang took a moment to glance at Zhang Ziming and Han Xiaoyu in the distance, his eyes widening in surprise. The two were not merely learning to swim, they were, in fact, frolicking and playing. Zhang Ziming was having the time of his life, leaping into the water with a flip. Within seconds, Han Xiaoyu, who had been standing, let out a scream as he pulled her into the water. What the heck? Su Yang exclaimed, momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Tang Ziyun, who was still paddling, asked. Nothing at all. As Su Yang continued to support Tang Ziyun, he observed the playful antics of Meng Wanzhou and Xia Kiki, who were also engaging in jovial frolics under the guise of swimming, occasionally wrestling with one another in the water. Meng Wanzhou stood up from the water, inadvertently glancing towards Su Yang and Tang Ziyun. Witnessing Su Yang's actions, he was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, what the heck? Ah, my dear brother, are you truly teaching? Wait a moment. His movements seem rather intriguing. How did I not realize this before? At that instant, Meng Wanzhou was struck with clarity. He slapped his forehead and turned to Xia Kiki, earnestly stating, All right, let us cease the frivolity and begin swimming earnestly. I shall observe whether your technique is up to standard. Xia Kiki, with an innocent expression, replied, Sure. With that, she dove into the water, adopting a frog stroke as she swam forward. Observing this, Meng Wanzhou called out, Come back. Your form is not quite correct. Let us move to a slightly deeper area for practice. I will support you. You shan't sink. Meanwhile, Su Yang had shifted his focus away from Zhang Ziming and Han Xiaoyu, dedicating his attention to assisting Tang Ziyun in her swimming. Yes, just like that. No need to rush. Maintain your posture and breathe steadily. Tang Ziyun tilted her head back, her hands moving rhythmically, though for some reason, her face appeared somewhat flushed. Ding. Detected that the host is currently in high spirits and thoroughly enjoying the moment. Reward, 600,000 points. With a smile, Su Yang continued to support Tang Ziyun as they swam back and forth for 7 or 8 minutes. Breathing heavily, Tang Ziyun exclaimed, I can't go on. I'm exhausted. I need to rest. You can let go now. Reluctantly, Su Yang released his grip. At that moment, Tang Ziyun looked delightfully shy, pretending to realize something. Su Yang quickly let go and chuckled. I apologize. I was too focused and didn't notice. It's all right. Tang Ziyun stood and began walking toward the shore. Let us go rest for a bit, she called back to Su Yang. All right, you go ahead. I'll call the others. Naturally, Su Yang could not return to the shore alongside Tang Ziyun, as he would be at a loss for words if Pan Ning witnessed them together. Although their relationship had yet to be clearly defined, it was no longer one of mere friendship. After watching Tang Ziyun join Pan Ning and the others, Su Yang swam over to Zhang Ziming. How is your teaching going? Has Xiaoyu learned anything? At that moment, Han Xiaoyu mirrored Tang Ziyun's earlier appearance, her face flushed, presumably from Zhang Ziming's inadvertent advances. Zhang Ziming shot Su Yang a knowing look and replied with a grin, absolutely. Compared to earlier, she's made considerable progress. Is that so impressive? I might as well consider becoming a swimming instructor. All right, let us head over there. They've been sitting for a while. Let us bring them down to join us. Okay, Zhang Ziming agreed. The three called for Meng Wanzhou, who was not far off, and together they swam back. As they made their way, Su Yang's eyes narrowed, spotting Lu Bo, who was joyfully supporting Lu Meng as she swam. Goodness. Su Yang exchanged glances with Meng Wanzhou, who laughed. This guy is quite self-sufficient. Let him teach. We shall not interrupt. The group returned to the shore, and Su Yang was the first to reach Pan Ning, sitting beside her with a smile. Why are you still sitting? Come join the fun. Are you enjoying yourself? Of course. It's absolutely exhilarating. This is indeed my first time swimming in the sea. How delightful. Is it also the first occasion for teaching my sister to swim in the ocean? Pan Ning glanced up at Su Yang and spoke softly. Su Yang. Chapter 58. A 5-meter challenge. Upon hearing those words, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. What a disaster. How could I possibly be seen from such a distance? Pan Ning, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at Su with a smile. Yet, to Su Yang, that smile appeared somewhat unsettling. Well, it's mainly because those girls can't swim. They've been begging us to teach them. Their enthusiasm is hard to resist, so I reluctantly offered a lesson. But I assure you, I was genuinely teaching. Really? Why would I deceive you? It was purely an act of instruction. Then why don't you teach me? Sure. Why not? We're practically equals, after all. Pan Ning shot Su Yang and I rolled before rising and striding toward the water. Su Yang hurried to follow her. And the others, witnessing the scene, decided against taking a break. Zhang Ziming rushed over to Shen Yixue and pulled her up. Come on, why are you just sitting there? Let us go play in the water. Reluctantly, Shen Yixue stood up, unaware that Zhang Ziming had been teaching Han Xiaoyu how to swim. Otherwise, Zhang Ziming might have ended up with a few bruises. Meng Wanzhou glanced at Su Yang, blinking repeatedly, before approaching him and whispering, "You've been spotted?" With a wry smile, Su Yang nodded. She asked me to teach her too. Good luck with that, Meng Wanzhou replied, then suddenly grasped Su Yang's arm. Wait a moment. What is up? If I recall correctly, she can swim. Then she won't try to drown me, will she? Su Yang quipped, casting a joking look at Pan Ning's retreating figure. Well, I don't think it would come to that. But speaking of which, are you two officially a couple? Su Yang chuckled. Not quite yet. Not quite. You two are living together. So does that mean you haven't broken that barrier yet? Su Yang thought to himself. We've already crossed that line. Well, yes, it has been officially stated. All right then, I won't meddle in your affairs. But if you two do end up together, you better treat my sister well. You can rest assured on that front. All right, adapt as you see fit. I need to use the restroom. Su Yang swallowed hard, dismissing further thoughts, and jogged to catch up with Pan Ning. Can you actually swim? He asked. Pan Ning turned to him with a smile. I can. Before Su Yang could respond, Pan Ning added, shall we race? How do we race? We'll see who swims faster. Su Yang laughed. This isn't a car race. You probably can't beat me. I grew up by the river. How can you know unless you try? All right then, but if we're racing, there should be some stakes. I'll give you a 5-meter head start. If you win, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. If I win, you'll be at my mercy for the evening. What do you say? Su Yang said, raising an eyebrow playfully at Pan Ning. Hearing this, Pan Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes again. You're quite confident, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of losing? What is the worst that could happen? You've got the same tricks, right? Seriously? Su Yang swept his hair back from his eyes. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us get started. What brings you here, Su? Lu Bo inquired, laughing as he swam beside Su Yang. Aren't you supposed to be teaching Lu Meng how to swim? Her comprehension is rather poor. She keeps choking on water and needs a moment to rest. Oh, in that case, why don't you serve as our referee? Your sister Pan wants to race me. Lu Bo looked at Pan Ning in surprise. Sister Pan, do you dare to compete with Su? Why not? I just witnessed his swimming speed. He competes at a level akin to professionals. Surely, you cannot win. It matters not. Let us get on with it. Enough chatter. Very well, prepare yourselves. I shall be the referee, Lu Bo replied as he swam to the side. Su Yang and Pan Ning positioned themselves side by side. Swim forward. Do you see that orange separation buoy about 50 meters away? Pan Ning pointed towards the barrier floating on the sea's surface. Su Yang nodded. Understood. We will swim to that point and back. Whoever reaches Lu Bo first is the victor. Okay, I must say, you both are quite bold to venture into deeper waters. Isn't that a bit risky? Pan Ning replied nonchalantly. The area beyond the buoy is safe for swimming. There is no danger. Wait a moment. I will call the others over. If anyone cramps up later, it would be prudent to have more people for timely assistance. Lu Bo swam off to gather the others. After 2 minutes, everyone arrived at the side of Su Yang and Pan Ning. Such a large audience? This feels a bit more secure. All right, let us prepare to start, Lu Bo nodded. As before, I will count down. 3, 2, 1, and you swim. 3, 2, 1. As Lu Bo finished his count, Pan Ning dove into the water, propelling herself forward. Su Yang, however, remained still. The others inquired, why aren't you moving? Su Yang smiled. I'll let her have a 5-meter lead. Impressive. Pan Ning swiftly swam 5 meters ahead while Su Yang leisurely followed, controlling his speed to keep pace. Before long, they reached the orange buoy, and Pan Ning prepared to turn back. Suddenly, a sharp cramp seized her calf, causing her to grimace. Su Yang, approximately 10 meters away, was oblivious to her plight, already turning back. Pan Ning, however, remained stationary, desperately trying to manage her body. Having sat on the shore prior, diving into the water without warming up made her prone to cramping. Fortunately, her swimming skills were commendable, allowing her to stay afloat despite the discomfort. Yet, cramping while swimming is perilous. It often requires assistance to stabilize one's feet. Isolated and helpless, Pan Ning saw Su Yang swimming towards her. She called out urgently, Su. As she uttered his name, a wave crashed over her, and she lost control, plunging beneath the surface and swallowing a mouthful of water. She quickly raised her head, but before she could speak, the pain in her leg forced her under once more. In the distance, Meng Wanzhou, Lu Bo, and others were oblivious to the unfolding situation due to the considerable distance. Fortunately, Su Yang sensed something amiss. After swimming back several meters without sighting Pan Ning, he turned around only to discover that she had vanished beneath the ocean's surface. In that instant, his heart raced as he plunged back into the water, propelling himself towards Pan Ning's last known location. Thankfully, the waters in this area were remarkably clear, allowing for good visibility. With all his might, Su Yang surged forward, and after swimming over 10 meters, he spotted a figure struggling in the water. He quickly summoned every ounce of strength to reach her. The remaining distance was a mere trifle for him, and he almost instantaneously arrived at Pan Ning's side. At that moment, she was on the brink of despair, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, just then, Su Yang emerged before her. In a desperate attempt to be seen, she fought against the water once more. Su Yang, of course, noticed her struggle. He swiftly swam to her side, encircled her in his arms, and began to ascend towards the surface. Ding! Detection indicates that Pan Ning's affection for the host has risen to 95, love, rewarding the host with 30 million. A dining experience at the Western restaurant Yushiguang in Haiqing, and an increase in physical constitution by 1 point. Chapter 59. Yacht outing. Su Yang swiftly embraced Pan Ning as they ascended from the depths of the ocean. Moments later, they broke through the surface, with Pan Ning coughing violently and expelling seawater. Fortunately, Su Yang had noticed her predicament in time, and his prompt rescue ensured that Pan Ning's ordeal was brief. Had he delayed even a minute longer, the consequences would have been dire. With one arm securely around Pan Ning's waist, he propelled them toward the shore with vigorous strokes. After merely 20 meters, he spotted Meng Wanzhou, Lu Bo, and Zhang Ziming swimming toward them. The trio had observed Su Yang's sudden plunge into the water and instinctively recognized that something had gone awry, prompting their urgent support. As Meng Wanzhou caught sight of Pan Ning cradled in Su Yang's arms, his expression turned anxious, and he hurriedly inquired, Old Su, what happened? Let us get to the shore first, Su Yang replied, guiding them back to the beach where he gently laid Pan Ning down and began to massage her calves. After expelling a few more mouthfuls of water, she gradually regained her composure. Meng Wanzhou and Shun Yixue quickly approached, pressing for answers. What exactly transpired? Should we take her to the hospital for a checkup? No need, Pan Ning replied nonchalantly. I just had a sudden cramp and swallowed some water. A little rest will suffice. I told you not to swim too deep, but you wouldn't listen. That was truly perilous. Lu Bo expressed his concern from the sidelines. It's my fault. I shouldn't have encouraged her to race with me, and we certainly shouldn't have ventured into deeper waters, Su Yang lamented, filled with regret over his earlier choices. Had he not intervened in time, he feared he would carry that remorse for a lifetime. Pan Ning, now sitting upright on the sand with Su Yang and Shin Yixue supporting her, reassured them, don't blame yourselves. It was my decision to swim that way. I never anticipated I would cramp. I'm perfectly fine now, so let us all relax. It's a relief to hear that. Old Su, don't be too hard on yourself. This isn't solely your fault. I also failed to intervene when I heard you two planning to swim that way. If anyone is to blame, it should be me, Meng Wanzhou added, attempting to lighten the mood. Let us not assign blame. We all share responsibility here. Let us move on, Zhang Ziming interjected, easing the tension. Meanwhile, Shin Yixue sat beside Pan Ning, gently patting her back. After a brief moment, as Pan Ning fully recovered, the atmosphere began to shift back to its previous lightness. Meng Wanzhou observed her and asked, Are you feeling better? Pan Ning nodded. I'm all right now. Everyone should get back to what they were doing, but let us avoid swimming too far. Su Yang suggested, How about we call it a day? You should head back to the hotel and rest properly. Pan Ning smiled gently. I've already told you I'm fine. Why return to the hotel so early? Let us not allow what just happened to dampen our spirits. We should enjoy ourselves. Meng Wanzhou pondered for a moment before proposing, given the current circumstances. I believe we've all lost our enthusiasm for swimming. Let's South find another place to unwind. Where to? Lu Bo inquired. How could we come to Lu City without a yacht experience? I had already made a reservation while in High City. Let us take a yacht out to sea. There's a beautiful island less than 50 kilometers away from here that I'm certain you're all unaware of. How about we go there for some fishing and a barbecue? Upon hearing these words, several girls nodded in agreement. This sounds feasible. Let us settle on this plan. There are hotels on the island, and we shall stay there tonight. Otherwise, the back and forth would be quite troublesome. Everyone concurred with this proposal. Meng Wanzhou's efficiency was remarkable. Within mere minutes, he had completed a phone call to arrange for a yacht rental company. He had not purchased a yacht himself, as he held little interest in such matters. His occasional outings at sea while visiting Luqing had sufficed, leading him to believe there was no necessity for ownership. A simple phone call would suffice to have one prepared for him. Once they had changed into appropriate attire, the group took a taxi to a small marina where numerous yachts of varying sizes were docked. Approaching them was a middle-aged man adorned in luxury attire and sunglasses, who jogged over. This man was the general manager of the yacht rental company. Young Master Ming, you have arrived. The yacht is ready, he greeted warmly. Thank you, Mr. Li. Is there fishing gear on board? Ming inquired. With a smile, Mr. Li replied, Rest assured, young Master Ming, the yacht is well equipped. Even if something were missing, I would find a way to procure it for you. That is excellent. Furthermore, once we reach the island, could you kindly arrange for a barbecue and accommodations? You are aware of my preferences. Leave it to me, young master. I will ensure everything is in order. There will also be staff on board dedicated to guiding you in diving and wakeboarding. You need only focus on enjoying yourselves. Meng Wanzhou nodded. Then let us board. Certainly. Mr. Li responded, leading the group towards a lavish yacht that exuded elegance. The vessel was predominantly white with blue accents, measuring approximately 35 meters in length, or about 114 feet, and featured 2 levels. The expansive deck at the front was perfect for relaxing in the sea breeze while fishing. The rear of the first level housed a leisure area spacious enough for around 20 people. Su Yang and the others followed Mr. Li aboard. For Su Yang, this was his inaugural experience on a yacht. Such luxuries had previously been beyond his imagination. However, he now found himself among the ranks of the affluent, maintaining a facade of composure. As they settled into the leisure area, Su Yang scanned the layout. The space featured a circular seating arrangement, with a large table in the center. At the far end stood a small bar equipped with a coffee machine and an assortment of fruits. Behind the bar was a wall adorned with various alcoholic beverages, and a 60-inch screen loomed above, capable of displaying films or karaoke. At that moment, 2 elegantly attired female attendants in white uniforms and black form-fitting skirts boarded the yacht. Mr. Lee introduced them with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, these two will be your dedicated service staff throughout the journey. In a moment, two instructors specializing in wakeboarding and diving will join you. Please bear with us for just a couple of minutes. No worries, we have time, Meng Wanzhou replied with a smile. The clock read 3:30 in the afternoon, and as the sea breeze enveloped Su Yang, he reclined against the sofa, eyes closed, savoring this moment of leisurely tranquility. Detected that the host is currently very content. Awarding 300,000. Before long, two individuals approached from below the yacht. Su Yang turned his head and was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, wait, is that a woman? Indeed, old Ming is quite the professional. He actually brought along female staff for such a specialized activity. Soon, two charming young women stepped onto the yacht. Old Li introduced them once more. These two are the staff accompanying you for this outing, Zhao Qingqing and Yi Wei. The girls were dressed in light attire, carrying various professional equipment in large bags. Both wore shorts. One had her hair tied back in a ponytail, while the other sported softly curled long locks. The girl with the ponytail extended her hand in greeting. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Qingqing, but you can call me Qingqing. I am a professional wake surfing instructor. The other chimed in. Hello, I am Yi Wei, and you can call me Wei Wei. I am a diving instructor. The group greeted the two young women with smiles. Meng Wanzhou leaned closer to Su Yang and whispered, what do you think of this arrangement? Su Yang nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to you. I expected the staff for such activities would be male, yet here we are with two women. He chuckled. When you come out with me, you'll hardly encounter many unfamiliar men. With everyone gathered, Old Li went to the cockpit to confer with the helmsman for a moment. He then emerged from the cabin carrying several black fishing tackle bags. Approaching Meng Wanzhou, he placed the bags on the table with a smile. Young Master Meng, I've brought out the fishing rods and bait. I'll arrange things on the island shortly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Meng Wanzhou stood, patting Old Li on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Old Li. Oh, there's no need for formality. It's my duty. I hope you all have a wonderful time, he replied, turning to greet the others before disembarking. Once Old Li had departed, the yacht began to cruise slowly toward the endless expanse of the sea. Chapter 60. Is it not acceptable to be good-looking? How delightful. Zhang Ziming reclined on the sofa, arms outstretched, with a contented smile. At that moment, two waitstaff began their tasks, diligently placing fruit and snacks on the table before uncorking 2 bottles of champagne to pour for the guests. Their smiles remained unwavering, exuding professionalism. Once their duties were completed, they stepped aside, standing at the edges of the relaxation area, ready to respond to any call. Having expended considerable energy during their earlier swim, everyone felt a twinge of hunger, and as soon as the refreshments were served, they began to indulge. Zhao Qingqing and Yi Wei, both extroverted in nature, swiftly integrated with Su Yang and the others. Meng Wanzhou turned to the two standing waitresses and smiled. You two should join us. There's no need to be so formal. We're a very easygoing group. Indeed, come and enjoy yourselves. Zhang Ziming chimed in from the side. The two girls were taken aback by the invitation and momentarily at a loss. Observing this, Su Yang encouraged, come on over. There's no need to feel shy. The girls exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Shin Ishua stood up and walked towards them. Come on, lovely ladies, join us. Let's have some fun together. One of the girls hesitated, expressing concern. Is that appropriate? We are here to serve you. If the boss finds out, we might get penalized. Shin Ishua chuckled. Oh, don't worry, your boss wouldn't dare. The two girls were about to voice further objections when Shin Ishua each took one by the arm, leading them over. As they savored their food and sipped champagne, music played softly from the speakers. The sun's heat now tempered, and the sea lay tranquil. Su Yang, captivated by the majestic ocean, felt an urge to sing. He abruptly turned to the two waitresses. What do you go by? Everyone can call me Xiaoling. I'm Xian Xian. The other replied. Xiaoling, Xian Xian, splendid. By the way, can we sing aboard this yacht? Su Yang inquired. Certainly, Xiaoling replied with a smile. Wonderful. Could you please set up the karaoke equipment for us? Of course, Xiaoling agreed, moving to the bar to retrieve a sleek black remote. Moments later, the screen above the yacht shifted to karaoke mode. Xiaoling returned with 3 microphones. It's ready. She beamed, handing a microphone to Su Yang. Meng Wanzhou clapped his hands, exclaiming, Oh, our singing deity is about to perform for us. Let us give a warm welcome. Applause erupted among the group. No, let us all sing together, Su Yang insisted, passing a microphone to Tang Ziyun. Here you go, You're the professional singer. Tang Ziyun smiled graciously, accepting the microphone. Shall we start with a duet? Absolutely. As the yacht glided smoothly over the water, the bustling city behind them gradually faded into a blur. The prelude began, and Su Yang and Tang Ziyun chose a fitting song, Coral Sea. Su Yang's voice gently broke the silence as the horizon ahead darkened ominously. You silently signaled your desire to depart, your heart elsewhere. The two harmonized for the first time, their synergy exquisite. Everyone was enveloped in the melodious atmosphere. Lost in the music, only Pan Ning, with an impassive expression, turned her head to rest her chin, gazing at Su Yang. Soon, the enchanting melody concluded. Applause erupted. Zhang Ziming stood to command. How can the rest of us sing after such a splendid performance? Indeed, you have elevated the bar too high, Su Kiki pouted in agreement. What does it matter? Just sing freely, Su Yang shrugged, smiling as he handed the microphone to Zhang Ziming. I don't want it, give it to old Meng. Meng Wanzhou accepted the microphone with a grin, saying, no worries, just enjoy yourselves, even if you go off key. That's the spirit, Su Yang remarked, patting Meng Wanzhou before taking his seat. Pan Ning continued to stare at Su Yang in silence. He turned to her, leaning in to whisper. Why do you keep looking at me? Is it wrong that you're handsome? If that's the case, feel free to look, he chuckled. After a moment, he inquired. How are you feeling now? I'm completely fine, she replied. That's good. If you feel unwell at any moment, just let me know. Pan Ning nodded, turning away to rest her eyes. As their voices soared, a myriad of songs filled the yacht, creating a lively atmosphere. At this juncture, Meng Wanzhou stood, rummaging through a tackle bag. After fiddling with a fishing rod, he turned to Su Yang. Old Su, do you know how to fish? I genuinely don't, huh? Finally, something you can't do. You must join me. All right, I'll learn, Su Yang said, raising his glass of champagne before standing. He called out to the singing Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming. Fatty, Mingming, stop singing. Let's go fishing after the beautiful ladies perform. Wait, you go ahead. We're in the groove. Fine, Su Yang sighed, picking up a fishing rod and following Meng Wanzhou to the upper deck. Once on the top deck, Meng Wanzhou prepared bait on the hook, saying, let us seize this opportunity to catch dinner. Sounds good, Su Yang replied, intrigued. He mimicked Meng Wanzhou's actions with enthusiasm. In a swift motion, Meng Wanzhou cast the rod with flair, the bait and hook slicing through the air towards the ocean. Wow, that is impressive, Su Yang exclaimed. Hee. Right? This rod is called a sea rod, designed for ocean fishing, allowing for long-distance casting. I truly don't understand this, Su Yang admitted, fiddling with the reel. No worries, just follow my lead. Even if you fail, as long as you catch something, that's what matters. With a smile, Su Yang imitated Meng Wanzhou's earlier technique and forcefully cast the rod. The bait shot forth in an instant. With a swift motion, Meng Wanzhou was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, what? Old Su, you must be joking, right? Is this your first time using this? Su Yang turned with a smile, replying, indeed. I have never used such a fishing rod before. To be honest, I have scarcely fished at all. Goodness, you must be some kind of prodigy, Meng Wanzhou remarked. Haha, is it really that difficult? Su Yang countered. Meng Wanzhou continued. All right, I challenge you to a contest. Another competition? What shall we compete in? Su Yang inquired. Let us see who can catch the most fish within an hour. That sounds feasible. I have a feeling this is purely a matter of luck. And my luck is quite favorable. You are likely to lose. Haha, luck alone will not suffice. There are techniques involved as well. You are destined to lose. Chapter 61. The fishing competition. The two of them sat down at the edge of the deck. Su Yang was utterly focused, his gaze fixed on the distant sea where his red float bobbed. Meng Wanzhou took out a cigarette, offering one to Su Yang with a grin. Don't be so engrossed. We've only just begun. I feel something's coming. Su Yang accepted the cigarette, standing up with a smile. If you catch a fish now, I'll take your surname. Before Meng Wanzhou could react, Su Yang swiftly placed the cigarette in his mouth with his left hand while using both hands to jerk the fishing rod back with force. What the? He exclaimed as the rod bent into an arc. Without waiting for Meng Wanzhou to process what was happening, Su Yang yanked back vigorously, pulling a grayish-blue sea bass weighing around 7 or 8 pounds out of the water. Old Meng, how do I reel this in? Meng Wanzhou hurried over to assist Su Yang in quickly retrieving the line. With a satisfying plop, a stunning sea bass landed in the white bucket beside Su Yang. Haha, this is thrilling. Su Yang had only cast his line for a few minutes before reeling in a hefty fish. Ecstatic, he produced a lighter and lit the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, Refreshing. Ding. The host's mood has greatly improved upon catching a sea fish, enjoying it immensely. Reward. 300,000. Meng Wanzhou looked at Su Yang with a hint of envy. Your luck is astonishing. Hee, what did I just say? You're bound to lose today. Don't get too cocky, it's just one sea base. Watch and learn. I'll hook a big yellow croaker. What'd I say, yellow croaker? The name sounds rather ordinary. Su Yang inquired while baiting his hook. I'm referring to the wild yellow croaker. Don't be misled by the name. It's quite expensive. Have you caught one before? Meng Wanzhou rolled his eyes. The wild yellow croaker is exceedingly rare, especially those weighing over 2 to 3 pounds. I was merely jesting. Don't hold your breath for that. Let's just focus on catching some sea bass. Sea bass is fine too. Look at this one. If I catch a few more, I won't need to eat anything else tonight. Su Yang joked. I think I'm getting a bite. Meng Wanzhou stood up, intently watching the float. Su Yang chuckled. I'll wait for you to catch one before I cast again. Go ahead, but there won't be any fish. Meng Wanzhou lamented as he sat down in disappointment. Haha, all right. Su Yang launched his line again, the bait soaring through the air. At that moment, Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming climbed onto the deck, smoking. How is it going? Caught anything? Su Yang turned with a proud smile. Come and see what I've got. Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming approached, peering in closer. Lu Bo gasped, wow, you caught one so quickly? Who is the lucky one? Meng Wanzhou pointed to Su Yang. He did. This guy truly has the luck of a dog. The moment he cast his line, he hooked a fish. Wow, Yang Gu, impressive. Lu Bo exclaimed. Of course, we have a bit of talent. Let us go grab our fishing rods, Lu Bo said, pulling Zhang Ziming along as they prepared to fish. Zhang Ziming chuckled. I shall not join you. Fishing is not to my liking. You all may enjoy it. He paused. Do you understand? The exhilaration of reeling in a catch is truly delightful. I, however, am only familiar with the act of consuming. Is this fish delectable? He squatted by the bucket, inspecting the large fish within. I cannot say. You would need to inquire with old Meng, replied Meng Wanzhou with a grin. This type of fish is rather average. It would be decent if grilled. Then I shall remain here to observe your fishing, Zhang Ziming decided. Observing Zhang's disinterest, Lu Bo returned to fetch a fishing rod. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly sprang to his feet, gripping the fishing rod tightly. Meng Wanzhou, taken aback, hesitantly asked, Don't tell me you've caught another one? Indeed. It appears so, Su Yang exclaimed, pulling back with renewed vigor. This time, he sensed that the fish was not as challenging to control as the previous bass. Sure enough, a sizable fish, approximately 3 pounds, broke the surface, a striking black and yellow sea creature. Su Yang swiftly reeled in the line. Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming hurriedly leaned in to get a closer look. Wow, what a beautiful fish. What is it called? If my eyes do not deceive me, it should be a tigerfish. This species, like the bass, is relatively easy to catch. Nothing too remarkable. Meng Wanzhou reassured himself with such thoughts. Zhang Ziming gazed at the fish in the bucket with newfound interest. This does seem intriguing. Indeed, deep-sea fishing is the most exhilarating. Have you ever considered the sheer number of fish in the ocean? The randomness is what makes it thrilling, akin to the different experiences one encounters upon entering a nightclub. Meng Wanzhou earnestly explained. Zhang Ziming laughed heartily. If that is the case, I comprehend perfectly. At this moment, Lu Bo returned with his fishing rod, astonished as he glanced at the bucket beside Su Yang. Goodness, have you caught another? Oh, I didn't intend to. This fish insisted on coming to me. What can I say? Su Yang replied with a smug smile. Meng Wanzhou shot Su Yang a resentful glare. Do not be so boastful. I am not trying to be. But here we are with fish, 2 of them, no less, Su Yang retorted, grinning. All right, from this moment forth, do not speak to me. I must concentrate, Lu Bo declared. Very well, may you catch a wild yellow croaker. Meng Wanzhou laughed, as he began to prepare his fishing rod. Soon, he affixed the bait and cast his line. Taking a seat beside Su Yang, he inquired, Fatty, will you join our fishing competition? You and Mingo? Yes. We shall see who catches the most fish within an hour. Sounds good. I do possess some skill in fishing, but are we competing for quantity or value? Su Yang pondered before responding. Let us go with quantity. Besides, I am unfamiliar with the types of fish and their prices. However, any fish caught must weigh no less than 2 pounds. Those below that will be released. Understood, no problem. As the gentle sea breeze wafted by and the waves danced, the boys fished on the deck while the girls frolicked and sang in the relaxation area. Su Yang leaned against the deck, gripping the fishing rod with one hand, savoring the ocean view while engaging in casual conversation with his portly companion. He relished this leisurely and delightful lifestyle. Just a short while ago, he had been languishing in a cramped cubicle, merely existing as a worker bee. Now, he found himself aboard a luxurious yacht, indulging in the pleasures of deep-sea fishing. Life, at times, unfolds in such a manner, replete with the unknown and uncertainty. Perhaps one day, some individuals may also hear that long-anticipated chime echoing in their minds. Chapter 62. Surfing the wake. An hour later, the competition concluded. Su-Yang had successfully caught a total of 6 fish, 3 bass, 1 tiger puffer, 1 yellowfin bream, and 1 black bream. Meng Wanzhou, having remained silent for a while, also managed to reel in 3 fish, 2 bass, and 1 ribbon fish. Lu Bo, on the other hand, had only caught a solitary mackerel. Fortunately, all 3 had made some progress, and Meng Wanzhou stood up with a smile, exclaiming, "I can't believe I, a seasoned angler, lost to you. All right, I concede." Su-Yang chuckled. "It was merely luck on my part. A loss is a loss. By the way, it seems we never discussed the wager, did we?" "Ah, that is true," Meng Wanzhou laughed. "Well, I suppose I can't blame you then. I shall grant you the highest courtesy among men." "You're impressive," Su-Yang replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. "So, how much longer until we arrive?" Meng Wanzhou glanced upward. Though he was unsure of the direction, merely scanning the sea surface for any signs of an island. They had yet to spot any land. "It should be a while longer. I had oldly instruct the driver to deliberately slow down. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner." "All right then, let us head down. I want to try wake surfing." "Let us go." The 4 of them retrieved their fishing rods and buckets and returned to the lounge area. Noticing their arrival, several girls approached to take a look. "Wow, how impressive. Did you catch all of these?" Xia Kiki exclaimed enthusiastically. "Let me see." Han Xiaoyu and Lu Ming also came forward to take a glance. "That is huge," Han Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment at the sight of a bass weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. "That is not much. It's common to catch bass over 10 pounds. Lu Bo boasted. "Let me see yours," Lu Ming inquired, peering at the bucket Lu Bo was hiding behind. Lu Bo smiled awkwardly. "You'd best not look at mine. My luck isn't great today." Lu Ming circled around to see inside the bucket, revealing a solitary mackerel. She laughed. "Is this all you caught?" "I actually caught many, but they were all small, so I released them." "I'm quite the benevolent person," Lu Bo replied. "Cut it out." After exchanging playful banter, Su-Yang and the others placed the bucket beside the bar. Zhang Ziming and Lu Bo seized the microphone and began to sing. At that moment, Zhao Qingqing stood up, glancing at the sky. "Are you all interested in wake surfing?" Su-Yang stepped forward with a smile. "We came down specifically to enjoy wake surfing." Zhao Qingqing looked at Su-Yang, her eyes sparkling with interest. From the moment she boarded the yacht, she had taken notice of him. When he sang earlier, she couldn't help but steal a few glances. She had intended to approach him for a chat to foster a closer connection, but seeing him engaged in intimate whispers with Pan Ning made her reconsider. "Hello?" Su-Yang waved a hand in front of Zhao Qingqing, who had momentarily drifted off in thought. Startled, she snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly. I'll go get ready. Please wait a moment." With that, she picked up a large bag she had brought and began to prepare. Su-Yang smiled and sat back beside Pan Ning. "Do you want to play?" he inquired. "I don't want to play today, but I do wish to go diving later," Pan Ning replied, munching on a slice of watermelon. "You still dare to dive?" "I worry about your safety," he said. "No worries. I doubt I could cramp up." She pouted, a rare display of irritation. Su-Yang's lips curled slightly. "How about I join you for the dive? I would like to have some fun too." "That works," she agreed. After a leisurely chat, Zhao Qingqing announced that the preparations were complete. She turned to Su-Yang. "Hey handsome, we are ready." "Great. Is this thing difficult?" he asked as he approached her. "Have you ever done this before?" she inquired. "Never." Su-Yang shook his head. "Then since it's your first time, you might need a bit of time to adjust. If your sense of balance is good, you should pick it up quickly." "I'll teach you later," she assured him. "Sounds good." Zhao Qingqing grabbed her backpack and headed toward the lower deck of the yacht. "Wait a moment. I need to change into something," she called back. Su-Yang nodded. A few minutes later, Zhao Qingqing re-emerged, clad in a stunning white one-piece swimsuit that accentuated her figure. As she ascended the staircase, she flicked her bangs, showcasing her 167 centimeters frame paired with an exceptional body proportion. With narrow shoulders, a slim waist, and wider hips, she possessed a quintessential pear-shaped figure, her long, slender legs striking a perfect balance between slender and shapely, drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, several boys instinctively turned their heads. Lu Bo sang while stealing glances. mispronouncing several lyrics in the process. Zhang Ziming's singing became erratic as well. Su Yang swallowed hard, thinking, wow, I didn't expect her to look so different in a swimsuit. I might need to activate the system now. System. Zhao Qingqing, age, 23, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 56, 5 kilograms, attractiveness, 82, body, 88, number of relationships, 2, single, wow, that was close. Just then, Zhao Qingqing approached him with a smile. Aren't you going to change into a swimsuit? Oh right, I forgot. I can change downstairs, right? Yes, there are rooms below, she confirmed. All right, Su Yang said, moving to the table to find his bag. Please wait for me. He grabbed his bag and hurried down the stairs. Look, Shen Yixue pinched Zhang Ziming hard beside her. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Ah, he exclaimed, his song perfectly beginning at that moment, allowing him to recover gracefully. Shen Yixue rolled her eyes in exasperation and moved to sit next to Pan Ning, engaging her in conversation. Lu Bo discreetly shot Zhang Ziming an approving glance, acknowledging his quick reflexes. Zhang Ziming swallowed hard, thinking, damn, even just looking is embarrassing. 3 minutes later, Su Yang ascended from below the staircase, bare-chested and clad in the swimming trunks he had worn earlier. At that moment, all the girls' gazes were once again directed towards him. Initially, the expressions of those who had swum with him were relatively composed, but soon, the 4 girls who had boarded the boat wore expressions of astonishment, their mouths forming perfect O's. Zhang Ziming looked at Su Yang with envy before glancing at the girls' reactions. He silently vowed to spend every day in the gym upon returning to Haiqing, determined to sculpt himself into a figure akin to Su Yang. Su Yang walked over to the entranced Zhao Qingqing with a smile, saying, all right, let us begin. Oh, okay. Zhao Qingqing quickly redirected her gaze. She picked up the wakeboard and made her way to the stern of the boat. Just as the yacht gradually came to a halt, I will demonstrate for you first, and then I will personally instruct you, Su Yang said, sitting beside her with a nod. Sure, I will observe first, he added. Zhao Qingqing smiled slightly, leaping into the sea with the wakeboard. Su Yang, pay close attention, she instructed, positioning the board before her and centering the rope connected to the yacht's rear atop it. As she sat back, she placed her heels on the wakeboard. Now, you will replicate this motion, she advised. Su Yang watched intently, his eyes fixed, nodding with a smile. Okay, this seems simple. At that moment, Meng Wanzhou, standing nearby, chimed in. Are you ready? I am. Zhao Qingqing gestured an okay from the water. Good, Meng Wanzhou replied, turning to shout towards the cockpit, Captain. Full throttle. The roar of the yacht's powerful engines erupted instantly. The yacht surged forward, and Zhao Qingqing grasped the rope, spreading her feet to secure herself on the wakeboard. Swiftly rising to her feet. Wow, impressive. Truly a professional, Su Yang remarked, admiring her long, slender legs. As the yacht gained speed, Zhao Qingqing called out to Su Yang. Watch closely. Once you stabilize, you can gradually release one hand. After speaking, she let go of her left hand. The yacht sped across the surface of the sea, sending white waves crashing around them. Zhao Qingqing crouched slightly, gripping the rope. At this speed, she could release it entirely, provided she maintained her balance. Just as she finished speaking, she relinquished her hold on the rope. Utilizing the wake generated by the yacht, she glided sideways, crouching swiftly behind it. Su Yang stood up, his expression one of astonishment. That's cool. I thought you had to hold onto the rope the entire time, but it turns out you need to let go at the end. Meng Wanzhou, leaning at the back of the boat, chuckled. Haven't you ever tried this before? No. I've only seen it on Douyin, but without personal experience. I remain unaware, Su Yang replied. That shouldn't be. This sport has gained popularity in recent years. Oh, right. I just recalled that this is your first visit to a coastal city. As they conversed, the yacht began to slow down. At that moment, Zhao Qingqing leaped back into the sea, lying on the wakeboard and beckoning to Su Yang. Come down. But wait, put on a life jacket before you do. Su Yang chuckled. No need, my swimming skills are exceptional. With that, he executed a perfect diving maneuver, plunging headfirst into the sea. Chapter 63. Once again he found himself at this moment. Lu Bo, Zhang Ziming, and several girls gathered at the stern of the boat, eager to witness Su Yang's surfing prowess. Emerging from the sea, Su Yang swam over to Zhao Qingqing and inquired, what should I do now? Come to the front of me, Zhao Qingqing replied, turning her body to face Su Yang. Wait, are you going to lead me? He asked, slightly surprised. Of course. It's your first time. Someone has to guide you, she responded, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. As Su Yang envisioned the scene, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. "All right," he said, swimming to position himself in front of Zhao Qingqing. Grasping the rope, Zhao Qingqing pressed herself against Su Yang's back, her arms wrapping around his neck. Once they both secured their hold on the rope, Zhao Qingqing instructed, "Now, as we sit down, lift your feet and place them on the board." Isn't that a bit unwise?" Su Yang protested, though his body obediently complied as he settled back. In unison, their feet soon rested on the board. Su Yang found himself sitting atop Zhao Qingqing's abdomen, nearly collapsing into her embrace. He feigned composure, but internally, he was bursting with joy, thinking, "Who on earth invented this? It's incredibly fun." However, Zhao Qingqing, being a girl, found their size difference quite pronounced. Her figure was almost entirely obscured by Su Yang's form. Were it not for her long arms, she might have struggled to grip the rope. She made an effort to tilt her head and see ahead. "You're too broad. You're blocking my view," she remarked. "Bear with me. Once I master this, I'll take you out to play," Su Yang replied. Zhao Qingqing, slightly bashful, retorted, "But I'm the instructor. Why would I need you to guide me? I'm just helping you rekindle the memories of when you first learned this. It's about rediscovering your roots," he countered playfully. "All right, we can start the boat." Su Yang shouted to those aboard the yacht. Lu Bo took over Meng Wanzhou's duties and issued commands to the cockpit. Virum. The yacht roared to life again, churning the waves as Su Yang and Zhao Qingqing gripped the rope, moving in sync with the vessel. Once they had picked up speed, Zhao Qingqing instructed, "Now pull the rope tightly and try to stand on the board." "Okay," they both exclaimed, exerting force to stand successfully. Zhao Qingqing reminded them, "Squat down, stand sideways. Don't stand straight up, or you'll lose your balance." "Oh, right, got it," Su Yang replied. They positioned themselves sideways, half squatting, gripping the rope, while Su Yang momentarily lost focus. "Concentrate," Zhao Qingqing urged urgently. Yes, I will," he assured her. The yacht reached its peak speed, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. "All right, now let's release our left hands," Zhao Qingqing commanded. They simultaneously let go of the rope. Zhao Qingqing, feeling the balance shift, counted, "On 3, we'll release the rope together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. As her words fell, they swiftly released their grips in perfect unison. The rope plunged into the sea, and they glided rapidly on the waves generated by the yacht. "Wow, we did it!" Su Yang, overwhelmed with excitement, let out a jubilant shout. As soon as his voice faded, a slight transformation occurred in his body due to his overwhelming joy, causing both he and Zhao Qingqing to lose their balance and plunge into the sea. "Ha! You let go and fell. That hardly counts as a success." Laughter erupted from the few individuals on the yacht, clutching their stomachs in mirth. However, beneath the waves, Su Yang was utterly delighted. The moment they tumbled into the water, Zhao Qingqing instinctively grasped him tightly. They twirled in the sea, their bodies colliding repeatedly. At some point, Su Yang found himself behind Zhao Qingqing, wrapping his left arm around her. Without a moment to savor the moment, he swiftly propelled them upwards towards the surface with his right hand. Splash! They emerged from the water. Su Yang naturally released her and swam to the side. "Are you all right?" Cough, cough. "I'm fine, though I can swim. I could have surfaced quickly on my own, but your grip made me gulp down some water." Su Yang chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Well, that was an instinctive reaction. I thought you couldn't swim and was trying to save you. I meant well. I'm a coach for water sports. How could I not swim?" Zhao Qingqing's cheeks flushed. Su Yang glanced at the blushing Zhao Qingqing and said with a smile, "I feel confident now. Let me try it myself." "Are you certain you can handle it?" "It's not difficult. If I hadn't moved just now, we wouldn't have fallen at all." "All right then. I'll head up. You give it a go," Zhao Qingqing said as she swam to the ladder and climbed back onto the yacht. Yang, are you going to do it alone?" Zhang Ziming called out to Su Yang. "I've got it. So easy." Su Yang smiled slightly, looking relaxed as he grasped the wakeboard and the rope, preparing himself. "Ready? Here we go." The yacht roared to life once more, and this time, Su Yang was entirely focused. He had been distracted earlier with Zhao Qingqing behind him, but now he was determined to perform well. The yacht accelerated gradually, and Su Yang held onto the rope, slowly standing up. Zhao Qingqing nodded in approval at his movements, saying, "Nice. Your form is quite standard. You have a talent for this." Standing on the board, Su Yang reflected on his previous maneuver, leaning to the side and crouching to lower his center of gravity. The yacht reached its maximum speed, and Su Yang, glancing down at the wakeboard, nervously released his left hand. With his right hand gripping the rope, he leaned back slightly, After several seconds, he completely let go of the rope, gliding swiftly over the tumultuous waves created by the yacht. Wow, you're serious about this? Zhang Ziming exclaimed, astonished. Wake surfing is indeed a challenging sport, and most people fail to succeed on their first attempt. Yet, Su Yang had managed it. After just one ride with Zhao Qingqing, he had grasped roughly 80% of the technique. Although his movements were still somewhat stiff, at least he had not fallen back into the water. Gradually, Su Yang controlled his balance and lifted his head. He spread his arms wide and shouted towards the people at the stern of the boat. This is exhilarating. As soon as he shouted, he forcefully pushed off the board beneath his feet, executing a graceful backflip into the sea. Splash! The waves erupted. Damn! He managed to pull it off again. Chapter 64. No worries. Brothers got it upon returning to the yacht. Su Yang found Zhao Qingqing accompanied by Tang Xiun, Xia Kiki, Lu Meng, and Han Xiaoyu, who all ventured down to play for a while. However, it was no surprise that they quickly lost their balance and fell into the sea. And soon their enthusiasm waned. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Yang finally spotted the distant island. We're almost there. Everyone prepare to disembark, Meng Wanzhou announced. At that moment, Pan Ning and Shun Yixue followed Yi Wei to the cabin to change their outfits. Earlier, while the others were surfing, the two had been engaged in conversation with Yi Wei about various diving precautions. As the yacht approached the island, the waters glistened in a brilliant azure, tinged with hints of green, reminiscent of a sapphire. The diving conditions in this area were simply perfect. Su Yang stood on the yacht, marveling at the underwater scenery that extended several meters below, where schools of fish, unlike any he had ever seen, darted swiftly beneath the vessel. This place is breathtaking. How could I have brought you to anything less? Meng Wanzhou remarked with a smile. Absolutely stunning. I must commend you, Su Yang responded, giving Meng Wanzhou a thumbs up. As the yacht drew closer to the island, Su Yang gazed upwards, initially believing it to be an uninhabited island that had seen little development. However, the scene before him bore no resemblance to such a notion. The island resembled the Maldives. Sunlight filtered through the wispy clouds, casting a shimmering glow upon the surface of the sea. At this moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the meeting point of ocean and sky gradually blushed with shades of orange and red, the sea shimmering with a golden hue, creating a sight that was utterly enchanting. Along the shoreline, a small dock was bustling with 7 or 8 yachts of various sizes. On the beach, numerous young tourists were joyfully setting up tents and preparing for barbecues. Just as Su Yang was soaking in the beauty, Pan Ning and her companions emerged, fully equipped for diving. They were clad in professional gear, with tanks on their backs, masks over their faces, snorkels in hand, and fins on their feet, along with an array of complex equipment including regulators and buoyancy control vests. Taken aback, Su Yang exclaimed, "Wow, is this really necessary?" "Su Yang," Pan Ning called out. "What is up?" He approached her. Pan Ning removed her mask and said, "We only have 3 sets of diving gear, so you can't dive today." Su Yang smiled at Pan Ning and replied, "I don't need all that. I'll just jump in." "No way." Pan Ning firmly interjected, "Do you think you're Superman? This is scuba diving. We'll be going deep. You can't do it without proper gear." Beside them, Yi Wei chimed in, "If your boyfriend has experience with free diving, he might manage without the gear. A few meters wouldn't pose a problem." "Did you hear that?" "I don't need it," Su Yang grinned. Pan Ning, exasperated, asked, "Have you ever free dived?" "Actually, I haven't," he admitted. "Then you shouldn't go in. It's too dangerous." "Don't worry, I won't dive too deep. Just give me a pair of goggles," he assured her. After a few exchanges, Pan Ning, unable to persuade Su Yang otherwise, reluctantly relented. Su Yang turned to Meng Wanzhou and the others, saying, "Old Meng, you guys disembark first. I will dive with them." Meng Wanzhou, glancing at Su Yang, who was only holding a face mask, inquired, "Aren't you going to wear anything else?" "Not necessary," Su Yang replied. "Don't push yourself. Diving is not the same as swimming. It's not that simple. It's fine. I won't dive too deep, so don't worry." At that moment, Yi Wei arrived at the stern with Pan Ning and Shen Yixue. Before entering the water, she meticulously checked their diving gear once more, ensuring everything was in order before the 3 of them jumped into the sea one after another. Su Yang donned the face mask and gracefully leaped into the water as well. Tang Xiun, standing nearby, expressed her concern. "Is he going to be all right going down like that? There shouldn't be any issue. He won't dive too deep without proper gear. Let's head to shore and disembark." Previously, while swimming and surfing, Su Yang had submerged several times, during which he discovered he could hold his breath for an extended duration. Especially after he had been surfing the waves alone and jumped into the sea, he attempted to remain underwater longer, finding it effortless to hold his breath. He dove to a depth of 7 or 8 meters without feeling any pressure affecting his body. In the past, when he tested his breath-holding capacity while swimming, he could only manage approximately 2 minutes. During those attempts, he could distinctly sense he needed to surface soon. However, today, while holding his breath underwater, he felt no such urgency. He even believed he could remain submerged for 10 minutes. He was aware that this improvement was due to his enhanced physical condition. Now, standing 2 meters underwater, Su Yang's hair swayed gracefully in the water. He looked down at the 3 individuals beneath him, observing them swimming towards the not-so-deep seabed, heads down and feet up, using their flippers. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he propelled himself like a fish, swiftly chasing after them. He soon glided past Pan Ning, who was startled and instinctively reached out for him. However, Su Yang was quick, having already descended 6 or 7 meters in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, he could not speak underwater. Otherwise, Pan Ning would certainly be yelling at him for diving deeper than he had promised. Pan Ning felt a surge of anxiety, disregarding Yi Wei and Shun Yixue beside her, and quickly propelled herself after Su Yang. As he descended, Su Yang admired the underwater scenery. Schools of colorful fish swam by, and the seabed was adorned with bizarrely shaped corals in vast clusters. Ding! Detected that the host has dived for the first time in life. Mood is delightful and thoroughly enjoyable. Reward: 2 million. Ding! Reminder: the host may dive to a maximum depth of 30 meters. Further descent may cause harm due to water pressure. To dive deeper, physical condition must exceed 90. Where can I enhance my physical condition now? In his mind, Su Yang silently responded. Then he turned his gaze towards the seabed. He estimated that he was still about 10 meters away from this particular area of the ocean floor. Having already descended approximately 20 meters, he believed that reaching the bottom would pose no significant challenge. In truth, the location where they had entered the water was quite close to the shore, making the deepest point only a little over 30 meters. Growing weary of overthinking, Su Yang swiftly propelled himself downward with a powerful stroke of his arms. Pan Ning, who had been pursuing Su Yang from behind, found herself unable to keep up, her distance from him widening with each passing moment. Above her, Yi Wei watched in astonishment, marveling at Su Yang's audacity to dive so deeply with nothing but a mask. Many seasoned freedivers typically descend no deeper than 10 meters. The majority cannot withstand the pressure beyond 5 or 6 meters. Yet here was Su Yang, a novice with no prior experience in diving, plunging almost 30 meters straight to the ocean floor. It was impossible not to be amazed, and anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly exclaim, "Impressive." Upon reaching the seabed, Su Yang took a moment to assess his physical condition, finding it remarkably stable and devoid of any discomfort. "It seems I haven't exceeded 30 meters, he mused, delighting in the vibrant coral that surrounded him. At a depth of about 30 meters, visibility was exceptional. The breathtaking coral formations were teeming with colorful fish, and translucent jellyfish occasionally drifted by, a sensation unattainable in any aquarium. Ding! Host detected extreme enjoyment. Reward: 5 million. More than 3 minutes had elapsed since Su Yang entered the water. Yet he felt no sense of urgency, even while moving rapidly. Many adept free divers strive to conserve their energy during descent. But Su Yang paid no heed to such considerations. He simply pursued his joy with abandon. At last, Pan Ning reached Su Yang's side. Without a word, she grasped his arm, intent on pulling him back to the surface. Su Yang raised his hand in front of her, signaling that he was perfectly fine. Pan Ning furrowed her brow, shaking her head in distress. Su Yang flashed her a grin and released a bubble, wishing he could proclaim, "I'm fine. I've got this." But Pan Ning was oblivious to his thoughts, her anxiety mounting. After all, Su Yang was not equipped with a breathing apparatus. While his robust physique could withstand the pressure of 30 meters underwater, she was uncertain of how long he could remain submerged. Should he suddenly falter, the two of them, along with their companion, would struggle to bring him back to the surface in a timely manner. Chapter 65. Beach Barbecue. After a prolonged struggle beneath the water, Pan Ning noticed that Su Yang wore a relaxed smile, seemingly at ease. Though she harbored profound doubts, she conceded that many proficient freedivers could effortlessly descend to depths of several dozen meters. At that moment, Yi Wei and Shun Yixue descended to join them. Yi Wei gazed at Su Yang with astonishment. Su Yang acknowledged the two with a nod and signaled an okay gesture with his hand. Subsequently, he grasped Pan Ning's hand and swam alongside a school of fish towards a magnificent coral reef. Shen Yixue and Yi Wei floated behind, their brows furrowed in disbelief. How could a couple be so brazenly affectionate at 30 meters underwater? Yi Wei was filled with envy, imagining how many girls would dream of holding hands with their beloved while marveling at the wonders of the ocean. Shen Yixue felt a pang of jealousy as well, but the thought of Zhang Ziming, who seemed preoccupied with sneaking glances at other girls, made her inwardly scoff. Nearby, a school of vibrant red fish encircled Su Yang and Pan Ning, swirling around them like a fantastical display from a martial arts drama. The couple appeared entranced, immersed in the enigmatic beauty of the underwater world. For divers, 30 meters below the surface is indeed a visual feast. At this depth, sunlight still penetrated, and the crystal-clear waters revealed a kaleidoscope of marine life radiating soft blue hues. After indulging in the sights for a while, Su Yang suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He realized he was nearing his limit for holding his breath. He had been submerged for over 10 minutes. Glancing up at the shimmering surface, he thought, "It's time to ascend. I can barely hold on any longer." He turned to Pan Ning and pointed upwards, to which she nodded in understanding. Without exchanging words, they both knew what to do, and Su Yang pulled Pan Ning as they swiftly swam towards the surface. Not far away, Shen Yixue and Yi Wei, having observed their movement, also began to ascend. Moments later, Su Yang and Pan Ning emerged from the water, their heads breaking the surface. Phew! Su Yang's face flushed as he hurriedly took a deep breath, his mind blanking momentarily. He quickly covered his head and reclined on the water's surface. Pan Ning, noticing his distress, swiftly removed her mask and snorkel, supporting his back with both hands. With a hint of urgency, she asked, "Su Yang, are you all right?" Su Yang's ears rang, and he struggled to hear clearly. He felt as though he had stood up too quickly after a long time sitting. This disorientation was clearly a result of holding his breath for too long, leading to a slight oxygen deprivation. After a brief pause, he regained control of his body and turned to the anxious Pan Ning, smiling. "I'm fine now. Just felt a bit faint for a moment. I truly don't know what to say to you. Venturing this deep without any equipment." He chuckled. "But see, I'm all right now. It was just a minor issue from holding my breath too long." As they conversed, Shen Yixue and Yi Wei also surfaced. Half an hour later, the four of them arrived at a changing room by the dock, where they took a quick shower and changed into their clothes. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the distant beach sparkled with countless stars, as many tourists hung twinkling lights on their tents for decoration. From afar, the scene appeared dreamlike, reminiscent of a multitude of glowing fireflies. The four friends soon made their way to the beach, which was bustling with activity. Groups of tourists gathered in clusters. Some engaged in barbecuing, while others formed circles to play games. The area where Meng Wanzhou and his companions were situated was the largest, encircled by wooden stakes driven into the sand. The central area, surrounded by these stakes, measured approximately 50 to 60 square meters, with a spacious canopy erected in the middle. Beneath the canopy, two wooden tables were joined together. Meng Wanzhou, Lu Bo, and Zhang Ziming were busily tending to the barbecue, while Tang Ziyun and several other girls prepared various ingredients. "You finally made it. Come help us." Tang Ziyun beamed at Su Yang and the others. "We're here." Yi Wei and Shen Yixue jogged over to join the girls, starting to skewer and chop meat. Su Yang and Pan Ning, on the other hand, settled into a particularly comfortable lounge sofa. Meng Wanzhou approached Su Yang, holding a charred skewer of shrimp, and said with a grin, "You're here? Come try the shrimp I grilled." Su Yang looked up in astonishment. "Brother, can that shrimp even be eaten?" "What can't be eaten? Don't be deceived by its appearance. The meat inside is quite tender," Meng Wanzhou replied confidently. "Then you take a bite first for me to see." "I'm too afraid to try," Su Yang countered. "Unappreciative," Meng Wanzhou muttered, biting into the blackened shrimp. After only a couple of chews, he spat it out. "Yuck, how can it be so salty? I just tasted it earlier." "Never mind, I'll take over. You need more practice." Su Yang chuckled as he stood up and moved behind the barbecue grill. Meng Wanzhou followed. "Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on my skills?" Su Yang laughed. "Those girls are quite audacious to let you three handle the grilling." Lu Bo turned to Su Yang and said, "Brother Yang, we didn't want to do it either, but those girls can't grill. So we were left with no choice but to step up. Otherwise, we would go hungry tonight." Su Yang chuckled. "Ah, they're just inexperienced in hardship." "That sounds as if you've experienced hardship yourself," Lu Bo teased. Su Yang shook his head with a smile, not elaborating. Although his cooking skills were also quite average, he had grown up in poverty. Their essay saying, Children of the poor take on responsibilities early. He had helped his parents with household chores since he was young. Washing dishes, cooking, killing chickens and fish, bargaining for groceries, and fixing electrical issues. He had done it all. Grilling skewers was a walk in the park for him. He could do it with his eyes closed without burning anything. Enough chatter, let me grill something for you to taste, he declared, picking up a skewer of beef to place on the barbecue. Meng Wanzhou and the others laughed. Then we'll leave it to you. Enjoy yourselves. Ah, by the way, Yang, how deep did you dive just now? I have previously reached a depth of 8 meters without any equipment, you know. Su Yang remarked nonchalantly. I didn't dive very deep either. I simply lost my attention and found myself at the ocean floor. Did you dive near the shore? That hardly qualifies as diving. True diving requires venturing into deeper waters, where the scenery becomes truly breathtaking, Lu Bo interjected while lighting a cigarette. She wore nothing and accompanied us down to the depths of 30 meters, Pan Ning added casually while reclining on the sofa. 30 meters, Lu Bo repeated, taking a puff of his cigarette. What did you say? Chapter 66. Eerie Tales Before Sleep. How deep did you say it was? 30 meters? Lu Bo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is that really deep? Come on, Yagang. Even if you're exaggerating, at least have some logic, Zhang Ziming remarked, turning to Pan Ning. You two are in sync with each other. What does 30 meters even signify? If you all were equipped for a 30-meter dive, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. However, diving 30 meters without any gear? Most people wouldn't even withstand the water pressure, and by the time you reach 30 meters, you would have virtually no chance of resurfacing. Ask Yue if you doubt it. She is a professional, Pan Ning replied nonchalantly. It's impossible to verify with anyone unless Yang Yang is a master of free diving, which I highly doubt, Su Yang said, feeling too famished to argue further. I was joking. I only dove 3 meters. For a novice, that's about right. With a smile, Su Yang sprinkled an array of spices evenly over the beef skewers, diligently turning the meat until an enticing aroma wafted through the air. What smells so divine? Xia Kiki exclaimed, drawn by the scent. She rushed to Su Yang's side, peering at the skewers and swallowing hard. Wow, Su Yang, you have quite the talent. Su Yang held a skewer up to his eyes and declared, they're nearly done. Want to give it a try? He then offered the beef skewer to Xia Kiki. She accepted it eagerly, resembling a famished lamb, inhaling the aroma before taking a hearty bite. Nearby, Meng Wanzhou and others watched her intently, awaiting her reaction. As she chewed, her eyes widened in delight. She raised her thumb, exclaiming, Su Yang, this is absolutely delicious. She jumped with excitement, and even Su Yang found her enthusiasm a bit exaggerated. Is it truly that good? Meng Wanzhou asked skeptically. Let me have a taste. Su Yang handed him a skewer. After blowing on it, Meng Wanzhou took a bite. His expression transformed dramatically. What? You must have run a barbecue stall before. Su Yang laughed, not quite. So how is it? Unbelievably good, brother. How did you manage this? It's better than what you find outside. That's just because you're all starving, so it tastes better. Honestly, my grilling skills are quite average. Come on, don't be modest. Grill some more. I am genuinely hungry. Hurry up, my drinks are ready, and they'll be warm soon. All right. Why don't you go and ask the girls to hurry with the ingredients? I'll grill them all together. Okay. Meng Wanzhou, clearly hungry, smiled and jogged off. Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming approached, grinning. Yang, let us have a taste too. The beef is ready. You can take some for yourselves. Great, Lu Bo replied, scooping a generous handful of appetizing beef skewers onto a plate to bring to the table. Next, Su Yang took out the fish caught by several people during the day and grilled 3 of them. He then proceeded to grill a plethora of shrimp, beef tongue, kidneys, chicken wings, and a generous assortment of delicacies. After resting for a while, Pan Ning approached Su Yang to lend a helping hand. Soon, a grand table brimming with delectable barbecue was set before them. 12 individuals gathered around 2 tables. Meng Wanzhou, displaying a keen sense of camaraderie, raised his filled beer glass and proclaimed, let us express our gratitude to old Su for being our chef tonight. Without him, we would likely be returning to the hotel for instant noodles. Su Yang waved his hand modestly. It's a trivial matter. It is indeed my honor to serve you all. Let us raise our glasses and a toast to old Su. By the way, welcome to Freedom Island. Cheers. The crowd eagerly lifted their glasses and downed their drinks. So this island has a name? Lu Bo chuckled. It's not its real name. I just made it up, Su Yang replied. How fragrant. I assure you, this is the best barbecue I have ever tasted in my life, bar none, Han Xiaoyu exclaimed, her mouth greased with savory juices as she savored a skewer of grilled pork belly. I concur. Lu Ming raised her hand in agreement. Tang Ziyun nodded while eating. Count me in. Su Yang smiled. If you find it delicious, indulge yourselves. If it's not enough, I shall grill more. Ding. Host's cheerful mood detected, enjoying the moment. Reward of 500,000 granted. The group continued to jest and indulge in the barbecue. After more than an hour, everyone felt satisfied and sought out places to recline and digest their meal. Su Yang and Pan Ning nestled on a lazy sofa, gazing up at the starry night sky. At some point, Pan Ning leaned her head against Su Yang's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. At that moment, Zhao Qingqing and Yi Wei stood up, having matters to attend to, and bid farewell to the group as they departed early. Suddenly, Su Yang remembered that he had not checked in for the day. He immediately called out in his mind. System check-in. Check-in successful. Reward of 50,000 granted. After a while of idle chatter on the beach, Meng Wanzhou rose and addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we return to the hotel to rest? We've all had a long day. Let's head back early to freshen up and unwind. All right. One by one, they stood up, tidying up the remnants of their feast before following Meng Wanzhou toward the X-Hotel on the island. The island was not particularly large, housing only 3 hotels, with the X-Hotel being the sole 5-star establishment among them. Su Yang and the others left the beach, traversed a winding pebble path, and after 5 or 6 minutes of walking, they arrived at the nearby hotel. A massive illuminated letter X hung above the entrance. This hotel comprised 8 villas and a 7-story building, with the most affordable room for a night costing no less than 10,000 to 20,000. However, this sum was mere pocket change for Meng Wanzhou. He led the group to the hotel lobby, exchanged a few words with the front desk staff, and within minutes, a small sightseeing vehicle arrived outside the lobby. Where are we headed? Su Yang inquired. I've reserved a villa. It's a bit far to walk from here, so a ride will be quicker. Are you saying that all 10 of us are staying in a villa? Indeed, there are plenty of rooms in the villa. Sleep however you wish. Meng Wanzhou smiled slyly at Su Yang and inquired, is the soundproofing adequate? Absolutely. I have reserved the largest villa in this hotel. You will see for yourself shortly, Su Yang replied with a grin. At that moment, a young waiter clad in a suit and vest approached the group politely, saying, Please follow me. The group made their way to the hotel entrance and boarded a sightseeing vehicle, which the waiter started, heading towards the villa area. After a brief journey of 7 to 8 minutes, the vehicle halted in front of a grand entrance marked Villa number 01. The group disembarked, and after the waiter provided a brief introduction, he took his leave. Villa number 01 is nestled in the innermost part of the X-Hotel's villa district, situated adjacent to the sea, separated only by a verdant belt from the beach. This villa is the largest within the X-Hotel, boasting a front yard and an expansive backyard. The backyard features amenities such as a swimming pool, basketball court, and gym, and the villa spans 4 levels with a total of 17 rooms, covering approximately 1,300 square meters. An overnight stay here costs a staggering 100,000. Meng Wanzhou approached the entrance and opened the door, allowing the others to enter in succession. Although it was still early and everyone felt fatigued, the allure of the villa made them reluctant to retire for the night. At that moment, Lu Bo plopped down onto the sofa and exclaimed, Friends, does anyone fancy a chilling bedtime story? Chapter 67. How can there be atmosphere without turning off the lights? Upon hearing these words, several girls brightened with excitement. Xia Kiki and Han Xiaoyu chuckled. Fat brother, you can tell ghost stories too? What's so difficult about it? Let's turn off the lights later, sit on the sofa, and share some eerie tales. It will certainly create an atmosphere. No way, just thinking about it is terrifying. Shen Yixue waved her hand in refusal. Zhang Ziming, well aware of Lu Bo's intentions, smiled and said, What are you afraid of with me around? Besides, with so many of us, what is there to fear? You? Apart from smoking, drinking, and flirting, what else can you do? Shen Yixue unabashedly mocked Zhang Ziming before everyone. Zhang Ziming, however, took no offense. He and Shen Yixue had always shared such a rapport. Come on, he said, pulling Shen Yixue towards the sofa. Meng Wanzhou suggested, How about this? Let's pick our rooms first, take a shower, and then we can pour ourselves some red wine and chat. Sounds good, the others replied as they dispersed. The villa's living room was exceedingly spacious, approximately 260 square meters, enveloped by 3 grand floor-to-ceiling windows. This was the first time Su Yang had entered a true villa in the literal sense. The many places he had previously visited, which claimed to be villas, were mostly self-built houses, dimly lit and furnished with outdated decor, lacking any semblance of luxury. The current villa number 01 boasted opulent decorations in its living room alone. The central area had a ceiling height of about 8 meters, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier, while a sleek black piano graced the transition between the living room and dining area. A wine cabinet, bar counter, and an open-style kitchen, both Western and Chinese, completed the ensemble. To one side of the living room was the villa's elevator, and not far away, a spiral staircase led to the upper floors. As Su Yang admired the lavish villa, he mused, "I used to dislike villas, but now it feels quite splendid. It might be worthwhile to consider one upon returning to Haicheng." With that thought, he ascended the staircase with Pan Ning to the second floor, which housed 7 rooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. They opened the doors to each room in turn, finding each to be of similar spaciousness, furnished with a 2-meter-wide bed, a large wardrobe, and an LCD television. Pan Ning turned to Su Yang and asked, "Which room will you choose?" "Whichever you choose, I will too," he replied. Pan Ning, exasperated, retorted, "With so many rooms, who would want to squeeze in with you? This villa is perfect in every aspect, except there are too many rooms," Su Yang joked. They then explored the 3rd floor, where Pan Ning found a room of about 40 to 50 square meters that caught her fancy. The room featured an enormous floor-to-ceiling window facing the sea. "I want this one," she declared. Su Yang nodded. "Indeed, this room is quite nice." He moved to the window, gazing around, and tossed his bag onto the single sofa by the window. "What are you doing?" "I want this room too." Pan Ning rolled her eyes. "You should go to the next one." "I want tea." "This room is comfortable," Su Yang insisted playfully. Pan Ning, however, was only teasing. She ignored Su Yang, threw her bag on the bed, and headed into the bathroom for a shower. Half an hour later, the 2 individuals finished their baths in succession. Pan Ning tied her short hair up and donned a light beige sheer bathrobe provided by the room, appearing graceful and elegant. Su Yang also changed into a loose-fitting white short-sleeved nightgown, which was likewise supplied by the hotel, to prevent guests from being left without fresh clothing after bathing. The hotel had meticulously attended to such details. If the lavish 01 villa, priced at 100,000 a night, lacked even these basic amenities, it would undoubtedly fail to justify its cost. Observing Pan Ning, whose skin glowed with a fresh radiance post-bath, an inexplicable surge of desire ignited within Su Yang. Had it not been for the necessity of descending the stairs, he would have indulged his urges right then and there. The 2 soon made their way downstairs. At that moment, Lu Bo, Zhang Ziming, Tang Ziyun, Lu Ming, and Xia Kiki were already seated on the oversized sofa in the living room, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. As Su Yang descended the staircase, he glanced at the group and remarked with a smile, "Oh, everything is set up?" Lu Bo beckoned them over. Su Yang and Pan Ning settled side by side in one corner of the sofa, with Pan Ning removing her slippers and sitting cross-legged, enjoying a bunch of grapes. "3 more people are still missing. How slow they are," she observed. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Meng Wenzhou, Han Xiaoyu, and Shun Yixue finally made their appearances. Now, the 10 of them were gathered around the circular sofa, with Pan Ning on Su Yang's left, followed sequentially by Shun Yixue, Zhang Ziming, Lu Bo, Lu Ming, Meng Wenzhou, Xia Kiki, Han Xiaoyu, and Tang Ziyun. In this arrangement, Su Yang found himself positioned between Pan Ning and Tang Ziyun, and he turned to admire his fortunate seating choice. Surrounded by the 2 most beautiful girls in the room. How splendid. Ding. The host's pleasant mood has been detected. Thoroughly enjoying the moment. Reward of 300,000 points granted. As they engaged in casual conversation, they poured the red wine. At this moment, Meng Wenzhou turned to Lu Bo and said, "Aren't you going to share your eerie story? Let us begin the show." Lu Bo waved his hand dismissively. "What's the rush? The props aren't ready yet." As he spoke, he rose and walked towards a round table. "What are you doing?" "Fetching props. How can we create an atmosphere without them?" Soon, he returned with a short, stout candle, placing it in the center of the coffee table. "What does this signify?" Shen Yixue asked, puzzled. "Patience," he replied, pulling out a lighter to ignite the candle before seizing the remote control for the living room lights and pressing a button. Instantly, the entire first floor was plunged into darkness. Why did you turn off the lights?" Shen Yixue and Han Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Don't you understand? There's no ambience without darkness," Lu Bo retorted as he resumed his seat. "But it feels so frightening. This is just the beginning. Why are you so timid?" Shen Yixue unconsciously edged closer to Zhang Ziming. Zhang Ziming looked at Su Yang and Meng Wenzhou with envy, thinking, "These 2 have the best seats." When the scary parts are recounted, The girls beside them will surely cling tightly to them. If only I had known, I wouldn't have started dating so early. The flickering glow of the candle barely illuminated the sofa area, casting a warm light upon the faces of 10 individuals, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. Among them, 4 young men appeared utterly at ease, for tales of the uncanny were mere child's play to them. Particularly, Su-young, who had the audacity to watch horror films alone in the dead of night, felt unfazed by even the most terrifying of narratives. Having faced adversity in life, he found no reason to fear the supernatural. In contrast, the expressions on the faces of the other young women betrayed varying degrees of trepidation. Only Pan Ning seemed somewhat composed. However, as a woman, she too was not immune to the inherent sense of dread that such stories often instilled in the fairer sex. The group instinctively huddled closer together. Tang Ziyun, mindful of the relationship between Su-young and Pan Ning, felt a twinge of fear yet hesitated to draw too near to Su-young, allowing only their arms to graze lightly. Lu Bo, observing this, wore a broad smile. He turned to the others and inquired, "Well then, who wishes to be the first to share a tale?" After a moment of contemplation regarding an experience from years past, Su-young raised his hand and proposed, "Shall I go first?" "Ah, splendid. It seems our brother Yang is quite the aficionado of horror tales," came the reply. Su-young responded with a grin. "The story I am about to share is not one gleaned from a film." "Oh, even if it springs from a novel, it would suffice," they retorted. Su-young shook his head. "This is a personal experience of mine." At this revelation, several young women shifted uneasily in their seats. The most fearful among them, Xia Kiki, began to regret her participation in this segment. Taking a deep breath, she suggested, "Perhaps we should turn on the lights. This is genuinely quite frightening." "Fear not. With so many of us here, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, what truly exists in this world that is supernatural?" Meng Wanzhou remarked nonchalantly. "All right, fine," Xia Kiki replied softly, adjusting her position to inch closer to Meng Wanzhou. Chapter 68. A tinge of fear. Once a semblance of calm had settled among the group, Su-young began to narrate his tale. "During my university days, I took a summer job at a gym." "You're wealthy yet you still work?" Zhang Ziming interjected suddenly, shattering the atmosphere that had just begun to build. "What's wrong with you? I was just about to get into the flow, and you interrupt." Su-young shot Zhang Ziming a glare. "Some of what I'm about to share has been refined. Please refrain from interjecting." All right, Zhang Ziming chuckled, sealing his lips. After a moment of contemplation, Su-young continued, "While working at that gym, I encountered a male colleague, Xiao Chun. At that time, we were both temporary workers, engaged in mere sales tasks. Our daily routine consisted of distributing flyers and inserting small cards into mailboxes within residential complexes. One day, Xiao Chan and I decided to canvass a particular building. Armed with a stack of cards, we randomly selected a unit and took the elevator to the 28th floor, the highest level. Typically, when canvassing, one starts from the top and works their way down, visiting each apartment floor by floor. The building had 2 stairwells on each floor, arranged in a staggered manner. As you might understand." He glanced at the others, who nodded in comprehension. "We split up, each taking a side of the staircase to enhance our efficiency." Su-young paused to sip from his glass of red wine before resuming his story. "As I was placing cards on the 25th floor, I discovered that the hallway light was out, plunging the central area into a profound darkness, nearly rendering it impossible to see one's own hand in front of them. The hallways lacked independent windows, and a door partitioned the central area. Just as I intended to enter, an icy gust swept across my back. Hiss. Summer Kiki squeezed closer to Meng Wanzhou upon hearing this. Su-young sensed Tang Ziyan edging nearer to him as well. He chuckled and continued, "In that moment, goosebumps erupted across my skin, yet being a spirited young university student, I felt little fear. Without much thought, I leaned in to take a peek. The instant I poked my head in, I beheld a white figure standing behind the door in the corridor. Ah! Summer Kiki and Han Xiaoyu exclaimed in unison. Su-young flinched. "What are you two doing? You nearly startled me." "I wasn't even that scared upon seeing the white figure." Meng Wanzhou chuckled. "Ignore them, please. Go on." Taking a deep breath, Su-young resumed, "The moment I spotted the white figure, every hair on my body stood on end, and I instinctively recoiled. I thought perhaps I was imagining things, so I leaned in again to take another look. To my dismay, there was undoubtedly a white figure behind that door. And upon my second glance, its position had shifted. I hurriedly called out for Xiao Chun, who was on the 24th floor. Hearing my shout, he rushed up to find me crouched by the wall. Upon seeing my demeanor, he inquired about what was happening, and I informed him that there was a shadow inside. This individual exhibited a certain timidity, hesitating in the stairwell. However, upon noticing his arrival, I felt a surge of courage. I leaned in to take a glance, only to find the white figure had vanished. At this juncture, Su-yong observed the expressions of those present and continued his narrative. Once the spectral presence had disappeared, I called for him to ascend. After he joined me, we both retrieved our phones, illuminating the darkness in preparation to investigate the nature of this apparition. As we cautiously ventured into the stairwell, to our dismay, the white figure reappeared, prompting both of us to retreat hastily. He grasped my arm in an attempt to flee. Yet my insatiable curiosity compelled me to request that he wait outside while I ventured in alone. I switched on my phone's light and gradually approached the door situated in the center of the corridor. At that moment, the white figure had once again eluded my sight, leading me to presume it was likely hiding behind the door. I shouted, "Who is behind there?" Yet, silence ensued. Taking a deep breath, I dashed forward. Stop! I can't bear to hear more," exclaimed Shinishiwa, now nestled in Zhang Ziming's embrace. Su-yong, undeterred by her reaction, continued, "Upon rushing in, I found nothing behind the door. I cast my phone's light around, and aside from 2 doors that appeared long untouched, there was nothing else. I called out to Xiao Chun, but received no response. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to step outside, only to discover he was nowhere to be found. I thought to myself, how could this fellow be so cowardly as to leave me alone? However, do you know what transpired next? Su-yong posed the question to the group. Tang Ziyun swallowed hard. Don't tell me he met with a tragic fate. No, Su-yong replied. Then what happened? She pressed. Su-yong chuckled. When I exited the corridor, I initially assumed he had simply descended the stairs. Yet, feeling that the building was rather eerie, I turned back to the corridor, intending to take the elevator down. Just as I entered, I spotted Xiao Chun standing behind the door with an unsettling smile directed at me. Stop right there. Several girls shrieked in unison, and Tang Ziyun, disregarding the relationship between Su-yong and Pan Ning, clung tightly to Su-yong, curling up on the sofa. Is that it? Lu Bo inquired. Indeed, Su-yong confirmed. What happened next? Lu Bo pressed. Nothing further. In that moment, I was too frightened to step back inside. The expression he wore was so bizarre, and I noticed he was donned in white attire as well. I turned and fled, and upon reaching the ground floor, I sat in the sunlight, my legs trembling uncontrollably. Goodness gracious, what followed? I returned to the gym alone and inquired if Xiao Chun had come back. The others looked at me in bewilderment and asked, "Who is Xiao Chun?" Eek! Goosebumps prickled Lu Bo's arms. Xia Kiki and Shun Ishua hastily covered their ears. Meng Wenzhou's smile faded as he scanned the surroundings before asking, "Are you certain this is a first-hand account?" Su-yong nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, of course, there have been some modifications. But I assure you that 90% of it is genuine. Did Xiao Chun not catch up with you when you went downstairs?" Su-yong replied with a hint of exasperation. "If he had, I certainly would not be here now." I truly believe we should turn on the lights," Zhang Ziming remarked, attempting to reach for the remote control in front of Lu Bo. Lu Bo swiftly snatched it away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? We just began to feel something. What would be the point of turning on the lights now? It's a bit frightening." "Is that what frightens you?" Brother Yang is undoubtedly exaggerating. I refuse to believe that Xiao Chun does not exist. Su-yong chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent and offering no further explanations. Well, I have said my piece. You may continue. Chapter 69. Reluctance to play. Let's change the subject. This is quite terrifying. Han Xiaoyu clung tightly to Tang Ziyun. Lu Bo's expression shifted, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. "If we're not sharing eerie tales, how about we engage in a game?" "What game?" Several girls chimed in unison. "Spirit writing." "Goodness. No way. I want to play that, not even if my life depended on it," Xia Kiki exclaimed, sitting upright with an expression of utter refusal. "If we play that game, I will retreat to my room. Do you dare return alone?" Lu Bo chuckled. Regardless. I refuse to participate. I lack the courage for such things. If something truly unsettling occurs, I might just be reduced to a state of shock." Seeing the tension, Su-yong intervened, suggesting, "Fatty, let's just stick to storytelling. We wouldn't want to genuinely frighten anyone." Lu Bo smiled. All right. I was merely teasing her. Now, back to the matter at hand. Allow me to share a tale." He glanced at the group, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "This story was recounted to me by a friend, and I may embellish certain details. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. The group quieted, their gazes fixed on Lu Bo as he cleared his throat and began. This tale unfolds in a villa. Could you perhaps change the setting? Shin Ishue shot Lu Bo an annoyed glare. Not to worry, not to worry. The story is largely fabricated, so there is no cause for concern, Lu Bo replied playfully. Now, silence please. This is a narrative shared by a buddy of mine from a few years back. He and 3 friends, 2 men and 2 women, all of considerable means, went on a trip together. Upon arrival at their destination, they booked a 2-story villa to stay in. They spent their days exploring and, upon returning at night, divided into 2 rooms, each couple taking one. That evening, my friend, let's call him Xiaochen for now. Pan Ning rolled her eyes, urging him to choose another name. All right, let's say Xiao Zhang instead. That night, Xiao Zhang and his girlfriend returned to their room to rest. Being a pair of young adults, certain intimate encounters were inevitable, if you catch my drift. Su Yang interjected with exasperation. What does this have to do with the story that follows? Well, nothing really. Then get to the point. Skip the superfluous plot details. I'll catch up with you later to discuss it. Pan Ning shot Su Yang an incredulous look. Lu Bo chuckled. After their activities, they drifted off to sleep. In the early hours, Xiao Zhang was vaguely stirred by the sound of knocking at the door. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking persisted for several minutes, rousing him fully. When he awoke, the knocking continued. Assuming it was a friend from the adjacent room, he sat up and inquired, "What is the matter?" However, there was no response from outside. Annoyed, he rose from his bed to open the door, only to find no one there. He initially thought he had misheard and dismissed it, closing the door and returning to bed. However, as soon as he lay down, the knocking resumed outside. This time, his heart raced, and he speculated it might be a prank by a friend. He shouted towards the door, "Xiao Lu, stop this nonsense late at night and go back to sleep." After his outburst, the knocking ceased momentarily, but soon resumed with a rhythmic pattern. Knock, 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 steady and unhurried. Lu Bo glanced at the expressions of the 3 girls, Xia Kiki, Shin Ishue, and Han Xiaoyu, who were all covering their ears. Lu Bo frowned and said, "You 3, can you please pay attention and listen to me? You say your part. I can't hear you," Shin Ishue retorted, hands still over her ears. All right then, Lu Bo continued. Xiao Zhang looked over at his girlfriend, Xiao Mei, who was sleeping beside him. He contemplated waking her, but hesitated, fearing she would ridicule him. Instead, he took out his phone and called Xiao Lu. On the other end, a groggy voice answered. It was evident that Xiao Lu had been asleep. Xiao Zhang inquired if Xiao Lu had been the one knocking at his door. Annoyed by the disturbance, Xiao Lu hung up without a word. The knocking persisted. Knock, knock, knock. Resolute, Xiao Zhang jumped out of bed and rushed to the door, flinging it open. To his astonishment, no one was there. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced into Xiao Lu's room, which was at least 5 meters away. No ordinary person could have returned that quickly. Realizing it was likely not Xiao Lu, he felt a wave of fear wash over him and slammed the door shut. Can we please stop? Xia Kiki looked as though she might cry, burying her head in Tang Ziyun's embrace. Tang Ziyun also appeared unsettled, pressing closely against Su Yang. Meanwhile, Pan Ning had unknowingly curled up next to Su Yang on the sofa. The candle on the table flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows across their faces. Despite the air conditioning running in the living room, the floor-to-ceiling window remained closed, and the air vent was not positioned near the sofa. There was no breeze. Yet the candle continued to flicker. The girls instinctively huddled closer to one another. Meng Wanzhou glanced at the candle and asked, "Who is blowing out the candle?" "Not me," Xia Kiki exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Please, I beg you, tell me who is blowing it out." "I certainly didn't." Lu Bo raised his hand in protest. "Neither did I." Zhang Ziming chimed in. "Then who the hell is doing it? There is no wind here." "Oh, stop overthinking it. It's probably just some movement causing the flickering. See, it's not flickering anymore, is it?" Lu Bo remarked, directing his gaze at the candle. Su Yang, who had been unbothered, now felt a shiver run down his spine due to the commotion. "Can you all stop scaring yourselves? Do you think it's a ghost blowing out the candle? Come on, please, just stop talking," Tang Ziyun interjected, gently silencing Su Yang. Lu Bo gestured for everyone to be quiet, urging them not to interrupt as he had yet to finish his tale. Annoyed, he continued, "Now where was I? Yes." Xiao Zhang closed the door, then hurried to the bed, pulling up the quilt to cover himself. However, just as he settled in, a series of knocks echoed from outside, maintaining the same rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the sound from beneath the quilt, Xiao Zhang completely lost his composure. he shouted, shaking his girlfriend's back. Xiao Mei, wake up. Hurry. After shaking her for what felt like an eternity with no response from her, he began to feel an unsettling sense of dread. Slowly, he propped himself up and leaned forward to gaze at Xiao Mei's face. What he saw was a visage devoid of features. Turning to confront him. Stop. Just stop. I don't want to play anymore. Xia Kiki exclaimed, hastily rising to snatch the remote control from Lu Bo's hands. Before they could utter another word, the candles on the table flickered and extinguished abruptly. Chapter 70. Knock. Who is it? Turn on the lights. Zhang Ziming shouted in a panic. The flickering candlelight illuminated the faces of several individuals, but when it suddenly extinguished, darkness enveloped them, rendering their eyes useless. Coupled with the fright from the previous 2 stories, the absence of light sent several girls into a frenzy of screams. After snatching the remote control, Lu Bo inadvertently bumped into someone, causing the device to slip from his grasp. In that moment, none of them thought to utilize their phones for illumination. Instead, they groped around in the dark for the remote. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from the piano not far away. Ding, dong. The unexpected noise reverberated through the spacious living room, piercing their ears. Ag. The girls instantly leaped onto the sofa, huddling together in terror. At that moment, Su Yang found himself surrounded. Girls clung to him from all sides, their fear palpable. He remained still, exuding calmness, for he had witnessed Lu Bo discreetly toss the remote beneath the table just as the candle extinguished. He observed Lu Bo silently crawl away, an ability afforded to him by his current heightened senses due to his 88-point physique. He sat back, watching as Lu Bo stealthily approached the piano and took a seat, reluctant to intervene in such a rare spectacle. The piano played again, prompting Xia Kiki to scream, "Stop! Don't scare me. I beg you." At last, Meng Wanzhou spoke up. "All right, enough already, fatty." Okay, Lu Bo said, pulling out his phone to turn on the light. He returned to retrieve the remote and pressed the button. The living room was instantly illuminated as if it were midday. The group squinted against the sudden brightness, and after a few seconds, Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo opened their eyes to gaze at Su Yang. To their surprise, Su Yang had his left arm around Pan Ning, his right arm around Tang Ziyun, with Han Xiaoyu seated on his lap, while Xia Kiki squeezed in beside Tang Ziyun. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was hiding on the sofa with Shun Yixue and Zhang Ziming. Oh my! The girls beside Su Yang suddenly realized their positions and hurriedly distanced themselves from him. Except for Pan Ning, who remained relatively still. "You're so annoying." Xia Kiki pouted. "Indeed, you nearly scared me to death," Han Xiaoyu added, her cheeks flushed. However, her embarrassment stemmed not from fear, but from the realization of having sat in Su Yang's embrace moments ago. "Yanggu, why didn't you react earlier?" Su Yang chuckled. "I saw you sneak over. What reaction was warranted?" Upon hearing this, Pan Ning pinched Su Yang. "You saw him go over?" Yes. Then why didn't you tell me?" "At that moment, you were all clustered around me. I had no opportunity to warn you." "Humph. I believe you did it on purpose." Zhang Ziming swallowed hard. He had indeed been startled, especially when the piano had sounded. He turned to Lu Bo and Meng Wanzhou. "You two, why didn't you give me a heads up about something like this? It must be this randomness that renders it intriguing." "Intriguing? Nonsense. I nearly lost my life from your frightful antics. You claim to be unafraid? That's merely in the context of films and novels. When such occurrences transpire in reality, can one truly remain unperturbed? Enough of this. It genuinely can be alarming." Su Yang rose, stretching his neck as he spoke. "Shall we continue? I am not inclined to play any longer. I am too frightened to return to my room and sleep. If a knocking sound were to arise outside while I slumber, I would undoubtedly lose my mind," exclaimed Xia Kiki, puffing up her cheeks. "Haha, it's all just my fanciful ramblings. There's no knocking sound whatsoever." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lu Bo finished his words, a series of knocks echoed from the front door of the villa. The 10 individuals abruptly turned their gazes toward the door. Upon hearing the sound, several girls screamed once more. "Goodness, who is it? Enough already." Zhang Ziming glanced around at the group, noting that none were missing. Su Yang, too, was startled by the sudden knocking, his hair standing on end as he called toward the door. "Who is it?" No response came from outside, and after a few seconds, the knocking resumed. For heaven's sake, Lu Bo summoned his courage and dashed toward the door. With a swift motion, he flung open the door, revealing a young attendant standing outside. Lu Bo's raised fist froze in midair, and he stammered, What is the meaning of this? Why did you not respond when I called?" The attendant, taken aback, replied, I didn't hear anyone calling me. Is there something you need? I apologize for the disturbance. Our manager was informed that a Mr. Meng and his friend were staying in Villa 01, and he specifically instructed me to deliver some late-night snacks. The attendant smiled, stepping aside to reveal a small cart at the doorway. Goodness, that was terrifying. What on earth is this? Just some seafood and such. Shall I bring it inside for you? Please do, Lu Bo sighed in relief, allowing the attendant to wheel the cart into the villa. The attendant, observing the array of attractive men and women on the sofa, quietly swallowed and thought to himself, wealthy individuals certainly know how to enjoy themselves. I want to be taking the cart back. It contains some snacks for you all to enjoy. My apologies for the interruption, he added, nodding slightly at the group before turning to leave. Phew, that scared me half to death. Zhang Ziming collapsed onto the sofa, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't mention it. I was terrified as well, exclaimed Meng Wanzhou, taking a sip of red wine. Just then, Lu Bo returned after closing the door, chuckling. I thought it was some sort of intruder. That young man said their manager was aware of your arrival, Brother Meng, and sent him to deliver some food. It would have been nice to have been informed beforehand. After a moment of recovery, Lu Bo began to open several boxes from the cart. Inside were lavishly arranged delicacies, including exquisite lobsters and hairy crabs. Just as I was feeling a bit hungry, let us eat together. Is it safe? Xia Kiki, seemingly haunted by her earlier fears, began to overthink. Meng Wanzhou nearly spat out his drink, exclaiming that if anyone dared to poison him, the hotel would be doomed. What exactly is your status? It seems you have connections wherever you go. It's nothing extraordinary, really. My family simply has some wealth. It's not a big deal. Having wealth and the surname Meng. Could your father be Meng Jianyun? Lu Meng inquired, voicing her curiosity. Meng Wanzhou nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed. There is no need to conceal it. As he spoke, he sat down heavily. It's no wonder. With such a background, the manager should personally deliver your meals. Who is Meng Jianyun? Xia Kiki asked, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. He is the wealthiest man in Haicheng, a renowned entrepreneur in Huagua. Ranked among the top 20 on last year's list of wealthy individuals in Huagua. Wow. Xia Kiki suddenly looked up at Meng Wanzhou, her face filled with astonishment. So you're really impressive. What is so impressive about it? It's my father who is remarkable, not me. Let us just interact normally. You should know I'm not so formal. Let us eat. Chapter 71. Safety first. A few individuals were gathered around the sofa, indulging in a late-night snack. As the clock approached midnight, they finished their meal and ceased sharing eerie tales, preparing to retire to their respective rooms. However, several of the young women felt a sense of trepidation about returning to their quarters. Tang Ziyun turned to Lu Meng and said, Meng, let us sleep together tonight. I feel a bit scared alone. Lu Meng, one of the braver girls, nodded in agreement. Sure, we can share a bed. I want to join too, exclaimed Xia Kiki and Han Xiaoyu, both raising their hands eagerly. Yet, the bed could accommodate only 3, and 4 would indeed be too cramped. Xia Kiki stood up, approached Lu Meng, and playfully clutched her arm. I don't care. I absolutely must sleep with you tonight. Lu Meng, whose room was on the 2nd floor, chuckled helplessly. All right. I'll sleep on the floor while the 3 of you take the bed. Yay, that is wonderful. Now I want to be so frightened, they cheered. Originally, each of the 4 had their own room, but now they were cramming into one. Lu Bo silently thought, you can sleep with me. I provide a sense of security. Yet, he found himself unable to voice this thought. As the time drew near, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Meng Wanzhou chose a bedroom on the 1st floor. Just as he stood up, Xia Kiki glanced his way. They exchanged looks, and Meng Wanzhou smiled. Do you think the 4 of you will fit in one room? Lu Meng replied with a resigned smile. There is no choice. These girls are too timid and have just been frightened. All right then, everyone should get some rest. Meng Wanzhou said as he turned to retreat to his room. Su Yang and Pan Ning also rose and headed upstairs, while Shen Yixuan naturally accompanied Zhang Ziming to their room, selecting a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Lu Bo opted for the topmost room, casting a longing glance at Lu Meng and the others. What is up with you? Lu Meng turned to Lu Bo. Nothing. Just going to sleep, he stammered. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Pan Ning returned to their room. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Pan Ning lay down on the bed. You should sleep in the next room, Su Yang teased. Aren't you afraid someone might knock on the door at night? Pan Ning had nearly forgotten about that. But Su Yang's comment made her feel a bit uneasy again. Well, never mind, let us just do this, she sighed. With a grin, Su-young locked the door, leaped onto the bed, turned off the light, and pulled the thin blanket over both himself and Pan Ning. The darkness enveloped them as they lay face to face, sharing breaths, and Su-young could even hear the rhythm of Pan Ning's heartbeat. "Why is your heart racing so fast?" he asked. "Is it fast?" "I can hear it," she replied. Without saying a word, Pan Ning moved closer. On the second floor in Lu Meng's room, Tang Ziyun and Han Xiaoyu fell asleep shortly after getting into bed. Lu Meng, however, lay alone on the makeshift bedding on the floor. It was her first experience sleeping on such a hard surface, and she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. At that moment, her phone buzzed, and she opened it to find a message from Lu Bo. "Have you fallen asleep yet?" "Not yet, why?" she replied. "Nothing much. Just curious if you're squeezing in." Lu Meng chuckled, fully aware of Lu Bo's implication. However, her interest in Lu Bo was rather minimal. Although one could infer that anyone who associated with Meng Wanzhou possessed a certain background, after spending an entire day with several individuals, her primary fascination lay with Su-young. Yet, upon realizing that Su-young was paired with Pan Ning, she dismissed that notion. Among the others, aside from Su-young, Meng Wanzhou was undoubtedly the most handsome. Moreover, her intrigue in Meng Wanzhou significantly heightened after uncovering his true identity. However, throughout her observations, it appeared that Meng Wanzhou was more captivated by Xia Kiki. At that moment, Xia Kiki, lying on the bed, was still awake, her heart fluttering at the memory of Meng Wanzhou's gaze. Just then, her phone illuminated, revealing a message from Meng Wanzhou. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet. I'm still awake too. How about we step outside for a chat?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Kiki replied, "Sure." After sending the message, she turned and got out of bed. Lu Meng, noticing, inquired, "Kiki, what are you doing?" "Oh, Meng Jia, you're still awake?" "I can't sleep. The floor is too hard." "Then why not come sleep on the bed?" Lu Meng paused, asking, "Aren't you going to sleep here?" Xia Kiki hesitated, stammering, "Well, Meng." "Oh, I see, you go ahead." "All right. But he only asked me to step out for a chat." Go on, we're all adults here. There's nothing to be shy about, but do be careful." Lu Meng laughed as she sat up on the bed. Xia Kiki's face flushed at these words. She quickly donned her clothes and shyly dashed out. Once Xia Kiki had left, Lu Meng glanced at Lu Bo's message and replied, not squeezing in, heading to bed. "Good night." The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Su-young awoke, stretching languidly. Beside him, Pan Ning was still deep in slumber. He gently shifted, propping himself against the headboard. System, check-in. Check-in successful, reward, 50,000. Let us review the latest attributes. Host, Su-young, age, 24 years, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, attractiveness, 88, physique, 88, body, 90, charm, 90, skills, master of body management, professional racing driver. Golden physique. Basic combat skills, god of wine, god of song, binding object. Zhao Mingru, affection level, 70. Lu Yun, affection level, 78. Lin Yi, affection level, 50. Gu Xiaoman, affection level, 65. Pan Ning, affection level, 95. Shun Yixue, affection level, 55. Lin Xiaomao, affection level, 60. Tang Xin, affection level, 65. Balance, 78. 895. 732 yuan. The savings are nearing a small target. Shin Yixue's affinity has increased by 5 points. However, reaching 70 seems rather challenging. Nevertheless, Tang Ziyun has garnered an additional 15 points, which is commendable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Pan Ning stirred awake beside him. "Awake so early?" he inquired. "I had a good night's sleep and rose early. How about you?" "Not too bad," she replied. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they both got up to freshen up before heading downstairs. The living room was deserted, with everyone else still asleep. Su-young entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, which was stocked with a variety of ingredients. He turned to Pan Ning and asked, "What would you like to eat? Are you making breakfast?" She responded, "Indeed. I shall show you my culinary skills. Anything works for me. I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever you prepare." Pan Ning said as she settled cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. With a smile, Su-young began to extract ingredients from the refrigerator, preparing breakfast for 10. Approximately an hour later, delectable aromas wafted from the kitchen. Pan Ning ventured in to find an array of appetizing dishes laid out on the table. There were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried prawns, a seafood medley featuring crab, scallops, mantis shrimp, and clams, steamed silver pomfret, stir-fried beef with celery, sweet and sour ribs, accompanied by a winter melon and corn rib soup. Everything was ready. Chapter 72. The Joy of Wealth. Did you really prepare all these dishes in just an hour? Pan Ning exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su-yang chuckled. It's no big deal, though some of the dishes were made by following a video. I hope they taste all right. They certainly look appealing. One by one, they brought the dishes to the dining table. At that moment, Meng Wanzhou and Xia Kiki emerged from their room. Su-yang turned and was momentarily taken aback. Wow, impressive. Old Meng. The group exchanged glances, and Su-yang raised an eyebrow at Meng Wanzhou, choosing not to elaborate further. Smells delightful. Did you order takeout? Meng Wanzhou approached the table, examining the spread. Where would takeout come from on this island? I made all of this. You did? Incredible. I find that hard to believe. Meng Wanzhou circled the table, scrutinizing the various dishes. If you don't believe me, ask your sister, Su-yang replied with a grin. Is it truly his handiwork? Pan Ning nodded affirmatively. Damn, Su, is there anything you can't do? Meng Wanzhou marveled. Oh, it's just a few dishes, nothing extraordinary. Come help me serve. A few minutes later, the enticing aroma lured the others downstairs. Upon discovering that the meal was prepared by Su-yang, they showered him with praise. A few girls then took out their phones to snap some pictures before gathering around to eat. Wow, this is absolutely delicious, Xia Kiki exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Shen Yixue, engrossed in her meal, remarked, I never expected your cooking to be this good. Zhang Ziming added, Yang, if I were a girl, I would definitely compete with Pan Pan for your affection. Young people who can cook this well are nearly extinct these days. Pan Ning rolled her eyes. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Su-yang chuckled lightly. It's not that exaggerated. As they ate and chatted, Su-yang turned to Meng Wanzhou. What are the plans for today? There's more excitement in store, Meng Wanzhou replied. I invited a few friends over to join us for a villa pool party. Sounds great. When you go out, I know I won't have to worry about boredom. Just relax and enjoy with me. However, they'll probably arrive around noon. How about we go skydiving after we finish our meal? Meng Wanzhou suggested to the group. Lu Bo raised his hand in agreement. Absolutely. I'm in. No. I'm afraid of heights. I want to do it. Han Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. That's fine. Those who wish to participate can follow me, while the rest can explore freely. Okay, I'll give it a try, Su-yang responded with enthusiasm, having realized that the system often rewards him for activities he has never attempted before. 20 minutes later, they savored a delightful breakfast. The girls promptly helped clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen, although the hotel had staff to handle such chores. The sight of messy dishes was too much for them to bear, so they took it upon themselves to tidy up. Meanwhile, Su-yang, Meng Wanzhou, and the other boys lounged by the poolside in the backyard, indulging in their leisure. The backyard pool measures 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width. While it may not be particularly large, it is sufficiently ample for enjoyment. The sunlight glistens upon the surface of the water, creating a mesmerizing sparkle. Surrounding the yard are towering coconut trees, while in the distance, a pristine white beach and a sapphire-hued sea stretch out, a beauty that can only be described as breathtaking. This is what life is all about. An opulent villa, a few friends, a bevy of beautiful women. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Su-yang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Ding. The system detects that the host is currently relishing the moment, rewarding 800,000 and an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Tourbillon watch, valued at $3.85 million, has been placed on the system shelf. Wow, it's been a while since something new has emerged, and this time it's a watch worth a house. Delightful. Oh, how generous the system has become. After finishing their cigarettes, Meng Wanzhou rose and said, It's about time. The skydiving group has messaged me. Let's go. All right. The group of four made their way to the living room, where 6 young women were gathered on the sofa, engrossed in a card game. Su-yang turned to Pan Ning. Let us go skydiving. I have a fear of heights. I can't do it at all. What? You're afraid of heights? Is that a problem? I've always been this way since childhood. You all go ahead. Okay, what about the rest of you? Are you not going? Su-yang inquired of the other girls. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Ziyun raised her hand and said, I want to give it a try. Su-yang nodded. Good. Anyone else? Shen Yixue, Lu Meng, and Han Xiaoyu all shook their heads. Finally, Xia Kiki stood up and declared, I'll go. All right, then let us depart. The 6 of them exited the villa, where a young attendant was already waiting for them in a sightseeing vehicle. They boarded the car and arrived at the hotel entrance, where a luxurious black Buick Century MPV was parked by the roadside. Is this the car? Lubo peered inside. Indeed, it is. As they spoke, a middle-aged man, clad in a casual shirt and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, with a gold Rolex Submariner on his wrist, jogged down from the vehicle. "Ah, Meng Xiao. It's been a while," he exclaimed, approaching Meng Wanzhou and shaking his hand. He then produced a pack of Lu 1916 cigarettes, offering one to each of the four men. Meng Wanzhou accepted the cigarette with a smile. "Old Wang, why did you come to drive personally?" "Ah, Meng Xiao. How could I trust those youngsters to drive you? I had to come myself." Meng Wanzhou chuckled. "You're too kind." "Not at all. Please, gentlemen, get in the car," he said, opening the door wide. Once seated, they soon arrived at a place known as the Yuzhlan helicopter skydiving base. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by 5 white Bell 407 helicopters and 2 black Augusta AW109 helicopters stationed on the helipad. Each Bell 407 is priced at approximately $30 million, while the Augusta AW109 goes for around $60 million, dubbed the Rolls-Royce of the sky, specifically catering to the affluent-seeking premium skydiving experiences. The middle-aged man known as Lao Wang is the head of this skydiving base, where many visitors to Luqing specifically come to experience the thrill of parachuting. Lao Wang turned to the 6 individuals and inquired, "Will you all be participating in the jump?" "Yes, we will," Meng Wanzhou replied. "Excellent. Please follow me for a brief registration. We may need to present your identification shortly." Su Yang chuckled. "Is an electronic version acceptable?" "I forgot my ID." "That will suffice," Lao Wang assured. The group followed Lao Wang into the base and soon completed the registration process. At this point, the waiting area was bustling with numerous tourists preparing for their jumps. There were 2 types of helicopters, each capable of accommodating 7 to 8 passengers. However, due to the requirements for skydiving, including crew members and instructors, only 2 individuals could be assigned to each helicopter. After a brief discussion, the group organized themselves as follows. Su Yang and Tang Ziyun paired together. Meng Wanzhou and Xia Kiki formed another duo, while Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming, the 2 proverbial light bulbs, found themselves in a group on their own, casting forlorn glances at Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou. At that moment, 6 skydiving instructors entered the waiting area for women and 2 men. Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou hurried over to greet the instructors. Ultimately, 2 female instructors were assigned to guide Su Yang and Tang Ziyun, while another pair of female instructors took Meng Wanzhou and Xia Kiki under their wing. The 2 robust male instructors, sporting full beards, were tasked with overseeing Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming. Chapter 73. Skydiving. 2 burly men with bushy beards smiled at Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming, causing a shiver to run down their spines. "Damn it. I should have known better than to come," Zhang Ziming muttered with a grimace. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. "How about we request to switch to 2 female instructors? Surely, there must be some available." "Definitely not," Zhang replied. "Then let us make do with what we have." Reluctantly, they followed the male instructor to the side to don their gear. Before long, all 6 participants were outfitted in their skydiving equipment. At that moment, Lao Wang approached Meng Wanzhou and inquired, "Young Master Meng, I have 2 Augusta AW109 helicopters available. One for you, and this lovely lady, and the other for whom?" Meng Wanzhou tilted his head towards Su Yang, indicating, "These 2. "All right." Lao Wang gestured and walked over to the instructors, giving them a few brief instructions. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, they proceeded to the helipad. Su Yang and Tang Ziyun boarded one of the Augusta AW109 helicopters with 2 female instructors. The interior of the helicopter was remarkably luxurious, reminiscent of a first-class cabin on a large aircraft, featuring white leather seats. On either side of the helicopter, there were 3 enormous square windows, allowing passengers to enjoy the breathtaking aerial views. Above the seats opposite the cockpit hung a 45-inch LCD screen, currently displaying various skydiving videos. The spacious interior allowed Tang Ziyun to sit closely beside Su Yang by the window. Even before takeoff, she began to feel a bit anxious. "Su Yang, are you scared?" "Me? Not really. I can't recall ever encountering anything particularly frightening," he replied, though he thought to himself, "except for being broke. I'm starting to feel a bit regretful." "Don't say that. We've come this far. Have you ever done this before?" "No, this is my first time." Tang Ziyun shook her head. "Same here. Life is brief, and it's good to experience new things. Just take a deep breath and relax." Tang Ziyun swallowed hard and nodded. After about 10 minutes, the crew completed their safety checks and preparations. They helped Su Yang and Tang Ziyun fasten their seatbelts before communicating with the pilots beside the cockpit. Buzzing. The helicopter's rotors began to spin. Tang Ziyun's brow furrowed, her beautiful petal-like lips pressed tightly together. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the safety belt. Sitting up straight. Noticing her distress, Su Yang chuckled, "Don't be so tense. You're making me a bit nervous now." The two female instructors reassured her, "Relax, beautiful. Just take a deep breath. Skydiving is not as terrifying as you might think." "Huh, huh." Tang Ziyun continued her deep breathing. Su Yang gently patted her back. "It's all right. We have professional instructors here. Yes, you can feel at ease with us around." Tang Ziyun hesitantly remarked, "What if the parachute doesn't open when we jump?" The instructor paused momentarily before laughing. "That's not possible. We've checked everything before takeoff, so you can rest assured." Tang Ziyun nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Soon, accompanied by a thunderous sound, the helicopter ascended rapidly. Su Yang turned to the two instructors and inquired, "What are the names of the two lovely ladies?" "I am Su Chio. You may call me Chio Chio," replied the cheerful instructor with a cute appearance. "Ah, we share the same surname. I am also Su Yang." They exchanged a handshake, and the other girl, who had a more internet celebrity vibe, chimed in with a smile, "I am GZ. GZ, what a lovely name," Su Yang remarked, extending his hand to shake hers. In his eyes, the two girls were at most rated just over 70 points, and he mused that without makeup, the instructor named GZ might not even reach that score. He felt no inclination to scrutinize further. "How high are we flying?" "Approximately 4,000 meters, Chio Chio responded. Su Yang nodded and engaged in light conversation with the two for a while. Before long, the helicopter reached its designated altitude. Su Yang turned to gaze out the window, taking in the sight of the small island beneath, the vast azure sea stretching endlessly, with the urban area of Deer City visible not far to the right of the island. "Little Tang, don't keep your eyes closed. Take in the scenery." Tang Ziyun opened her eyes, realizing it was not much different from looking out the window of a regular airplane. She leaned closer to Su Yang, peering outside. "It's beautiful. Isn't it? Aren't you going to take a picture?" "All right," she exclaimed, pulling out her phone to capture the picturesque views. After snapping a few photos, she shyly turned to Su Yang and suggested, "Let us take a selfie." "Sure." Tang Ziyun switched her phone to selfie mode, tilting her head towards Su Yang and flashing a bright smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. "Give me a smile." Su Yang made a peace sign and grinned widely. Click. Together, they captured a memorable photo at an altitude of 4,000 meters. After finishing the photo shoot, the crew approached to announce, "We have reached the designated height. You may now parachute." Chio Chio gave Su Yang and Tang Ziyun an OK sign. "Prepare to jump. Who will accompany me?" "I will join you." Su Yang replied with a smile. "All right, GZ will guide this lovely lady." After double-checking the equipment for Su Yang and Tang Ziyun, Chio Chio retrieved helmets and goggles, assisting Su Yang in putting them on. She then secured him with a parachuting professional hook. GZ was simultaneously working with Tang Ziyun. At that moment, the helicopter hovered at 4,000 meters, and once the crew confirmed safety, they opened the aircraft door. A fierce gust of wind rushed into the cabin. Tang Ziyun swallowed hard, her heart racing once more. Chio Chio asked from behind Su Yang, "Who will jump first?" "I will go first. Let me demonstrate," Su Yang announced, turning to give Tang Ziyun a thumbs up. "Little Tang, don't be afraid. We'll land soon. We'll meet on the ground." Tang Ziyun managed a shy smile and nodded. "It's time to jump." "Great." Chio Chio guided Su Yang to the edge of the helicopter. Gazing down at the several thousand meters below, Su Yang felt a moment of trepidation. "Get ready. When we jump, extend your arms and stay calm, following my lead." Su Yang nodded, taking a deep breath to prepare himself. As Chio Chio grasped the door of the helicopter, she counted down 3 seconds before forcefully propelling Su Yang forward. And in an instant, they leaped from the aircraft. The rapid descent brought a profound sense of weightlessness, but this sensation soon dissipated, replaced by a jarring impact on both body and soul. Su Yang felt as though the entire world was transforming at an astonishing pace. The sound of the wind intertwining with the rhythm of his heartbeat, an unprecedented exhilaration surging from within. "Wow!" Su Yang could not contain a shout. The rushing wind flooded into his mouth, prompting him to hastily close it. Ding! First-time experience of skydiving detected in the host's life. Mood: exhilarated, thoroughly enjoying it. Reward: 3 million. Inside the cabin, GZ sat beside Tang Ziyun. After a series of admonitions, Tang Ziyun wrestled with her inner turmoil for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and uttering a single word, jump. Jizi gave a strong push backward, and the two swiftly followed suit into the open air. Chapter 74. What levels are they? Su Yang spread his arms wide, savoring the fleeting moments. At that instant, Qiu Qiu embraced him, and they twirled in midair, prompting Su Yang to let out an exuberant shout. After a brief yet rapid descent, the ground loomed closer, expanding in their vision. When they were approximately 1,500 meters above the earth, Qiu Qiu swiftly deployed the parachute. The moment the parachute unfurled, they experienced a sudden jolt. The sensation of weightlessness washed over them once more, though it dissipated quickly. Subsequently, their rate of descent slowed considerably, with Qiu Qiu skillfully maneuvering the parachute, and soon they landed on a vast expanse of grass. After a short run to cushion their landing, Su Yang exclaimed, "Oh, what a thrill!" Notification. The system detects that the host is still immensely enjoying the experience. Reward: 1,000,000. How do you feel? Qiu Qiu inquired from behind him. Su Yang, momentarily taken aback, returned to reality and replied with a smile, "It's an extraordinarily unique sensation. I reckon I will fall in love with this sport." Haha. Isn't it fascinating? Skydiving is truly enjoyable. As they chatted, they unclipped their safety harnesses. At that moment, he looked up to see Jizi and Tang Ziyun descending gracefully. Above them, 4 more groups were in the air, including Meng Wanzhou with Xia Kiki, as well as Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming. Su Yang was the first to touch down, and after waiting a while on the ground, the others followed suit, landing one by one. Meng Wanzhou, upon landing, also shouted in joy. Just then, Tang Ziyun approached Su Yang, her earlier anxiety replaced by palpable excitement. How was it? Fun, right? Tang Ziyun nodded. It was quite good. I was very scared before jumping, but during the descent, I hardly felt anything. Indeed. The initial jump and the moment the parachute opens deliver a strong sense of weightlessness, but aside from that, it's incredibly exhilarating, much more so than a roller coaster. As they continued their conversation about the skydiving experience, Meng Wanzhou and the others approached them. Old Su, how was it? Su Yang nodded. It was truly wonderful. I would love to try it again if given the chance. There are several skydiving bases in Haiqing. If you wish to partake again, just let me know and I'll make some arrangements. Okay. By the way, who are the people you called over? Su Yang asked with a smile. Meng Wanzhou raised an eyebrow. You know the type. All beautiful women, and they're quite open-minded as well. Oh, do elaborate on the open-mindedness. Ha. As long as you understand what I mean, but you won't have a chance. My sister has her eye on you. What can you do? I can appreciate their beauty, can I? I'm just an honest man, Su Yang chuckled. Meng Wanzhou playfully shoved Su Yang. Honest my foot. Are there really no guys among them? Do you want guys? Not really, just asking. How many are there in total? Meng Wanzhou pondered for a moment. There should be about 4 or 5. I'm not certain if they will invite anyone else, but it won't be fewer than 4. As these 4 are the ones I personally called. Sounds good. What levels are they? Can they match someone of Tang's caliber? Meng Wanzhou rolled his eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about? There aren't many of her caliber, but they are all quite good, primarily due to their impressive physiques. While the two were engaged in casual banter, the unfortunate duo of Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming approached. What are you two chatting about so intimately? Zhang Ziming inquired. Just some casual talk. How are you two male coaches faring? Lu Bo replied with an exasperated expression. Don't even mention it. The girls are more muscular than I am. It's quite uncomfortable. He quickly added, Never mind that. I need to head back and take a breather with the beauties. Once the group was assembled, they jovially followed their coach to the roadside, where they boarded a sightseeing vehicle to return to the skydiving base. On the vehicle, Su Yang turned to Meng Wanzhou and asked, Old Meng, do you have any villa resources available in Haiqing? Intrigued, Meng Wanzhou moved closer to Su Yang and asked, What is this? Are you looking to purchase a villa? Yes, I'm considering acquiring one, Su Yang nodded. Well, you've come to the right person. What is your budget? Any specific location requirements? Su Yang pondered for a moment and replied, Not too remote, preferably in a pleasant environment. As for the budget, around 4,000 to 5,000. Meng Wanzhou looked up at the sky, contemplating, and said, 4,000 to 5,000 is quite sufficient in Haiqing. What size are you looking for? Well, not too large. Around 800 square meters. Ideally with a yard and a swimming pool, and it should be move-in ready. I'd like to occasionally invite you all over for a party, Su Yang elaborated. That's quite a lot. But once we return, I'll inquire on your behalf. I assure you, you'll be pleased. Su Yang patted Meng Wanzhou on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you in advance. No need for formality between us. It's a trivial matter, Meng Wanzhou replied. Soon after, the group returned to the skydiving base where Old Wang awaited at the entrance. As he saw the vehicle approach, he stepped forward with a smile. Meng Xiao, did you enjoy the jump? It was quite good. Your coaches are very professional, Meng Wanzhou responded. Haha, indeed. Come on in. Everyone, take a moment to relax. I've prepared some fine pu'er tea. Meng Wanzhou waved his hand in refusal. No need for that. Please take us back. We have other arrangements. Old Wang cheerfully replied. Oh, I see. Very well. I won't take up your precious time. Allow me to escort you back to the hotel. After a brief 10-minute journey, the Buick Century MPV stopped at the entrance of X Hotel. The group disembarked, and Old Wang followed suit, exchanging pleasantries before turning to leave. Su Yang glanced at his watch. It was 11:25. The group took the hotel's sightseeing vehicle back to Villa Number 1. Upon entering, they found 4 girls in the living room, enjoying fruits and karaoke. Su Yang was pleasantly surprised to hear Pan Ning's voice as she sang a very famous song. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately, you have long gone, disappearing into the crowd. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he approached and applauded. That was wonderful. Pan Ning shot him a sidelong glance, but continued until the end of the song. You all returned so quickly? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Skydiving is quite swift, Lu Bo responded with a grin as he plopped down next to Lu Ming. Was it fun? It is indeed entertaining. Yet it seems to lack something. What is that something? A female instructor, Su Yang chuckled. Brother Yang, don't mention it. It infuriates me. After a few casual exchanges, Su Yang moved behind the bar to preheat the coffee machine. Who wants some coffee? Several girls eagerly raised their hands. You can make coffee? Of course. Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. I feel unwell without my daily cup. Lu Ming approached the coffee machine, engaging Su Yang in conversation. How come you can do everything? Well, during my university days, I was rather bored and worked at a coffee shop for a while. I see. Su Yang turned to Lu Ming. But why didn't you call a waiter to assist you? I hadn't thought of that. Su Yang shook his head with a smile. Once the coffee machine is heated, I shall prepare it for you. Can you create latte art? Tang Ziyun inquired as she approached. Absolutely. Could you make me a little heart later? Chapter 75. I did it. You feel free. A subtle smile graced Su Yang's lips. No problem. 20 minutes later, the coffee machine reached its designated temperature. He prepared a cappuccino for each of the girls, adorning only Pan Ning and Tang Ziyun's with heart shapes, while the others received simple leaf designs. Around noon, Meng Wanzhou's phone rang. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Fatty, your guest has arrived at the dock. Could you go pick him up? Certainly. Lu Bo replied cheerfully as he turned to leave. He was quite enthusiastic about this task. What is the plan for later? Su Yang inquired, casting a glance at Meng Wanzhou. The villa is equipped with a barbecue grill, and the hotel provides the ingredients. We can set up a small barbecue in the backyard. Swim a bit, enjoy some water games, and for those who wish to sing, they can do so. For those who prefer not to, there are gaming consoles and a basketball court. Essentially, it will be a lively gathering. Su Yang nodded, feeling a rush of excitement as he had never organized a villa party before. Half an hour later, a cascade of melodious laughter resonated from the entrance of the villa. Lu Bo pushed the door open, followed by 5 beautiful girls, each with distinct styles. Su Yang, Meng Wanzhou, and Zhang Ziming looked up in surprise. Among them was a blonde girl reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, with fair skin, standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, dressed in a gray crop top and black fitted denim shorts. Her features were exquisitely refined, with a pronounced nose and striking blue eyes, complemented by curvaceous legs. Su Yang nudged Meng Wanzhou. We have an international guest? I'm not sure. She wasn't on my invite list. Perhaps she is a friend of someone. Meng Wanzhou replied. Wow, she is a stunner, Zhang Ziming whispered as he approached. The other 4 girls standing beside the blonde were equally captivating. One of them exuded an alluring presence, standing around 168 centimeters tall, with long black hair and a delicate face adorned with dark lipstick. She wore a light green cinched mini dress, embodying both innocence and allure. As they entered the living room, Su Yang turned his attention to the remaining 3 girls. One was exceptionally cute, with a round face, standing about 165 centimeters tall, sporting twin ponytails, dressed in a black and white JK miniskirt, and accentuated by seductive over-the-knee black stockings. Another girl was slightly shorter, around 162 centimeters, with a braided hairstyle. clad in a black spaghetti strap top and a white mini skirt, her bosom swaying dramatically as she walked. Based on Su Yong's recent experiences, she appeared to be at least an F cup, possibly even reaching G. The final girl radiated a particularly sensual aura. Her complexion was fair, with long brown curls. A slightly plump figure, a slender waist, and wide hips, all encased in a cream-colored low-cut bodycon dress that exuded allure. At this moment, Meng Wanzhou stood up, smiling. "Welcome. Lovely ladies. When did you arrive in Luqing, Mingo?" The adorably cute girl inquired with a smile. 2 days ago, we arrived. Let us set aside trivial matters and come together for introductions. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lu Wenqi. It is a pleasure to meet you. The charming young lady stepped forward with a radiant smile to introduce herself to Su Yang's group. "Hello, I am Li Yutong." The girl with an elegant demeanor waved to the few present, lingering her gaze on Su Yang for a few moments longer. "Greetings, I am Yang Yue. Feel free to call me Wei Wei. This is Deji. My name is Luo Yu. You can call me Xiao Luo." The girl in a fitted dress continued her introduction. After all four had introduced themselves, a blonde girl approached and spoke in nearly accent-free Chinese. "Hello, my name is Cynthia, and I am Xiao Luo's friend. You may call me Yiya. It is a great honor to meet you all for the first time." As she spoke, she glanced at Meng Wanzhou and the others, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Yang. "Wow, your Chinese is remarkable," Zhang Ziming praised. "Oh, you flatter me. I came to Huaguo at a young age, so I can almost be considered half a Huaguo person." "I see." The people around Su Yang then took turns introducing themselves briefly to the girls. The consensus about the 5 young ladies could be summarized in a single word: ample. Each possessed an impressive figure, with the smallest, Li Yutong, being at least AC. Meng Wanzhou certainly had a knack for making friends. At that moment, the living room was filled with cheerful chatter, as the 5 girls quickly became acquainted with Pan Ning and Tang Ziyun. Their personalities were all delightful, with no signs of shyness. Luo Yu eagerly took the microphone to serenade the gathering, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Ding, host detected immense enjoyment, reward, 1 million. At this point, Su Yang inquired within his mind. Scan each one, simply state their name, age, physique, and beauty. Lu Wenqin, 22 years old, beauty, 77, physique, 83. Li Yutong, 25 years old, beauty, 80, physique, 85. Yang Yue, 23 years old, beauty, 79, physique, 90. Luo Yu, 21 years old, beauty, 84, physique, 90. Cynthia, 22 years old, beauty, 89, physique, 95. Goodness, a physique score of 95? Higher than Pan Ning? They seem fairly similar, just a bit fuller, a bit larger. Regardless, she is the only one exceeding 85. Let's secure that first. Ding, binding successful. Cynthia's affection level towards host, 10. Half an hour later, 2 young servers brought 3 large bags of fresh ingredients: pork, beef, lamb, vegetables, fruits, and various seafood. Over a dozen people lounged on the sofa, singing, chatting, and drinking. At that moment, the foreign friend Yiya eagerly sat beside Su Yang, holding a glass of champagne and smiling at him. "What do you call this handsome gentleman? I didn't quite catch your name during the introductions." With a charming smile, Su Yang introduced himself. "I am Su Yang." Yiya nodded and asked, "May I share a drink with you?" "Of course," Su Yang replied, raising his glass of red wine to clink with hers. "I'll drink to that. You may do as you wish." With that, he tilted his head back and downed his drink in one swift motion. Yiya regarded Su Yang with a hint of dreamy admiration, her foreign demeanor refreshingly candid, revealing her emotions without pretense. Upon witnessing Su Yang finish his drink, she lifted her glass and sipped half of its contents. "I apologize for my limited tolerance," she said. "It's quite all right," he reassured her. "May I add you on WeChat?" Yiya inquired, biting her alluring lower lip as she gazed at Su Yang. What a tease. Asking for WeChat while biting your lip, such blatant allure. Su Yang thought to himself, swiftly glancing at Pan Ning, who was seated cross-legged on the sofa, seemingly oblivious to anyone around her as she engrossed herself in a mobile game. Turning back to Yiya, he replied with a smile, "Certainly." With a faint smile, she took out her phone, and they quickly exchanged contact details. After chatting for a while longer, she excused herself to join another group for karaoke. Just as Su Yang sighed in relief, 4 other young women approached him. Chapter 76, Unperturbed. One must observe Su Yang lifted his gaze and was instantly captivated by the imposing presence of the G-Class vehicle. "Su Yang, could you please add me on WeChat?" Yang Yue beamed, her pearly white teeth gleaming as her eyes curved charmingly, exuding an endearing innocence. You are all too kind. Come, let us exchange contacts, Suyang replied, swallowing hard as he stood up and sequentially added the WeChat accounts of the 4 girls. Nearby, Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming observed with palpable envy. However, the girls did not limit their exchanges solely to Suyang. After toasting with him, they proceeded to add the WeChat contacts of everyone except Meng Wanzhou in a circular manner. This behavior highlights the contrasting natures of Chinese and foreign girls. The latter tend to be straightforward, directly approaching those they fancy to request their WeChat, while the former often consider the feelings of others, displaying a degree of social tact. When it was Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming's turn, both were grinning from ear to ear. This was their first encounter with these girls, apart from their acquaintance with Meng Wanzhou. After some initial mingling, Meng Wanzhou glanced at his watch and announced, "Everyone, it's past 2 o'clock. We need to head to the backyard for the barbecue. Preparing the ingredients will take some time, so we should start getting ready." He instructed the boys to assist him in moving tables and chairs while entrusting the ingredient preparations to the lovely ladies. "Don't worry, leave it to us." The 5 girls responded eagerly as they made their way to the kitchen. Xia Kiki and Han Xiaoyu followed suit to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Suyang and Lu Bo carried the barbecue grill, while Meng Wanzhou and Zhang Ziming managed the tables and chairs. Once everything was set up, the 3 remaining boys were drenched in sweat, while Suyang appeared utterly unruffled, as if untouched by the heat. "Brother Yang, aren't you hot?" "You're not sweating at all," they exclaimed. Suyang chuckled. "I'm fine. I don't tend to sweat much." This was, in fact, a testament to his mastery of body management. "Are we all set now?" "Yes. The ingredients can be handled by the girls. We can take a dip in the water," Meng Wanzhou replied with a smile. Soon after, the 4 boys retreated to their rooms to change into swim trunks and made their way to the poolside. Pan Ning, Shun Yixue, Tang Ziyun, and Lu Ming also ventured into the backyard. "When did you all change into swim trunks?" Shun Yixue inquired, surprised. "We just finished moving things, and it's sweltering. We're going for a quick dip. Would you like to join us?" Lu Bo cheerfully invited. "Is it really appropriate for us to play here while they're busy in the kitchen?" Shun Yixue seemed eager to join in the fun. "Oh, what does it matter? There are already 7 of us over there. It's a party, and it has already begun. We can do whatever we like. Besides, Brother Yang will be personally grilling for us shortly," she added with enthusiasm. Suyang rolled his eyes. "You certainly know how to organize things." "Hee. Isn't it because you make it so delicious? I'll be your assistant later." "Well, that is a fair point. Let us go change into our swimsuits, sisters," Shun Yixue insisted, dragging the other 3 back to their rooms. Suyang smiled and executed a flawless dive into the water. Meng Wanzhou and his companions promptly leaped into the swimming pool. "Ah, this feels delightful," Lu Bo exclaimed, pushing his hair back with a grin. "This pool is quite deep." "Isn't it?" Suyang floated in the water, his toes barely able to touch the bottom. If he completely relaxed, his head would be submerged. "This might not be very accommodating for the girls," Zhang Ziming remarked. "What do you know? If it weren't a bit deeper, how would we assist them later?" Lu Bo smiled slightly at Zhang Ziming. "Oh, right. Hee. You didn't ask the hotel staff to prepare this pool, did you, old Meng?" Meng Wanzhou chuckled in silence. "I'm not that idle." After swimming for a while, they leaned against the pool's edge and lit cigarettes. At that moment, Pan Ning and the others approached. Having changed into bikinis, the 4 boys turned their heads in unison. "Wow, this is incredible." Lu Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. For girls, 8 long legs, all clad in alluring bikinis, this scene was simply breathtaking. They laughed and settled at the pool's edge, dipping their fair legs into the water. "Could you 4 refrain from looking at us with those expressions?" Shun Yixue playfully waved her fist at the boys. "We can't help it. You're just too beautiful." Lu Bo replied with a cheeky grin. "There are still a few more stunning beauties coming. Can you handle it? It won't affect us. We'll still look." Shun Yixue shot a glare at them before bending down to splash water at the 4 boys. At that moment, Pan Ning jumped into the water and began to swim gracefully. The other 3, thinking the pool wasn't too deep, followed suit. As soon as they jumped in, they found themselves submerged. "Wow, help!" The 3 flailed their arms in a panic. The boys, witnessing this, quickly swam over. Suyang, with a clear goal, swiftly reached Tang Ziyun and pulled her up. Meng Wanzhou grabbed Lu Ming, while Zhang Ziming swam to Shun Yixue to lift her. Lu Bo, feeling slightly awkward, turned and swam away to a more open area. "Damn it, why is it always me? I refuse to believe I want to have a partner later." Seizing the moment, Su Yang began instructing Tang Ziyun on swimming once again. However, with Pan Ning nearby, he didn't want to overdo it. So he guided Tang Ziyun like a professional swimming instructor. An hour later, De Jiang Yiwei dashed out from the living room. Everyone, stop playing. Things are almost ready. After calling out, she dashed back to the kitchen to help serve food. Climbing out of the pool, the girls reclined on the sun loungers to rest. The four boys made their way to the kitchen. Upon entering, the seven girls turned and fixed their eyes on Su Yang. The allure of his muscular physique, coupled with his handsome face, was undeniably captivating. It was like a model from De Ji paired with Pan Ning's features, drawing all attention. I say, you ladies, stop staring. You're making my brother embarrassed. Hurry and serve the food. Meng Wanzhou chuckled helplessly, interrupting them. Su, you handsome guy. I didn't expect your physique to be so impressive. Luo Yu and Yang Yue spoke with faces full of admiration. Su Yang smiled slightly, saying, your physiques are even more impressive. I can hardly imagine what it would be like if you donned swimsuits. Then let's change now. We all brought our swimsuits. They replied eagerly. Of course, it's a pool party. We must change into our swimsuits before diving in. However, it wouldn't hurt to transport the food first. After several trips back and forth, they finally managed to bring all the items for grilling to the table in the backyard. Subsequently, the seven girls went to their rooms to change into swimsuits, while Su Yang took out his phone, connecting it to the Bluetooth speaker in the backyard, filling the air with lively music. After a little over 10 minutes, the seven girls, each adorned in various stylish and alluring swimsuits, approached the poolside giggling together. This scene was even more striking than when Pan Ning and her companions had walked over earlier. After all, there were more of them, and more legs on display. Su Yang glanced at Yang Yue and exclaimed, goodness, this dimension is simply extraordinary. He then looked towards Yaya, who wore a black bikini that showcased a near-perfect figure. Although her bust did not rival Yang Yue's in prominence, it was still at least an E-cup. Moreover, her swimsuit had the least fabric among the seven. Indeed, foreign friends are truly remarkable. Chapter 77. Please explore on your own at this moment. Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming stood with their mouths agape, forming a perfect ta shape. Lu Bo, in particular, exhibited the most exaggerated expression, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The four of them took turns assessing the scene before them. Luo Yu donned a delicate, strapless bikini in a gentle shade of yellow, seemingly defying gravity. Lu Wenxin sported an adorable, bear-printed, hollowed-out one-piece swimsuit, complemented by a pair of pink cat ears adorning her head. The bear's large, expressive eyes were perfectly positioned over her chest, adding a striking three-dimensionality to her appearance. Li Yutong, with a pair of sleek black-framed glasses perched on her nose, also wore a black bikini. Despite sharing the same color, the two women exuded entirely different vibes. However, both styles were equally appealing to Su Yang. After all, children make choices, while adults embrace all. The backyard resonated with the thunderous beats of a DJ, and the dazzling sunlight danced upon the surface of the pool. The four young men busied themselves at the barbecue grill, while the ladies frolicked by the poolside. Some splashing about playfully, others swaying to the rhythm with beers in hand. It felt akin to an aquatic electronic music festival. As Su Yang tended to the barbecue, he occasionally stole glances at the breathtaking vista before him. Ding! The system detects that the host is currently experiencing immense enjoyment, rewarding 2 million points. An idea struck Su Yang, and he inquired within his mind. All right, system, let me see the complete information on that Yaya. Cynthia. Age, 22, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 59 kilograms, attractiveness, 89, figure, 95, number of relationships, 1, single, affection level, 20, what a gem. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim internally as he glanced at the affection level. Has that affection level quietly risen by 10 points in just this short while? Not bad at all. It's a pity I can't operate here. Otherwise, I would certainly win her over tonight. However, system, could you perhaps express the number of relationships in a more straightforward manner, like sealed or unsealed? Your current phrasing leaves me at a loss. Please explore on your own. Su Yang was deep in thought when he noticed Cynthia approaching him with a beer in hand. May I call you Yang Yang? She asked, her smile radiant. Taken aback, Su Yang replied with a chuckle, sure, feel free to call me whatever you like. Then I shall call you Yang Yang. It gives you an endearing quality. Endearing? Heh. I'll ensure you experience what it truly means to be fierce one day. Haha, is there something on your mind? Are you hungry? No. I simply wish to chat with you. Cynthia unabashedly expressed her fondness for Su Yang. I heard from Luo Yu that you all came from Haicheng for a vacation, correct? Indeed, we are all from Haicheng, Su Yang said as he continued to manage the barbecue. In a few days, I plan to visit Haicheng to meet some friends. I expect to stay there for a while. As Yi spoke, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Su Yang's face, the so-called captivating allure of her eyes manifesting in full splendor at that moment. Indeed, Hai City is quite delightful, with its mild winters and cool summers, making it an ideal place to reside. When you arrive in Hai City, do reach out. I'd be delighted to treat you to a meal, Su Yang remarked, lifting his gaze to Yaya, revealing a charming smile. Yaya locked her eyes onto Su Yang's, responding, sounds good, but I won't hold back when the time comes. Hold back? We are friends now, are we not? He replied. Indeed, she said, taking a swig of her beer. Have you always lived in Lu City? Su Yang inquired, shifting the topic. No, I'm also here for tourism. My friends reside here, while I live in the bustling metropolis of Mo-Dua, a big city. A wonderful place indeed, he remarked. It's nothing particularly special, but do come find me if you ever visit Mo-Du. That's a must, she affirmed. As their conversation flowed, Lu Bo interjected, unable to contain himself. You can also hang out with me in Hai City. I'm a local, far more familiar with the area than Brother Yang. Yi turned to Lu Bo, offered a slight smile, and walked away. Lu Bo, taken aback, turned to Su Yang and grumbled, what does she mean by that? Does she look down on me? I don't believe so. She seems quite amiable to me. So when I talk to her, she merely smiles? Well, speaking of which, Fatty, among the 5 new girls, is there anyone who piques your interest? Su Yang leaned closer to Lu Bo with a grin. Lu Bo pondered for a moment before replying, what if I'm interested in all of them? Su Yang, exasperated, replied, you can only choose one to be your girlfriend. Who would it be? It has to be Yaya, but she seems rather unappreciative. She barely engages with me. Why not consider someone else? Why waste time on someone who doesn't understand you? Lu Bo paused and said, you're right. You always know how to give good advice. What about the other 4? Do you fancy anyone among them? If so, the 3 of us could help you make a match, Su Yang suggested, glancing towards Meng Wanzhou, who was focused on grilling. Right, Lao Meng? Huh. Meng Wanzhou, engrossed in his barbecue, hadn't noticed Su Yang speaking to him. I asked if any of your 4 friends are single, Su Yang said, approaching him with a smile. Lu Bo, seeing Su Yang truly intended to assist him, eagerly followed, while Zhang Ziming set aside his task and joined them. What's up? Who have you got your eye on now? But it seems like these girls are quite interested in you. Did you see how they looked at you earlier, as if they wanted to devour you on the spot? Do you really need to make the first move? Meng Wanzhou remarked, then suddenly recalled something, adding, wait, no, just stick with my sister. These 4 aren't suitable for you. Just enjoy the view. Meng Wanzhou rambled on, and Su Yang rolled his eyes. When did I say I wanted to pursue anyone? I simply meant, are there any singles among them? We could help Fatty make a connection. Such a splendid opportunity, don't you think? Ah, regarding Fatty. It seems they are all single. So, Fatty, who do you fancy? Meng Wanzhou tilted his head and smiled at Lu Bo. I like them all, he said. Lu Bo grinned in return. Damn, Meng Wanzhou couldn't help but laugh. Who do you like the most? Who do you wish to date? I haven't really thought about dating. I just want to unleash an Italian cannon. Love is something even dogs wouldn't bother with. Indeed, love is for dogs. Zhang Ziming was about to echo Lu Bo's words, but suddenly recalled that he was the only one among the 4 confirmed to be in a romantic relationship. He scratched his forehead and remarked, one shouldn't say it like that. If the time is right, one should pursue it. You're not exactly young anymore. Having a girlfriend wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? Lu Bo awkwardly slapped his forehead and chuckled. Oh, I forgot you were dating. Haha. You thought I was just talking nonsense. On a serious note, do you actually have a girl you like? Today presents a splendid opportunity. Once this chance slips away, it may never return. Lu Bo pondered earnestly, if given the choice. I quite like that cute girl named Lu Wenxing. So, you're into the kawaii type? Meng Wanzhou responded. Hee, she is adorable. It's such a delightful contrast. Who wouldn't like that? Don't you all? Indeed, we do. Chapter 78. Team formation. The trio laughed heartily before turning their gaze to Lu Wenxing, who was playfully splashing in the pool. Indeed, she was adorable. Su Yang patted Meng Wanzhou to confirm, Old Meng, are you sure she doesn't have a boyfriend? I'm not entirely sure about her current status, but I'll ask her personally shortly, Meng Wanzhou replied. All right, our mission today is to help the chubby one find true love. Ideally, by the time we return to Haicheng, he can take her home with him, Su Yang declared. Brother Yang, I won't say another word. I shall remember this kindness, Lu Bo said. his face filled with gratitude as he clasped his fist in respect towards Su Yang. We're all family here, Su Yang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Meng Wanzhou grinned. Then it's settled. We'll think of ways to assist you, but whether you succeed tonight will depend on your own fortune. Hee, I'll do my best. After a brief huddle to devise their plans, they dispersed to continue with the barbecue. Time flew by during their joyous gathering, and before they knew it, over 2 hours had passed. In the meantime, Meng Wanzhou had managed to inquire about Lu Wenxin's relationship status. She was currently single. At that moment, as Su Yang and Meng Wanzhou reclined on their lounge chairs, smoking, Meng Wanzhou suddenly turned and said, I have a brilliant idea. Oh, do share. Since we have a total of 15 people, we can form 5 small teams. I'll come up with a random reason to group us, and from then on, whether we play games or drink, we must do so as teams. Su Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, pondering, that's a good idea. It effectively binds us together and sparks potential chemistry. Exactly, that is my intention. We just need a good excuse. That's simple. Let us have some fun. We can play games, sing, swim, or drink. Regardless, once we form teams, we can't separate before bedtime. A smile spread across Meng Wanzhou's face. Sounds good. But we only have 4 males, which means one group will lack a guy. That's inconsequential. The key is to ensure the chubby one gets to team up with Lu Wenxin. That's the priority, Su Yang replied with a grin. Meng Wanzhou contemplated for a moment and said, right, we mustn't make it too obvious. How about this? We'll find another girl and let the 5 of us represent the teams for the game. That works, but what game should we play? Once we add a girl, it introduces some uncertainty. As they pondered, Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming returned from the restroom. Have you 2 brilliant brothers come up with any ideas? Lu Bo asked, beaming as he sat beside Meng Wanzhou. Su Yang sat up and grinned. Not only do we have an idea, but we also let you choose someone. What? Really? Su Yang and Lu Bo reiterated the team formation concept to Zhang Ziming. As they listened, the latter nodded along, and Lu Bo gave a thumbs up. Great idea. Now we just need to think of a game to select the teams. Meng Wanzhou looked up at that moment and said, I can't be bothered to think any further. Let us just play the simplest game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to choose first, as I can't think of anything better. This matter hinges purely on fortune. What if the chubby guy keeps losing? Zhang Ziming added. In that case, there's nothing to be done. If we can't select even one from 10 individuals, it merely indicates that they are not fated. Su Yang replied with a chuckle. In fact, the odds are quite favorable. Here is a thought. Let us all start with rock. The chubby guy can throw paper, and the other girl can choose whatever she likes. Generally, the first to throw rock has the highest probability, so she is bound to eventually select rock. We shall continue this way until the chubby guy wins, then we will switch our throws. Agreed. Let us do it that way. We can't afford to lose. Meng Wanzhou said as he stood up, glancing at the girls scattered around, playing. He approached and called out, Ladies, could you gather here for a moment? What is up? Yang Yue inquired, leaning over the edge of the pool. At that moment, the other girls began to join Meng Wanzhou and the others. Once everyone had assembled, Meng Wanzhou smiled and said, I have an idea. Since we have a good number today, 15 in total, how about we split into 5 small teams? Whether we play games or drink, we'll do it as teams. Team-based competition? Lu Ming asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, it adds an element of fun. For instance, during drinking games, if someone loses, they can call on their teammates for assistance. Regardless of what we do, from now until bedtime, we can only seek help from our own team members. That sounds quite entertaining, she acknowledged. Right? We need some amusement. But what if there are 2 boys on the same team against the others? Wouldn't that be unfair? Lu Wenxin voiced her concern. Meng Wanzhou waved his hand with a smile. That won't happen. Boys cannot be on the same team. That is feasible, but I have a question. If that is the case, one team might end up with no boys at all. For games requiring physical strength, an all-girls team could be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming interjected. I considered that, but there is really no solution. With only 4 boys, we'll have to stick to games that are relatively friendly, Meng Wanzhou responded. How about this? We can have the girls select 4 representatives to play rock, paper, scissors for choosing the boys. The winners can select a boy first, ultimately forming 4 teams. Although one team will have 1 less member, at least we can ensure each team has a boy, Lu Ming suggested. After her proposal, Su Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Oh no, we've been turned into guests in our own game, Meng Wanzhou chuckled. Looking at Su Yang, what do you think? Is this acceptable? I'm fine with it, mainly because... Because what? Lu Ming approached him with curiosity. Oh, It's nothing. Let us go with your suggestion. You girls can choose the members. Let us discuss this. Lu Meng said with a smile as she turned to join the others. Gosh, we've been outmaneuvered. I think we're in trouble, Meng Wanzhou remarked, patting Lu Bo. However, Lu Bo appeared unfazed, grinning as he replied, honestly, it doesn't matter much to me. I don't necessarily have to be in Lu Wenxin's team. I'm fine with pairing up with the other girls as well. Meng Wanzhou rolled his eyes and remarked, goodness, after all this fuss. It seems we were worrying for nothing. Let fate decide. I am rather curious to see how they will choose. Zhang Ziming rubbed his hands together with a smile. I share your anticipation. I believe it will be far more exhilarating than our own selection process. The four of them returned to their reclining chairs, indulging in a smoke as they awaited the outcome. After a span of 10 minutes, the girls approached Su Yang and his companions. So what is the decision? Who have you chosen to be the captain for the selection? Meng Wanzhou inquired, directing his gaze toward the group of girls. At that moment, Pan Ning, Lu Meng, Li Yutong, and Shun Yixue stepped forward. Chapter 79. Group Games. Upon encountering the four individuals, Su Yang instinctively discerned his impending group assignment. Zhang Ziming shared a similar sentiment. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. So, you four are the captains, are you? Very well, let us determine the teams by drawing lots. Lu Meng glanced at the other three girls and suggested with a smile, shall we keep it simple with rock, paper, scissors? The others nodded in agreement. Thus, they commenced. The four individuals concealed one hand behind their backs, simultaneously chanting, rock, paper, scissors. As the words echoed, Su Yang and the others leaned in with anticipation. It was soon revealed that Pan Ning had chosen rock, Shin Yixue selected scissors, while both Lu Meng and Li Yutong opted for paper. The first round was deemed void. They proceeded once more. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Pan Ning again chose rock, and the other three displayed scissors. Pan Ning emerged victorious. The trio sighed, their expressions tinged with mild disappointment. Lu Meng cheerfully remarked, you may choose now. Su Yang, Pan Ning stated, not glancing back as she pointed towards him. Li Yutong's eyes flickered with a hint of regret upon witnessing this. Su Yang smiled as he moved to stand behind Pan Ning. The four continued their game, and after 3 more rounds, Li Yutong finally secured a win. She turned to Meng Wanzhou, I choose Wanzhou go. Meng Wanzhou exchanged smiles with Lu Bo and Zhang Ziming before stepping behind Li Yutong. Lu Meng soon triumphed as well, aware of Shun Yixue's connection with Zhang Ziming. She reluctantly opted for Lu Bo. Lu Bo grinned proudly as he joined Lu Meng. Choosing me was a wise decision. Lu Meng rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, that's only because I had no other choice. Consequently, Zhang Ziming defaulted to Shin Yixue's team. After another round, Pan Ning claimed victory once more. She glanced at Tang Ziyun and smiled. I choose Xiao Tang. Tang Ziyun was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Pan Ning would select her. Su Yang felt a similar perplexity, pondering, what is happening? Has she not noticed that Xiao Tang harbors feelings for me? What could be the reason for this choice? After a brief pause, Tang Ziyun joined Pan Ning's side. Su Yang remarked, we are now in the same group. MHM, Tang Ziyun replied, her lips curving into a sweet smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. The group of four continued their game for another 7 or 8 minutes, finally concluding the selections. The groupings were as follows: Pan Ning, Su Yang, Tang Ziyun, Yiya, Li Yutong, Meng Wanzhou, Xia Kiki, Luo Yu, Lu Meng, Lu Bo, Lu Wenxin, Shun Yixue, Zhang Ziming, Yang Yue, Han Xiaoyu. Yiya had proactively requested to join Pan Ning's group after her victory, while Lu Wenxin was chosen last by Lu Meng. Su Yang exchanged a covert okay gesture with Lu Bo, who raised an eyebrow in surprise, not anticipating that he would end up in the same group as Lu Wenxin. Once the group assignments were finalized, Meng Wanzhou announced, all right, everyone. Let us proceed according to these groups for the upcoming activities. Whatever we undertake will be organized by team. He then turned to Su Yang and the others. What shall we play next? He chuckled and said, you all know how to play basketball, right? Su Yang nodded, yes, but I haven't played in years, so I might be a bit rusty now. No worries, Meng Wanzhou replied, turning to the other girls. Let's organize a basketball match by teams, 1 boy and 2 girls per team. The girls probably aren't very experienced, and our skills are quite similar, so it will be fair. But basketball is exhausting, Han Xiaoyu said, rolling her eyes, somewhat reluctant. Life is all about movement, Meng Wanzhou countered. We won't play for long, just until one team scores 15 points. The 4 teams will draw lots to compete. and the winning two teams will face off again until we determine the champion. What does the champion receive? Meng Wanzhou pondered for a moment before answering. The winning team will receive a reward of 200,000, which I will fund. Meng is so generous. Meng is magnificent. Lu Bo chimed in, flattering him. Upon hearing about the monetary reward, the girls who were initially hesitant about playing basketball suddenly became interested. What if your team wins? Shen Yixue inquired. If my team wins, the three other teams will collectively contribute 100,000 to us. How does that sound? Fair enough? That seems reasonable. Shen Yixue nodded, considering that even if they lost, with 11 people combining their efforts, it would only be about 10,000 each, which wasn't a significant amount for them. Agreed, everyone concurred. Meng Wanzhou added. And one more thing. The winning team can request any activity tonight, and the other teams must comply unconditionally. Of course, nothing inappropriate will be involved. You can rest assured about that. Understood. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Meng Wanzhou smiled. Then let's head to the basketball court. The 15 of them proceeded to the basketball court, and each team sent one member to draw lots. Ultimately, Pan Ning's team faced off against Shen Yixue's team, while Li Yutong's team competed against Lu Meng's team. Su Yang dribbled the basketball, trying to recapture the feeling of his student days. Since graduating from university, he hadn't played basketball, and his dribbling skills had become somewhat rusty. Lu Bo, however, wore a confident expression, despite his stoutness. He excelled at basketball beyond anything else besides fighting. He was certain of winning today's match and hoped to impress Lu Wenxin in the process. Meng Wanzhou gestured for Su Yang, Lu Bo, and Zhang Ziming to step aside. Old Su, how are your and Ziming's basketball skills? Su Yang replied with a smile. Not great. I haven't played in many years. And you? Meng Wanzhou turned to Zhang Ziming. I'm decent, back in school. They called me Little James. Are you forgetting our mission for today? What mission? Zhang Ziming furrowed his brow in thought. Isn't it to help the big guy win over Lu Wenxin? Oh, I get it now. I'll make sure to lose on purpose after defeating Yang Yang's team. Lu Bo shot a glare at Zhang Ziming. Who said anything about losing on purpose? Do you think I'm just making up the name Little O'Neill for fun? Meng Wanzhou intervened to halt their banter. The goal is for the big guy to win, all right? Certainly, no problem. Meng Ge, you are truly kind to me. Not only have you allowed me to win, but you are also gifting us 200,000. Meng Wanzhou smiled and said, we're brothers, after all. Consider this a little advance for your accommodations, as well as a modest gift for your future spouse. What a good brother. If I were a woman, I would certainly. Stop right there. Meng Wanzhou quickly raised his hand to halt him, fully aware of what Lu Bo was about to say. The mere thought of that scenario made him feel somewhat nauseous. Lu Bo chuckled and continued. By the way, can the first place winner choose any game to play tonight? Anything goes, as long as it's not too outrageous. After all, there are many girls present. We wouldn't want to make things too uncomfortable, Meng Wanzhou replied. Oh, come on. Brother, what are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. I merely want to play the little game we missed out on last night. Su Yang, taken aback, inquired. What little game from last night? The pencil spirit. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow at Su Yang. You mean that? But several girls are too scared to play. That's why if I win, you all must heed my commands. That's no issue. Any spirit game will suffice. Besides, we have more people today, so it shouldn't be too frightening. All right, I'll take charge of the organization tonight, Zhang Ziming said, suddenly turning serious. By the way, I have something to add. Tomorrow, Yixue and I have some urgent matters and will likely need to return to Haiqing early. What is going on? The three turned to Zhang Ziming. Yixue has some family issues, and I need to accompany her back. I apologize for interrupting the fun. Seeing this, Su Yang suggested, let us not dwell on that. My thought is that we should all head back tomorrow. After all, we can always arrange to hang out when we have time in Haiqing. Meng Wanzhou nodded. Then let us return together. Let us enjoy tonight thoroughly and depart tomorrow. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Bo. Tonight is your one chance. Whether you can seize it depends on you. Lu Bo grinned. Don't worry, I'm confident. All right then, I'll inform everyone later. What are you for conspiring about? Shen Yixue asked as she approached them after noticing their prolonged huddle. Nothing much. We were just discussing some basic rules. Now, we can begin. Chapter 80. The bikini basketball match. The four young men returned to their respective groups. Pan Ning turned to Su Yang and inquired, can you play? Me? That's a jest. I'm the one they refer to as Little McGrady. Su Yang replied with a chuckle. Tang Ziyun, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, who is Little McGrady? Su Yang smiled awkwardly. Well, he's just a remarkably skilled basketball player. Just know that I'm quite formidable. Yaya gazed at Su Yang with sparkling eyes. Then you must lead us to victory. Piece of cake, he replied confidently. At that moment, Meng Wanzhou, holding a basketball, addressed the group. Our team will face Lu Meng's squad first. Okay, everyone agreed. Stepping off the court and standing along the sidelines. Meng Wanzhou led Xia Kiki and Li Yutong into the fray, while Lu Bo brought his entire team. Given that they had only 3 members, Su Yang observed from the sidelines as Xia Kiki, Li Yutong, Lu Meng, and Lu Wenxin all donned alluring swimsuits. The sight of them playing basketball in such attire was undeniably captivating. Su Yang mused, "Isn't this a bikini basketball match?" Quite the spectacle. As the competition commenced, Lu Bo's team initiated the play, with Lu Meng forcefully passing the ball to Lu Bo. Meng Wanzhou stepped up to defend. After dribbling twice, Lu Bo executed a swift change of direction, circumventing Meng Wanzhou, and rapidly advanced towards the basket. Upon noticing this, Li Yutong rushed to defend. Lu Bo suddenly halted and took a jump shot. Swish! The basketball cleanly entered the net. Beautiful shot, Su Yang exclaimed enthusiastically. Impressive, right, Yang? Lu Bo turned to Su Yang with a grin. Indeed, you truly are the little O'Neal, Su Yang replied. Lu Bo's team scores 2 points. Zhang Ziming shouted, taking on the role of scorekeeper. At this moment, Lu Wenxin finally cast a glance at Lu Bo. She removed her cat ear headband and, smiling, approached him, playfully saying, Boj, you must excel. Our team relies on you. Lu Bo swallowed hard at Lu Wenxin's words, then confidently patted his chest with a smile. Leave it to me. Next, Meng Wanzhou's team commenced their play. After dribbling a couple of times, he passed the ball to Li Yutong. Upon receiving the pass, Lu Wenxin hurriedly approached, flailing her arms in front of her. Li Yutong paused, bewildered, and asked, What are you doing? I'm defending. Is that how you defend? What use is that? Li Yutong retorted, ignoring Lu Wenxin, and after taking 3 steps, passed the ball to Xia Kiki, who was nearby. That is traveling, Zhang Ziming pointed out, indicating Li Yutong. Su Yang, fully engaged in the game, chuckled and shook his head. Just let it slide. There's no need for such strictness. All right then. Beep. Detected that the host is enjoying watching the basketball match. Reward, 600,000. On the court, Xia Kiki received the ball, dribbled a couple of times, and then threw it towards the hoop with both hands. Clang. The basketball bounced off the rim before falling to the ground. Lu Bo and Meng Wanzhou rushed towards the ball. Meng Wanzhou deliberately slowed down, while Lu Bo leaped to grab the rebound, retreating beyond the 3-point line. With no defenders in sight, he smiled confidently and took a shot from beyond the arc. Swish. The basketball once again found its way into the net. Awesome, Fatty. Lu Bo's team now had 5 points. The current score stands at Lu Bo's team 5, Meng Wanzhou's team 0. What are you doing, old Meng? Focus, Su Yang called out playfully. All right, I want to go easy on you, Meng Wanzhou chuckled. After another 7 or 8 minutes of play, the final result was Lu Bo's team 15, Meng Wanzhou's team 8. As the next 2 teams prepared to take the court, Su Yang turned to Pan Ning and her companions. Who will join me? Pan Ning shook her head. This kind of game is not suited for me. You take them. Su Yang glanced at Tang Ziyun and Yiya, both of whom nodded with smiles. Then the 2 of us will assist you. Fine. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziming led Yang Yue and Han Xiaoyu into battle. Shin Yixue, who also did not enjoy such games, voluntarily stepped back. The 2 teams arrived at the court. Zhang Ziming looked at Su Yang and grinned. Yang, I won't let you win. Su Yang replied with a faint smile. Then let's see who prevails. Meng Wanzhou, seated outside the court, waved and shouted, Start already. Go, go. Shin Yixue stood on the sidelines, waving her arms as an impromptu cheerleader. Pan Ning leaned against the wire fence with her arms crossed, silently observing. After 1 member from each team played rock, paper, scissors, the ball possession was awarded to Su Yang's side. Su Yang dribbled outside the 3-point line, calling to Tang Ziyun and Yiya, You 2, get in and guard those girls. All right. Noticing this, Zhang Ziming jogged towards Su Yang, spreading his arms and crouching to defend. Su Yang executed a crossover dribble, abruptly changing direction in an attempt to shake off Zhang Ziming. However, Zhang Ziming, being a frequent player, reacted quickly and kept up with him. As Su Yang charged towards the basket, after a brief struggle, Han Xiaoyu managed to break free from Tang Ziyun's defense and sprinted towards Su Yang. Yet, Su Yang was also moving swiftly. She couldn't stop in time and collided into Su Yang's arms. Before Su Yang could register the impact, Zhang Ziming was already closing in, leaping to take a shot. Clang. The basketball hit the rim and bounced off. Oh no. Bang. After the ball flew out, it was quickly retrieved by Yang Yue standing nearby. Pass it to me. Zhang Ziming quickly retreated to the three-point line, calling for the ball. Yang Yue casually dribbled a couple of times before tossing the ball to Zhang Ziming. Swish. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Ziming executed a precise three-pointer, sinking it effortlessly through the net. Well done. Ming Wanzhou applauded from the sidelines. Su Yang remarked, "You're quite accurate." Huh, did you think I was joking? As the second round commenced, the victorious team retained the serve. Zhang Ziming dribbled forward, with Su Yang closely defending. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly intercepted the ball and quickly passed it to the distant Yiya. After receiving the ball, Yiya awkwardly dribbled towards the basket. Han Xiaoyu and Yang Yue rushed to encircle her. Su Yang dashed over, calling out, "Give it to me." In a flurry, Yiya tossed the ball to Su Yang. He barely caught it and was preparing to shoot when Zhang Ziming quickly closed in. Su Yang lifted his hand, feigned a shot, then bent down to evade Zhang Ziming as he drove towards the basket. Yang Yue and Han Xiaoyu focused their efforts on the player holding the ball, launching their attacks with swift determination. They quickly surrounded Su Yang, employing a close-marking defense. Caught between their relentless pressure, Su Yang found himself immobilized, his arms ensnared, rendering him incapable of leaping. What peculiar defensive strategy is this? I inquired. Never mind that. Our objective is simply to neutralize you, replied Yang Yue as she reached for the ball in Su Yang's grasp. She struck out fiercely, but Su Yang, with his hands momentarily freed, swiftly raised the ball. In her eagerness, Yang Yue's hand missed its target and inadvertently struck an innocent bystander. Su Yang doubled over, grimacing as he exclaimed, "Ouch. That hurts. Sister, please refrain from such wild swings." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Yang Yue said, taking a couple of steps back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, fortified by his physical prowess, Su Yang experienced little pain and seized the opportunity to leap and shoot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net. "You tricked me," Yang Yue exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yang, visibly agitated. "Who deceived you? Did you not touch me? Well, fine. I'll be more careful next time," Yang Yue admitted, her expression awkward. "It's now 3-2. Let us go, let us go." Lu Bo cheered from the sidelines, clapping enthusiastically. As the new round commenced, Zhang Ziming initiated the play, passing the ball to Han Xiaoyu before dashing toward the basket. Observing this, Han Xiaoyu promptly returned the ball to Zhang Ziming. Seizing the moment, Su Yang charged forward and intercepted the ball once more. "Huh, the ball is moving too slowly," Su Yang remarked, dribbling the ball beyond the three-point line. Zhang Ziming clapped for encouragement, hastening to keep pace. After a few seconds of tugging at the three-point line, Su Yang once again maneuvered past Zhang Ziming, anticipating that Yang Yue and Han Xiaoyu would not defend him as closely this time. Yet, he was mistaken. The two players lunged at him once again. Chapter 81. Not as you think. Upon seeing the two individuals rushing towards him, Su Yang swiftly dribbled backwards. Han Xiaoyu and Yang Yue relentlessly pursued him like clingy adhesive plaster. However, such a level of defense was child's play for him. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he prepared to toy with the duo. Su Yang slowed his pace, and as Yang Yue jogged up to seize the ball, he effortlessly spun away, evading her grasp. Just as he shook off one opponent, Han Xiaoyu quickly approached him from behind. "If you manage to steal the ball from me today, I will do 100 push-ups on the spot," she declared, pouting in indignation. "Come and try then," he retorted playfully. At this moment, Zhang Ziming, standing aside with a grin, chose not to join the defense, opting instead to enjoy the spectacle. Han Xiaoyu dashed towards Su Yang, aiming for the basketball. Su Yang lowered his center of gravity and executed a graceful change of direction, evading her attack. "I refuse to believe this," Han Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration, turning to Yang Yue. Wei, let us go at him together." "All right." They charged at Su Yang from two different angles once more. Su Yang, with a slight smile, halted and raised the ball high above his head, anticipating that they would attempt to snatch it. To his surprise, they resorted to a rather underhanded tactic. Han Xiaoyu lunged from the left, grabbing his right hand, while Yang Yue squatted low from the other side, seizing his left leg. Taken aback, Su Yang chuckled in disbelief. "Come on, you two are committing fouls. This is not how basketball is played." "Doesn't matter," they exclaimed defiantly, with their unreasonable defense. Su Yang had no choice but to pass the ball to Yaya beneath the basket. "Yaya, catch," he called out, swiftly throwing the ball. Yaya leaped to catch it, then pushed the ball upwards with both hands. The basketball soared, bouncing off the rim several times before finally falling into the net. Upon witnessing the successful shot, Yang Yue and Han Xiaoyu finally released Su Yang. How infuriating. Heh, your defense is futile. My teammates are quite formidable as well, Su Yang remarked with a grin, walking over to Yaya to high-five her in encouragement. Well done. We've taken the lead. 4-3, Meng Wanzhou shouted from the sidelines. Lu Bo approached Meng Wanzhou and muttered softly, why didn't we have such tight defense when we were playing earlier? With a resigned smile, Meng Wanzhou replied, who knows? How frustrating. Lu Bo gazed enviously at Su Yang, clenching his fists. As the game resumed, Su Yang passed the ball to Tang Ziyun, but her attention faltered, causing her to miss the catch. Just as the ball was about to go out of bounds, Zhang Ziming swiftly intercepted it. He chose not to pass, driving the ball towards the basket for a layup, reclaiming the lead at 4-5, with both teams closely contesting the score. Zhang Ziming's team initiated the next serve, and Su Yang kept up the defense. This time, Zhang Ziming failed to make his shot. Su Yang seized the rebound and passed the ball to Tang Ziyun, who was at the free throw line, only to be immediately besieged by Han Xiaoyu and Yang Yue. As the ball was on the verge of being intercepted, she skillfully passed it to Yaya. Without hesitation, Yaya received the ball and immediately relayed it to Su Yang, who was sprinting towards him. At the moment Su Yang caught the ball, he halted abruptly and executed a jump shot. Swish. The basketball elegantly swooshed through the net, allowing the score to shift once more to 6-5. How magnificent. Keep it up. Shen Yixue cheered incessantly from the sidelines. Zhang Ziming furrowed his brow and glanced at Shen Yixue, asking, which team are you supporting? Shen Yixue was taken aback. Only then did she realize she was cheering for the opposing team. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly smiled. I misspoke. Go for it. Zhang Ziming, with a resigned expression, moved to the three-point line and smiled at Su Yang. Not bad, Yang. How long has it been since you played? Su Yang chuckled. It's been several years, but I'm slowly regaining my rhythm. You might not necessarily win. The score had yet to reach halftime, so there was no rush. After 2 consecutive rounds, neither team managed to score again. It was Zhang Ziming's turn to serve, and he began to lower his center of gravity while dribbling. Su Yang spread his arms wide, diligently defending. Ding. The system detects that the host is thoroughly enjoying the game. Reward of 2 million granted. Su Yang was momentarily interrupted by the unexpected voice of the system. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ziming swiftly dribbled past him. Tang Ziyun and Yaya offered a token defense. Yet ultimately, Zhang Ziming succeeded in making the basket. The score climbed to 6-7. The competition remained fierce. Zhang Ziming, now drenched in sweat, glanced at Su Yang, who showed no signs of perspiration. Are you sure you're all right? Playing under this blazing sun and not sweating? I'm not hot. I feel nothing. Su Yang nonchalantly replied, his gaze fixed on the basketball in Zhang Ziming's hands. This time, Zhang Ziming refrained from driving in. He stood beyond the three-point line and took a long shot. The ball clanged against the rim before bouncing away, whereupon it was collected by Tang Ziyun. Observing this, Han Xiaoyu quickly closed in, and Tang Ziyun swiftly passed the ball to Su Yang. After receiving the pass, Su Yang maneuvered past the approaching Zhang Ziming, preparing for a 3-step layup. However, he was met unexpectedly by Yang Yue, who appeared in front of him. With no time to halt, he collided forcefully with Yang Yue, sending the ball soaring. Yang Yue screamed upon impact, teetering as she fell. Su Yang hurriedly reached out to catch her, and upon seeing his extended hand, Yang Yue instinctively grasped towards him in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, at that moment, her body was already in a precarious position, causing Su Yang to fall alongside her. Thud! Yang Yue landed on her back, while Su Yang fell atop her. Ouch! That hurts! Yang Yue exclaimed, furrowing her brow. Su Yang maintained a composed smile and, without a moment's delay, sprang to his feet and helped her up. Are you all right? My bottom hurts. Yang Yue pouted as she rubbed her backside. Can you continue? I can manage. I just need a moment. All right, let us take a 2-minute break and hydrate. The group retreated to the sidelines for a brief respite. Su Yang approached Pan Ning, who was leaning with a bemused smile, observing him. Are you tired? Feeling a bit tired. I must admit that I have not exercised in quite some time. In the past, I would have easily concluded the match with a score of 15 points. Now, it feels quite arduous. Here, have a sip of water. As Pan Ning spoke, she picked up a bottle of chilled mineral water, opened it, and handed it to Su Yang. With a smile, Su Yang accepted it, saying, "You're always so kind to me." To which she replied, "Of course, I would never use a hammer on you." Suddenly, as Su Yang took a sip, he inadvertently sprayed water all over Pan Ning, causing droplets to cascade down her neck, dampening her swimsuit. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly reached out to wipe it off. Pan Ning did not protest. However, Meng Wanzhou, Lu Bo, and the others nearby were not pleased. Lu Bo, with wide eyes, loudly admonished, "Young girl, what are you two doing in broad daylight?" Meng Wanzhou added with a serious expression, "Indeed, be mindful of your influence." Su Yang rolled his eyes. "It's not what you think." After a brief exchange of banter, the group returned to the match they had left unfinished. Soon, Su Yang's team lost to Zhang Ziming's team by a narrow margin of 1 point. After a short break filled with casual chatter, Lu Bo's team and Zhang Ziming's team commenced their final showdown. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhang Ziming successfully lost to Lu Bo with a score of 11-15. Meng Wanzhou promptly took out his phone and transferred 66,666 to each of the three, totaling 200,000. Lu Meng remained composed, considering this amount merely equivalent to the price of 2 handbags. In contrast, Lu Wenxin was brimming with excitement. Her monthly income was around 10,000. So not only did she not spend money on this outing, but she also made a profit equivalent to over half a year's salary. She waved her phone in front of the other girls, her delight evident. Lu Bo turned to Lu Wenxin with a smile. "So, how about it, Wenxin? Wasn't I impressive?" "Absolutely impressive, Bo Ge. Love you," she exclaimed, blowing him a kiss from a distance. Lu Bo, captivated by the adorable Lu Wenxin, approached her with a grin. "We're on the same team, right? We can easily handle them. Hee hee, Bo Ge, you're truly remarkable. I promise to treat you to a meal next time." Chapter 82. We'll handle it when we return tomorrow. After the competition concluded, everyone returned to the living room to rest. The clock had just struck 6:30, and the golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across every corner of the room. The group, slightly fatigued, sprawled across chairs and sofas. Outside, where the sea met the sky, a soft orange glow illuminated the horizon as the sun hung suspended in the air, poised to dip beneath the waves. After a brief respite, Meng Wanzhou leaned back on the sofa and casually remarked to Pan Ning and the others, "We're heading back tomorrow." Pan Ning was already aware that Shun Yixue planned to return to Haiqing early, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Ziyun and the others approached, inquiring, "Are you all returning to Haiqing tomorrow?" "Yes, Yixue has some matters to attend to at home, so we thought we would all return together," Meng Wanzhou explained. Tang Ziyun nodded and glanced at Su Yang. "Then we should go back as well. What do you all think?" She turned her gaze towards Lu Meng and the others. Lu Meng shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine with it. We've been here for 4 or 5 days already, so if we want to go back, we should." "All right. Then let us return with Su Yang and the others tomorrow." "Have you booked your tickets yet?" she asked, looking back at Meng Wanzhou. Meng Wanzhou shook his phone. "I'm checking now. If you want to go together, send me your details, and I'll book them all at once to save the hassle." Tang Ziyun smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Meng Ge. We'll transfer the money to you shortly." "No need. I'm not worried about your 4 tickets," he replied. "That is not right. We should pay you," Lu Meng chimed in with a smile. "We know you're not short on cash, but that is not how it's done. We've only known each other for a couple of days, but once we're more familiar, I won't hold back." "Haha. All right, just send me the details later." Meng Wanzhou laughed as he began to book the tickets. Lu Bo leaned in and whispered, "Hey Meng Ge, hold off on booking for now." "Why?" Meng Wanzhou asked, puzzled. "What if Wenxin wants to return with me tomorrow?" "Come on, are you dreaming? You can't be that naive. Who can predict such things?" "Haven't you noticed her attitude towards me has changed?" Meng Wanzhou scrutinized Lu Bo and replied, "Buddy, be rational. You're edging towards being a sycophant. Haven't you heard the saying?" "What saying?" Lu Bo asked, bewildered. "A sycophant ends up with nothing in the end." "Oh, come on. Am I really that kind of person? You don't know me at all?" "Well, I'm starting to wonder. You wouldn't have said something like this before." Meng Wanzhou continued, "Let me give you some advice. Regardless of whether she wants to return to Haiqing with you, just proceed as usual. If she genuinely likes you and wishes to go back, wouldn't she book her own ticket?" Lu Bo pondered for a moment and said, "That makes sense. I'll let it go." At that moment, Su Yang leaned in and whispered, "First, focus on winning her over tonight before worrying about anything else." "Hee hee, Yang Ge. I'm confident it will go well." Pan Ning sat beside Su Yang, and although the group spoke in hushed tones, she managed to catch the gist of their conversation. "You young men, your minds are perpetually occupied with the same trivialities." "What trivialities?" Do not speak carelessly. What have we said? Humph. I cannot be bothered to engage with you. At that moment, everyone turned on the television and gathered around the sofa to sing. Soon, the night fully enveloped the surroundings. And Su-young, having indulged in barbecue delights for the past few days, was on the verge of nausea. Meng Wonjo, contemplating their return to Haicheng the following day, contacted the hotel, and soon an array of delectable dishes began to arrive. There were Lu City's signature roasted chicken, fresh sea urchins harvested that very day, French white pearl oysters, M9 Wagyu steaks, and a plethora of other sumptuous delicacies. Finally, a grand platter arrived featuring the exquisite Iberico 5J ham. This delicacy is quite expensive. Iberico ham is categorized into 4 grades based on quality: black, red, green, and white. The highest standard is the black label, and the 5J ham surpasses even that. It is made from 100 purebred Iberico black pigs, nourished on acorns, with a single leg fetching a price well into the thousands. However, for Meng Wonjo, this amount was merely pocket change. As red wine was poured, everyone gathered around the sofa to relish their last dinner in Lu City. After satisfying their appetites, the clock struck 10. Suddenly a ping. Su-yang's phone buzzed. He picked it up to find a message from Lin Yi. Su-go. Why haven't you replied to me these past few days? Where have you gone? You haven't visited my live stream. Su-young paused, realizing he had almost forgotten about her. What could she want? I've been losing in PK battles and need you to rescue me. Su-young chuckled and replied. I've been away from Haicheng these days and haven't had the time. I'll come to help you once I'm free. All right. When will you return to Haicheng? Tomorrow. Can I come to visit you tomorrow? Sure, tomorrow evening. Great. Shy emoji. Su-young turned off his phone, thinking to himself, if you keep coming on to me like this, don't blame me for being impolite. I will take care of matters upon my return tomorrow. Who was that? Pan Ning inquired from the side. Oh, just a friend, Su-young replied. Pan Ning nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, Xia Kiki proposed a game of werewolf, and the group of 15 played 4 or 5 rounds consecutively. Lu Bo glanced at his watch, noting it was midnight, and decided it was time to halt the game. Let us switch to a different game. Lu Wenxin, sitting beside Lu Bo, looked up and asked, what game shall we switch to? I was just getting into it. I have a more thrilling game in mind, Lu Bo declared. At his words, Xia Kiki felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Lu Bo continued with a grin, with so many of us here, it would be a shame not to play Spirit of the Pen. Xia Kiki sighed dramatically, closing her eyes in despair. I say, fat brother, why are you so fixated on this game? I really don't want to play. Have you ever played it before? Lu Bo questioned. Xia Kiki shook her head. No, I haven't, but I've seen similar videos, and they are quite terrifying. In truth, there is nothing to fear. Shall we leave the lights on today? With more than 10 of us here, what is there to be afraid of? With me around, even ghosts would have to depart on their knees. After some internal conflict, Xia Kiki finally acquiesced, primarily because the group arrangements had not yet been cancelled. Following his victory in basketball, Lu Bo earned the privilege to choose any game he wished to play, compelling her to relent as well. Although the other girls were somewhat apprehensive, the atmosphere had reached its peak, and it would be unwise to dampen everyone's spirits, so they reluctantly agreed. Seeing that everyone was on board, Lu Bo beamed as he stood up to prepare the necessary materials for the game. Su-young leaned back on the sofa and chuckled. Old Meng, why does the chubby guy have such an affinity for this game? He insists on playing it. Meng Wonjo replied with a faint smile. Do you truly believe he is eager to play the game? Ah, I see. As the moment approaches, once he manages to frighten someone, he will have his opportunity. This fellow is always concocting such peculiar schemes. As for the chubby guy, well, let us save that discussion for when we return to Haicheng. Noticing Meng Wonjo's hesitation, Su-young, although curious about what was troubling the chubby guy, recognized that the current setting was not suitable for deep conversation. He nodded and said, all right, we can chat when we get back. At that moment, Lu Bo appeared with a black beer bottle, a sheet of white paper, and a ballpoint pen, hastily approaching the group. Having searched for quite a while, without finding a suitable pen that could stand upright, he decided to use the bottle as a substitute. As he placed the bottle on the table, he remarked, a beer bottle? Su-young asked, taken aback. It's an empty bottle I found in the kitchen. It's not from our leftover drinks. It belongs to the villa. Really, it's all the same, just a matter of terminology. So, what is the name of this game? Lu Bo turned to the group and earnestly declared, it's called Bottle Genie. Bottle Genie? Meng Wonjo and the others were momentarily baffled. Indeed, just think of it as a variation of the Pin Spirit game, The mechanics are quite similar. All right, all right. Play it as you wish. Lu Bo then addressed the circle of people. Has anyone here played a game like this before? The girls shook their heads. Then perhaps you should explain it to us first, as we have no prior experience. This game is quite simple. Really, there's no need for extensive explanation. Just follow my lead. Lu Bo said as he picked up the ballpoint pen and began to write on the white paper. Chapter 83, The Bottle Spirit Before Long. Lu Bo divided the white paper into over 10 sheets, arranging them in a circle around everyone. The sheets bore a collection of various words. Yes, no, unsure, present, absent, can, cannot, angry, happy, warning, danger. Su-Yang leaned down to examine them, inquiring with curiosity, what do these words signify? Lu Bo smiled and replied, after we summon the bottle spirit, we will pose some questions, and these words will serve as its responses. Summon? How do we do that? Zhang Ziming asked, bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with such games. Lu Bo, unsure how to explain, sat down and said, don't rush. Everyone, please sit properly and hold hands in a circle. He then extended his hands toward Lu Ming and Lu Wenxin. Lu Ming chuckled. I have reason to suspect that you are using this game as an excuse to get close to us. Is holding hands really that inappropriate? Lu Bo retorted, grasping Lu Ming with his left hand and taking Lu Wenxin's hand with his right. Lu Wenxin, looking a bit anxious, asked, why do I feel a bit creeped out? We haven't even begun yet. There's nothing to fear with me here. Soon, the others also joined in, holding the hands of those beside them. To Su-Yang's left was Pan Ning, and to his right was Tang Xiun. He naturally took both of their hands. Everyone settled onto the circular sofa, hand in hand, gazing at the pieces of paper on the table. Lu Bo then cleared his throat and began. All right, let us start. Everyone, repeat after me. Bottle spirit, oh bottle spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to rekindle our fate, please reveal your presence. After he finished reciting, Lu Bo looked at everyone and said, what are you all staring blankly for? Say it with me. Oh, let us not play anymore. This is quite eerie. Xia Kiki protested reluctantly. No, we've already begun. We must complete the process. Quickly, repeat after me. Everyone joined in, chanting, bottle spirit. Oh bottle spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to rekindle our fate, please reveal yourself. Once they finished, Lu Bo got up and picked up the black beer bottle placed in the center of the table, spinning it. Whoosh. A few seconds later, the bottle came to a stop, its mouth pointing towards the word can. The bottle spirit has arrived. Lu Bo exclaimed. Su-Yang chuckled in disbelief. With this circle of paper, it could point to any of them. Lu Bo looked at Su-Yang with a sincere expression and said, Yang, please refrain from speaking out of turn. The bottle spirit has indeed manifested. He then spun the bottle again, asking, oh, esteemed bottle spirit, we have a few small questions. Might you be able to answer us? As his words fell, the bottle's mouth pointed directly to Kanwao. Zhang Ziming exclaimed, suddenly standing up. What a coincidence! Several girls, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Bo ignored Zhang Ziming and spun the bottle once more. Oh bottle spirit, may I ask if I will find a girl whom I truly love in the future? Su-Yang rolled his eyes and said, could you possibly ask a more serious question? However, at that moment, the bottle was nearly at a standstill, and after a few seconds, its opening once again pointed towards yes. What? How mysterious. Su-Yang gazed at it with a hint of disbelief. Lu Bo, with a beaming expression, exclaimed, thank you. Bottle spirit, may I give it a try? As Su-Yang stood up to take the bottle and spin it, he casually posed a question, little bottle, am I handsome? After he spoke, he fixated his gaze on the spinning bottle. Whoa, what are you babbling about, Yang? Can we even call it little bottle? Su-Yang chuckled but remained silent, his eyes glued to the table. Soon, the bottle came to a halt, pointing towards yes. Wow, witnessing this scene, Su-Yang couldn't suppress a shiver. Goosebumps erupted on his arms, for he was acutely aware that he indeed was quite handsome. The fact that several questions he asked had all pointed to the correct answer was rather uncanny. Meng Wanzhou furrowed his brows and remarked, it can't be that accurate, can it? With so many pieces of paper on the table, why don't you give it a try? Lu Bo handed the bottle to Meng Wanzhou. Meng Wanzhou chuckled. Well, I'll give it a shot. But brother, don't call it like Yang does. Otherwise, we might irritate the bottle spirit. And that would be quite the predicament. All right, I'll stick to the rules. After stating this, Meng Wanzhou took the bottle in hand. Oh, bottle spirit. Are you currently in the villa? Oh no, don't ask such questions. Xia Kiki hurriedly intervened. However, Ming Wenzhou had already set the bottle spinning. After 10 seconds, the opening pointed towards yes. Upon seeing this paper, a shrill scream erupted. Ah, I'm done playing. I can't continue. Han Xiaoyu shouted as she quickly leaped onto the sofa, curling up. What are you afraid of? The bottle spirit is quite friendly. Lu Bo reassured as he took the bottle to spin it. Oh, bottle spirit. We are all good people. How are you feeling right now? The bottle pointed towards happy. Seeing this, Lu Bo laughed heartily. Look, the bottle spirit is happy, which means it harbors no ill intentions towards us. The girls felt a slight ease upon seeing the happy paper. At that moment, Zhang Ziming stood up to take the bottle, intrigued. Is this really so impressive? Let me try. Oh, bottle spirit. Is there anything unclean in this villa? You may only answer with yes or no. Without waiting for the girls to intervene, he rapidly spun the bottle. After about 10 seconds, the bottle gradually came to a halt, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. The bottle steadily stopped, pointing towards yes. Stop. We really can't play anymore. Xia Kiki cried out urgently. Tang Ziyun, feeling frightened, clung to Su Yang. No, I still have so many questions left to ask. Zhang Ziming frowned and spoke again. I don't believe this. Bottle spirit, are you trying to fool me? This is a 5-star hotel. There can't be anything unclean. As he spoke, he spun the bottle once more. The opening quickly pointed to angry. What? Upon seeing this paper, Pan Ning instinctively drew closer to Su Yang. Beside them, Tang Ziyun anxiously inquired, could it be that she is truly angry? Su Yang responded with a faint smile, it's nothing to worry about. It seems that the hefty one is meddled, otherwise how could the answers be so consistently accurate? At that moment, Lu Bo hastily seized Zhang Ziming's arm, exclaiming, what are you doing? The bottle spirit is upset. What should we do now? Zhang Ziming replied, we can only return the bottle spirit. Then you should be the one to do it. After all, you were the one who invited her. All right. Bottle spirit, we were inconsiderate earlier. Now that we have finished our inquiries, we kindly request you to return. Upon concluding, Lu Bo earnestly set the bottle upon the table and began to spin it. Su Yang took a deep breath, gazing intently at the surface. After a brief interval of over 10 seconds, the bottle's neck pointed towards the warning. Chapter 84. Are you human or a ghost? A chorus of shrieks erupted from several girls simultaneously. Lu Bo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he nervously exclaimed, oh no, the bottle's spirit isn't leaving. Zhang Ziming, equally distressed, urged, what should we do? Hurry and send it away. It is easy to summon a spirit but challenging to dismiss one. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bo picked up the bottle and glanced around. He spoke earnestly, I apologize, bottle spirit. We were wrong to disturb you. Please, kindly return. Trembling slightly, he lifted the bottle. At that moment, Su Yang stood up and snatched the bottle from Lu Bo's grasp. I don't believe this. Let me try, he declared, placing the bottle back on the table and giving it a spin. After a tense 10 seconds, the bottle pointed ominously towards danger. In that instant, the lights in the entire living room extinguished. After a brief pause of 0.1 seconds, the room erupted in screams. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to escape. With Xia Kiki, Han Xiaoyu, and Yang Yue rushing out in their bare feet, shrieking in terror, Ming Wenzhou hurriedly retreated to the large window as the lights went out, sending a chill down Su Yang's spine. He furrowed his brow and glanced at the dimly lit figure of Lu Bo. Fatty, are you up to something? He demanded, grabbing Lu Bo's arm. However, Lu Bo sat motionless on the sofa, head bowed. Meanwhile, Lu Wenxin and Lu Ming had vanished without a trace. Sensing something was amiss, Su Yang forcefully pulled Lu Bo closer, his voice low and urgent, Fatty. Slowly, Lu Bo raised his head to meet Su Yang's gaze, revealing a ghastly white face with a chilling grin, his eyes devoid of color, evoking sheer terror. Pan Ning, Tang Ziyun, and Yi screamed in fright and turned to flee. Though startled, Su Yang did not run. Instead, he delivered a swift punch to Lu Bo's face. Lu Bo let out a yelp as he toppled to the ground. As Su Yang prepared to strike again, Lu Bo quickly raised his hands in surrender, crying out, ouch. Yang Gu, it's me. I was just pretending. Please don't hit me. Good grief. Are you human or a ghost? Su Yang demanded, clenching his fist with one hand while using his phone to illuminate Lu Bo's face. Turn on the lights, he shouted. Lu Bo hastily retrieved a remote from beneath the table and pressed a button, flooding the living room with light once more. Now, the sofa area was deserted, with only Su Yang and Lu Bo remaining. Everyone else had seemingly vanished. Only Meng Wanzhou stood by the window, and as Su Yang turned to look, he noticed the front door of the villa had been flung open, and someone had dashed outside. Once Meng Wanzhou regained his composure, he approached Su Yang, who chuckled, "Fatty, you've squandered a perfectly good hand." Lu Bo got up, covering his face in pain. "What happened? Ouch, that hurts," he lamented. "Serves you right," Meng Wanzhou teased. "If you want to scare someone, at least recruit others to assist you in your ruse. Why go it alone?" Lu Wenxin finally started to take an interest in you. And now you've turned into a ghost in her eyes. Good grief, I didn't see that coming, Lu Bo exclaimed, frantically searching the living room for Lu Wenxin. At this moment, some of the girls rushed upstairs, while others fled from the villa, evidently quite frightened. Only Pan Ning and Tang Ziyun remained at the bar in the distance. Once the lights illuminated the space, the two approached. It was that fatso's prank. "You miserable glutton." Pan Ning glared at Lu Bo with gritted teeth. Lu Bo offered an awkward smile. "I was wrong, sis. Hurry and call them back, okay? Where's Zhang Ziming?" No idea where he ran off to. Meng Wanzhou pulled out his phone and sent a message to the group of 10. "Lonely as I am. Everyone. Where is everyone? Where did you all go? It was that fatso's trick. Come back quickly. Damn it. You scared me to death. I'm coming back." Moments later, everyone returned from various directions. Lu Bo, seeing them, smiled apologetically. "Sorry, ladies. There were no weird spirits. It was all my nonsense." "Humph." Xia Kiki approached and asked, "Then how do you explain why the bottle always points to the desired answer?" Lu Bo chuckled. "Actually, I made a little adjustment." Lu Wenxin glared at Lu Bo in annoyance. "You're really annoying, Bo Go. You made it so terrifying. I won't even dare to sleep in my room later." Hearing this, Lu Bo felt a surge of delight. "No worries, we won't play anymore. Let's just drink and liven things up." After a brief pause, they settled back onto the sofa and resumed their festivities. By 2:30 in the morning, nearly everyone except Su Yang and Pan Ning had consumed quite a bit. Lu Wenxin, slightly tipsy, leaned against Lu Bo's shoulder, her cheeks flushed. Meng Wanzhou, feeling a bit dizzy, looked at everyone and said, "That's enough, right? We have a flight to catch tomorrow afternoon. Let us all head to our rooms for some rest." Several girls were already inebriated beyond consciousness, and Lu Meng helped Tang Ziyun and Han Xiaoyu back to their rooms first. Zhang Ziming also took Shen Yixue and departed. After a bit more idle chatter, the remaining few returned to their respective rooms. Su Yang and Pan Ning headed to their room, while Xia Kiki followed Meng Wanzhou once everyone else had left. The other girls each took their own rooms. In the end, only Lu Bo and Lu Wenxin remained in the living room. After a brief silence, Lu Wenxin shyly glanced at Lu Bo. "I'm off to bed now. What floor are you on?" Lu Bo stood up to inquire. "The 4th floor. I'm also on the 4th floor." The night swiftly passed. At 8 in the morning, Su Yang and Pan Ning awoke together. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, 50,000. Last night, due to Pan Ning's stomach discomfort, they had called a truce for the night. After getting up and freshening up, everyone gathered in the living room. Su Yang noticed Lu Bo, who was glowing with a rosy complexion, standing beside Lu Wenxin, who was looking down. He couldn't help but smirk. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they exited the villa. After more than an hour, the yacht returned to Linglong Bay dock. Su Yang and the others bid farewell to the late-arriving Yang Yue. Lu Wenxin glanced back at Lu Bo, reluctant to leave. "So, fatso. I told you she wouldn't return to Haiqing with you." Meng Wanzhou patted Lu Bo on the back, who claimed she would not be going to Haiqing. "Oh, what does that imply?" Zhang Ziming wore a look of intrigue. "She mentioned she had some matters to attend to today, but would come to Haiqing to see me tomorrow." "Hey, brothers, I'm about to be single no more." "Incredible. She's willing to travel to Haiqing for you after just one night?" "Of course. I still possess a modicum of charm." After indulging in idle chatter for a while, the 6 individuals with Su Yang and the 4 from Tang Ziyun each returned to their hotels to gather their belongings. At 2 in the afternoon, the 10 of them boarded the plane back to Haiqing. Suddenly, Su Yang recalled the McLaren Sabre parked in the basement of Sunhai Manor, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. Sabre, I'm back. Soon, I shall take you out for a spin. I finally possess a true supercar. I wonder what color the system has bestowed upon me." Ding! Detecting the host's excitement. Reward of 800,000 granted. Chapter 85. McLaren Senna. Additional chapter. 2.5 hours later, the airplane safely landed at Haiqing International Airport. By this time, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Tang Ziyun and her 3 companions boarded Lu Meng's Panamera and departed first. The remaining 6 individuals proceeded to the parking lot, where Suyang turned to Meng Wanzhou and smiled. By the way, old Meng, don't forget to inquire about the villa for me. Meng Wanzhou made an okay gesture and assured, rest assured, I will provide you with an answer by the day after tomorrow at the latest. All right. It has been quite a hassle these past few days, with round-trip tickets, lavish meals, and hotel stays. Meng Wanzhou shot a glare at Suyang. If you keep bringing this up, I might get angry. Don't act so distant. Suyang chuckled. All right, I won't mention it again. At that moment, a black BMW 7 Series ride-hailing car approached the parking lot and came to a halt beside Meng Wanzhou. Suyang turned to see a young man, around 26 or 27 years old, exit the passenger seat with a beaming smile. He walked up to Meng Wanzhou with a hint of deference and said, Young Master Meng, I have arrived. Here are the keys. Please drive the car back for me. Certainly, young Master Meng. You can count on me. The young man accepted the car keys, nodded at Suyang and the others with a smile, and then got into the Lamborghini to drive away. What is this about? Suyang asked, puzzled. I didn't feel like driving, so I called someone to take it back. I'll ride in the fat guy's car. Oh, I see. Meng Wanzhou replied as he took the passenger seat in the GLS 600. Lu Bo, in the driver's seat, leaned over to Suyang and smiled. We're off, Yang Go. See you later. All right, drive safely. After Meng Wanzhou and Lu Bo left, Zhang Ziming also exchanged greetings with Suyang before getting into his Aston Martin with Xin Yixue and departing. At this moment, only Suyang and Pan Ning remained standing by the car. Suyang turned to Pan Ning and smiled. Where are you headed? Home, of course. Are we going to my place or yours? Pan Ning rolled her eyes. Naturally, I'm going home. Saying this, she walked over to the door of the SF-90, opened it, and got in. Are you really leaving? Suyang asked with a grin. What else do you expect? I'm tired after a few days of fun. It's time to go home, rest, and spend time with my parents. Suyang chuckled. All right then, I want to accompany you to see our parents. I'll visit with gifts another day when I'm prepared. Pan Ning rolled her eyes and smiled. You're just being cheeky. I'm leaving. With that, she drove away. Suyang stood behind the car and waved. Take it easy. Message me when you get home. From a distance, Pan Ning waved back. And as her car turned a corner, it disappeared from Suyang's view. Phew, they're all gone. It's suddenly so quiet. Suyang muttered to himself with a smile. He chuckled as he opened the door to his 911 Turbo and settled inside. Once inside the car, his mind became blank, and the air was devoid of sound. Leaning back in his seat, he reflected on the wild days he had just experienced. It feels like a dream. Oh, is this what they call the loneliness that follows revelry? After 10 seconds of silence, Suyang slapped the steering wheel and laughed. Loneliness, my foot. The McLaren is still waiting for me. Time to head home. Virum. The roar of the 911 echoed as it departed from the airport. Nearly 50 minutes later, Suyang finally returned to the underground garage of Building 3 at Sahai Manor. From a distance, he spotted a McLaren Senna, predominantly white with blue accents, parked beside his Aston Martin DBX 707. Suyang's eyes sparkled, and a grin spread across his face. He swiftly maneuvered his car into position, barely pausing to park before leaping out to inspect the Senna. Wow, is this the legendary McLaren Senna? He exclaimed, his admiration palpable as he circled the vehicle twice, scrutinizing its form. The Senna's overall stance was significantly lower than that of the 911 turbos, giving the impression it was glued to the ground, resembling a fierce beast poised to pounce. There is a saying, a low profile conceals many flaws. With a car like the Senna, such truths are magnified. With a sense of reverence, Suyang reached out to caress the car's surface. Incredible. Is this truly a vehicle? It's nothing short of a masterpiece. Beep. Host's excitement detected. Reward. 800,000. Ignoring the system's notification, Suyang swallowed hard, eager to unlock the door and experience the interior. Wait, where's the car key? He pondered, instinctively rummaging through his backpack only to find it empty. System? Where's my key? Please don't tell me I have to collect fragments for that too. Key located on the system shelf. Whoa, you startled me. Retrieve it. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a bulge in his pants pocket. He reached in to discover a sleek, black key, emblazoned with the McLaren logo. The key appeared remarkably understated. Hardly what one would expect for a supercar valued at over 20 million. Yet, it was crafted from carbon fiber. With little time to dwell on the design, he hurriedly pressed the unlock button. The front and rear lights of the Senna flashed in response. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he gleefully opened the iconic butterfly doors and settled into the cockpit. The car's seats were molded carbon fiber buckets, not particularly comfortable, and the interior was dominated by carbon fiber, exuding a somewhat austere ambience. The central console featured a 10.25-inch display screen. Unlike traditional vehicles, the Senna was equipped with a 6-point harness, a testament to its track-borne lineage. Despite the discomfort, Su Yang's excitement was palpable. Once on the road, the attention this car commanded would be undeniable. The striking color scheme, accentuated by a massive rear wing, would surely captivate the gaze of any young enthusiast. Named after the legendary F1 driver Ayrton Senna, this vehicle's official 0 to 100 km/h acceleration is recorded at 2.8 seconds, though the true figure is likely even more impressive. The vehicle boasts an astounding top speed of 340 km/h, powered by a 4.0L V8 twin-turbo engine, capable of generating a maximum horsepower of 800 and a torque of 800 Nm. Once in motion, the car can generate an impressive downforce of 800 kilograms. As if a colossal hand were firmly pressing it against the ground, Su Yang tenderly caressed the steering wheel, raising his gaze to the area above the rearview mirror. Indeed, the ignition button was situated overhead. Upon pressing the red button, the dashboard gracefully ascended, adding a sense of ceremony to the moment. The instant the vehicle roared to life, its sound eclipsed that of the 911 Turbo, which, in comparison, seemed almost feline in its timbre. Listening to the engine's growl, Su Yang felt a surge of excitement. He unlatched the door from above and stepped out to park the Turbo, only to return to the Senna once more. Unable to contain himself, he declared his intent to take it for a spin. He pressed the N gear located in front of the center console, and with his foot pressing the accelerator, he gradually exited the parking lot. As he reached the roadside in front of the Shanghai Manor sales office, he prepared to floor the gas pedal when he spotted Gu Xiaoman emerging from the entrance, dressed in a striking black and white professional ensemble, complete with a fitted white blouse, a black pencil skirt, and alluring black stockings paired with high heels. She caught Su Yang's eye. Lowering the palm-sized window of the Senna, he called out exuberantly, "Xiaoman." Hearing her name, Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brow and turned toward the roadside, her gaze falling upon the white McLaren. Approaching with curiosity, she sought confirmation. "Su Yang, indeed, it's me. Where are you headed? When did you return? Have you bought a new car again?" "Yes." "What do you think of it? Is this a McLaren Senna?" "You certainly know your cars," she noted, inspecting the vehicle closely. "Care to come up and experience it for yourself? I need to handle some matters at the bank, so I won't be getting in. It's just a short walk." "What a pity. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Come over for dinner. I promised you, and Mingru after moving. I can make it." "All right then, you take care. I'm off for a drive." With that, Su Yang slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the Senna erupted with a ferocious roar as it sped away, leaving Gu Xiaoman in a state of astonishment. Chapter 86. None of your business. As she watched Su Yang vanish into the distance, Gu Xiaoman was enveloped by an inexplicable feeling. She murmured to herself, "What on earth does this guy do? A Porsche, an Aston Martin, and now a McLaren Senna. He is becoming increasingly enigmatic." With a sigh, she smiled brightly and took her leave. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, Gu Xiaoman's thoughts were far from his mind. He was presently reveling in the exhilaration that the Senna bestowed upon him. The road leading to the entrance of Shanghai Manor was quite spacious, a 6-lane thoroughfare with moderate traffic. A gentle press on the accelerator allowed Su Yang to effortlessly reach speeds of 150 to 160 km/h. However, as this area was still within the city, he refrained from reckless driving. To truly experience high speeds, he would need to venture onto the Haiqing International Circuit. Even on the highway, he dared not exceed 300 km/h. After all, there were no unrestricted speed limits in China. A careless moment captured by a speed camera at such velocities would lead to consequences far graver than a mere point deduction. On the road, he overtook vehicles as they instinctively distanced themselves from his supercar. A mere brush against it would incur repair costs that most could hardly bear. Su Yang thoroughly indulged in the driving pleasure that this supercar offered, which was a stark contrast to his experience with the 911 Turbos. Although the Turbos was indeed swift, boasting an official 0 to 100 km/h acceleration that was even 0.1 seconds quicker than the Senna, the sensations each vehicle evoked were entirely distinct. The handling of the Porsche was commendable, yet the Senna felt like a race car that was legally allowed on the road, presenting a more challenging driving experience. After circling the nearby streets a couple of times, Su Yang returned to the parking lot. Once parked, he stood before the trio of cars, a smile gracing his face as he admired them. After a full 2 minutes, he finally pulled out his phone to capture a photograph. On the left was the Aston Martin 707, in the center the McLaren Senna, and on the right the 911 Turbos. Gazing at the photo, he chuckled. I never even dared to dream about this before. Now, these 3 cars are all mine. Yet, it was not enough. He longed to acquire all the cars he adored. While the system occasionally gifted him vehicles, the satisfaction of making a purchase himself was unparalleled. System? Will you duplicate the cars I buy in reality? No, the system will not provide duplicate vehicles at this time. All right then, as long as I can pay. With these thoughts in mind, Soo-young stepped into the elevator lobby. Upon returning home, he tossed his bag onto the sofa and plopped down. Should he post on social media? The photo would likely attract comments branding him as pretentious or suggesting that he rented the cars. But why should he care about such opinions? He resolved to act freely, to do as he pleased, and pressed post. With that, he picked up his phone, adjusted the photo's colors, and uploaded the image to his WeChat moments. After much contemplation, he finally crafted a fitting caption. Wishes fulfilled, onward I go. He is, after all, not the kind of artistic youth who can effortlessly articulate his thoughts. Finding this particular piece of text is already quite commendable. After blocking his parents and all relatives, he clicked send, and within a second, it confirmed the message was successfully dispatched. For the time being, he could not allow his father and mother to see this photograph. Although his mother lacks knowledge about cars, his father, having driven for many years, possesses a certain understanding of them. The sight of these 3 vehicles, once revealed, would undoubtedly be somewhat astonishing. They are not the kind of automobiles one could acquire simply by running a restaurant. Speaking of which, Soo-young suddenly recalled that during his previous stay in Luching, the system had rewarded him with a Western restaurant in Haicheng. What was the name of that restaurant? System, what was the name of the restaurant you provided me? Haicheng Joyful Moments Western Restaurant. Haicheng Joyful Moments Western Restaurant. Soo-young repeated it, realizing he had never heard of it before. What is its exact location? How do I proceed with the handover? The restaurant is located at number 103, Kangzhuang Road, Yonghe District, Haicheng. The host does not need to do anything for the handover, as you are already the owner of this restaurant. But do the people there know that I am the owner? The host can visit the restaurant at their convenience. Naturally, someone will be aware. Is it really that impressive? All right then, I shall visit tomorrow during the day. By the way, please retrieve the newly acquired Audemars Piguet for me. Retrieved. Soo-young glanced around and eventually found the watch in his bag. He picked it up and examined it closely, in his opinion. It bore no significant difference from the Vacheron Constantin he currently possessed. This piece is worth over 3,800,000. Truly, the adage holds, the impoverished indulge in cars while the affluent indulge in watches. He removed his slippers and reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Upon reopening WeChat, he immediately noticed a red notification indicating 9 new comments in his moments. Goodness, 9 comments in just 2 minutes? I must see who has commented. He clicked on Moments and then on the message notifications. The first comment was from Linyi. Sugu, have you returned to Haicheng? Wow, are all these your cars? Sad face, Soo-young paused, chuckling. What is this? He continued to read through the other comments. The second comment was from Pan Ning. When did you acquire the Sienna? Soo-young smiled to himself, saying, Hee hee, it seems I am indeed home. Didn't I ask her to message me when she got home? With all this time to check moments, she couldn't have sent me a message. Soo-young clicked to reply. I bought it early last year. It hasn't been long since I received it, so I haven't dared to drive it yet. By the way, why didn't you message me when you got home? After replying, he continued to peruse the other comments. Zhao Mengru, you're back? Stop flaunting your cars all day. When will you treat us to a meal? Soo-young chuckled and replied, Tomorrow, I will personally cook. Next was a comment from Meng Wenzhou. Old Sue, you sly fellow, are you hiding a Sienna from us? One day, I might just take my Bugatti Chiron out for a spin. Smirk. Upon reading this comment, Soo-young's expression shifted, and he chuckled. Well? You have a Bugatti Chiron and you're leaving comments here? Nevertheless, he replied, all right, no problem. Zhang Ziming chimed in below. Yang. When did you purchase the Senna? It's an incredible car. I can't even get my hands on one. Soo-young responded in a similar vein, remarking that he had only just acquired it. Further down, Yi commented, wow, so handsome. Are all 3 of these your cars? To which he replied, indeed, when you visit Haicheng, I shall take you for a drive. Next came a comment from a former male colleague of Soo-young's, who had once been his superior, holding the position of design director. His comment was succinct. Merely 4 words. What are you showing off for? Soo-young shook his head and laughed at the comment, thinking, indeed, there are foolish individuals. He clicked to respond. What business is it of yours? The final comment was from someone named Song Xiaogo. Yangzi, it's been ages since I saw you post on WeChat. What is going on? Where did you steal this photo from? This individual, known as Song Xiaogo, was a childhood friend of Su Yang, one of his closest companions. However, since they entered university, their communication had become less frequent, primarily because Song Xiaogo had not studied in Haicheng but rather in Hangzhou, where he remained after graduation. Although they seldom met, their bond remained strong, and every year during the festivities, Song Xiaogo would return to Yanqing to share a few drinks and discuss life and work. Of course, this was not his real name, but rather a nickname Su Yang had given him. His actual name was Song Anquan, a moniker that suggests a rather earnest and simple character. Looking at the comment, Su Yang sighed. I wonder how he's been lately. He then clicked to reply. I found this on Weibo. How have you been? Have you found a girlfriend yet? Chapter 87. You mentioned your son? After Su Yang finished replying, a message from Song Anquan popped up at the top of his phone. He opened it to read. By the way, speaking of girlfriends, I have some joyous news. Dancing emoji, Su Yang was taken aback and responded, Oh? You're not about to tell me you're getting married, are you? Song Anquan replied, Hee, you guessed correctly. I was just about to tell you in a few days. I recently wrapped up the engagement preparations. Su Yang exclaimed, That's impressive. You didn't even mention your engagement to me? Song Anquan explained, I was just considering the distance. My girlfriend is a local from Hangzhou, and everything regarding the engagement was arranged here. Su Yang teased, You've made quite an achievement, my friend, finding a local from Hangzhou. Song Anquan noted, She's just an ordinary girl from a regular family. Not all Hangzhou residents are wealthy. Su Yang inquired, Where do you plan to hold the wedding? Song Anquan replied, My parents want me to go back to Yanqing for the wedding. Su Yang asked, What does she think about that? Song Anquan assured, No problem at all. She's following my lead. Su Yang encouraged, That's great, my friend. When is it? Song Anquan replied, On August 15th. You must come and be my best man. There's no escaping this one. Su Yang chuckled as he glanced at the date. July 20th, just over 20 days away. He responded, No problem. It's not far off. Just let me know in advance when you return. Song Anquan confirmed, Understood. If you need to take leave, I'll definitely notify you early. Su Yang contemplated replying that he no longer worked, but the matter was complicated and best discussed in detail during the wedding. Song Anquan lamented, I've been so busy lately. Just last week, we finished taking the wedding photos, and now I have to think about who to invite, how to arrange the banquet, prepare the 3 golds, and consider the wedding car. Ugh, weddings are so troublesome. Su Yang reassured, Most people only experience this once in a lifetime, so it's normal for significant events to be a bit complicated. Song Anquan sighed. I'll have to return to Yanqing first, and then travel for 5 or 6 hours in the wedding convoy to pick her up. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Su Yang clarified, You're going back to Yanqing and then to Hangzhou to pick her up? Song Anquan confirmed, Yes. Ugh, it's giving me a headache. I can't understand why I have to make this trip. Why can't she just come back to Yanqing with me? Su Yang rationalized, It can't be helped. If it's tiring, then it's tiring. Just set off a bit earlier. Song Anquan conceded, That's the only way. Right now, my biggest headache is the wedding car situation. Renting a decent wedding car fleet is too expensive, and asking friends for help might be a hassle. I'm not sure if my dad can find that many cars. Su Yang pondered and asked, How many cars do you need? Song Anquan replied, At least 8. And they can't be too cheap either. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing. After all, she is from Hangzhou. Though they might not say it. We still need to meet certain standards. Su Yang asked, What kind of car do you want for the lead vehicle? Song Anquan stated, It has to be at least a Mercedes E-Class. I see many of my friends and colleagues using a Mercedes S-Class or BMW 7 Series or Audi A8 for their lead cars. I can't show up with something that costs only 100,000. Su Yang chuckled and replied, All right, leave this to me. I'll help you sort out the wedding car arrangements. Song Anquan, What on earth are you saying? Su Yang, I'm saying I'll take care of the wedding car arrangements. What? Do you doubt my capabilities? Song Anquan, No, my brother. I know you're doing reasonably well, earning around 7,000 to 8,000 a month, but where will you find so many wedding cars? Wait, you're not working at a rental company, are you? Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What nonsense. We can discuss the details when you're getting married. It's not something that can be explained in just a few messages. Just rest assured, I will ensure you have a few exquisite wedding cars. Song Anquan, Are you serious? Su Yang, Absolutely. Song Anquan, Wow. I must admit, your sudden declaration has genuinely moved me. I am at a loss for words. Soo-young, move. Don't be ridiculous. Just treat me to a full set of services when you have the time, and we'll call it even. Song Anchuan. Ha ha. All right then. So, I can really entrust this to you? Soo-young, leave it to me. When you return, I'll present you with a splendid convoy of wedding cars. The lead car must be a powerful rear-wheel drive Camry. Song Anchuan. Exasperated expression. Soo-young, I'm not joking. You just focus on your other matters. You needn't worry about this. Song Anchuan. Okay then, I'll truly leave this to you. Honestly, if it were someone else saying this, I would be touched, yet still uneasy. Soo-young, enough of this chatter. We'll see each other in Yanqing. As the conversation ended, Soo-young reclined on the sofa, deep in thought. Wedding cars, none of my 3 vehicles seem suitable as a lead car. His family is in the countryside and apart from the Martin. The other 2 would probably ruin their undercarriage on that road. However, an SUV like the Martin is not quite fitting for a wedding. I still need to acquire a Bach or a Bentley. Let me ponder this. Just as he was contemplating, his phone buzzed once more. Soo-young picked it up and saw a message from Lin Yi. Brother Soo, didn't you say you would come back to play with me today? I'm done streaming. Where are you? Soo-young smiled and replied, I'm at home. Shall I come find you? I'll treat you to dinner. Soo-young, sounds great. Come on over. Lin Yi, then please send me your location. Soo-young sent his location to Lin Yi and momentarily set aside thoughts of wedding cars. After all, there were still over 20 days left. Given his current situation, he had ample time to prepare. Worst case, he could simply rent 10 backs, which wouldn't cost too much anyway. He glanced at the time, 6:40 p.m. Indeed, it was time for dinner. He stood up and walked into the bathroom for a shower. After changing into a fresh outfit, he picked up his phone and opened it, suddenly recalling that there had been no messages from Lu Yun in the comments. It had been several days since he last spoke with her. He said to himself as he opened Lu Yun's chat interface and sent a message. Little dear, what are you up to? I'm inviting friends over for dinner tomorrow. As I mentioned before, remember to come. After waiting for over 10 minutes without a response from Lu Yun, Soo-young pondered. She is probably busy. I'll let it be for now. Another 20 minutes passed, and Soo-young's phone buzzed again. Lin Yi sent a voice message directly. Soo-young pressed to answer. Brother Soo, I have arrived at the entrance of Sunhai Manor. Should you come out? Or shall I go in? Soo-young pondered for a moment before responding. I will come out. Please wait for me a few minutes. Chapter 88. The alluring Lin Yi. Soo-young adorned his wrist with an Audemars Piguet watch and placed the key to his McLaren Senna into his bag. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he settled into the driver's seat of the Senna and gradually maneuvered out. Within a mere 2 minutes, he found himself at the entrance of Sunhai Manor. There stood Lin Yi, waiting by the roadside. Today, she wore a sleeveless, fitted white shirt with a collar, complemented by a black cat ear headband. Round-framed glasses adorned her face, and a large gray bow graced her chest. In her hands, she held a small white handbag. Her lower half was clad in an ultra-short skirt matching the bow, and her luscious legs were encased in seductive, over-the-knee black stockings, with 2 black straps leading into the skirt. On her feet were a pair of chic black ankle boots. The overall appearance was strikingly sensual, causing Soo-young to swallow hard in the car. Oh my goodness, he thought. She truly knows how to dress, as befits a streamer. Quite intriguing. With a smile, he drove the car up to Lin Yi and gently honked the horn. Beep beep. As Lin Yi noticed the supercar approaching, her gaze flickered, and she lowered her eyes to peer into the vehicle. Upon recognizing Soo-young seated within, a radiant smile quickly illuminated her face. Soo-gij, it's been several days. Soo-young replied with a grin. Get in. All right, she exclaimed, moving towards the passenger side to pull open the door. However, the door of such a high-end supercar is not easily operated by just anyone. She fumbled around, unable to locate the door handle. Soo-gij, how do you open this door? I've never been in such a luxury car before. With a chuckle, Soo-young pulled down the lock on the passenger side, and the door swung open, just lifted upwards. Oh, I see, Lin Yi said, extending her hand to push the door open from below. Her face lit up with joy, and she excitedly remarked, Soo-gij, this car is so cool. What brand is it? It must be quite expensive, right? Soo-young nonchalantly replied, it's a McLaren. Indeed, it is somewhat pricey, over 20 million. Now, hop in. Over 20 million? Lin Yi murmured in disbelief as she climbed into the car. She leaned down, her rear and entering first before the rest of her body followed. The sight stirred excitement within Soo-young, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Ding! Detected that the host is admiring a beautiful sight and is emotionally stirred. Awarded 1,000,000 points. Once the door was closed, Lin Yi's slightly plump face flushed a delicate shade of pink. She turned to Su Yang and asked, "What do you want to eat, Su Gij? I'll go along with whatever you decide." "All right, I recently heard about a popular restaurant called Yue Shiguang. Let's go there." Yue Shiguang? Su Yang thought, "Isn't that the restaurant the system recommended to me? It was mentioned to check it out tomorrow, but why not try the flavors today?" After this contemplation, he looked at Lin Yi and said, "Sounds good. Please set the navigation." "Sure." As the navigation activated, Su Yang pressed the accelerator, causing Lin Yi to lean back in her seat, her face a mask of surprise. "Oh my, it's so fast. I haven't even braced myself yet." As they chatted in the car, they swiftly arrived at 103 Kongzhuang Road, Yonghe District. In the distance, Su Yang spotted a minimalist Western restaurant at the end of the road on the left side. The establishment was simply adorned, with 3 luminous characters spelling joyful moments above the entrance, complemented by a spacious parking lot. As Su Yang drove up, the parking barrier lifted, and a security guard in white gloves promptly approached to assist him. "This way, sir." Su Yang nodded and followed the guard to a parking space where he securely stationed his vehicle. At this point, the parking lot was nearly full, showcasing a variety of luxury cars, including a Cullinan, a BMW 740, a Mercedes G63, and a Range Rover, among others. However, the presence of a McLaren Senna made these vehicles appear less remarkable. Su Yang and Lin Yi exited the car, and the guard cheerfully guided them to the restaurant entrance. "Please, come in." Su Yang nodded and entered alongside Lin Yi. The interior of the restaurant was significantly more opulent than its exterior, with elegant music playing in the background. The spacious area was predominantly adorned in shades of brown and white. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." At that moment, a beautiful waitress approached them briskly. "May I ask if you have a reservation?" Su Yang was taken aback and asked, "Is a reservation necessary?" "Indeed, we have a high volume of guests dining with us. Unfortunately, all tables for today have been booked. Without a reservation, you might need to return another day." "Is it really that popular?" Su Yang inquired, glancing inside. The entrance was obscured by a large decorative wall, preventing a view of the dining situation within. He turned to Lin Yi. "What do you think? We could try another place." He then directed his attention back to the waitress, asking, "Are there no private rooms available?" "All the private rooms have also been reserved." She replied politely. "Goodness, are people truly so fond of Western cuisine nowadays? May I take a look inside?" The waitress smiled and said, "Of course." Su Yang instructed Lin Yi to wait in the entrance's lounge area while he followed the waitress inside. Upon entering, he realized that although the crowd was not as overwhelming as he had anticipated, every table was indeed occupied. He pointed to a table diagonally across that appeared to be finishing their meal. "That table seems nearly done. Can't we sit there?" The waitress responded courteously. "Every table has been reserved by other guests, who are expected shortly." Su Yang pondered for a moment, thinking, "Aren't I the owner of this establishment?" He turned to the waitress with a smile. "Do you happen to know who the owner is?" "Yes, it's a gentleman with the surname Su, though I haven't met him. He doesn't frequent the restaurant often." Upon hearing this, Su Yang thought to himself, "Interesting, she knows that much. So, if your owner comes to dine, does he also need a reservation?" he asked with a serious expression. The waitress was taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a question. With a slight smile, she replied, "If the owner comes, of course, no reservation is required." "Where would you have your boss sit if there's no available seat?" Su Yang inquired. "The boss has a private room, but it is not open to the public," came the reply. Su Yang nodded, realizing the situation. "Ah, I see. Please, lead me there." The waitress, her expression one of surprise, hesitated before responding. "But, sir, our establishment has strict regulations against allowing anyone access to the boss's private room." Su Yang mused to himself. "They do uphold their rules quite well. This young lady seems commendable." He smiled and said, "What if I told you I am the owner of this restaurant?" The waitress assumed he was jesting and awkwardly laughed. Really? Ha ha ha, you must be joking." "No. I assure you, I am indeed the owner. My name is Su Yang. You may verify with your manager." "Ah, you are truly the owner?" The waitress was suddenly flustered, unsure whether to believe him. Yet, she found him rather pleasant. He was handsome and did not seem like the type who would tease young women. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Could you please wait for 2 minutes? I will ask the manager." Chapter 89. No need to show off, go ahead. I'm in no rush, Su Yang remarked with a smile as he surveyed the dining patrons, who appeared to be an impeccably refined crowd. This restaurant does have quite an upscale positioning, he mused while making his way back to the lounge area by the entrance. Upon noticing this, Lin Yi rose and inquired, "How is it?" "No need to wait. We should have a table shortly." Wasn't it said that today was fully booked?" "There's a private room available. I asked her to consult with the manager," she replied. "Oh, it's all thanks to you, Brother Su. You certainly have some influence." With a chuckle, Su Yang settled down beside Lin Yi. Within 2 minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried down from the second floor. He wore glasses, stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, and had his hair slicked back. His features were rather ordinary, making him blend into the crowd without drawing attention. He approached the entrance at a brisk pace. Glancing at his phone, he then directed his gaze towards Su Yang, who sat across from him. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly approached Su Yang with a hint of reverence, saying, "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your arrival. It's my oversight. I hope the server who attended to you did not offend you." Su Yang waved his hand, offering a faint smile. "No, do you know me?" "Of course. A few days ago, our previous owner unexpectedly resigned. Before departing, he mentioned that Mr. Su Yang would be taking over, and he instructed us to ensure that you receive the utmost courtesy during your visit." He swallowed hard and continued, "I did not anticipate your arrival tonight. I had to attend to some other business upstairs. Otherwise, I would have been here to welcome you in the lobby." Su Yang thought to himself, is it really necessary for the restaurant owner to be this cautious? However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, instead smiling and asking, "May I inquire your name?" "I'm Gao Yuan. You can simply call me Xiao Gao." "Xiao Gao? You appear to be in your 30s. "Yes. I just turned 33 last month." "Then you are nearly a decade my senior. It feels odd to address you as such. I shall call you Lao Gao from now on." "That works for me. And what is your position?" Upon hearing this, Lao Gao's heart raced. He feared that this young new owner might dismiss him on a whim, despite not having committed any grave error. He was well aware of how unpredictable young individuals could be. Hastily, he replied, "I am the restaurant supervisor." "Supervisor? Besides you, what other positions exist?" Lao Gao pondered for a moment before responding. "Above me are the general manager and the deputy general manager overseeing the restaurant's overall operations, and then there's you. Additionally, we have servers, front desk cashiers, receptionists, and the culinary team, including the executive chef, head chef, sous chef, line cooks, helpers, beverage servers, and cleaning staff." Lao Gao spoke in great detail, and after listening, Su Yang nodded, inquiring, "Is the manager not in the store?" "Ah, yes, the manager has already clocked out," came the reply. "All right, no worries. Relax, why are you so tense? Just take us to the private room," Su Yang instructed casually. "Certainly, Su General, please follow me." Lao Gao responded. As Su Yang rose, Lin Yi, beside him, was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to articulate her thoughts. She had merely chosen a restaurant at random, never expecting the owner to be Su Yang himself. "What are you dawdling for? Let us go," she urged. "Oh, right." The two followed Lao Gao to the innermost private room of the restaurant, where a black and gold plaque hung on the door, emblazoned with the numeral 1. Lao Gao opened the door, bowing slightly as he gestured, "Su General, please enter." Su Yang nodded and stepped inside, accompanied by Lin Yi. The room was approximately 70 to 80 square meters, not overly spacious, yet ample enough to accommodate a dozen or more guests. In the center lay a grand round table, surrounded by 4 black-gray sofas and small tables. At the far end of the room was a large floor-to-ceiling window, draped with off-white curtains that obscured the city's nightscape. The private room included a restroom, presenting an overall conventional appearance. Su Yang did not mind the decor, as he knew he wouldn't frequent this place often. At most, he would come for a meal of Western cuisine. He had no intention of managing the restaurant, content to simply collect his share at year-end. After all, there were managers and supervisors beneath him, and he had no desire to oversee operations, particularly since he lacked the knowledge to do so. Once seated, the two ordered a selection of the restaurant's signature dishes, as Su Yang was eager to ascertain the quality of a place that boasted constant crowds. Lao Gao personally curated their meal, and soon the dishes began to arrive. Each plate was exquisitely presented, including a grand platter featuring a small piece of foie gras. Su Yang chuckled. "How much is this plate of foie gras?" He had neglected to notice the price while ordering. Lao Gao glanced at the menu and replied, "Our foie gras is priced at 399. "Is it really that expensive?" Su Yang queried. "Indeed. The pricing reflects the quality of the ingredients and the craftsmanship involved in its preparation. Rest assured, Su General, we do not set arbitrary prices. Su Yang nodded. Very well. You may leave for now. Of course, Su General. Enjoy your meal, and feel free to call for me if you need anything. Lao Gao exited. Once alone, Su Yang and Lin Yi began to savor their culinary delights. After a bite of the rare steak, Su Yang remarked, indeed, this is far superior to what I purchase at the supermarket. However, it still pales in comparison to the M9 Wagyu I had in Deer City. Let us try something else. Lin Yi delicately speared a small piece of steak with her fork, savoring it slowly and elegantly. Su Yang, on the other hand, dug in with abandon, and before long, they were both satiated. What do you think of the flavor? Su Yang asked Lin Yi. She nodded and smiled. It's delicious. No wonder it's so popular. I would certainly come here frequently. Then it's settled. Let us go, he replied. All right. As the two individuals rose and exited the private room, Lao Gao, standing not far away, hurriedly approached them. Have you finished your meal, Mr. Su? He inquired. Yes, indeed. It's time to settle the bill, Su replied. Settle the bill? Lao Gao exclaimed in surprise, chuckling. But you are the boss. Why would you pay? Why shouldn't the boss pay? Besides, it was this lady who treated me to dinner today, so it is only fitting, Su remarked. Lin Yi added with a smile, indeed. I invited your Mr. Su to dine, and I was unaware this establishment was his, hence I must cover the expenses. Lao Gao scratched his head, still smiling. Well then. Please follow me. The two proceeded to the front desk, where the total bill amounted to 399. Fortunately, this was within Lin Yi's budget. She was aware of Su Yang's affluence and had originally intended to spend 5,000 to 6,000 on the meal, fearing that if he were displeased, he might withdraw his companionship. However, Su Yang remained oblivious to these considerations, as he was indifferent to dining experiences. Even if Lin Yi had taken him to a street vendor or a modest eatery, he would have relished the meal. After all, having once experienced poverty, he had only recently come into wealth and had not yet reached a point of disdain for anything less than fine dining. He understood the importance of remaining grounded, recognizing that his current circumstances were bestowed upon him by the system rather than earned through his own merit. Thus, there was no need to become arrogant. Chapter 90. Let us go together. I don't mind. Lao Gao personally escorted the two to the parking lot. Upon witnessing Su Yang open the door of the McLaren Senna, he maintained a calm exterior, yet was internally astounded. Well, this boss has quite the taste. Isn't this the globally limited McLaren Senna, of which only 500 units exist? A dream of mine. Su Yang turned to Lao Gao with a smile, saying, No need to see me off. I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, let us exchange contact information. Oh, right. Lao Gao hurriedly pulled out his phone and stepped forward. After they added each other on WeChat, Su Yang chuckled and entered the car, departing gracefully with Lin Yi. Watching the Senna merge into the flow of traffic, Lao Gao swallowed hard. I must strive harder. One day, I too shall drive such a magnificent vehicle. Inside the car, Su Yang rested his left hand on the steering wheel and placed his right on the center console, his gaze fixed forward as he cheerfully inquired, Where would you like to go next? Lin Yi, with her legs together, leaned towards Su Yang's side and playfully brushed her bangs, replying, Wherever you want to take me. Su Go. Ding. Host's mood detected as relaxed and joyful, granting a reward of 800,000. Su Yang glanced at Lin Yi's legs, a slight smile forming on his lips. Where do you live? Kindergarten community. Why do you ask? Just curious. Are you renting, or did you buy your place? Lin Yi responded, How could I afford to buy a house? I just graduated from university not long ago. Su Yang nodded. So, how big is the place you rent? 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, for 2,300 a month. That's not bad. Do you live there alone? Yes. Su Yang contemplated for a moment before suggesting, How about we visit your place? Huh? My house? It's a bit messy. No worries. I have no idea where else to go right now. Well, okay then. Is it inconvenient? If so, we can forget it. No, it's just a bit messy. I'm afraid you might tease me about it. Lin Yi quickly replied, sticking out her tongue. Su Yang chuckled. What does it matter? Let us go? Last time I picked you up, you mentioned needing to turn around ahead. As he spoke, he mentally prompted, System, please access Lin Yi's personal information. Lin Yi, age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Attractiveness, 88. Figure, 95. Romantic encounters, 0. Single goodness. I forgot her figure score was so high, and she has never been in a relationship. I wonder if she is truly a rare find. I'll have to verify that later. Lin Yi had initially thought Su Yang would take her to see a movie or go shopping, perhaps even stay at a five-star hotel for the night. However, she did not expect that he would want to go to her home. Although there was no one else at her place, she felt a bit embarrassed about Su Yang seeing her small abode. Yet, Su Yang was unconcerned. After all, does it truly matter where they spend their time together? Moreover, he believed that visiting a girl's home would undoubtedly offer a unique experience. He currently regards Lin Yi merely as a casual acquaintance. Hence, he has no intention of bringing her back to his home. Since it was she who made the initiative, Su Yang found it unnecessary to concern himself further. He decided to simply go along with it. Shortly, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of the Tianhe Garden community. This was an ordinary high-rise apartment complex with a reasonably pleasant environment. The entrance to the underground parking lot was conveniently located to the left of the gate. Su Yang drove into the parking area, the engine's idling sound reverberating loudly within the confines of the garage. He casually found a parking spot, and both of them exited the vehicle. The presence of a McLaren Senna in such a neighborhood was nothing short of eye-catching. A few other cars were parked nearby, and the noise attracted their attention. "Oh my, a supercar!" exclaimed a young man who hurriedly pulled out his phone to take a picture. Just as Su Yang closed the door behind him, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from his right. "Su Yang, no way could it be? Running into an acquaintance here?" Su Yang thought, turning toward the voice. Upon seeing the person, a flicker of irritation danced across his face. "Honestly, how is it you again?" he remarked, somewhat exasperated. Approaching him with a smile was Lin Xiaomao, his ex-girlfriend. "What a coincidence. What brings you here?" Lin Xiaomao wore a white floral dress, a Gucci bag dangling from her wrist. After her inquiry, she shifted her gaze to Lin Yi beside Su Yang. "And who is this? Your new girlfriend? Already moved on?" She laughed, unabashed. Su Yang scratched his head, responding, "It's none of your business."